Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. And today we're looking at Abdel Adrian. So Abdel Adrian is one of those commanders that has choose a background as part of its type, meaning you can run any of the background cards as the second commander, so kind of like partner. Now you can pair Abdel up with any background, of course, but specifically we're pairing it up here with Agent of the Iron Throne for reasons that are going to become apparent as we go through the deck. So what does Abdel Adrian do? Abdel Adrian is a 5 mono white commander. It's a 4/4, and it says when it enters the battlefield, you exile any number of other non-land permanents you control until it leaves, and you create a 1/1 white soldier creature token for each permanent exiled this way. So right off the bat, if anyone is familiar with the World Gorger Dragon combo, this is going to function basically the same way. But for those who are not in the know, what this allows you to do is that specifically with reanimation spells that are permanent based, so Animate Dead, Dance of the Dead, and Necromancy, what this means is that let's say you have Abdel Adrian in your graveyard, right? So you cast Animate Dead on Abdel Adrian, it comes back, and then because it enters the battlefield, it triggers, and you can exile any number of non-land permanents, including the Animate Dead. So when you exile Animate Dead, it triggers because Animate Dead is no longer attached to Abdel Adrian, which will sack Abdel Adrian. This triggers the until it leaves part of the clause, putting back all of the permanents that you exiled with Abdel, including Animate Dead. Animate Dead re-entering allows you to reanimate Abdel again, and you can repeat this over and over and over, exiling any number of your non-land permanents infinite amount of times. So what this allows you to do is 1, you get to generate infinite 1/1 soldier tokens with Abdel, and 2, if you have any cards that trigger upon entering the battlefield, leaving, or which have abilities that you can tap for immediately, you get to use those with Abdel Adrian. So of course, you get to exile any of your mana rocks. Those mana rocks re-enter, you get to tap them for mana, you continue the loop, you exile all of them again, they re-enter, you tap them again for mana. So you get to generate infinite mana if you're exiling mana rocks as part of this combo. And if you have anything that triggers on things entering or dying or leaving, you also get to combo there. So Corpse Knight, Zulaport Cutthroat, these effects will trigger upon Abdel entering or dying and drain your opponents out to win the game. So that's basically the combo. So it's the same thing as World Gorger Dragon, except specifically World Gorger Dragon exiles your lands, Abdel does not. So if you're trying to generate infinite mana, you do need some mana rocks in play. You can't just rely on your lands. And specifically, one of the ways that Abdel is better than World Gorger Dragon is World Gorger Dragon is templated so that the enter and leaves triggers are 2 separate triggers, meaning that it was always risky to run that combo, because if your opponent exiled or killed World Gorger Dragon while its trigger was on the stack, they could just make it so that you permanently exiled all of your permanents. In this case, Abdel Adrian is until it leaves, meaning your opponent has no such window. So it's far less risky than World Gorger Dragon. Also, because Abdel is your commander, you have this combo from the command zone at any time, whereas the same is not true of World Gorger Dragon. So the downside is that because Abdel isn't already in your deck, you can't put him directly into the graveyard using cards like Entomb and Unmarked Grave. So you're going to want, of course, sack outlets. So any sack outlet will do. Ashnod's Altar, Phyrexian Altar, Carrion Feeder, Viscera Seer, any of these sack outlets are fine. So you want to get Abdel into play, sack it, and then reanimate it using any of your permanent-based reanimation spells, which are, again, Animate Dead, Dance of the Dead, and Necromancy. You do an infinite loop, and then you can either win by just attacking next turn with your infinite 1/1 soldier tokens, or winning on the spot with any cards that combo with them, so like Corpse Knight, Zulaport Cutthroat, etc. Felidar Guardian is in here because it also combos with Abdel. So Abdel enters, you blink Felidar Guardian, or if Abdel's already in play, you cast Felidar Guardian and blink Abdel, so they can alternatively keep blinking each other back and forth, so it effectively does the same thing as the Animate Dead loop, except you just need this one card. You could also run other cards like Resto Angel and whatnot, but just like Felidar Guardian works fine as well. Razaketh, of course, is a great card to have because it can just tutor up all of your combo pieces, and it itself is also a sack outlet. Since you're already running reanimation spells anyway, you may as well run cards that you can entomb into your graveyard. So Razaketh and Villas are going to be the big payoffs here that you can entomb or Unmarked Grave. And then some other cards, since we're running Bolas' Citadel for the card advantage, of course, we're going to have Sensei's Divining Top to pair up with that. We've also just got a bunch of other card draw in general, so like Adnaz, Peer into the Abyss, Necropotence, etc. Skull Clamp also works if we're using various death triggers with what we're doing, especially because if we don't have a combo, we can just make regular 1/1 soldier tokens that we can then equip Skull Clamp to and draw a card. And then before I move on, specifically Agent, why is it Agent of the Iron Throne? Well, first of all, in order to do the combo loops with Abdel, we do need black as part of our deck. So Agent of the Iron Throne obviously allows that. But secondly, Agent of the Iron Throne says, commander creatures you own have whenever an artifact or creature you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent loses 1 life. So it is a way of always having a Zulaport Cutthroat, a Blood Artist effect, also in the command zone. So when you do the Abdel loop, even if you don't have a Zulaport or a Corpse Knight or any of those effects, you always just have one in the command zone anyway, so that makes Agent of the Iron Throne the perfect card to pair with Abdel. So the rest of the deck, we do want a bunch of fast mana to get all of this stuff going quicker. Bunch of lands. There's not much to note here other than that Phyrexian Tower is a way to sacrifice creatures as a land in case we don't have a sack outlet for Abdel as a creature. This is just a way to have it as part of our mana base. We've also got Emergent Zone as a way to do all of this at instant speed. Got some protection effects, of course, Silence, Grand Abolisher, Ranger Captain, and Myral, so our opponents can't interact with us. Bunch of Mana Rocks, also Lotho here as the Ledger Shredder variant that produces treasures. We've got our reanimation spells. We also have Luris, because we do have a bunch of permanents that we can get back with it, including Dance of the Dead and Animate Dead, which are very important to our combo. We've got a bunch of removal spells, and in particular, anything that's permanent based and can be exiled and re-entered with Abdel is, of course, going to be better than non-permanent based answers. So Orcish Bowmasters in particular is really good with Abdel, because if we have an infinite combo, the Orcish Bowmasters will just ping all of our opponents to death. But Abdel also works well with Skyclave, Loran, and Leonin Relic Warder as ways of getting rid of cards. But we do also want some spells because they're instant speed and cheaper, so Vanishing Verse Swords and Fragmentize. Some stacks cards, because what would a white deck be without them? So we've got Aven Mind Sensor and Opposition Agent to shut down searching, Drannith Magistrate to stop our opponents from casting their commanders, as well as other things like stopping breach lines, Curse Totem, Elesh Norn, Bowmasters, and Shieldred. We've got a little bit of sweepers in Dam and Toxic Deluge, then a bunch of tutors, including directly into the Graveyard Tutor and Tomb, and Heliod's Pilgrim, which can go fetch up any of our Reanimator enchantments, which is going to be important, so thus fetching enchantments is better than normal. But yep, that's pretty much the Abdel deck. So you run a kind of mid-range value Orzhov deck that attempts to win either by reanimating an early Villas or Razaketh, or finding one of various combos to perform with Abdel that are World Gorger loop-esque. Blinking Abdel or reanimating it over and over and over to generate infinite tokens or get infinite triggers on Zulaport, Corpse Knight, or the background. And yep, that is going to be Abdel / Agent of the Iron Throne. Welcome to a guide to every deck in EDH, and today we are looking at Adeline, Resplendent Cathar. Now, most players will be familiar with Adeline from Pioneer, where it is the top deck payoff in the Humans deck, but it can also be quite good in EDH as well. So just to cover it again, 1 white, it is a star 4 vigilance. Its power is equal to the total number of creatures you control, so at least 1 for itself plus anything else. Whenever you attack, for each opponent, you create a 1/1 white human creature token that's tapped and attacking that player or a planeswalker they control. So the moment you attack with anything, including Adeline itself, you'll create 3 tokens for each of your opponents. So it'll immediately upgrade into a 4/4, and that will mean that you have 3 1/1s that you can use as fodder for whatever, or pump. And then we're going to get into the rest of what the deck does. So we've got the beatdown. So we've got Anointed Procession and Mondrak to double the amount of tokens that we create with every attack. So anytime we attack, we'll create 6 tokens via Anointed or Mondrak. And if we have multiple of these in play, we then get to create 12 tokens per attack. So it doubles and then doubles again. We've got Baragond of the Guard. Whenever it or another human enters the battlefield under your control, creatures you control get +3 or +1/+1 and vigilance until end of turn. So again, with Adeline in play, this will trigger 3 times, meaning that all creatures will get +3 on every attack. Cathar's Crusade, similarly, whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, you put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So a permanent +3 every time you attack. Champion of the Parish. Whenever another human enters, you put a +1 counter on it, which means it gets +3 per attack via Adeline. Coppercoat Vanguard gives +10 and ward to all of your humans, which of course includes your commander. Gold Knight Commander is basically the same effect as Baragond. Whenever a creature enters, creatures you control get +1, so again +3. Mirror Entity is not only a human, but can also just pay as ever much mana that you have in your mana pool to pump your entire team. Regal Bunnicorn is however big you have in terms of the number of permanents you control, your lands, your creatures, Every Adeline attack is an additional +3 permanently onto the Bunicorn. Then, of course, we've just got Sarah Ascendant as a gigantic beater. A 1 mana 6/6 flying lifelink is pretty good. We've got Sky Hunter Strike Force. It is flying and melee, and as long as you control your commander, other creatures you control have melee. So melee means that whenever a creature you control attacks, for every opponent that you're attacking, it gets +1/+1. So if you're attacking all 3 of your opponents, which you're going to be doing with Adeline, all of your creatures get +3. So that's, again, every single creature gets +3 on every attack. Thalia's Lieutenant, of course, to pump the team. Valor and Akros is yet another card like Gold Knight Commander or Baragon. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, creatures you control get +1/+1. And then lastly, Starlight Spectacular from Infinity is a 4 mana enchantment, and it says at the beginning of combat on your turn, you choose creatures you control one at a time until each creature you control has been chosen. Each of those creatures gets +1/+1 until end of turn for each creature chosen before it. So basically, the first creature gets +1, or rather, the first creature gets nothing, then the second creature gets +1, then the third creature gets +2, then the fourth creature gets +3, etc., which of course can add up a lot depending on how many creatures you have in play, which with Adeline is not too difficult to get lots and lots of creatures into play. So gigantic pump here from the Starlight Spectacular. Then we've got our card draw, which in white is going to be more restrictive, so we're going to do the best we can. We've got Archivist of Ogma. Benny is at the beginning of each end step, if you created a token this turn, draw a card, which of course works with Adeline. Esper Sentinel. Idol of Oblivion is tap, draw card, activate only if you created a token, which again, we've got Adeline. Mentor of the Meek, whenever another creature with power 2 or less enters the battlefield, you may pay 1 if you do draw. Skull Clamp, we're making a bunch of 1/1 creatures anyway. Staff of the Storyteller, ETB, make a 1/1 flyer, and whenever you create 1 or more creature tokens, you put a counter on the staff, and you can pay white and tap and remove a counter to draw a card. We've got War Room, and then Welcoming Vampire, whenever 1 or more other creatures with power 2 or less ETBs, draw a card, but it only triggers once per turn. Also, one more note on the Starlight Spectacular. So it triggers at the beginning of combat, meaning it's before you make any of the tokens with Adeline. So this is a card that only works when you have already produced a bunch of creatures. Some fast mana, turn 1 Adeline off of a Jeweled Lotus is pretty good. We of course do want to make sure that our Adeline is both protected and that we can attack with it immediately if possible. So haste from the Lightning Greaves and Swiftfoot Boots. Bunch of lands, primarily plains, but we do have a few others. Then we've got all of our protection, which again, we want to make sure that our Adeline is not killed since it's the primary build around for what we're doing. We've already been through some of the cards with Cavern of Souls to protect from counterspells, Coppercoat Vanguard for ward, Swiftfoot Boot and Lightning Greaves for hexproof and shroud. Then we've also got Defense Grid and Grand Abolisher to make it more difficult to interact on our turn, Silence as well. And then Skrelv, Giver of Runes, and Mother of Runes to once again protect Adeline. Some ramp, including Pearl Medallion to make sure that we get stuff out faster. 1 Swords to Plowshares, and then of course, what mono white deck would be complete without tons and tons and tons and tons of stacks cards? Obviously, we're not too great in mono white at drawing cards to some degree. Obviously, we can be with like Skull Clamp and whatnot. We're not too great on that front. We're also not too great at just straight up killing our opponent as fast as possible. Like, we can kill our opponent with Adeline to a fair degree, but we're not racing like Thoracle combo, for example. So we do need tons and tons of stacks cards. So our Rule of Law effects, opponents can only cast 1 spell a turn, which is perfectly fine by us. We've got Archon of Emeria, Deafening Silence, Aethersworn Canonist, Phyrexian Censor, Rule of Law itself. And one other thing with all these stacks cards is that although we will play some cards that are not creatures, we do prefer to have creatures if possible because we want to get more stuff on the board to grow Adeline. We want more creatures to be able to attack and trigger Adeline, etc. Then we've got Armageddon effects to destroy all of our opponent's lands, which includes Armageddon and Ravages of War, because we do not care even about our own lands as long as we can set up a superior board position of Adeline and a bunch of creatures to just kill our opponents off pretty quickly. If we've got Adeline and a bunch of tokens and we're making more tokens every combat, then we can kill our opponents regardless of how much mana that we have. Cataclysm is similar to Armageddon and Ravages of War, but it also takes out every other permanent aside from just lands while only leaving 1 behind. But this is still fine as long as we just have an Adeline in play. We've got Even Mind Sensor to prevent searching, along with Leonin Arbiter. We of course have Drannith Magistrate because what white deck would be complete without it? Then we've got Winter Orb, and Hokori, which is just a creature version of Winter Orb at 4 mana. We've got anti-trigger creatures and other effects with Hushbringer, Hushwing Gryph, and Torpor Orb to shut off opposing ETB triggers. We do have a few ETB triggers of our own, but not that many, and nothing that really matters. We've got Kataki to tax all of the artifacts, Linvala to shut off opposing creature activated abilities. We cannot play Cursed Totem because unlike Linvala, which is asymmetrical, Cursed Totem is symmetrical, and we do have cards like Giver, Mother, Skrelv that we do need to be able to activate. We've got Null Rod and Stony Silence to shut off artifact activated abilities. We do have our own artifacts to activate, like all of our Mana Rocks and Lightning Greaves, but we can get away with not being able to activate those much more than our opponents can. Rest in Peace to eat the graveyards up. And then along all of our various taxing effects, we've got Glow Rider, Thalia, Vryn Wingmare, and Thorn of Amethyst to make non-creature spells cost more. This is yet another reason why having our stacks cards in the form of creatures is going to be superior. And then finally, Trinisphere, which is not exactly a stacks card in the same way that cards like Thorn and Thalia are, but it is a tax card. It's also pseudo protection because a lot of players will not be able to leave up 3 mana during our turn, including for cards like Force of Will, for example. So all of this is going to help us stacks our opponents out, and then we can win the game by having a superior board state. So the primary thing that this deck is trying to do, we want to get Adeline on the board as fast as possible. We want to make sure that it's protected from counter spells with cards like Cavern of Souls and from removal with cards like Giver of Runes and Lightning Greaves and whatnot. We also want to stacks our opponents out with all of these stacks cards, and then Adeline alone is going to allow us to have a superior board state to our opponents by generating 3 tokens a turn and just by making Adeline herself huge. And then even if that alone isn't enough, we have all of these beatdown cards to pump our team and very quickly kill off the opponent. And that is going to be the main strategy for Adeline Resplendent Cathar.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Aegar the Freezing Flame. Aegar is a 3 mana Izzet commander. He's a 3/3 giant wizard, and he says whenever a creature or planeswalker an opponent controls is dealt excess damage, if a giant wizard or spell you controlled dealt damage to it this turn, draw a card. So clearly the plan is to convert our burn spells into the ability to draw and kill our opponent's creatures at the same time, with maybe some giants or wizards peppered in there if we can find them. So first off to our burn spells, and of course we've got a lot of them since all of these are basically cantrips now with our commander. We have various cards like Abrade, Galvanic Blast, Chain Lightning, Flame Slash, and it's important to note that we kind of want our damage dealt to be at least 3 or higher, since most creatures will have somewhere between 1 and 2 toughness and possibly more, but at least this way we can guarantee that we'll usually have a target, be it a mana dork or some other random utility creature, and we can draw cards off of them. So some particular cards to highlight are Flame of Anor, since our commander is a wizard. There's also something like Ironcrag Pyromancer. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, it deals 3 damage to any target, so assuming we, kill one thing, then the Ironcrag Pyromancer will trigger since we drew off of our commander, and then we get to shoot another thing and draw again. There's also some bigger burn spells like Magmatic Sinkhole to deal 5, or Mizzium Mortars, which we can eventually overload. And then there are our giants, such as Thundercloud Shaman, which when it enters, it deals damage equal to the number of giants you control to each non-giant, and Surtur Fiery Jotun with Trample, and whenever you cast a historic spell, it deals 3 damage to any target. We also have some damage increasing effects like Furnace of Wrath and Torbrand, so that we can kill some of the bigger creatures and well as get the excess damage to draw cards. We've got Emodane the Pyrohammer. Whenever an instant or sorcery spell you control that targets only a single creature deals damage to that creature, Emodane deals that much damage to each opponent. Since we're going to be playing a bunch of burn spells, we kind of want to be able to churn through our deck, so we've got DRC here to surveil away, and Artist's Talent that'll allow us to rummage through our deck. We also have some burn spells that just straight up loot sometimes, so Fire Prophecy and Volcanic Spite. Some pretty standard card draw with Archmage Emeritus thrown in. Harmonic Prodigy as a way to combine with our commander. Since our commander is a wizard, it will get double triggers. Handful of counter spells. Pretty straightforward mana base. In particular, it's worth highlighting Forbidden Orchard. The Forbidden Orchard makes it so that we'll always have at least one creature on our opponent's side of the field to target, and being a 1/1, every one of our burn spells will deal excess damage to it. Some protection to keep our commander alive or make sure it doesn't get countered, like Essior, Spellskite, and Kira. We've got our ramp spells. And then another card to highlight over here is Calamity of Cinders. It deals 6 damage to each untapped creature. It costs 7, but we can convoke it. So basically we can tap all of our guys and then deal a one-sided 6 to every other creature on the board. I mean, some of their creatures could hypothetically be tapped, but at least all the untapped creatures we can deal damage to. And then we can draw cards probably equal to all the creatures we hit, since 6 is probably going to deal excess damage to them all. So with all that said, we don't have any specific win condition. There's no Thassa's Oracle or Dual Caster Mage combos or anything like that in the deck. We're just planning on burning out all of our opponent's creatures and then eventually just winning off of regular old beats with some of our creatures in the deck, but we don't have any big threat like an Eldrazi Titan or anything like that. But with all that said, that is going to do it for Aegar the Freezing Flame in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Agatha of the Vile Cauldron. So Agatha is a 2-mana Gruul commander, and she says activated abilities of creatures you control cost X less to activate, where X is her power. This effect can't reduce the mana in that cost to less than 1. And she's got 6 other creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain trample and haste until end of turn. So it is worth noting that her own ability is inherently already reduced by her power, so this is actually only costs 5. So the big thing here is going to be to get Agatha's power higher so that we can activate either her own ability or various other abilities of creatures in our deck for very cheap and then generate infinite combos in that regard. Or just simply have very useful abilities that now cost as little as only 1 mana. So to start off with, we've got a lot of cards that are ways of permanently increasing Agatha's power, like Rancor, Audacity, Bristly Bill, etc. A lot of these cards here are just based on being equipment or auras that will go on to Agatha to increase her power or give her +1 counters. We also have a few cards here like Captivating Crew that can threaten creatures for 4, but hypothetically, if we get Agatha to a higher power level, so like a lot of these cards give +2, so if we put one of those on Agatha, then this only costs 1. So for every red mana we have, we can threaten creatures. Elder of Laurels is another good one. Target creature gets +X, where X is the number of creatures you control. And it's also worth noting that this ability can, of course, target Agatha to increase her power, and then this ability becomes less. Alana and Alina Partners is another way to get increased power. And then Tyvar the Pummeler, which for 3 and 2 green, creatures you control get +X until end of turn, where X is the greatest power among creatures you control, so at least 3, but then of course, again, if we increase Agatha's, we can activate this ability for only 2 green mana, and hypothetically activate it multiple times to severely overrun the board. Now, as far as our combos go, we have, of course, the old Devoted Druid plus Luxior for infinite green. Duskwatch Recruiter can be as low as 1 mana to activate to look at our top 3 and get a creature. We've got some other cards like Magus of the Candelabra to untap our lands, and then this is going to get reduced per Agatha's power. Marvin can also be a second version of Agatha, and Agatha's Soul Cauldron, of course, can not only put a counter on Agatha, but can copy abilities of anything else we might have had that have gone to the graveyard since then. So Staff of Domination and Umbral Mantle are really the big mana increasing combos here, so any of these cards paired with something like Priest of Titania or Sanctum Weaver or any other creature that can produce multiple mana can potentially untap that creature infinitely, and then we can generate infinite mana. And it's worth noting that, of course, any infinite mana combo can be dumped into Agatha's ability to infinitely overrun our field. We also have Sylvanas' Invoker, 8 mana to untap target land you control, and it becomes an 8/8 with trample and haste, so obviously this can be highly reduced and can be very little mana to activate, potentially turning all of our lands into 8/8 tramplers. But this also goes infinite with cards like Gaia's Cradle and Nykthos, because as long as you have enough mana being generated off of those lands, you can activate this on the same land over and over to keep untapping it and generate infinite mana in that way as well. And so it's also worth noting with other cards here, such as Duskwatch Recruiter, if we have infinite mana, we can churn through our whole deck and find whatever creatures we want. Magus, of course, also goes infinite hypothetically with Staff and Umbral Mantle. And then Propagator Drone over here allows you to create Eldrazi Scions that can be sacked for colorless. So if you do have enough mana or ways of converting colorless into green, you can hypothetically make infinite Scions as well. Outside of that, a little bit of card draw. Skullclamp Sylvan Library 1 ring. Soulbright Flamekin is a card that works particularly well in this deck, since this ability will always be reduced to only 1 mana with Agatha in play. So for just 3 mana, we can activate this and gain 8 red. Pretty straightforward lands, not too much to see here. Obviously, Gaia's Cradle and Nykthos are part of combos. And we do have Pendlehaven for certain things. Obviously, Pendlehaven can target our commander, Agatha, to increase her power as well, so that's another thing we can do. A lot of protection. Obviously, we don't want Agatha or any of our other combo pieces to get countered or killed. And any protection that increases the power of our commander, like Commander's Plate, are obviously better than normal. Same thing goes for Guardian Augmenter. We do have Invigorate here as a pump spell. For free, we can give +4 to Agatha. In general, I found that the pump spells tend to not be that great because oftentimes you need Agatha pumped over multiple turns and you often don't have exactly enough to go off in the same turn, but you might have enough to maybe set up for the next turn or just get a lot of value. So Invigorate here being the free pump spell, you could include the other pump spells if you wanted to, but I think Invigorate alone is fine. Then some pretty straightforward mana dorks with some standouts being things like Biophagus. If we cast Agatha off of this, it'll come in with a +1 counter. And then, as stated previously, more cards that generate multiple mana when you tap them. So not just Priest of Titania and Sanctum Weaver, but also Selvala, Fanatic of Ronus, and to a lesser extent Incubation Druid, which also goes very well with some of the other cards in our deck, like Agatha's Soul Cauldron, for example. Some removal spells, with one of the highlights being Gorilla Shaman, since this ability can also be reduced by Agatha. Some tutors, Imperial Recruiter to go find creatures, as well as Finale of Devastation to be a payoff for infinite mana. And then we have our untap effects, Awakening and Seedborn Muse. So obviously, we have a number of cards that have activated abilities, so we would like to be able to keep using them one turn after the other. Untapping all of our creatures and lands can help do that. So with all that said, that is going to do it for Agatha of the Vile Cauldron in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Alaundo the Seer. So Alaundo is a 4-mana Simic commander, and he says, tap, draw a card, then exile a card from your hand and put a number of time counters on it equal to its mana value. It gains when the last time counter is removed from this card. If it's exiled, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. If you cast a creature spell this way, it gains haste until end of turn. Then remove a time counter from each other card you own in exile. So to be clear, it's exiling the cards with time counters on them, but its own ability is what removes the time counters. The cards do not have suspend. They do not inherently remove their time counters for any reason other than Alaundo's tap ability. So clearly, this is kind of similar to Joyra of the Gitu in that we are sort of suspending cards that we're going to be able to cast for free later on. So we want a bunch of big bombs and, big card advantage spells and whatnot. And similarly, we also want Alaundo to be able to be used immediately. So we want immediate tapping and untapping of Alaundo so that we can keep cycling through cards in our hand and keep reducing the time counters on those cards. So immediately, here's all of our untaps. We've got some that occur only once, like Benefactor's Draw it, untaps all of our creatures and draw a card, or they're just one-time uses like Quirion Ranger, Scrub Ranger, or Kiora's Follower, Wirewood Symbiote, or they're things that happen over and over. So Awakening, Seedborn Muse, Sting the Glinting Dagger, Quest for Renewal, use over and over and over. And then obviously dramatic reversals here. We've got the Isochron Scepter combo in the deck. There's also things like Intruder Alarm, 1000-Year Elixir, which is not technically haste, but is effectively the same thing for our purposes and can untap once. And then a specific combo card, Talarian Kraken. Whenever you draw a card, you may pay 1. When you do, you may tap or untap target creature. So obviously this is pretty expensive at 6 mana, but it triggers every single time we activate Alaundo, and we just have to pay 1 mana to untap Alaundo. So this basically says, for however much mana you have, you can keep using Alaundo for the turn. So then what are we actually getting off of all of these cards that we're pseudo-suspending? Well, we've got our giant Eldrazi monsters like Kozilek, Ulamog, and Void Winnower. We've also got a bunch of card draw, which includes things like Consecrated Sphinx, Jin Gataxias, and Nezahal, along with Teferi's Ageless Insight. Then we've got our combo pieces, and would you know it, there's Teferi's Ageless Insight. So this is a way that if we ever have to discard cards, maybe with something like Mind Over Matter, we can just keep drawing more and more and untapping our commander to just keep doing that for over and over. We also have Devoted Druid plus Luxior to make infinite green if we need to, Hullbreaker Horror plus whatever it's going to combo with. One of the other things we can do is if we have a way of giving Alaundo haste, we can hypothetically generate infinite mana with like Devoted or Hullbreaker Horror, and then we can cast Alaundo, tap, bounce Alaundo back to our hand, cast Alaundo again, tap, bounce it back to our hand, and we can just go through our whole deck that way. Some counter spells, then we've got pretty straightforward Simic lands, nothing much to see here. Bunch of protection. We need to make sure Alaundo doesn't get countered or killed, so uncounterability, hexproof, etc. Bunch of ramp spells, especially important to have creatures for things like Gaia's Cradle and for Intruder Alarm to untap our creatures and to keep going, which is another way that we can combo. Let's say we have Hullbreaker Horror and Intruder Alarm. As long as we can make more mana than we're paying, we can keep looping that way. Bunch of removal, including things like Cityscape Leveler as just another big threat. We also have big cards like Portal to Phyrexia as another big thing to put into play aside from just all the big stompy creatures that we have. And that is mainly what we're doing. We're mainly not looking to like turbo through our deck and just find an oracle. We're mainly looking to time travel,
remove time counters, and play these big stompy threats to kill our opponents. There's also a little fringe stuff in here like Manama, which is normally included to untap the One Ring, can also, of course, untap Alaundo, and then we can tap again. And there's a whole bunch of other just little synergies like that peppered throughout the deck, but I'll let you find those as you can. So with all that said, that is going to do it for Alaundo the Seer in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Alila, Artful, Provocateur. So Alila is a 4-mana Esper 2/3 legendary fairy warlock with flying, death touch, and lifelink. Other creatures you control with flying get +1/+0, and whenever you cast an artifact or enchantment spell, create a 1/1 blue fairy creature token with flying. Obviously, we're going to want artifacts and enchantments to trigger Alila, but specifically, we can go the beatdown route, creating a bunch of 1/1s that are getting pumped and just attack all of our opponents to death in the air. So right away, we have our beatdown cards. Caretaker's Talent is obviously great in a deck with a commander that's making tokens every turn to draw cards, but later on in the game, we can level this up and give all of our tokens +2. And similarly, we've got cards like Cathar's Crusade and Coat of Arms that are going to make our cards really big. There's also Knowledge is Power. Creatures you control get +X/+X, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn. And we don't have to draw that many cards. Like, it's always, by default, at least a +1 for us drawing for the turn. And if we draw any more cards outside of that, then the tokens start getting really big. There's Obira, Dreaming Duelist. Whenever another fairy enters the battlefield under your control, each opponent loses 1 life. We've got our card draw, which aside from the usual suspects like Rhystic, Esper Sentinel, we have Enduring Curiosity, which is both an enchantment that triggers Alila and also makes all of our creatures deal combat damage, draw a card. Similarly, Skull Clamp is obviously going to be great in this deck with all of these 1/1 fairies running around that we can clamp. Bunch of counter spells. We need to protect Alila. We need to interact. Lands, pretty straightforward. Nothing much to see here. A little bit more protection outside of just the counter spells. In particular, Galadriel's Dismissal. One way that we can get blown out is our opponents just have a sweeper and they kill all of our fairies and Alila, so this is a way to protect them all. Or just protect Alila if it's getting removal spelled by like a Swords to Plowshares or something. Bunch of ramp spells. Obviously, we're trying to get to 4 as fast as possible for Alila, or just, extra mana in general. We've got our removal. In particular, removal that is artifact or enchantment based is better than normal because we get the triggers. So Unable to Scream, Witness Protection being some of those good ones. Then we've got our stacks cards. So in this deck, we're specifically looking to beat down. So as long as we get Alila and some tokens out, we can potentially have a board that's better than whatever our opponents are doing and kill them. So we've got Mana Denial from Armageddon, Ravages of War, and Winter Orb. We've got anti-creature activations with Cursed Totem, anti-ETBs with Doorkeeper Thrall and Torpor Orb, Drana and Linvala to shut off creature abilities, and Drannith and Oppo Agent, which are pretty standard. Some sweeping in Cyclonic Rift and Dam. Sometimes you do just need to blow the whole field up. And then the usual tutors. Now, one card to highlight in particular is Flickering Ward. So this is a 1-mana white enchantment. When you cast it, choose a color. The enchanted creature gains protection from the chosen color. If you choose white, it doesn't remove Flickering Ward, I believe. And specifically, the reason we have this is because you can pay a white to bounce Flickering Ward back to your hand. So this basically says for every 2 white mana you have, you can trigger Alila again. Now, if we move down to the considering sections, you will see Shimmering Wings. This is a blue card that basically does the same thing. It's instead of protection, the creature gets flying, which is completely redundant with Alila. But it's blue, bounce Shimmering Wings back to your hand. So why are we playing Flickering Ward over Shimmering Wings if Shimmering Wings is blue and therefore can be pitched to Force of Will? What is the point of having Flickering Ward? Well, there's 2 points. First of all, the protection on Flickering Ward may be relevant sometimes. You can use this as a protection spell. But more importantly, if we are in a position where we want to cast, bounce the Flickering Ward over and over, we want to be able to spend mana that isn't blue. And that way we can hold up blue to have counter spells. So if we've got a bunch of lands, some of the lands are going to produce white but not produce blue. We can cast the Flickering Ward a whole bunch and then hold up, 2 blue, let's say, so we can have a counter spell open. Whereas if we have Shimmering Wings, not as likely since we have to be able to spend blue on the Shimmering Wings. I also opted not to run Chains of Mephistopheles, even though we could use it as a stacks piece, partly because we do have some extra card draw of our own, and partly because I just felt that we had enough stacks already. Now, while I did say you could take this deck in a combo direction, I have deliberately left out combos and just focused on doing the beatdown plan. In particular, obviously, we are in Dimir colors and could play the Consult Oracle combo. Now, objectively, just from a power level standpoint, it is correct to play Consult Oracle, but I'm drifting further and further away personally from including that combo in decks that are not meant to be the highest power CEDH decks, because it's just a boring combo to have. It makes every deck feel kind of homogenous in that they're all trying to do the same thing. And I do believe that Oracle will eventually get banned out of EDH, or at least it should be. But with all that said, that is going to be Alila, Artful Provocateur for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Aminatou the Fateshifter, one of the rare Planeswalker as a commander cards that we're taking a look at. So this was requested by one of my YouTube commenters. So Aminatou is an Esper commander that costs 3 mana. It starts with 3 loyalty, and it has 3 abilities. +1, draw a card, then put a card from your hand on top of your library. So it's sort of doing this weird looting effect. -1, exile another target permanent you own, then return it to the battlefield under your control. And finally, -6, choose left or right. Each player gains control of all non-land permanents other than Aminatou, the Fateshifter, controlled by the next player in the chosen direction. So primarily, we're going to evaluate Aminatou based on these first 2 abilities and not the last one, because it's going to take some time to plus and then use this ability. Also, the amount of ways that you can use this ability is pretty limited. So obviously what you want is you want to steal all of the permanents from one player while not allowing them to steal any of the permanents from you, which you could do by potentially like using something that phases out all of your permanents. But other than that, there's not a whole lot you can do with this. And as I said again, -6 makes it a little out of reach. The other 2 abilities are the draw and then put a card on top. So this can be used to filter through cards, or we can use it in combination with things that care about what's on top of our deck. So that might be cards like, let's say, miracle cards. And then the last one is blinking things, including things that we own but don't control. So if we have ways of exchanging permanents with our opponents, we can then steal back our permanents. So there's a lot of different ways that we can take Aminatou, but one thing that's going to remain consistent no matter what is that Planeswalkers usually suck in EDH, and that's because it's very hard to protect your Planeswalkers from being attacked when you have 3 separate opponents at minimum. So first things first is that we're going to want lots of ways to protect Aminatou, and thankfully, since Aminatou isn't a creature, we can run as many sweepers as we want with no real issue. So as long as we are limiting the amount of creatures we play in the deck to a very low amount, all of these sweepers are going to be ways of killing all of our opponent's creatures while simultaneously protecting Aminatou, which is going to pull double duty. So obviously Psych Rift as normal, but then also Damnation, Day of Judgment, Supreme Verdict, Toxic Deluge, Wrath of God, Vanquish the Horde, and importantly Terminus, which we can miracle if we put it back on top of our deck. We also are going to want a number of removal spells, some of which are going to pair very well with Aminatou. So Dress Down, we can potentially blink once, although we're never really going to be in a position to continuously blink it, but we can make it so that we draw 2 cards off of it. We can also redo effects like Loran and Skyclave Apparition to get more value out of these permanent removing creatures. Oath of Liliana and Tithing Blade are both permanents that cause all of our opponents to sack a creature when they enter, so we can repeat that. Reality Acid is an aura that enchants a permanent. It's got Vanishing, and it says when it leaves the battlefield, enchanted permanent's controller sacrifices it. So if we can just keep blinking out Reality Acid, we can keep moving it around and killing different things. And then the biggest one is Gilded Drake. So we can play Gilded Drake, swap it for whatever our opponent's best creature is, then blink Gilded Drake, getting another trigger, swapping it for whatever the next best creature is after that, and do that as many times as we can keep switching Aminatou. Although importantly, it is notable that Gilded Drake is a 3/3 flyer, meaning they will potentially have the option of attacking into Aminatou depending on what we've got going on. So you probably won't be able to keep switching this around for too long. There's also a few more removal spells in here that do not synergize with Aminatou just because we need them, so Swords, Void Rend, and Odawara. We can also run a fairly decent number of stacks cards, given that Aminatou is not a creature. So Curse Totem, Dranith, Null Rod, and Stony Silence, because Aminatou is only 3 mana, meaning we don't need nearly as much ramp as normal. Also Rest in Peace, Tabernacle, and Torpor Orb. Obviously, if you're on a budget, the first thing you're going to cut is Tabernacle. Our Cantrip Suite, which is something that normally doesn't see too much play. In this case, Brainstorm is going to function as a little bit of an extra sort of Aminatou effect by letting us put stuff back on top of our library. But we also have a bunch of other cantrips that take the form of permanents that we can blink with Aminatou. So Baleful Strix, Wall of Omens, Disinformation Campaign, which also causes our opponents to discard. Similarly, Invasion of Amonkhet is another one that does basically the same thing. Omen of the Seas and Spreading Seas are all cards that we can run with Aminatou.
Pretty typical card draw: Citadel, Mystic Remora, Ristic Study, One Ring, but in particular we've added Predict. Choose a card name, then target player puts the top card of their library into their graveyard. If that card is the chosen name, you draw 2, otherwise you draw a card. So you can just put something back on top, then cast Predict, and choose the card name of the card you know is on top, and then this is a 2 mana draw 2. Nothing amazing, but it's good enough for us. Obviously, Console Oracle is in these colors. If you don't like this combo, just go ahead and cut it. The other combo we've got is Altar of the Brood plus Felidar Guardian. So with an Aminatou in play, Felidar Guardian can blink your Aminatou, then Aminatou can blink Felidar Guardian, and they can blink each other back and forth over and over and over. Then all you need is a card that triggers on either creatures or planeswalkers entering or leaving the battlefield, or permanents being exiled. The cheapest one we can get is Altar of the Brood. This also doubles up as able to be searched up via Urza Saga, so that's just another point in its favor. Obviously, a bunch of counter spells. We need to be able to interact. We need to protect Aminatou, so that's what these are good for. Lands are pretty straightforward, nothing really to see here. Ramp, again, pretty straightforward, nothing really much to see here. A much lower count than normal because Aminatou is so cheap, and that enables us to run Null Rod effects. And then finally, our normal old suite of tutors: Demonic, Vamp, Enlightened, Mystical Tutor, etc. And that'll do it. So that is Aminatou the Fateshifter for EDH.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Animar Soul of Element. So Animar is a 3 mana rug color commander. He's a 1/1. And he has pro white and black. Not that relevant, but can come up sometimes. But the bigger parts of his abilities are going to be whenever you cast a creature spell, put a +1/+1 counter on him. And creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each +1/+1 counter on him. So creatures trigger him and then are less expensive depending on how many +1 counters are here. So obviously, this can highly reduce the costs of any expensive creatures. And for colorless creatures specifically, it can reduce their cost to 0. So the plan is going to be either to get value out of Animar by putting a bunch of counters on him and then playing a bunch of big expensive creatures for much cheaper, or playing them for straight up free. And also the counters can just come from anything. They don't have to specifically come from casting creatures. So we're going to be going through them in category order. So first is the card draw spells. We've got Beast Whisper and Consecrated Sphinx. Also Oran Frostfang, which is another Tusky or Edric style creature, except the attackers also get Death Touch. And then a unique card to this deck is Mezio Mugger. Whenever it attacks, exile the top card of each player's library. You may play those cards this turn, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast those spells. So you can blitz it in so that it has haste, which only costs 3 mana or 1 mana if you have enough counters on Animar. And then it will exile the top 4 cards, 1 from each player. Now, it's not technically a draw 4 because you do have to play them on the same turn. If you hit multiple lands, you can only play one of them. If you hit a counter spell, let's say, or some other card that you can't cast immediately, you can't cast that spell. So it's not always going to be a necessarily draw 4. The max level, like the ceiling, is drawing 4 essentially, and lower levels is drawing less than that. But you will draw a fair amount of cards essentially for what is only going to be 1 mana a lot of the time. It is a shame that you can't repeat it, but it's kind of similar to like a Mold Drifter effect in that regard. So he's specifically good in this deck with Animar's cost reduction. Then of course we've got the usual Mystic Remora, Ristic Study, Library, Ring, and Time Twister. So moving on from there, we've got our combo pieces. So Ancestral Statue is the most obvious combo piece. It's colorless and it bounces a non-land permanent back to your hand when it enters, which can include itself. So once Animar gets up to 4 counters, it's basically free to cast and recast over and over and over. It will also trigger Animar, so if you have enough mana, you can potentially start with a Animar on the field that doesn't have the full 4 counters, and then get it to the full 4 counters with Ancestral Statue. So the statue will put infinite counters on the Animar, which makes it an infinite power attacker that can one-shot your opponent, at least one of them by attacking. And it also means that all of your creatures have all of their colorless generic costs reduced to 0. So this is combo piece number 1, obviously. And if you have anything that triggers on a creature entering the battlefield or an artifact entering the battlefield, this will also trigger that. Then we've got Baron Master Wizard. This is a typical combo piece with Dockside Extortionist, because if you can make it so that if your opponents have collectively, I believe, 6 artifacts / enchantments between them, then Dockside makes 6 treasures when it enters. So you need 2 to cast Dockside, and then you need 2 to activate Baron, and then you need an extra treasure so that you can sack one of the treasures in order to bounce Dockside back to your hand. But again, as long as your opponents have 6 total artifacts and enchantments. This goes infinite with Dockside. You can also just bounce other things if you need to, but sacking a permanent to do it is quite a steep cost. And then, like Ancestral Statue, Temur Sabertooth is also going to be in the combo creatures that bounce things back to your hand. This one does cost mana, but it can once again combo with Dockside. In this case, you only need 5 treasures total, 2 to cast Dockside, 2 to bounce it back to your hand with Temur Sabertooth, and it can, of course, bounce anything else back to your hand. So like the Mezio Mugger, for example, you can bounce it back to your hand before it dies. Then, of course, you have Walking Ballista. Once you have infinite counters on Animar, you can then play an infinite Walking Ballista and just shoot all of your opponents to death. And then Kinnon, because Kinnon doubles the mana production of any of your non-land mana sources and is himself a way to filter into your combo creatures once you have enough mana to keep activating him over and over. So that is another way to go off with Kinnon. And of course, he also doubles the mana output of any treasures that Dockside makes. So if you're short on the amount of treasures you can make with Dockside, Kinnon can potentially get you up to the amount of mana you need to have it combo with Baron or Temur Sabertooth. Then we've got all of our typical counter spells: Fierce Guardianship, Flusterstorm, Force Negation, Force of Will, Mental Misstep, Mindbreak Trap, Miscast, Pact Negation, the Red Blast, Spell Snare, Stern Scolding, Swan Song. This is, of course, geared towards a CEDH metagame where a lot of these counter spells, like maybe Spell Snare, Stern Scolding, and like Miscast or Mental Misstep, wouldn't necessarily be good in a more casual setting, but at least in a CEDH setting, these are better. And then, of course, cards like Fierce Guardianship are just generically good whenever. We've got our fast mana in Elvish and Simian Spirit Guide, Rite of Flame, Lotus Petal, and Tinderwall, either to get Animar out faster or just get anything else out faster. All of our lands, pretty typical, although it is a really short amount of lands and only 25 lands total. Also, Boseiju and everything else is fairly straightforward, just typical Rug mana base. With the one exception being Forbidden Orchard, which is normally not very good because giving your opponents free tokens will add up pretty quickly. It also gives them free fodder for things like Culling the Weak and other sacrifice effects, but in this deck you're planning to just combo off before that's relevant. Then as far as protection goes, we've got Allosaurus Shepherd to make Animar and all of our other green spells uncounterable. It can also potentially make elves big enough, but that's not really much of a consideration in this deck. Deflecting Swat, of course, and Sylvan Safekeeper as a way to give mostly Animar hexproof. In our ramp section, we have 16 total ramp cards. We've got the fairly typical ones like Arcane Signet, Birds of Paradise, Carpet of Flowers, etc. Some more notable ones are Kinnon, of course, and Professional Facebreaker, which lets us attack multiple opponents to get multiple treasures off of it. The treasures, of course, also combine with Kinnon. Also, if you're ever in a position where you can make infinite treasures with Dockside loops, you can then use those treasures with Professional Facebreaker to cast the rest of your deck. So it itself is kind of a combo piece in that regard. And then everything else is pretty typical, all the talismans in our colors. For removal, we've got Alchemist's Retrieval, which is return target non-land permanent you control to its owner's hand for 1 mana or any non-land permanent for 2 mana. And Chain of Vapor and Snap. So the bounce spells are good to just temporarily get rid of either opposing creatures that are going to let our opponents combo, stacks pieces that we need to beat. So like Archon of Emeria, for example, will stop all of our combo chains, so we need to get those off the field. And they can, of course, bounce our own Dockside back to our hand to make more treasures. We've got Boseiju Nodoar, of course, the Red Blasts to kill blue permanents, and then Manglehorn is a bit of an oddity. So Manglehorn blows up one artifact, but then its secondary use is that it makes artifacts enter tapped under our opponent's control. This is primarily to shut down Dockside loops because it makes the treasures come down tapped. Although it can also act as a pseudo delaying stacks piece because it makes all of the opponent's mana rocks also enter tapped. I'm not personally too big of a fan of it, but if you're just interested in racing as fast as possible, like in this deck, it doesn't really matter that it doesn't stop the opponents activating their artifacts because by slowing them down for a turn, it at least just lets us combo off before they do. And then since all of our combos rely on creatures, so like, of course, Animar, but then Ancestral Statue, Baron, Kinnon, Temur Sabertooth, Walking Ballista, and then Dockside, Facebreaker, etc. We do need to find these creatures, so we have lots and lots and lots of tutors to go find them. So Birthing Pod, Court of Calling, Eldritch Evolution, Fauna Shaman and Survival of the Fittest, Finale Devastation, Gamble, Imperial Recruiter, which can't find all of the creatures, but it can find some of them, and particularly Dockside, that's the big important one. Mystical Tutor for spells, Neoform, Shared Summons is good because it can just tutor up 2 creatures that combo with each other, although it is expensive. Spellseeker for more spells, Sylvan Tutor, and Worldly Tutor, and then Weird Harvest. This is X green green. Each player may search their library for up to X creature cards, reveal those cards and put them into their hand. Then each player search their library this way, shuffles it. So Weird Harvest is good in that, like shared summons, you can just tutor up multiple combo creatures and try to go off that turn. The problem with it is, one, it's a sorcery, so you need the mana to go off immediately. So you're adding 4 to whatever combo that you're about to do. And secondly, the more important part is, of course, that your opponents also get to search for creatures, which means that if you get disrupted when you try to go off, they can have searched up their own either combo creatures themselves or stacks creatures that will screw you. It's also a problem if they have any creatures that stop you from comboing that they can cast at instant speed. So some creatures might be things like Opposition Agent, Orcish Bowmasters, Solitude. Like, there are some flash creatures that may be able to disrupt what you're doing. And then lastly, these are creatures that didn't really fall into any specific category. So like Phantasmal Image and Metamorph as clones, Eternal Witness to get stuff back. Eternal Witness also combines with things like Sabretooth to just bounce it and replay it again to keep getting stuff back from the graveyard. Similarly, the clones can be bounced and replayed if you need to have a copy of something else. Although if you already have that thing, I don't really know why you need a clone necessarily, but they can just act as additional copies of something you already have. And then Wandering Archaic is 5 mana. Whenever an opponent casts an instant or sorcery spell, they may pay 2 mana, and if they don't, you get to copy it. So if your opponents don't pay the tax, you get to copy their tutors. It makes you kind of invulnerable to counter spells because it means that you get to copy their counter spells and then counter their counters. And because it's a colorless creature, of course, it gets cost reduced by Animar potentially to 0. And then the other side, probably you're never going to cast. Each player looks at the top 5 of their library and reveals a land and or instant or sorcery and puts the cards they revealed into their hand and the rest on the bottom, and each player gains 3. Probably never casting this, but it is at least worth knowing that you can do that, but primarily it's going to be on the front side. So that is Animar. So the main things you're going to be doing with this deck are you're going to be trying to land an early Animar as fast as possible, and then you're going to be looking to set up some kind of card advantage engine, either like Beast Whisperer, Sphinx, Mezio Mugger, or just get a combo down really fast, primarily Ancestral Statue, but it can be other things, and then just try to go off as fast as possible, and then win by either getting Animar up to infinite power and one-shotting people with it, or getting a Ballista down that's infinite and just shooting everybody, which you can do with various dockside loops or statue. And then the rest of the deck is just set up to support that, so all of the counters to protect that, all of the ramp and the fast mana to get going as quickly as possible. But yep, that is Animar.
Welcome to a guide to every deck in EDH, and today we are looking at Anzrag the quake-mole. So this is one of the new Gruul commanders from Murders at Karlov Manor. So Anzrag is a 4 mana 8/4 legendary mole god, and it says whenever Anzrag becomes blocked, untap each creature you control. After this combat phase, there is an additional combat phase, and you can pay 7 mana, incorporating some red and green pips to say Anzrag must be blocked each combat this turn if able. So importantly, unlike many of the extra combat step abilities that you see all over various red spells, this ability does not give you an additional main phase. It is only an additional combat phase. So you cannot do anything in between those phases at sorcery speed that you would possibly like to do. So Anzrag has a bunch of combos that you can do with it, although they do require multiple steps and usually incorporate 3 to 4 cards. So it's not exactly CEDH tier, but it does feel like something that you could do as a pretty fun casual commander if you'd like. So I've laid it out pretty quickly up here as the steps, and then I'll go into more depth as to how you actually execute that. So step 1, you get Anzrag. Step 2, you make it so that Anzrag has to be blocked. Now you can either do that with Anzrag's own ability, but that is pretty expensive, so there are cheaper ways that we can make it so that Anzrag has to be blocked. But if you've got the mana, sure. Step 3A, you make Anzrag indestructible, attack and kill all blockers. Or step 3B, you use a fog effect, have a pinger out, and attack infinitely and deal infinite damage. So basically, here's the explanation. So if you make it so that Anzrag has to be blocked in combat, you attack, something has to block Anzrag, but then damage gets marked on Anzrag, right? And then you immediately go into the next combat step, Anzrag attacks again, something blocks Anzrag, damage gets marked on Anzrag again. The damage doesn't fade away in between the different combat steps. So if you don't have a way to either make Anzrag indestructible or prevent the damage that's going to be dealt to it, then Anzrag will eventually die. So you therefore, again, you need to either make Anzrag indestructible, or you need to have some way of preventing damage to Anzrag, like give it pro creatures or something, or alternatively, you cast a global fog effect that just prevents combat damage, period, and then you win with a yet another third piece that can win the game by taking all these extra combat steps. Remember, Anzrag untaps each creature you control, so the other creatures that you have either can also attack or can use tap abilities and then be untapped in the next combat step and then tap again. So primarily we're going to use 3 different types of things in order to accomplish this. So the first is that we want our lure effects. We want ways of making it so that Anzrag has to get blocked, because we don't want to pay 7 mana for this ability. We want a much cheaper version of this. So we've got a couple of ways to do that. There is Neith of the Dire Hunt. So Neith is whenever one or more creatures you control fight or become blocked, draw a card. So this is a way to draw cards with the lure effect. And then at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may pay 2 and then hybrid red-green. If you do, double target creature's power until end of turn, and that creature must be blocked this combat if able. So it's a way to have the lure effect, the creature must be blocked effect, for only 3 mana instead of the 7 on Anzrag. Also, we just have the enchantment or a lure. All creatures able to block enchanted creature do so. Compelled Duel. Target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn and must be blocked this turn if able. What's going to be one of the best ones because it's so cheap? Irresistible Prey. Target creature must be blocked this turn if able, draw a card, and at minimum just cantrips. There's You've Been Caught Stealing. Each creature blocks this turn if able. So this doesn't force any creatures to block Anzrag specifically, but it does force all creatures to block, period. You can also have a secondary mode. You create a treasure token for each opponent who has dealt damage this turn. So sometimes you'll do that, but it's primarily in here for the lure effect. Invasion plans before we move on. Each creature blocks whenever able. Attacking player chooses how each creature blocks. So that's another lure effect. And then finally, what's probably the best effect out of all of them, which is Roar of Challenge. All creatures able to block target creature this turn do so. But also Ferocious. That creature gains indestructible until end of turn if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. So of course Anzrag has 8 power. So this is both an indestructible and lure effect in one card. So then, whether you make Anzrag indestructible or fog is going to change what happens. So if Anzrag is indestructible, it just means that you can attack, lure all of the enemy creatures into blocking it, and then kill all of the opposing creatures. If you have a way that makes only Anzrag have damage prevented to it and not anything else, that will similarly do the same thing. However, if you have a global fog effect, it's going to change the way it goes. So before getting to that, let's just talk about the fogs. So first of all, we've just got the fogs themselves. So we've got Obscuring Haze. This is going to be our best fog because it's a free fog. If you control a commander, you may cast the spell without paying for it. Prevent all damage that would be dealt this turn by creatures your opponents control. Again, this is your opponent's control. So it is a one-sided fog. So Anzrag will survive combat in the same way it would if it was indestructible. Now, apart from that, we've got more global fogs. So we've got, of course, Fog. There's also Undergrowth. This is basically just fog. The second part, I guess, is somewhat relevant in that it's if you pay 2 and a red in addition. So if you basically have Kicker 2 and a red, this does not affect red creatures. So, of course, Anzrag is a red creature, so it can be a one-sided fog. Of course, if your opponents have red creatures, those creatures will also be similarly unaffected by the fog effect. But if they don't, then you can use this in the same way you would a one-sided fog like Obscuring Haze. And then we've got Blessed Respite. So target player shuffles their graveyard into the library for all combat damage to be dealt this turn. This is basically here just because it's another fog that has a somewhat relevant ability. By shuffling your opponent's graveyard back in, it means you can blank Thassa's Oracle. It means you can also disrupt Underworld Breach. So, like, there's some graveyard stuff that you can interrupt with this, but you wouldn't be playing this if it wasn't a fog, and it's basically a more expensive fog than any of these other ones. So it's main here primarily just because it's both a fog and this effect, which will sometimes come up, but again, you mostly just want it as a fog. Additionally, you've got Maze of Ith. So Maze of Ith is untap target attacking creature, prevent all combat damage to be dealt to and dealt by that creature this turn. So you can attack, maze your Anzrag, and then even though Maze of Ith is tapped, that damage prevention effect will persist through the rest of the entire turn. So you only have to activate Maze once. We also got Spore Frog up here for more fogs. So if the effect is indestructible or one-sided fog, we kill all of our opponent's creatures. But what if it isn't, right? What if it's just a normal fog? Well, we can win via pinging. So we've got pinging. So we've got cards like Chandra's Mage Mutt, Cunning Spark Mage, Goblin Fireslinger, which is the best one because it's only 1 mana, and Thermo Alchemist. All of these, doesn't really matter. The point is they all just tap, deal 1 damage to a player, an opponent. As long as they can deal damage to an opponent, they're all god. So all you need is you need Anzrag, you need a lure effect, either a lure card or 7 mana for its ability. You need a fog effect, and then you need one of these pingers. So you attack, you tap your guy, your opponent is forced to block Anzrag. They block, but nothing happens because fog is active. Anzrag ability triggers, and you get to untap all of your guys and take an extra combat. So you tap your pinger again, you attack with Anzrag again, they have to block it, and this continues infinitely until you deal them infinite damage. Now, the reason this doesn't work with one-sided fogs or indestructible effects is because eventually Anzrag will kill all of your opponent's creatures, so you will only get to ping them for as many times as they have creatures to block with, and if they see that you're going to do this anyway, then they can just decide to block with all of their creatures at once to kill them faster. So it's, again, either you use an indestructible effect or a one-sided fog plus a lure effect to have Anzrag kill all of your opponent's creatures, or you use a global fog effect like Spore Frog, Fog, etc. to prevent all damage from creatures and 2 creatures, and you attack with Anzrag infinitely and you use a pinger to kill your opponent. Now, aside from all of that, you probably don't want to cast Anzrag and then just have it sit and play for an entire turn cycle, so you do want ways of granting haste, and therefore we're going to have a lot of them because we want to be able to attack with Anzrag immediately. So preferably what we want is we want our lure effect already in play, and then we want to attack with we want to cast Anzrag and then immediately attack with it and go infinite. So haste effect plus lure effect, get Anzrag down, cast our fog or indestructible effect, and then just attack with Anzrag and win the game. So we've got Ashling's Prerogative, Concordant Crossroads and Mass Hysteria, Hall the Bandit Lord, Lightning Greaves, Generator Servant, Need for Speed, Torch Courier, also Rhythm of the Wild, which additionally makes Anzrag uncounterable, which again is going to be really important. We definitely do not want to pay 4 mana for Anzrag only to have it get countered and then have to pay an additional 6 to cast it again. So these kinds of effects are going to be necessary. So now that we've gone through all of the main components that make Anzrag unique, let's just talk about the rest of the deck. It's going to be your pretty typical red and green cards that you would expect in EDH. So we've got some draw effects in Last March of the Ents, Recycle, Skull Clamp, Sylvan Library, and The Ring. We've got the red blasts to counteract the blue counter spells. We've got some fast mana to get Anzrag down faster, so the Spirit Guides, Jeweled Lotus, Lotus Petal. We've got all of our lands. We have 31 lands, not counting stuff like Maze of Ith, which doesn't produce mana, but in terms of mana production, here's our lands. Notably, Forbidden Orchard, because it gives our opponent a blocker, so we can't necessarily always count on our opponent having a blocker. It is pretty likely that at least one of our opponents will have a creature that we can attack, but they might not, so Forbidden Orchard gives us one. Then we have our protection effects. These are things that either make our guys uncounterable or make them not susceptible to removal, because again, our whole strategy revolves around getting Anzrag down, so if it gets countered or killed, that's a big problem. So we've got Allosaurus Shepherd to make it uncounterable, Cavern of Souls to make it uncounterable, City of Solitude, and dagsson the Falling Leaf to make it so that our opponents can't cast spells during our turn, so it's essentially the same thing as uncounterable, but also stops them from casting instant speed removal or whatnot. Deflecting Swat to protect our guys. Delighted Halfling is both ramp and a way to make Anzrag uncounterable. Hajar makes Anzrag indestructible, which protects it from removal that isn't based on exiling. It is also yet another indestructible effect that we can use to combo off. Obviously, Lightning Greaves and Rhythm of the Wild count in that respect. Lightning Greaves with Shroud, Rhythm of the Wild with uncounterable. Sylvan Safekeeper for Shroud. Then we've got Tamio Safekeeping and Tyvar's Stand for indestructible. And of course, Veil of Summer to protect from mostly counter spells, but it also hits like black removal spells. We of course want a bunch of ramp because we want our opponents we want to get Anzrag down super fast, and it's EDH, you just want a bunch of ramp. So it's all the stuff you would usually expect, Mana Dorks, Carpet of Flowers, Ragavan, Mana Rocks, etc. In here in particular, there is Zerta Druid, because Zerta Druid is both a mono ramp creature, but it's also a pinger. So it's mono ramp that can also double as part of our combo. We have a tiny little bit of removal in Beseiju and the Red Blast, and then Worldly Tutor to search for creatures, because our combo cards are often including creatures. So we can use this to, if we need a fog effect, we can search for Spore Frog. If we need an indestructible effect, we can search for Hajar. If we need our pinger, we can of course search for any of our pingers. We can also search for Naeth if we need a lure. So the Worldly Tutor can find us whatever piece it is that we're missing. And that is basically it for Anzrag. So obviously you can tinker around with the deck. Maybe you consider this too high power, although I wouldn't. I don't think this is competitive in like CDH circles, for example.
but maybe this is too high power for you. You can tone down the power. Obviously, you don't need to be playing like all of the best lands like Taiga and whatnot. So if you're on a budget, you can obviously change a bunch of these lands around. Maybe you want a more interactive deck and not to lean so far into comboing. So you could perhaps, you don't need all 4 of these pingers, only, just having one alone would suffice. Maybe you don't need multiple redundant lure effects. So you can strip down and cut however many of these additional copies of combo pieces maybe, and add in more like removal spells or sweepers or whatnot as needed. But this is basically the shell of how I would build an Anzrag deck. And so yeah, that is going to do it for Anzrag, the quake-mole in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. We're looking at the Foundations commanders, and today it's going to be Ophelia, Viper Whisperer. So Ophelia is a 2-mana black commander, although it does have a green mana symbol in its cost, so it technically is Golgari. It's a 1/3 Gorgon assassin with Death Touch, and it says whenever Ophelia attacks, you may pay 1 and a hybrid green and black mana. If you do, you create a 1/1 black snake creature token with Death Touch, and then, and this is the more important part, 5 mana. Until end of turn, whenever 1 or more Gorgons and or snakes you control deal combat damage to a player, that player loses half their life rounded up. So the clear direction here is to spam the board with as many snakes and Gorgons as you can, then activate Ophelia's 5 mana ability and attempt to deal a massive amount of damage to our opponents. If you do wind up taking a look at Gorgons and snakes though, you'll very quickly realize that most Gorgons are not only not good, but tend to be kind of expensive. So snakes it is, since snakes are cheaper and sometimes come in the form of tokens. So with that said, although dealing a massive amount of damage by paying this cost is pretty good, it doesn't actually win us the game. The main goal here is going to be to combo this with something that doubles the half of the life amount of damage that we're dealing. And for that end, we're going to get cards like Blitzwing Cruel Tormentor, Bloodletter of Aclazotz, and Wound Reflection, in order so that when our opponents lose life or take damage, they actually take double that amount. Of course, we're causing them to lose half already, so they'll take actual lethal if we have any of those 3 cards on the board. Of course, even though we have that ability, we still have the problem of how do we actually attack our opponents with all of these mostly snake tokens and our commander, and that's where cards like Beastmaster Ascension come in so that we can actually attack in a way that our opponent is not able to block well. We also have Unstoppable Slasher as another card that deals half a life total's worth of damage and can also by itself combo with any of those 3 damage increasing cards. So to that end, we are forced to run more snakes than we would like to, but this is the list of what I believe are the best snakes that we have access to in Commander at the time of this video. So a lot of these are cards that just happen to be ramp spells, such as Naga Vitalist, Fanatic of Ronus, Lotus Cobra, Orochi Merge Keeper, Orochi Sustainer, Sakura Tribe Elder, and Sakura Tribe Scout. These are all cards that we can just play normally as regular ramp spells that then later in the game become able to deal massive damage with our commander. We also have a little bit of card advantage from things like Caustic Bronco, Oran Frostfang, Oran Viper, and Vizier of the Menagerie to cast creatures off the top of our deck. Some utility snakes with Prowling Serpapard to give our creatures uncounterability, Ramanov Excavator to get back lands from our grave, Skullwinder, the Snake Eternal Witness, and Enduring Tenacity, which can combo with Exquisite Blood or Bloodthirsty Conqueror. Pretty easy to just slot one of those 2 cards into the deck and then also have this card as a snake. And then finally, a number of evasion snakes. So Anaconda being the worst one at 4 mana, but it has Swamp Walk. Then we've also got Marsh Boa at 1 with Swamp Walk, Mire Boa at 2, again with Swamp Walk, and finally River Boa at 2 with Island Walk. And in particular, one of the things with all the Swamp Walk snakes is that we can run Urborg in our deck and make sure that everybody has a swamp on their field. Therefore, these cards become completely unblockable. Aside from that, we have a number of other card advantage spells like Bulls the Citadel, Necropotence, Skull Clamp, of course, since we're playing a bunch of X1 snakes, Toski. Bit of combos, so Exquisite Blood here in order to combine with Enduring Tenacity. This could have been Bloodthirsty Conqueror as well, or instead of Exquisite Blood. I just chose Exquisite Blood because it's less removable. We've got Maskwood Nexus and Conspiracy, since we can name Snake, turn all of our creatures into snakes, and then every single creature winds up being able to deal a massive damage to our opponent, regardless of whether it was originally a snake or not. Changeling Outcast, which is the only changeling we're running since it's effectively a 1 mana snake that's unblockable. We also have Cover of Darkness, wherein we can choose Snake, and then all of our snakes have Fear. Pretty stock land base, nothing much to see here. Obviously, we're going to want Protection to make sure that our commander is not countered or killed with removal, and so all of these cards do in some way one of those 2 things. Although one particular card to point out is Dolmen Gate. So we have some snakes that we want to be able to attack into our opponent, and it's very possible that our opponents could just block them. So this is a way to make sure that our snakes do not die in combat. There's also a number of 1/1 snakes with Death Touch for 1 mana that I ultimately opted not to include in the deck because I didn't feel that they were efficient enough. But those cards play particularly well with Dolmen Gate if you do decide to run them. This also works well with the Death Touch snakes that our commander generates. Pretty straightforward ramp spells, including all of the snakes previously mentioned. Some removal, because yes, we do need to actually interact. And then a handful of other cards that also have their uses. Demonic Tutor, Ophiomancer over here in order to make Death Touch snakes. And then finally Snake Pit. Whenever an opponent casts a blue or black spell, you may make a 1/1 snake. As mentioned before, there were a number of Death Touch snakes that we could have included in the deck, but I ultimately decided were probably not good enough. Also, some of the other snake-related cards, Mold Adder and Cobra Trap, I also decided were just not good enough, but these are all potential inclusions in the deck. So with all that said, that is going to do it for Ophelia Viper Whisperer in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Arabella Abandoned Doll. So Arabella is a Boros commander. She's a 2-mana 1/3 legendary artifact creature toy. And she says, whenever Arabella attacks, it deals X damage to each opponent and you gain X life, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 2 or less. So the obvious things to do with her are be an aggressive deck with as many small power 2 or less creatures as possible, and do everything that we can to enhance the damage on Arabella. So with that said, we're going to have a lot of beatdown related cards, and anything that would normally be a card that we might want to play that also happens to be a creature with power 2 or less is of course going to be more valuable than normal. So we have Adeline, Resplendent Cathar, which makes lots of tokens and beats down by itself. Agate Instigator, the new creature version of Impact Tremors. Anam Pakal, Thousandth Moon, which creates attacking creatures, giving us additional tokens. Caretaker's Talent, which we of course are primarily using for the draw ability, but which we can eventually level up to give all of our tokens +2. Dollmaker's Shop Porcelain Gallery also similarly creates 1/1 tokens and then makes our creatures very big when we unlock the Porcelain Gallery. Krenko Tin Street Kingpin, which again makes additional tokens. And Razorkin Needlehead, which is basically the red Orcish Bowmasters, of course not as good, but it's essentially doing the same thing, and is a power 2 creature. And then Serra Ascendant, which although it is not a power 2 or less creature because it will start off as a 6/6, it is good for beating down. Then over here in the card draw section, we of course have Auto Staples, Esper Sentinel, and the One Ring, but additionally we get to play cards like Welcoming Vampire, Mentor of the Meek, Enduring Innocence, Archivist of Ogma, and Skull Clamp, which is going to be particularly good in this deck, since we're spitting out tons of X1 tokens. Now, as far as combos go, we do have Dualcaster Mage Molten Duplication in order to combo in our Boros deck. If you're not particularly a fan of this combo, combos in general, or you just want to stick to winning with Arabella and the beatdown strategy, you could of course cut these. We have Delny to double the trigger on Arabella. You could also opt to play Roaming Throne as well. And then Reconnaissance, which is going to be particularly good. 0, remove an attacking creature you control from combat and untap it. So this will allow us to attack with Arabella and never have it get killed. So let's say all of our opponents have a creature that could block and kill Arabella in combat. You can use this so that you can attack with Arabella, get its trigger, and then use Reconnaissance to untap it. And this will apply to any of our creatures. So if we've got any creatures that we want to attack with in order to get attack triggers, but they would die in combat, we can just untap them and remove them from combat. Obviously, a little bit of haste is going to be nice with Arabella and all of our other creatures. So we've got Mass Hysteria, Arena of Glory, Rabbit Battery. Pretty straightforward lands, nothing much to see here. Obviously, we're going to want lots of protection. Our deck doesn't work so well when Arabella gets killed, so we're going to want lots of cards like Giver of Runes, Mother of Runes, Skrelv, which of course wind up being power 2 or less creatures and benefit towards Arabella. We also have additional protection like Clara Fortitude, SWAT, Selfless Spirit, etc. Not too much ramp. Obviously, we're pretty limited on what we can play in the Boros deck, and playing 2 mana rocks is not really so great in helping out get our 2 mana Arabella. And so like many Boros decks, we're opting not to play so much ramp, but we're going to play a lot of stacks to counteract that, so we will get to that in the stacks section. Dusk to Dawn is worth mentioning. Destroy all creatures with power 3 or greater, which for the most part will have most of our creatures survive while killing opponents' creatures. And then on the Aftermath side, returns all of our power 2 and less creatures from the graveyard to the battlefield. We of course have some removal, Leonin Relic Warder, Loran, Skyclave Apparition. Again, power 2 less creatures for Arabella. And then we get to the stack section. So
A Boros deck that is primarily built around beating down opponents is not really set up to combo super fast, which means we're going to want ways of slowing down the opponent so that our superior board can take over the game. So of course we've got our Rule of Law type effects, Archon of Emeria, Eidolon of Rhetoric, Aethersworn Canonist, to prevent our opponents from multicasting spells. We don't really need to multicast spells, we can just cast one Adeline or something and then slowly chip away at our opponents with beat down creatures in Arabella. We're going to run our taxing effects like Thalia, Glow Rider, and Vryn Wingmare. We're going to run anti-artifact effects to stop our opponent's mono rocks from getting ahead. So Null Rod, Stony Silence, and Kataki, and these are some of the big reasons why we're not really running too many mono rocks ourselves. Anti-ETB card in Doorkeeper Thrall, anti-search with Aven Mind Sensor, and then land hate with Armageddon, Ravages of War, Magus of the Moon, and Blood Moon. A little bit of tutoring, Imperial Recruiter, Recruiter of the Guard, and it is worth noting that, of course, like any deck that's playing stacks cards, we oftentimes are forced to play anti-synergies. So for example, we have a Doorkeeper Thrall, but we also have some ETB effects like Imperial Recruiter, Recruiter of the Guard. These cards are going to be situational, so you're going to have to gauge what cards are in your hand, what cards do your opponents have access to. Are you going to be able to make use of your stacks effects in a way that punishes your opponents more than you, or benefits you more than it harms your ability to get abilities? And then finally, just some other tiny little creatures that didn't really fall in any specific category, Ocelot Pride and Loyal Apprentice, as ways of just generating more small creatures for Arabella. And with that, that's going to do it for Arabella Abandoned Doll in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. And today we're looking at Arami of the Dead Tide. So this list is built around Arami of the Dead Tide, a 3-mana Dimir commander. It's a 1/4, and it says tap, exile cards from your graveyard equal to the number of opponents you have. Target creature card in your graveyard gains Encore until end of turn. The Encore cost is equal to its mana cost, and Encore is you can exile the creature from the graveyard by paying its cost, and for each opponent you create a token copy of it that attacks that opponent this turn if able. They gain haste, and you sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. Activate only as a sorcery. So what we're going to want to do here is we obviously want creatures that benefit from having multiple copies of them. So ETB triggers, death triggers, etc. And now for EDH, rather than sorting by mana value or color, which would normally be how you'd build a normal list. So for example, if I pull up Scam, so this is modern Scam, but this can really apply to any non-EDH deck. So in typical 1v1 competitive formats, you're going to have a list like this, and you're going to typically want to break it down into mana values because tempo and casting things on curve matters a lot in the 60-card competitive formats. Maybe you'd break it down by color if you were interested in like, well, how many pitch cards do I have for Fury? How many pitch cards do I have for Grief? That might be relevant, but a lot of the time you're going to be looking at it based on mana value and then have a sideboard that's separated from that. Now in EDH, that's not really helpful. So mana values in a curve do still matter, but a lot of the time it's more helpful to break it down into exactly what the cards in the deck are doing. So I've broken them down into all of the various categories of things that the deck is trying to do. So these categories are going to be typically you've got your commander, you've got your lands, and then you've got various categories that you have the cards in. So card draw, combo pieces, fast mana, ramp, sweepers, reanimation effects specifically in this deck. Then you might have some other cards that are miscellaneous, uncategorized cards. You've got your tutors, counter spells, some lists might have spot removal, etc. So let's go through the list one at a time and figure out exactly what we're doing here. So Bolas' Citadel, this is just a great card advantage piece that I think should be in almost every black deck. Then we've got Broodbirth Viper. This is a 5-mana 3/3 with Myriad, which means when it attacks for each other opponent than the defending player, you make a token copy that's attacking them. And in Broodbirth Viper's case, whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. So the reason this is good is because if you Arami it with Encore, you give it Encore, you get 3 copies of Broodbirth Viper, and then all of them attack different opponents, and then they all trigger their Myriad abilities, which means you're going to have a total of 9 Broodbirth Vipers, and then draw some amount of cards depending on how many of them get through. Then there's Careful Study because we need to filter cards. We also need to get Encore targets into our graveyard, and we need to fill up the graveyard so that we can pay for the Encore cost of Arami. There's Floating Dream Zubara, which is another great card to Encore, because when it dies, which it will as a result of
sacking at the end step to encore, it will trigger and draw a card, and then the next one will trigger and draw 2 cards, and the next one will trigger and draw 3 cards. And of course, if you have a way to sack them at instant speed rather than due to their trigger, you can sack one, hold priority, sack the second one, hold priority, sack the third one, and then all of them see that you've sacrificed 3 Zubaras, and all of them trigger to draw you 3 cards each. Frantic Search, same basic concept as Careful Study. We've got Lorien Revealed, that's fine. Mindblade Render. Whenever your opponents are dealt combat damage, if any of that damage was dealt by a warrior, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. It itself is a warrior, so if you encore if you encore Mindblade Render into play, then you'll have 3 copies of it, and then every single one of them will trigger for every other one of them that hits. So assuming that you can hit with all 3 of them, all 3 of them will draw 3 cards. Similarly, Mole Drifter will just draw you 6 cards straight up when you encore it. And then we've got our usuals, Mystic Remora, Ristic Study. Skull Clamp is particularly good in this deck as we're making a bunch of token copies that are going to die anyway, so we can Skull Clamp them. We've got Windfall. Then we've got our combo pieces. So anything that untaps Arami can allow us to encore multiple things out of the graveyard in the same turn. So for that, we've got Apheto Alchemist, Fate Stitcher, Freed from the Real, Kelpie Guide, Pemin's Aura, and Vizier of Tumbling Sands, but all of these cards also combo with Mesmeric Orb. Mesmeric Orb mills a player whenever they untap a permanent, so if you encore out any of these creatures that untap stuff, like Apheto Alchemist, Vizier, etc., you'll have multiple copies of these untappers in play, then each of them can untap the other one, which will trigger Mesmeric Orb over and over and over to mill over your entire deck, at which point we will have Thassa's Oracle in the graveyard along with Dread Return. And since we have 3 creatures in play as a result of Arami encoring them anyway, we can Dread Return the 3 creatures to get back Oracle and win the game. The same applies if we have Mesmeric Orb and then any of these creatures to begin with. So if we have like Pemin's Aura, Fate Stitcher, like Pemin's Aura plus Fate Stitcher, let's say, right? So we have a Fate Stitcher in play, we have a Pemin's Aura attached to the Fate Stitcher, and we have Mesmeric Orb. The Fate Stitcher can untap a land that produces a blue mana. Then the Pemin's Orb can be activated to untap the Fate Stitcher, which will trigger Mesmeric Orb. Then you can tap the Fate Stitcher to untap the blue land and repeat over and over and over until you mill your whole library and get the Oracle trigger. On top of that, we've got Ashnod's Altar and Phyrexian Altar, which are great cards when we're going to be sacking all of these things anyway, since we get extra mana out of them. And they can, of course, combo with stuff like Floating Dream Zubra to sack all the cards simultaneously. But there are also combos that we can execute by getting the mana from these altars, which I'll describe in a bit. Then, of course, since we have Thassa's Oracle in the deck anyway, we may as well run Demonic Consultation and Tainted Pact to combo with it in another way, aside from the Mesmeric Orb Dread Return combo. We've got Peregrine Drake, which is a great card to bring back with Encore. Since it untaps 5 lands, we get 3 Peregrine Drakes, all of them trigger, and we can float the mana from our lands in response to the Peregrine Drake, getting way more mana than we spend to get it in the first place. We also have Rings of Brighthearth, which can be comboed with Arami and get multiple Encores with it, or other effects that we might have in the deck. Then there's Unctus, which does various things, but specifically it has for its first effect, other blue creatures you control have, whenever this creature becomes tapped, draw a card, then discard a card. So this is like having another Mesmeric Orb when we have multiple untappers. We can simply tap and untap them back and forth, triggering Unctus over and over and over to loot our entire deck rather than mill it and go with Thassa's Oracle combo in that direction. Then we got Specimen Collector. This is yet another combo in the deck. It is a 5 mana 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, you create a 1/1 green squirrel token and a 0/3 blue crab token. And when it dies, you create a token that's a copy of target token you control. So, because Arami encores and creates token copies of things, if you encore Specimen Collector, you'll have 3 token copies of Specimen Collector. Then give any sack outlet, such as Phyrexian Altar or Ashnod's Altar. You can sacrifice one of the Specimen Collectors, and it will generate a squirrel, a crab, and it will copy a token that you have, which can be one of the other token copies of Specimen Collector, thus basically going infinite because you can keep sacking the token copy of Specimen Collector to make another Specimen Collector, along with a squirrel and an 0/3 crab, resulting in infinite 1/1 squirrels, infinite 0/3 crabs, and infinite mana with Phyrexian Altar / Ashnod's Altar. Then we've got Scholar of the Ages. This is a 7 mana 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, you return up to 2 target instant and or sorcery cards from your graveyard to your hand. We can combine this with 2 instants and or sorceries that do both of the following effects. We can sacrifice the scholar to generate mana, and we can reanimate the scholar. So we have certain fast mana effects that result in sacrificing a creature, such as culling the weak and sacrifice. Culling the weak sacks a creature to generate quadruple black, and sacrifice sacks a creature to generate black mana equal to its casting cost, so 7 in the case of Scholar of Ages. And then as long as we have any sort of reanimation effect, such as persist, for example, we can loop both of them back and forth to keep looping Scholar of Ages over and over and over to generate infinite mana and get our spells back again and again. So let's say we have Culling the Weak plus Persist plus Scholar of Ages. So if Scholar of Ages is in our graveyard, we persist it back into play, and we Culling the Weak it, right? So the Scholar of Ages gets our 2 spells back, Persist and Culling the Weak. Then we persist the Scholar back, and we Culling the Weak it again. It costs 2 to cast Persist, and it costs 1 to cast Culling the Weak, but Culling the Weak generates 4, which results in an additional black mana every time we perform this loop, which means we'll have infinite black mana. And we can use that infinite mana to win in other ways. Of course, we can also loop this in other ways besides. So for example, if we have Sacrifice plus Victimize, we can victimize the Scholar of Ages and get back an additional creature, getting back all sorts of other creatures from our graveyard in addition to Scholar of Ages. And there's lots of different loops that you can perform with Scholar of Ages, depending on which sack outlets you have and which reanimation effects you have. Of course, Reanimate itself cannot go infinite because you lose life every time you use it, but you can use the other reanimation effects like Persist and Victimize, or sometimes Dread Return if you're sacking it to Sacrifice. Then we just have generically other fast mana cards such as Cabal Ritual, Dark Ritual, Lotus Petal in order to get Arami going faster. We've got Songs of the Damned, which can also be a huge fast mana card depending on how many creature cards we have in the graveyard. Then we've got effects to either protect Arami or allow us to activate it immediately, such as Lightning Greaves and Thousand Year Elixir. Also, Panharmonicon will double up the ETB triggers of various cards that we have, such as Mole Drifter, Scholar of Ages, and so on. So that itself can be a combo card. For example, with Scholar of Ages, you get 2 triggers, which means you can get back 4 spells total and go off with that. Or Encore in Mole Drifters, and then with Panharmonicon, you'll draw 12 cards instead of 6. So it can be a combo card, but also just a value card. Then we've got some other creatures that are just sort of untagged. Archaeomancer, unlike Scholar of Ages, can't do the same loops because it only gets back 1 card per trigger, but of course, in combination with Panharmonicon, it can function as a Scholar of Ages, or just be a card that gets back multiple spells from the graveyard, again, if you encore it. We've got Cloud of Fairies, which isn't as effective as Peregrine Drake, because it only untaps 2 lands instead of 5, but it can still provide a big mana boost, and potentially go off again if you combo it with cards like Panharmonicon and whatnot. And then we've got Grey Merchant of Asphodel. This is here basically just as a big value piece. EDH decks tend to hurt themselves a lot with effects like Ancient Tomb, Ad Nauseam, Bolus's Citadel, Mana Crypt, etc. This can be just a way to get back a bunch of life and drain our opponents out. So at bare minimum, if we encore out a Grey Merchant and we just have the Grey Merchant tokens plus Arami, the Grey Merchant tokens are copies of Grey Merchant. They are not blanked. So they do all have the same mana value, or the same mana cost rather. So you'll have 6 black pips from the 3 Grey Merchant tokens, and you'll have 1 black pip from Arami being on the field. So that is 21 life drain right there, just off of the Grey Merchant encores. And if you have anything else in play, such as additional black pips from other black permanents, or if you have Panharmonicon, it can be game winning on its own just to encore this. Then we've got Cyclonic Rift, of course, various artifact ramp spells like Arcane Signet, Jeweled Lotus, Mana Vault, Mox Diamond, etc. And then we've got our tutors. So in this deck, we have the usual tutors like Vampiric Tutor, Imperial Seal, Demonic Tutor, but we also want to be able to tutor cards into our graveyard. So we have cards like Buried Alive and Entomb because we are doing 1, reanimation effect, and 2, we need to encore things with Arami, Mystical Tutor, Spellseeker, etc. And that is the basic breakdown of the Arami deck. Our lands are pretty straightforward. They're just various combinations of Dimir lands. Some cards that stand out are Cephalid Colosseum. We're filling our graveyard up anyway, so the threshold is probably not too difficult to get online, and it can help us loot away cards we don't want and bin cards that we want to encore with Arami or reanimate. There's also a Monamo, which can untap Arami or other legends, but primarily Arami. There's the Mystic Sanctuary, Odawara, and then everything else is pretty straightforward. And that is the breakdown of the Arami deck. Oh, of course, also a few counter spells in here just to make sure we can get our stuff through or counter various problem cards from our opponent. But that is the breakdown of the Arami deck. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. And today we are looking at Arcades the Strategist. So Arcades is a 4-mana Bant creature. It's a 3/5 flyer with Vigilance, and it's got 2 abilities that are going to be relevant for how we're going to build around it. So the first one is whenever a creature with Defender enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card. And each creature you control with Defender assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power and can attack as though it didn't have Defender. So we've seen wall-centric or Defender-centric decks be viable in primarily Pauper, although we've also seen them show up in Modern occasionally, but this is going to be the EDH version of that. So obviously with Arcades, we're going to want to play as many creatures with Defender as possible so that we can draw cards when they enter, and so that we can have a board full of potentially powerful attackers, since often toughness is not going to be valued as highly as power, meaning we can potentially get really high toughness for a relatively low cost and then beat our opponents to death. So to go through it, of course, in category order, we have the usual Esper Sentinel, Lorien Revealed, which is here more as just a way to search for lands that's also a card draw spell. And then Mystic Remora and Mystic Study, Sylvan Library, and then Recycle, which I think should be far more of a staple than it is in EDH. This is 6 mana, and it makes you skip your draw step and reduces your max hand size to 2. But whenever you play a land or cast a spell, you get to draw a card. So it lets you churn through your deck a lot. And then since you get to keep 2 cards at least in your hand, it means that you'll always have the fodder for either a land or another spell to get the chain going again next turn. So we've seen how powerful a card like Song of Creation is in the decks that can play it, like Song of Creation Storm in Modern. And this is a, albeit more expensive, but monocolor version of that spell that can go in any green deck. So I do think that Recycle and its color-shifted black version Null Profusion should be much more staples than they are. So then moving on, we have our combo cards. So our primary combo card is going to be Axebane Guardian. This is a defender that taps to add X mana in any combination, where X is the number of defenders. So clearly, we're going to want to tap this for mana and then have a way to untap it, and then tap it for mana again to make infinite mana. So our untappers include Freed from the Real, which can untap it for a single blue. Pemin's Aura, same thing, different abilities, but still includes untapping it for a single blue. Galvanic Alchemist, which soulbinds with it and untaps it for 3, so 2 and a blue. High Alert, which can untap any creature for 4. Seed Cradle, which similarly untaps a creature for 4, also gives it +3, but that's not really that relevant. Staff of Domination, which untaps a creature for 3 and untaps itself for 1. Umbral Mantle, which untaps the equipped creature for 3 and equips for 0. So any of these untap effects, we just need to be able to make at least more than or a lot more than however much mana it takes to untap. So for cards like Freed from the Real and Pemin's Aura, we just need one other defender in play. We can tap this for double blue and then untap it, leaving us with a single blue, and we can then make infinite mana of every color. For more expensive cards like Galvanic Alchemist, we obviously need more mana than that. So for Galvanic and Umbral Mantle, we need 4 defenders in play, so this plus 3 more defenders. For High Alert and Seed Cradle Witch and Staff of Domination, since we need 4 mana, we need to be able to tap this for 5. Now, once we have infinite mana, we can win in a number of ways, but particularly we've got Secret Door. So this is a creature with Defender that has 5 mana to venture into the dungeon. Since dungeons include an ability to drain our opponents, we can activate this infinite times, going through the dungeon and draining our opponents for 40 and killing them. Or win in other ways. For example, Staff of Domination allows us to draw a card, so we can draw our whole deck and win in other ways besides specifically this. We can have Umbral Mantle. If we have a way to attack with our defenders, we can put Umbral Mantle on any of our defenders that can tap for anything, and then tap and untap the defender over and over and over to make it infinitely powerful. So Axebane Guardian plus any other defender that has a tap ability, just move the Umbral Mantle around and give them infinite power. Similarly, Seed Cradle Witch will do the same thing. We can just generate infinite mana and then target all of our creatures to pump them infinitely. And then High Alert, of course, allows us to attack with our defenders and makes them assign damage equal to their toughness. We're going to be seeing more of these type of cards. Also, obviously, we always have access to Arcades, so once we get infinite mana, we can just play Arcades and then attack for infinite, as long as we have the infinite loop plus Seed Cradle or Umbral Mantle or just anything else that pumps their power. Then we've got some counter spells. I'm mostly going to have these decks be playing a minimal amount of counters just as demonstrative purposes, but you can obviously include more counters if you feel the need to in your particular metagame. Mostly, I'm going to have a low amount of counters in combo decks. So this is a combo deck, so obviously I don't feel like I need as many counters as normal, but obviously you might need more counters if your opponents are playing more disruptive game plans, especially any decks that are playing their own counters or are playing stacks effects like Rule of Law. So then here we've got our list of defenders, so I'll go through each of them. So obviously Axebane is our combo piece. This is going to be our main combo piece. Overgrown Battlement does the same thing as Axebane, but it only taps for green mana, which means you can only combo it with the combo pieces that don't require blue. So it can still go infinite with Umbral Mantle and Staff of Domination, but it can't go infinite with Freed, Galvanic, Pemenzora High Alert, or Seed Cradle Witch. And obviously it doesn't produce blue, so it doesn't make infinite mana for Secret Door. We have Crashing Drawbridge, which gives our creatures haste. It itself, unfortunately, doesn't have haste, nor can it be activated immediately, but if you have this ahead of time, you can potentially play out your combo, activate this to give everything haste, and then just go off immediately. Surly Caretaker is a bad mana dork, but it is a defender that produces mana for only one. We've got Shield Sphere. This is just a 0/6. If you block with it, it puts a -0/-1 counter on it, but you just don't have to block with it. This is in here primarily just to be a free defender so that you can get out additional defenders without having to pay for them, which is important for things like Axebane and Overgrown Battlement to tap for more mana. We've got Stalwart Shield Bearers, which is a 2 mana 0/3 that gives other creatures you control with Defender +0/+2. So for anything that allows our defenders to attack, it pumps their toughness, which will allow us to attack for more damage. This is basically an Anthem for +2 in this deck. We've got Sunscape Familiar. This happens to be a defender, and it gives our green spells and blue spells, reduces their cost of green and blue. So most of our other cards are not white to begin with, and all of our combo pieces are primarily just green and blue, other than the colorless ones, but mostly they're green and blue. So this reduces the cost of all of those. So it's kind of like a Sapphire and Emerald Medallion rolled into one creature that also happens to be a defender, which is relevant for Axebane and Overgrown, etc. Sylvan Caryatid, Ulvenwald Captive, Vine Trellis, and Wall of Roots are all defenders that can produce mana. They're obviously not the most efficient cards that we could be playing since they're not 1 mana dorks that we would have access to otherwise, but it's important that they all have defender. And we've got Wall of Blossoms and Omens. These are just defenders that cycle themselves. And then Walking Bulwark, similar to Crashing Drawbridge. This is a way to give our creatures haste. It does suck that we have to pay 2 to give them haste, but it's good that we can play this and activate it immediately, which we cannot do with Crashing Drawbridge. And we don't have to give all of our creatures haste. We only have to haste up the combo cards, again, primarily Axebane and Overgrown Battlement. And then once we have infinite mana, we can then just haste everything else. Then we've got some fast mana in Elvish Spirit Guide, Jeweled Lotus, and Lotus Petal. We've got more haste granters in Concordant Crossroads and Lightning Greaves. Again, this is going to be important to make sure that we can combo as fast as possible. Various Bant lands for the deck, including a Dryad Arbor that we can Zenith into. Also Gaia's Cradle, of course, almost always going to be in every green deck. Cavern of Souls. I think this is basically a staple at this point because most decks do require their commander either to combo off or just to generate a bunch of value. So I think Cavern of Souls is going to mostly be in. And then the rest of the lands are basically what you'd expect. Fetch, Dual Shock, Battle Bond lands, Rainbow lands. Of course, Cavern and Lightning Greaves act as protection, Veil of Summer as well. Then we've got all of our ramp, which includes, of course, our defender creatures, but includes non-defender creatures as well. So Avacyn's Pilgrim, Birds of Paradise, Delighted Halfling, Noble Hierarch, Wild Growth, and then, of course, Sol Ring, Mana Crypt, Mox Diamond, Chrome Mox. Very little removal. We don't need removal because we have a combo deck here, but we can use removal if necessary. We've got some stacks pieces. Occasionally, it's going to be relevant to stacks our opponent out with Rule of Law effects. Now, this does possibly prevent us from going off ourselves, but a lot of cases, we may only need to cast one spell and then maybe one other spell. So, for example, if we have, let's say, an Axebane Guardian in play, and then we get a combo that makes us go off with the Axebane, right? Like, let's say we have Axebane plus Staff of Domination. Then we can just draw our whole deck, and then we may have a way to either get the Arcane or the Archon of Emiria either off the table, or just be able to go off next turn and have tons of protection to allow us to do that. So Rule of Law creatures, potentially a non-bow. You could remove these if you find that they're too much of an obstruction. Similarly, we've got our 3 Null Rod effects, Collector Oof, Null Rod, Stony Silence. We're not playing too many artifacts ourselves, and we don't necessarily rely on that much artifact-based ramp. If you look up here at our ramp, most of our ramp is not artifacts, and we can always just play them later if we need. Like, most of these come down really early, and then we get most of the value out of them already. It is a non-bow with artifact-based combo pieces like Staff and Umbral Mantle, but we do have, of course, other ones. It's also, Secret Door is also an artifact creature, so it does stop that one as well. But if we go off and have infinite mana, then we should have a way to just get our stacks pieces off the board anyway. And then, of course, Drannith Magistrate, pretty much going to be stock in every single white deck. Rip, because we don't need our graveyard to win in this deck at all. Cyclonic Rift as a sweeper. And then we've got all of our tutors to go find all of our pieces. So Birthing Pod, Eladamri's College of Evolution, Enlightened Tutor, GSC, Mystical Tutor, Neoform, Survival of the Fittest, Wargate Worldly Tutor, and Drift of Phantasms, which searches for any of our 3 mana value combo pieces, and is itself also a defender. I doubt you'll ever wind up actually casting this. You're probably just going to transmute it most of the time. But if for some reason you wanted to play this, it does happen to have defender. So that's going to primarily be the Arcades deck. So again, you're looking to do one of 2 things. Either generate an infinite mana combo, usually with Axebane Guardian, although you can also sometimes do it with Overgrown Battlement, and then either draw your whole deck or just find a way to infinitely kill your opponent, with the primary outlet being Secret Door, or pump your entire team, allow them to attack via Arcades or maybe High Alert, but Arcades will do it too, and then just attack your opponent to death infinitely. Any which way you look at it, you're usually going to have a combo that involves Axebane Guardian in play, although there are other ways to win, but this is going to be the main focus of the deck. And that is Arcades the Strategist. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we're looking at Arkelos Lagoon Mystic. So Arkelos is a 4-mana Sultai commander. He's got 2 abilities. As long as he's tapped, other permanents enter tapped, and as long as he's untapped, other permanents enter untapped. So do note, both of these abilities are symmetrical. So if he's untapped, your opponent's permanents also enter untapped, and if he's tapped, your opponent's permanents enter tapped, but so do yours. So the main things that this guy is going to be doing is he's basically a Sultai stacks commander, and we're going to use his ability to either become tapped to make sure that our opponent's permanents come in tapped, or untap him to make sure our permanents are entering untapped. So we've got our fairly straightforward card draw spells, pretty stock stuff. Narset also has a stacks piece. We've got our combo cards. We've obviously got Consul Oracle, Hullbreaker Horror, and then Opposition, which is used to tap an untapped creature to tap a artifact creature or land. The land part is in particular relevant because we can tap our creatures to tap our opponent's lands before they can use them. And anything that taps Arkelos can tap him to make him now tapped and therefore make our opponent's stuff enter tapped. Various counter spells, a little bit of fast mana here, but we don't really care so much about that. Fairly straightforward Sultai lands for the Sultai mana base. Some protection to make sure that we're not countered or killed. So Allosaurus Shepherd, Destiny Spinner, Veil of Summer, Sylvan Safekeeper, and Xantid Swarm. We've got some ramp, including Citonal Stalwart, which can tap an untapped artifact or creature. So yeah, that includes Arkelos, to make sure that our opponent's stuff is entering tapped. Citonal Stalwart is not the only creature that's 1 mana that taps something, but we don't want to play like too many of those because he's not really that efficient of a mana dork anyway. And you'll also notice here that we don't have the typical mana dorks that you might expect. So there's no Elves of Deep Shadow or like other 1 mana dorks here other than Birds, Deathrite, and Delighted Halfling. There'll be reasons for that coming up. Bitter Removal, Manglehorn, Rex Sage. And then here is all of our various stacks cards. So we've got Arcane Lab as our blue Rule of Law. We've got Anti-Draw in Chains of Mephistopheles, Narset, Notion Thief, and Orcish Bowmasters. Anti-artifact activated abilities, so Collector Oof and Null Rod. And you'll notice up here, we do have some artifacts for ramp, which are all the best ones, the Moxen, Monocrypt, Soul Ring, but the other stuff is not artifact based. And then Opposition Agent, and then we've got all of the tap stuff. So in particular, there's Winter Orb and Static Orb to prevent our opponents from having things enter, or to have things untap during their untap step. And Stasis, things straight up do not untap, but you have to pay blue in order to keep it around. And then there's Root Maze and Orb of Dreams. Root Maze is all artifacts and lands enter tapped, including yours. and Orb of Dreams, all permanents enter tapped, again, including yours. So the main deal here, oh, and then you've got Frozen Aether, artifacts, creatures, and lands, and under your opponent's control enter tapped, and Tangle Wire, which is at the beginning of each player's upkeep, the player taps an untapped artifact, creature, or land for each fade counter on Tangle Wire, and you lose a fade counter on every upkeep. So the main deal here is to try to get some of these forced tap or no untap related stacks cards into play, and then use Archelos to break the synergy on them. So, or the symmetry on them. So Archelos, again, remember, it is if he's tapped, everything enters tapped. If he's untapped, everything enters untapped. So if you have these cards that say untapped, or that say enter tapped, for example, like Orb of Dreams and Root Maze, everything's entering tapped, right? If you've got Archelos untapped, that means that you can apply the replacement effects in any way that you want, meaning you can have your stuff enter untapped, and then as long as you have a way, and so yeah, you have your stuff enter untapped anyway, even though these are in play. You just have a way to have Archelos tap again, right? So whether that be an effect that straight up taps him, again, like Sentinel Stalwart, or you just attack somebody and then Archelos is tapped, then your opponents have their stuff enter tapped again. So the main deal is, again, use Archelos or Orb of Dreams or Root Maze or Frozen Aether, and to a lesser extent Tangle Wire, and combine them with Stasis, Static Orb, and or Winter Orb to make sure that our opponents have their stuff entering tapped and not untapping. Now, the big problem with Stasis, of course, is that you have to pay blue to keep it around, and if it's in play, that means your stuff isn't untapping anyway, meaning that unless you're playing another blue land every single turn, you're eventually not going to be able to pay for this. So you can either use it as a way to temporarily just slow everything down, or you have to find a way to break it. So this means you'll need a way of either flickering or bouncing a mana source in a way that doesn't require you to pay any mana for it, or you'll have to find a way to get stasis back into your hand, or again, flicker stasis or something, so where this effect isn't applicable when you're going to untap. Of course, there's a little bit of sweep action in Psych Rift, and you've got your tutors. And then here's the way that you actually break parity. So this way you can break Stasis, you can break Root Maze, you can break Orb of Dreams, Seedborn Muse, and Wilderness Wreck. So Seedborn Muse untaps everything during your opponent's untap steps, and Wilderness Reclamation untaps all of your lands on end steps. So if you get the combo of Stasis plus Root Maze or Orb of Dreams, or you have Archelos tapped, what that means, or I guess Frozen Aether as well also counts. What that means is that your opponent's permanents all enter the battlefield tapped, including their lands, so they never have access to any mana. And then you untap your lands and other things with Seedborn Muse or Wilderness Reclamation, so you can always keep paying for Stasis, whereas your opponents can never pay for Stasis because their stuff is entering tapped anyway. So that's the combo. It's Stasis, and then you need either Archelos or Root Maze or Frozen Aether or Orb of Dreams, and then you need either Seedborn or Wilderness Wreck. All of your opponent's stuff enters tapped. Your stuff also enters tapped, but untapped as well. And this can also work with things like Winter Orb and Static Orb. So obviously Seedborn and Wilderness Reclamation make it so that you're untapping all of your lands, whereas your opponents are only untapping 1 or 2. And that is the main way that you're going to beat your opponents with the Archelos deck. So it's either that, or you just combo off again with like Hullbreaker, Demonic, Thoracle. But the stacks plan also contributes towards this plan because it means you can slow down the game until you find one of these. And Hullbreaker Horror is also another way that you can combine with certain things. So for example, if you've got like Stasis, but you don't have the untappers, you can end step on your opponent's turn, cast anything that's an instant, bounce the Stasis back to your hand, untap everything as normal, and then replay Stasis. And yeah, that is going to be Archelos stacks. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. And today we're looking at Arcum Dagsson. So Arcum Dagsson is a pretty old school commander, and it is a blue creature, 4 mana 2/2, and it says tap, target artifact creature's controller sacrifices it. That player may search their library for a non-creature artifact card, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle their library. So basically you get to sacrifice your artifact creatures and cheat out any non-creature artifact from your library. So of course we're going to want cheap artifact creatures that we can sacrifice. So anything that's like a mana dork, like Hedron Crawler, Monakin, Ornithopter of Paradise, and Silvermur are going to pair very well with that. We've also got cards like Malcator's Watcher, which draw when they die, and Myr Retriever, which can either get back into their artifact or you can use it in various artifact loops. Then of course you're going to want to have artifacts that are not creatures that you can tutor out for free. So obviously you can tutor out any of them, it doesn't matter which one. So you could tutor out Mono Rocks or whatnot if you wanted to, but why would you want to do that? So the main thing you're going to want to be getting is big either combo pieces or like bomb payoff cards. So some examples are Chimil the Inner Sun, this is a new 6 mana artifact from Ixalan. Its spells you control can't be countered, and at the beginning of your end step, discover 5, so cascade for 5 basically. We've got Darksteel Monolith. It's indestructible, and once each turn you may pay 0 rather than pay the mana cost for a colorless spell you cast from your hand. So if you have big artifact spells in your hand already, you can tutor this out and then cast those for free. And then we've got things like Godpharaoh's Statue, which is a fairly expensive stacks piece that will tax all of our opponent's spells. We've got things like Portal to Phyrexia as a sweeper that will edict 3 of our opponent's creatures for every opponent, and then is a reanimate spell every single turn. Possessed Portal, another expensive stack piece that prevents draws and then causes people to discard and sacks permanents. And then just various other combo cards or like value engines, so Rings of Bright Hearth, etc. But we'll get back to that later. So we've got our draw engines, of course, in Mystic Forge and the One Ring, which we can go tutor for with Arcum if we want to. We've got our various combo cards. So of course we're playing Ye Olde Dramatic Scepter, Isochron Scepter plus Dramatic Reversal. If we've got our mana rocks that produce at least 3 mana, we can go infinite with Dramatic Reversal plus Isochron Scepter. This will also incidentally untap Arcum Dagsson. So we can use Arcum again, and we can use this synergy even if we don't have the infinite mana combo yet, just to go tutor out a bunch of stuff from our deck using Arcum. We've got Clock of Omens, which can itself be part of various combos. Then there's some complicated combos involving March of the Machines. This basically makes it so that every artifact in play becomes a creature, and therefore we can use Arcum to sack any of them, which is involved in some 4-card combos that I'm not going to get into right here because they're a little complicated, but that's what March of the Machines is in here for primarily. Rings of Bright Hearth can double up on the activation ability of Arcum, or it can just go infinite with Basalt Monolith to generate infinite colorless mana. We've got Intruder Alarm, which will untap Arcum whenever a creature enters the battlefield. We've got Staff of Domination, which, again, if we have infinite mana, can be an infinite mana outlet to draw our entire deck, and it can just untap Arcum for 3 mana. Of course, Hullbreaker Horror, because we can loop cheap mana rocks like Soul Ring, Mox Opal, etc. to generate infinite mana that way. And Genesis Chamber, which is also going to be part of certain combos. Forsaken Monument as well can also make things like Basalt Monolith go infinite on the colorless mana. So that is basically all of our combos here. Got a whole big suite of counter spells, pretty stock stuff, a little bit of fast mana. We also do want haste because we don't want to have to cast our Arcum and then just have it sit on the battlefield. We want to be able to activate it immediately, so that's where cards like Hall of the Bandit Lord, Lightning Greaves, and 1,000-Year Elixir are going to come into play to allow us to tap for it immediately. When it comes to our lands, we primarily have islands, but we do also have a bunch of other cards. So things like Manamo, of course, can untap Arcum or the Ring or whatnot. Mirrex is in here because it produces a artifact creature token. So we always will have access to a token to sack with Arcum if we need to, if we have Mirrex. Academy Ruins, which can get back artifacts that have died if we want to get them back. Mystic Sanctuary, Otawara, like pretty stock stuff here. Emergent Zone, nothing you haven't seen before. Little bit of protection, of course. Shore Up is something that grants hexproof but also untaps it, so it's perfect to use with Arcum because it either protects it from removal spells and it untaps it so we can activate it again, including at instant speed. Then of course we're going to want a whole bunch of mana ramp, as many creature versions of that ramp as possible so that we can sack them. We got a little bit of removal and things like Resculpt and Snap. Also a little bit of stacks, as obviously mentioned before, Godpharaoh's Statue and Possessed Portal, but this deck also does somewhat well with Back to Basics. Some sweepers in Psych Rift and Portal to Phyrexia, and then a little bit of tutors. And then finally down here at the bottom, we've got various cards that untap Arcum, which can of course untap possibly other things as well, such as like the One Ring or Mystic Forge, but primarily they're in here so that we can activate Arcum multiple times in turn. So we've got things like Cerulean Wisps and Refocus, which allow us to draw a card as well as untap. And then we've got Dream's Grip, Twiddle, Vizier of Tumbling Sands, and then notably, Magerite Stone is another card along such things like 1,000-Year Elixir, which is an artifact that untaps the creature, so we can also tutor for it if we want to create multiple tutor chains. So there isn't exactly a way to win on the spot, although you can do things like potentially make infinite tokens with Genesis Chamber, or get a bunch of artifacts into play and then animate them all using March of the Machines. Since there are ways of drawing the whole deck, you could include Thassa's Oracle in here as well, just to be able to always have a way to win on the spot, but that is pretty much going to make up the Arcum Dagsson deck. So the strength of Arcum is basically in that you can tutor whatever you need. So you don't have to specifically go for combos. You can also tutor for like stacks pieces as the need arises. But yep, that is going to be Arcum Dagsson. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Ardenn Rograk Equipment Matters deck. So Ardenn Rograk, these are partners. Ardenn is a 3-mana white creature, and it says, at the beginning of combat on your turn, you may attach any number of auras and equipment you control to target permanent or player. So right away, it cheats on the costs of all of our equipment. And then Rograk is just a 0-mana creature. That's also kind of hard to block because it's got First Strike, Menace, and Trample. So the idea is we get Rograk down, play some equipment, then we put Ardenn into play, equip everything to Rograk for free, and start beating down our opponents. So obviously we're going to need ways of doing that. So very quickly, we've got some beatdown cards. Colossus Hammer, of course, an obvious inclusion. Just give +10 to our Rograk for free. Inquisitor's Flail doubles the amount of damage a creature deals and receives, so that's another way of just making our guy deal a bunch of damage. Kedis spreads out the damage that we are dealing to one opponent to all opponents, rather than spreads out, rather it like multiplies it. So whenever commander you control deals combat damage to an opponent, deals that much damage to each other opponent, so we can beat down faster. Lizard Blades is double strike. Nettle Cyst is +1 for every artifact and enchantment on the field under your control. And then Rayav Master Smith is whenever a creature you control that's enchanted or equip attacks, that creature gets double strike until end of turn. So these are all of our like big beatdown equipment. And then very quickly, just to go through all of the other equipment in the deck, we've got Commander's Plate, which is +3 and pro every color that's not the identity. So if it's on Rograk, it's pro everything except red. If it's on Ardenn, it's pro everything except white. Conqueror's Flail, which is basically the equipment version of Grand Abolisher. It gets +1 for each color among permanents you control, so at most 2 in this deck. And then as long as it's attached to a creature, your opponents can't cast spells during your turn. Lightning Greaves, of course. Masterwork of Ingenuity is just a 1-mana equipment that becomes a copy of another equipment. Sun Forger, which is +4, and it allows us to pay 2 to attach it and go grab a red or white instant that costs 4 or less and cast it for free, which is going to be relevant as we go through the deck, which I'll get to. And then the best swords, so Sword of Feast and Famine untaps our lands, Sword of Fire and Ice shocks something and draws a card, and Sword of Forge and Frontier exiles the top 2 cards of our library, and we can play those cards and an additional land. We've got our card draw, which includes equipment-related stuff like Pure Steel Paladin and SRAM. We've got our cheats. So if Ardenn is not accessible for some reason, maybe we played it and then it got killed. Whatever the case is, we have Pure Steel and Sigarda. Sigarda's Aid to equip stuff for free. We've also got Stoneforge Mystic to go tutor up our equipment, and we can cheat in more expensive equipment if we don't want to pay the full price for them. We just by paying 2 mana. Some counter spells in red. There are white counter spells, but they're all really bad, other than maybe like Reprieve, so that's a possible option to include here. A little bit of fast mana. We've also got Rabbit Battery. This is just an equipment that can give haste if we need it to. Bunch of lands. We do want to play a few artifact lands to turn on Mox Opal, but otherwise everything's pretty straightforward. Also note, Mycosynth Gardens can become a copy of an equipment or just something else that we control. There's also Serra Sanctum here for enchantments. We are playing some amount of enchantments, so this can make sense. It's also important to keep track of things like Ancient Den, Great Furnace, and Urza's Saga, which are lands that are also other types because they count towards things like Nettle Cyst, for example. Then we need a bunch of protection to make sure our guys aren't dying. What's the point in putting a bunch of equipment into play and getting our commanders out if they just then die to Swords to Plowshares or something? So as previously mentioned, we already have Commander's Plate, Conqueror's Flail, but we obviously have Deflecting SWAT. Then we've got some silence effects, Silence, Ranger Captain of Eos, Surge of Salvation, and then all of the mothers, so Giver of Runes, Skrelv, and Mom, Grand Abolisher as well, and of course Lightning Greaves counts towards the protection. We've got some ramp, not too much, because again, we're in Boros colors, so there's not that many things, although our cards are also not that expensive to begin with. One of our commanders is 0 mana, the other is 3 mana, and then the rest of the cards in our deck are not even that expensive either, so we can get away with less ramp than normal. Mox Amber, notably, is always on because you've got Rograk on 0. Some removal. We do need to make sure that we can beat our opponent's effects, especially stacks cards. So we've got Abrade, Fragmentize, Stroke of Midnight, and Swords to Plowshares. And then obviously, what white deck would be complete without stacks cards? So in this deck specifically, we also get to play Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon. But we've also got access to Archon of Emeria, Deafening Silence, Aethersworn Canonist, and Phyrexian Censor as our rule of laws. We've got Rip to hit the graveyard, Winter Orb to slow down opponents. We don't really care if our lands are not untapping much if we've already suited up one of our commanders with a bunch of equipment. Granith Magistrate, obviously, and Hushbringer to shut off ETBs. We don't have any ETBs anyway, other than like Dockside, but mostly we don't have ETBs, so this is fine. And then finally some tutors, including one card that we haven't seen yet, Steel Shaper's Gift, which is just a sorcery version of Stoneforge Mystic. And then lastly, I said I would go over the cards that Sunforger can get. So it can grab any of these cards for various uses. So it can grab removal spells that hit various different things. It can also grab tutors if we need to find stuff, counter spells, protection, and most importantly, I think, is that it can fetch silence out of our deck, which is going to be useful both for protecting us and for stopping opponents' storm turns. And yeah, that is Ardenn Rograk. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Auntie Blight Bad Influence. So right off the bat, I'm going to say this is not a CDH power level deck, although I think you can make it fairly powerful. So what is Auntie Blight doing? Well, Auntie Blight is a 3 mana, mono red 2/2 flyer, and it says whenever a source you control deals damage to you, put that many +1/+1 counters on Auntie Blight Bad Influence. And it has 1 red tap, remove X+1 counters from it. It deals X damage to any target. So right away, you can see that the trigger is not reined in by any sort of restriction. So if we can find a way to deal a ton of damage to ourselves really fast, we can make Auntie Blight a 21 power creature or higher to get the commander damage in to kill someone in one shot, or find a way to split the damage up from it to all of our opponents simultaneously and kill them all. So that is primarily what we're going to do. Also, it can also remove the counters from itself to deal damage to them if we, for whatever reason, can't attack our opponent. So what are we going to do? So first of all, we are mono red, so we are pretty restricted in what we can do. So we've got our card draw. So we've got Birgie's Backside in the Harnfell Horn of Bounty. We've got Jeska's Will, which will double as fast mana. We've got the One Ring. We've got Throne of Eldraine, which doubles as mana ramp. We've got War Room, Wheel of Fortune, and Wheel of Misfortune. Particularly Wheel of Misfortune is a big, has a lot of benefit in this deck over other decks, because since it's damaging us, we can bid however much we want and then get Auntie Blight up to a huge power level off of the wheel. Then we've got our combo pieces. So All Will Be One, whenever you put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, All Will Be One deals that much damage to target opponent, creature and opponent controls, or planeswalker and opponent controls. Of course, Auntie Blight is having +1 counters put on it, which means that whenever we put a +1 counter on it, the All Will Be One will trigger. It unfortunately only targets one opponent at a time, so we can't simultaneously kill everybody, but we can rack up this damage really fast. It also means that if we have any way of damaging ourselves in the deck, that Auntie Blight can ping off creatures, since its ability targets anything, although we can only do it 1 at a time. But we can use the ability of All Will Be One to target whatever we want. So if we have a way to damage, we go damage, Auntie Blight gets a counter, trigger All Will Be One, ping off their creatures. So ping off stacks creatures, ping off combo creatures, etc. And then of course, All Will Be One combos with Quest for Pure Flame, so we may as well have that in the deck as well. Whenever a source you control deals damage to an opponent, you may put a quest counter on it, remove 4 counters from it, and sack it. If any source you control would deal damage to a creature or player this turn, it deals double that damage to that creature or player instead. So All Will Be One combo. This was briefly around in Modern before ultimately proving not to be that good, but it can be here in EDH anyway. As long as we have both of these in play, any source of damage to our opponent will start a chain reaction, triggering them both, killing everybody. And then we do need ways to protect ourselves, so we do have counter spells, Pyroblast, Red Blast, Tybalt's Trickery. Pretty restricted in what we can do in mono red. We could also be playing Burnout, and there's like a few other red spells that maybe can apply, but these are going to be our primary counter spells in red. Then of course we got fast mana. In this deck, we just want to get Auntie Blight out as fast as possible and get combos online to kill our opponents as fast as possible, so we're going to want a lot of fast mana. Desperate Ritual, Pyretic Ritual, Rite of Flame, Lotus Petal, Jeweled Lotus, Jeska's Will, Seething Song, Simian Spirit Guide, Blank Goblin, and Runaway Steamkin, which is not exactly fast mana in the same way that all of these ones are. It's more like a Dockside Extortionist type effect. It does require that it's in play, plus we play a bunch of other red spells, but it can potentially apply. Also, it gets +1 counters, so it does somehow kind of go off with All Will Be One, although it obviously doesn't like straight up combo with it, but it is relevant to point out that interaction. Then we do want Auntie Blight to get haste. We want to play Auntie Blight and then immediately power it up and attack our opponent to death. So we do want to get haste if possible. This is not the full extent of haste cards that we could grab. We could play other haste cards, but it's also important that we protect Auntie Blight. We don't want to take, 20 or I guess 19 damage off of our damage sources to get Auntie Blight up to 21 power only for our opponent to then kill it. So we do want to give it Shroud / Hexproof. And these giving haste as well makes them ideally suited for this deck. Then in our lands, this is pretty straightforward. We are playing a fair number of non-basic lands that could just be mountains, but this is going to be relevant for another reason that'll come up later. Some lands to point out in particular are any land that does damage to us, so Barbarian Ring, City of Brass, and that's pretty much it for that. Tarnished Citadel also does 3 damage to us. Witch's Clinic gives our commander lifelink, so if we want to recoup a bunch of the life that we're spending, we can just Witch's Clinic our Anti-Blight once it's a huge power level. Plaza of Heroes also, if we have enough mana around, can act as protection, although I wouldn't count on it since it does cost tapping itself plus another 3, and you have to exile it, so it's only a one-off. And then just a bunch of other cards. Ancient Tomb also does damage to us, so that's also relevant. So although we can damage ourselves in small increments with these lands, we're primarily going to want to do it in large bursts to get Anti-Blight up to a huge power level, but this is, again, relevant to point out the interaction. And then in cards that protect us, not only do we have Cavern, Plaza, and the Boots, but Deflecting Swat, of course, and Defense Grid, so our opponents can't counter or remove our guy during our turn. Although can't is not exactly correct. Taxing by 3 isn't can't, but it is can't in many situations. Then, of course, a bunch of ramp. So, ton of Mana Rocks, Dockside, Ruby Medallion to reduce the cost of our red spells, Ragavan, and then we've got the keys. So, Voltaic Key, Manifold Key, and Sonic Screwdriver. These are relevant to untap cards like Mana Vault, Grim Monolith, and Throne of Eldraine to add more mana than it's costing to untap. And these also combine with the One Ring to draw us even more cards. A little bit of removal. Our blasts double as removal for blue spells. Our Shatter Skull Smashing doubles as removal in some cases, although again, you can't count on it. And Barbarian Ring can also double as a shock sometimes. It's also relevant to point out that for Anti-Blight, only damage matters. Life loss does not matter. So cards like Shatter Skull Smashing that have life payment as a cost do not power up Anti-Blight. And then here is the list of self-damaging effects that we have. So these cards in here might do other things, but they're primarily in here to be self-damaging effects. So what are they? Well, we've got Acidic Soil, 3 mana sorcery. It deals 1 damage to each player for each land they control. So obviously it's not going to be a huge amount, and it will get better as the game goes along and is worse early in the game. But it is kind of relevant in that it also damages all of our opponents. Again, not that much, but somewhat. This is probably one of the most cuttable cards in the deck, though, because it's not powering up Anti-Blight that much, and it's not dealing that much damage to our opponents. In a similar vein, we've got Price of Progress. This is 2 damage to each player for each non-basic they control, and this is primarily the reason why we want to play non-basic lands as opposed to just mountains, because it means Price of Progress will deal us more damage, thus powering up Anti-Blight more. And we've got Ancient Runes. 3 mana enchantment. During each player's upkeep, it deals 1 damage to that player for each artifact they control. So this applies to both us and our opponents again. Anytime that we have a way to deal a ton of damage to ourselves, but also a bunch of damage to our opponents, is going to be highly valuable. We've got Ankh of Mishra, 2 mana artifact. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to the land's controller. Burning Earth, 4 mana enchantment. Whenever a player taps a non-basic land for mana, Burning Earth deals 1 damage to them. Cemetery Gatekeeper, 2 mana, 2/1 first strike. When it enters the battlefield, you exile a card from a graveyard, and whenever any player plays a land or casts a spell, if it shares a card type with the exiled card, Cemetery Gatekeeper deals 2 damage to that player. So if you exile a land, whenever a player plays a land, it deals 2 to them. If you exile a non-land, whenever a player plays a spell that has the same type as that spell that you exiled, it deals 2 damage to them. So, again, same vein, you can exile one of your own cards and then deal damage to yourself when you play cards that share the same type, or a land if you exile the land, and it will also damage opponents in the same way. Then we've got Earthquake. X and red, deal X damage to each creature without flying in each player. So it is a sweeper that is also a way of damaging yourself. And notably, Anti-Blight has flying, so this doesn't damage Anti-Blight. We've got Eidolon of the Great Revel. Whenever a player casts a spell with mana value 3 or less, it deals 2 damage to that player. And Pyrostatic Pillar, which is just an enchantment that does the same thing. These are kind of stacks pieces in a sense because they do harm Storm-style decks and any deck that relies on a combo where you cast the same thing over and over. But in those combo cases, a lot of time your opponent can kill you before having to actually go infinite. So it doesn't straight up stop them, but it is a way to tax our opponents via life while also giving us the opportunity to damage ourselves a whole bunch to trigger Anti-Blight. Then we got Flame Break, triple red. deal 3 damage to each creature without flying in each player. Creatures dealt damage this way can't be regenerated this turn. So it's a sweeper for smaller creatures that doesn't hit anti-blight, and it also hits everybody. So it will power up anti-blight by 3. Then one of our biggest self-damage dealers, Heartless Hidetsugu. Tap it, deal damage to each player equal to half their life total rounded down. So again, this is half your life rounded down, which depending on how much life you're at when you use this is going to be somewhere around 20 to potentially less if you've damaged yourself a whole bunch, but can be as much as 20 life, which will immediately power up anti-blight enough to one-shot players. It will also damage your opponents in a huge amount, which can then add to all of these other various damaging effects that you're playing. Mana Barbs, similar to Burning Earth, whenever a player taps a land for mana, it deals 1 damage to them. In this case, it's any land, not just non-basics. Pyrohemia. At the beginning of the end step, if no creatures on the battlefield, sacrifice it, and it has red, deal 1 damage to each creature and each player. So, this is color-shifted Pestilence, and notably, even though it does damage Anti-Blight, it also damages you, so it will make Anti-Blight get powered up every time you use it, so you'll never actually be dealing more damage to Anti-Blight than it's powering up by, in which case, it basically reads however much red mana you have, you can power up Anti-Blight by that much, and also continuously sweep the board. Since Anti-Blight will never die with this in play, it also means that you can keep using this to clear the entire board of every other creature while keeping Anti-Blight around. Then we got Roiling Vortex, which arguably does a better anti-storm job than Eidolon or Pyrostatic Pillar because it's 5 damage every time a player casts a spell without paying for it. This also applies to us if we cast our own spells like Chrome Mox, Mox Diamond, etc. It's also a Sulfuric Vortex, and then it's dealing 1 damage to every player, 1 damage to every player on their upkeep. And it also can sometimes be relevant to shut off our opponents being able to gain life with the 3rd ability. Then we've got Spell Shock. Whenever any player casts a spell, deal 2 damage to them. This is another one that's going to rack up really fast. And then finally, Volcano Hellion. So Volcano Hellion is kind of similar to Heartless Hidetsugu. It is 4 mana, 6/5. It has Echo X, where X is your life total. So you're never paying for this, first of all. Secondly, when it enters the battlefield, it deals an amount of damage of your choice to you and target creature. The damage can't be prevented. So basically, it comes in, you pick a really, really high number, you kill the most problematic creature on the opponent's side of the battlefield, take a ton of damage, and power up Anti-Blight into lethal immediately. So these self-damagers range in how much and how valuable they are. The ones that can deal a ton to you right away, or which rack up stuff really fast, like Spell Shock, Hidetsugu, Hellion, and Pyrohemia, are more valuable. The ones that are only one-off effects, like Flame Break, Acidic Soil, Price of Progress, these ones are less valuable. But you do want a certain amount of self-damaging effects, particularly ones that allow Anti-Blight to immediately power up to maximum. It does kind of suck that there's no card that can just be activated over and over and over for life totals. So for example, there's like Phyrexian mana activation creatures, but all of those are life payments rather than self-damage. So none of those work. I was really looking around to see if there was any artifacts or creatures that did anything like that, but there unfortunately are not. So this is the best we're gonna do. Again, all of these cards range in how valuable they are. With more experience with the deck, you might cut some of them. So if you were gonna cut any of these, the ones that I would think are the least valuable are the ones that are both one-off effects, so they don't continue to apply, and the ones that deal the least amount of damage. So I would say probably Acidic Soil, Flame Break, potentially Eidolon and Pyrostatic Pillar, Cemetery Gatekeeper, and then maybe Mana Barbs and Burning Earth, because they're just like, they do damage to a fair amount, but not like a lot. Although this will add up, as will Spell Shock. Price of Progress, I think, does enough damage that it's worth keeping around as well. Well, like, a lot of these are also going to depend on your metagame, right? So, like, if your opponents are playing a bunch of small, cheap creatures, especially if they have stacks creatures or combo creatures, then cards like Pyrohemia and Flame Break are going to be, and Earthquake are going to be more valuable. But if they're more on spell-based decks or stack-based combos, then they're going to be less valuable. So adjust these as you see fit for your local play group or metagame. Then we've got cards that are stacks pieces. So we're in mono red, so obviously we can play Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon. Trinisphere is also valuable in that we're not really playing like a whole bunch of spells all at once really fast, other than fast mana to get here. So this, 1, stops our opponents from storming out, and 2, kind of acts as a defense grid type card where it can make it more difficult for opponents to interact with us. Then we've got sweepers. So obviously, as mentioned already, we've got Earthquake and Flame Break, but then importantly, there's Chandra's Ignition. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to each other creature and each opponent. So depending on how big Anti-Blight gets, this can be a one-shot kill to kill our opponents, especially if we got it there via a card like Heartless Hitsugu and our opponents are already at halved life totals, then this will just straight up kill them. It will also just straight up kill every single creature they have on the field. Do note though that this targets, so if they remove Anti-Blight in response, it does nothing. Then a little bit of tutoring, Imperial Recruiter and Urza's Saga, and then some other artifacts that I wanted to play for other reasons. So Commander's Plate protects Anti-Blight from all non-red spells. And then Basilisk Collar and Shadow Spear are just more ways of giving it lifelink so we can recoup the amount of damage that we're dealing ourselves. Again, we're dealing a ton of damage to ourselves, so this is a way of getting it back. Then some cards that I didn't have a firm category to put them in. So Ketis, whenever a commander you control deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to each other opponent. So again, once we get Anti-Blight up to a really high power level, if we have this in play, we can triple the amount of damage by spreading it around to all of our opponents, potentially one-shotting them. Lizard Blades gives double strike. That's relevant to some degree. Neheb is going to combine with all of the damage effects that we're dealing. So at the beginning of your post-combat main phase, add red for each 1 life your opponents have lost this turn. So this combines with both Anti-Blight herself and any other effect that we have in the deck that's dealing a bunch of damage, Earthquake, all of the damage dealers, etc., to produce an absolutely ton of red mana. But it's not exactly a ramp card because it's a one-off effect that only applies if we damaged our opponent. And it's not really a fast mana card either because it itself already costs 5. So it's not exactly in either of those categories, but it's just a really big mana spell. And then Soul Film Mayhem Dominus, 4 mana 5/4. If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals double that damage to that player or permanent instead. So it combines with all of the half your life damage dealers like Hidetsugu, or just ups the damage a lot on cards like Price of Progress, dealing absolutely tons of damage to them. And then in a similar vein, we've got Furnace of Wrath. If a source would deal damage to a creature or player, it deals double that damage to that creature or player instead. There are other Furnace of Wrath type cards, including Uncivil Unrest. Non-token creatures you control have Riot. They enter the battlefield with your choice of a +1 counter or haste. And if a creature you control with a +1 counter on it would deal damage to a permanent or player, deals double that damage. You could play more Furnace of Wrath type effects. I think all of the other ones are worse, mostly because they're just more expensive than either of these. But if you wanted to, you could. And then lastly, Price of Glory. Whenever a player taps a land for mana during another player's turn, destroy that land. So it's kind of a protection spell in that it highly disincentivizes our opponents from countering our stuff or casting any other disruptive piece like Swords to Plowshares or whatever during our own turn. But it doesn't actually stop them from doing it, so it's not exactly a protection spell, but it's kind of in that same vein. So that is the Anti-Blight deck. So again, just to recap, use self-damage dealing sources to damage ourselves to trigger Anti-Blight. To get Anti-Blight, usually up to 21 power so we can one-shot opponents, or just stack up a bunch of damage effects. We can also win via some stacks pieces like Blood Moon or Magus of the Moon, although it is very much worth noting with this deck that it is very risky and sort of glass cannon-y. Although we don't technically need Anti-Blight to win the game, it's much harder to do so without her. And a lot of these cards also can backfire on us, so because we're doing a ton of damage to ourselves, I mean, that's obviously a problem. It's kind of the Death Shadow effect, where it puts us in a more vulnerable position to dying from opposing creature combat or just our own self-damaging effects. Like, we can only take so much self-damage before we just lose the game. Cards like Mana Barbs continue to tax our life total even after the point that we wanted to continue to use it, and we have no way of getting rid of it. So we can only take so much damage before these become detrimental to the point where we're going to lose the game. So you do have to carefully craft your plan around using these cards. But anyway, that is the Anti-Blight Bad Influence EDH deck. Welcome to a guide to every deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Avacyn, Angel of Hope. So Avacyn is an 8 mana white angel. It's an 8/8 with flying, vigilance, and indestructible, and it says other permanents you control have indestructible. So the main two things that this is going to do is, so first of all, it's 8 mana, which means we obviously need a gargantuan amount of ramp in order to get to it. And then secondly, because it makes all of our permanents indestructible, What that means is that any sweepers that are destruction based rather than being like exile based, for example, are going to be one-sided. So we can combine Avacyn with sweepers to make all of our sweepers asymmetrical. So before getting to that, we've of course got our card draw, which is not going to be that much given that we're mono white. A little bit of fast mana. Again, it's not that much because we're in mono white. We've got our lands, including Mishra's Workshop, because we're going to need to be powering out a lot of artifact ramp. We of course have to protect Avacyn. It would suck to go all in on Avacyn only for the Avacyn to then get countered or like hit by Swords to Plowshares or something. So we've got Silence and Calamity's Wake to make sure that our opponents can't interact with us. And Ranger Captain of Eos also does similarly. We've got Skrelv, Giver of Runes, and Mother of Runes to make sure that our Avacyn is protected from removal spells. We've got Grand Abolisher and Defense Grid for similar reasons as Ranger Captain, Calamity, and Silence. Cavern of Souls to get through counter spells, and Conqueror's Flail as the equipment version of Grand Abolisher. Then we've got all our ramp, and we're basically playing every single piece of ramp that we can get our hands on. So Arcane Signet, Basalt Monolith, Chrome Mox, Cold Steel Heart, Everflowing Chalice, Felwar Stone, Giada because it ramps for angels, Gilded Lotus, Grim Monolith, Mana Crypt, Mana Vault, Manifold Key along with Sonic Screwdriver and Voltaic Key because they untap artifact rocks that produce multiple pieces of mana or multiple mana like Basalt and Gilded Lotus, Grim Monolith, Marble Diamond, Mind Stone, Mox Diamond, Mox Opal, Palladium Myrrh, Pearl Medallion to make our white spells cheaper, Scepter of Eternal Glory, which is a 4 mana artifact mana rock that either produces 1 mana or it produces 3 mana of any color, but you can only activate it if you control 3 or more lands with the same name, which shouldn't be too hard in our mono white deck, although we do have a lot of lands that are not plains, so adjust accordingly. Smothering Tithe, Soul Ring, Starnheim Aspirant, Angel Spells cost 2 less to cast, Thought Vessel, Thran Dynamo, Throne of Eldraine, Urza's Incubator, choose a creature type, creature spells of the chosen type cost 2 less, so choose Angel, Voltaic Key, and Worn Power Stone. So we are playing 29 ramp spells total, along with 2 pieces of fast mana, a little bit of removal. We're not going to bother with Swords to Plowshares or other pieces of removal because our sweepers are going to do most of the job for us. Of course, we're mono white, so let's add the stacks. Let's go crazy with the stacks. We've got our Rule of Law effects in Archon of Emeria, Deafening Silence, and Phyrexian Censor, and Rule of Law, and Aethersworn Canonist. We've got our anti-ETB triggers in Hushbringer and Torpor Orb, anti-search in Aven Mind Sensor. We've got Linvala to shut off opposing creature abilities, Drannith Magistrate because, of course, Drannith Magistrate, Rest in Peace for the Graveyard, Trinisphere doing its Trinisphere things, and then Spirit of the Labyrinth. We don't actually have that many spells that draws cards, so mostly this is going to be one-sided. And then notably absent are cards like Thalia, because we are playing so many non-creature ramp spells in our deck that we cannot afford to have taxing effects slowing us down. And then we've got some sweepers, which I'll get to in the sweeper section. So then a little bit of tutors to tutor stuff up as needed. Geode Golem is just a way to cheat Avacyn in. It's a 5 mana, 5/3 trample. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may cast your commander from the command zone without paying for it. So, you know, we can get this out and then just attack an opponent and get Avacyn into play. And then we've got our sweepers. This might not seem like a lot, but it is 10, and this is going to do a number of things for us. So we've got our sweepers that just straight up blow up everything. So like Akroma's Vengeance, destroy all artifacts, creatures, and enchantments. Planar Cleansing, destroy all non-lands. Planar Outburst, destroy all non-land creatures. Eye of Revelation, destroy all non-land permanents. Vanquish the Horde, destroy all creatures, but it costs 1 less for each creature that's in play, so it can cost as low as 2 mana. Crisis of Conscience, destroy all tokens or destroy all non-land, non-token permanents. Devastating Mastery, which is either 6 mana to destroy all non-lands, or it's 4 mana to destroy all non-lands, but then an opponent gets to choose 2 non-land permanents and bounce them back to their hand. And then some more important ones are Armageddon, Ravages of War, and Catastrophe. Catastrophes destroy all lands or all creatures, but primarily Armageddon, Catastrophe, and Ravages of War are going to be stacks pieces that we use to blow up all of our opponent's lands. So specifically, all of these Wraths can blow up all of the permanents while leaving our permanents untouched because Avacyn makes them untouched. And then specifically, lastly, we've got Oblivion Stone, another way to destroy all the non-land permanents. And then the best one, outside of the ones that get rid of lands, is Nevinyrral's Disc. Because Nevinyrral's Disc, unlike Oblivion Stone, doesn't sacrifice itself. It just destroys all artifacts, creatures, and enchantments, meaning that if you have an Avacyn in play, you can activate this every single turn to blow up all of the artifacts, creatures, and enchantments, meaning your opponents can never advance their board in any way, because once it comes back to you, you just get to activate the disc again. And there's also a creature version of Nevinyrral's Disc that we could play. That's like something that you could add to the deck as well. So there's also other wraths that we could play, but these are all of the wraths that blow up everything, whereas all of the other wraths at this point are just ones that get rid of creatures specifically, like Wrath of God. Mainly, we want to be blowing up everything, and Avacyn, of course, makes everything indestructible. So we blow up all of our opponent's mana rocks, all of their Mystic Remores and Rhystic Studies, all of their creatures, and that's better than just killing all of their creatures, although Vanquish the Horde just kills all of their creatures, but it's better in that it can cost as low as 2 mana, whereas the other stuff cannot. So that is primarily what we're going to be wanting to do. Again, we want to ramp a ton and get to Avacyn, use our stacks pieces to lock out opponents, or asymmetrically get rid of their lands with Armageddon, Ravages of War, and Catastrophe, and then additionally use sweepers to blow up all of our opponent's stuff while leaving our stuff untouched. And that is the Avacyn Angel of Hope EDH deck. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we're looking at Azami, Lady of Scrolls. This is a very old school commander. So Azami is a 5 mana with triple blue in the cost creature. It's only a 0/2. And it's a wizard that says tap and untap wizard you control, draw a card. So because it's templated like this, it means you can tap wizards immediately, regardless of whether they're summoning sick or not, including Azami herself. So she can always draw at least 1 card upon entering, and then she can, of course, tap any number of other wizards that you control to draw cards immediately. So the main thing here is going to be having wizards that are cheap, that come out and have effects that don't require them to tap, so that you can just have a bunch of them sitting around in play before you cast Azami. Then you cast Azami, you tap everything immediately and draw a whole bunch of cards. And of course, also anything that untaps creatures or just permanents in general is going to work very well with Azami, because then you can keep activating her to tap wizards, including herself, and draw more cards. So of course, the main combo things here, things like Intruder Alarm, which works very well because it means that anytime we play any creature or any creature enters the battlefield under our opponent's control as well, is going to untap all of our wizards, and then we can tap to draw cards again. Of course, anything that blinks them, like Displace and Ghostly Flicker, will also work. And specifically, Displace and Ghostly Flicker also work with Narumeha, because you can cast them, hold priority, then cast Narumeha while they're still on the stack, copy them. The copy will blink Narumeha plus something else. Then you get the ability of Narumeha again, copying the original one that's still on the stack, etc. And this goes infinite. And of course, if you have an Azami in play, you can keep tapping Narumeha every single time it blinks out to draw a card. And if you've got Ghostly Flicker, you can also flicker a land along with Narumeha to generate infinite mana. Then of course, we've got Isochron Scepter and Dramatic Reversal to generate infinite mana if we've got mana rocks that produce 3 total mana. But even if we only have 2 or even less than that, this is still a good effect to have just because it untaps Azami and all of our other wizards to, again, draw more cards. Mind Over Matter also goes infinite with Azami. This is a 6 mana enchantment with quadruple blue in the cost, and it says discard a card, tap or untap target artifact, creature, or land. So of course, you can tap a wizard, draw a card, discard that card to Mind Over Matter to untap a wizard, tap the wizard to draw a card, etc. So this alone, Mind Over Matter plus Azami, means you can draw your entire deck. Of course, since we're going to be playing various creatures and effects that tap or untap them, Opposition works pretty well. So Opposition can be used as a stacks piece to tap down our opponent's permanents, primarily their lands. We've also got Archaeomancer to get spells back from the graveyard, Peregrine Drake, which can generate infinite mana when you blink it around with the Ghostly Flicker Displace type effects. So this can go infinite with things like Narumeha plus Displace, or Displace/Ghostly Flicker plus Archaeomancer to continuously get both of these blinked, getting back the Flicker/Displace while also flickering the Drake to generate more mana than it costs to recast these, therefore generating infinite mana. Unctus, of course, is going to work very well. Despite not being a wizard himself, Unctus triggers whenever a blue creature becomes tapped to loot. So since we're going to be tapping and untapping our wizards a lot, that's going to let us loot through our deck a whole bunch. We've got Triskaidekaphile, which apart from being a wizard that also gives us an infinite hand size, gives us an alternate win condition where we win the game if we have exactly 13 cards in our hand. Might be a little difficult to pull off, but Azami does allow us to draw a whole bunch of cards, so it's potentially possible to get exactly 13 cards and then win the game. But even if we don't, it is still a 2 mana wizard that we can tap to draw a card, and it makes our hand size infinite. Then Thoracle, of course, because why not? If we have combos that draw our deck, let's just draw into Thoracle. And Thoracle is, of course, also a wizard, so if you play it out earlier, you can just use it to tap with Azami to draw a card. Then we've got Paradigm Shift, which is a card that combos specifically with Thoracle in blue decks. Exile all the cards from your library, and then put your graveyard into your library. So depending on how big your library is, you can basically reduce it to 0 or at least close to it, and then potentially just draw into the cards with Azami with Thoracle. You can also do cool things like you can cast Thoracle, and then with Thoracle's trigger on the stack, tap it with Azami to draw a card if you need to get just one card deeper to make it so that Thoracle wins the game. We, of course, have just cards that draw cards normally, so things like Mystic Armor, Ristic Study of the Ring, Archmage Emeritus. We're, of course, going to want a whole bunch of counter spells. Specifically, some new additions that you don't typically see are Curse Catcher, because it's a wizard, and Force Spikes an instant or sorcery by sacking. Void Mage Prodigy, which basically turns every wizard into a counter spell, and is, of course, a wizard itself that can be tapped with Azami. And then Patron Wizard, which is, of course, a wizard, as the name would suggest, and has tap an untapped wizard you control, counter target spell unless the controller pays 1, so it turns all of your wizards into Force Spikes that you just tap for instead of sacking. So these all work well with the wizard synergy in the deck and Azami. We've got Temporal Manipulation as another combo piece. There are loops that we can perform that involve Archaeomancer getting this back from our graveyard over and over, and we can then take infinite turns with that. Bunch of blue lands, including some specific standouts like Emergent Zone to go off at instant speed, Minamo to untap legendary permanents, including Azami, Mystic Sanctuary to get spells back. We will presumably have some amount of blue permanents in play, given all of our wizards, so Nykthos may be useful. Riptide Laboratory as a way to bounce wizards back to our hand, including cards like Archaeomancer. This is another way to go infinite. If you've got Archaeomancer, Riptide Lab, and Temporal Manipulation and enough mana to cast all of them, you can do that every turn. And then the rest of it is fairly straightforward. A little bit of protection, so this is to keep our wizards and Azami specifically from getting killed. So Kira, Great Glass Spinner, Malevolent Hermit, Siren Stored Tamer, which is a wizard again, as is Hermit, and then Teferi, which can be a Grand Abolisher that you like flash in during your opponent's end step, untap, and then just win the game on your turn. Some ramp, including cards that make things cheaper like Baral and Stony Brook Banneret, which are wizards, and then Sea Scryer, which is a mana dork, and although it doesn't show it in the type line here, has been errated to be a wizard. So it is a 2 mana thing that produces a colorless mana and is a wizard. Some removal spells in the form of Chain of Vapor, Snap, Witness Protection, and then some other things like Pongify Rapid Hybridization, Odawara. Back to basics, because we are a mono blue deck, along with a bit of sweeping in Rift and Filter Out. And then some tutors to go find various things that we need, including combo pieces. And then finally, cards that didn't exactly fit anywhere else in the deck and are wizard related. So Archmage of Echoes is a 5 mana 4/4 flying ward 2, and it says whenever you cast a fairy or wizard permanent spell, you copy it. So you get to double up on all of your wizards. Naban, which doubles wizards entering the battlefield triggers, which can go off with things like Archaeomancer. Mistcaller, this is in here just to prevent opponents from like reanimating or tutoring things directly into play with like Natural Order or something. Not that useful, but it's a 1 mana wizard that we can just tap with Azami, so it's fine. Sleep Cursed Fairy, which is a wizard that you can pay to untap. So it is potentially a way to untap, tap it again with Azami to draw cards, and so on. And then Reflections of Litjara, which is basically just Archmage of Echoes, but it's an enchantment. So basically, a pseudo-wizard tribal deck that is built around Azami's ability to tap to draw cards. It has lots of combos in it, some of which include Azami, some of which do not, to go infinite on mana, cards, etc., and then just win the game. And the deck ultimately wants to get to one of these combos, but it can also just use Azami as a card advantage engine if you don't have one of those combos, or to dig for one of them. And yep, that is pretty much going to be Azami, Lady of Scrolls.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Baba Lysaga Night Witch. So Baba Lysaga is a 3 mana Golgari commander. She's a 3/3 and she has tap, sacrifice up to 3 permanents. If there were 3 or more card types among the sacrificed permanents, each opponent loses 3, you gain 3, and you draw 3 cards. So basically we want to have cards that are multiple card types so that we can sack fewer permanents in order to draw the cards, or we want cards that when we sack them, they generate tokens or get us some kind of value other than what they have on their face. So starting us off, we've got some very simple card draw. Black Market Connections is particularly good in this deck because it can create a shapeshifter creature and a treasure token. which is already 2 different things for Babala Saga to sacrifice. We're also going to be playing lots of creature fodder for Babala Saga, so of course Skull Clamp is necessary. And then in the combo section, there's some very simple Chain of Smog plus Witherbloom Apprentice, and then Genesis Chamber produces an artifact creature token whenever another creature enters the battlefield. So right there, that's already 2 types for Babala Saga anytime a creature enters. We have a little bit of fast mana just to make sure that Babala Saga comes out quicker. And obviously, we don't want to be playing Babala Saga and then just have her sit and play without doing anything for a turn. So haste is a huge necessity here. So as much haste as we can get. So Concordant Crossroads, Hall of the Bandit Lord, Instill Energy, which doubles as a way to also untap it. Same thing with Thousand Year Elixir and Tyvar. And of course, Lightning Greaves. Some fairly stock standard lands in the Golgari colors. One note is that Urza's Saga is also an enchantment, so you can not only sack the Urza's Saga with its final trigger on the stack in order to still get the trigger, but also have fodder for Babala Saga, but it is also 2 card types. And the same thing is going to be said for artifact lands, so Tree of Tales, Vault of Whispers. Then, of course, we've got all of our mana ramp, and in this case, again, cards that are multiple different card types, just in case we want to sack them. So Coppermere and Leadenmere are both artifact creatures, same thing with Ornithopter of Paradise, and Sanctum Weaver is both a creature and an enchantment. We also have Lano or Loam Speaker over here, which can animate a land into a creature, so we can sack that animated land, and that counts as both a land and a creature. And Tireless Provisioner creates food or treasure tokens whenever we have a land enter the battlefield, so that is more fodder. We have a little bit of removal, of course, like some interaction we of course need. Grave Pact and effects like this are going to be particularly good since we're sacking permanents anyway, we can make use of them. A little bit of tutoring, including GSZ. And then these are the cards that didn't neatly fall into any of the other categories, but they all kind of work with Babala Saga. So Nimblewright Schematic, Prize Statue, Servo Schematic, and Murrsire. So what do these all do? Well, Nimblewright Schematic is when it enters or dies, you create a 1/1 artifact token. Prize Statue is enters or dies, you create a treasure token. Servo Schematic, enters or dies, create an artifact creature token. And Murrsire is when it dies, create a 1/1 artifact creature token. So all of these are great Babala Saga fodder, especially these 3 here because they create tokens on enter and death. Ramanop Excavator, just so that we can get back Saga or some of the artifact lands, so we have more fodder with that. Tough Cookie is both an artifact and a creature, and when it enters, it creates a food token, so that's more fodder. And then the rest of the cards here are going to follow similarly. So Demonic Lore is when it enters, you draw 3, and at the beginning of your end step, you lose 2 life for each card in your hand. And Treacherous Blessing is when it enters, you draw 3, but whenever you cast a spell, you lose 1 life, and whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability, sacrifice it. So they're both 3 mana enchantments that draw 3 when they enter, but then they have some kind of drawback, but we can mitigate that drawback by just sacking them to Babala Saga. Then we've got cards that, again, create multiple tokens. So Welcome to Sweet Tooth, on its first chapter, creates a human token. On its second chapter, it creates a food token. So this alone, if you're willing to wait a turn for it, produces 3 different permanents of 3 different types. So it alone is 1 big sack fodder for Babala Saga. We've also got Ulvenwald Mysteries. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, you investigate, meaning you create a clue. And whenever you sack a clue, you create a human token. So this is good at just spewing out more fodder after we sack things. Fey Offering is at the beginning of each end step. If you've cast both a creature spell and a non-creature spell, you create a clue and a food and a treasure. So it creates 3 different artifact tokens for more fodder. We've got Rancor and Spreading Algae. These are 1 mana enchantments that come back after they die. So Rancor, of course, buffs a creature. That's not the relevant part. The relevant part is that when Rancor dies, it returns to your hand. And Spreading Algae enchants a swamp. When the enchanted land becomes tapped, you destroy the land. And when Spreading Algae dies, you return it to your hand. So again, this is just another 1 mana enchantment that you can bring back to your hand when it dies. And then finally, we have Biotransference. This is a 4 mana enchantment, and it says creatures you control are artifacts in addition to their other types. The same is true for creature spells you control and creature cards you own that aren't on the battlefield. And whenever you cast an artifact spell, you lose 1 life, and you create a 2/2 black Necron Warrior artifact creature token. So basically, all of your creatures are also artifacts, meaning every creature is at least 2 types for Babala Saga, and every artifact that you cast produces an artifact creature token. So everything here is just lots and lots of fodder for Babala Saga, and these are the best cards in that category. And then finally, we've got a few more cards. So Benefactor's Draw and Legolas's Quick Reflexes are both ways of drawing more cards because we've got the ability to untap Babala Saga. So Benefactor's Draw untaps all of your creatures and replaces itself because it's a cantrip. And Legolas's Quick Reflexes is both a protection spell for Babala Saga that also untaps it, and it's pseudo removal because whenever the creature becomes tapped, it also deals damage. And then Not Dead After All. So this is a way of bringing a creature back that you have die. It also produces a Wicked Roll token. That token is an enchantment, so that's more fodder for Babala Saga. But in particular, Not Dead After All combos very well with Eternal Witness. So you can not dead your Eternal Witness, sack the Witness to Babala Saga, the Eternal Witness will come back, it will get a enchantment token attached to it, and then the Eternal Witness can target the Not Dead After All to bring it back to your hand. So it's not an infinite combo because you don't get infinite mana out of it, so you can't just do it over and over and over, but it is a way to just constantly have Witness plus an enchantment token on the field for at least 2 different types, and you can keep looping them for as many times as you have a third permanent to get rid of, or you can just draw cards, I guess, outside of that if you want to. And so that's pretty much going to be the Babala Saga deck. So again, the main deal here is you're going to want to ramp Babala Saga out as fast as possible, and then just start sacking permanents to draw cards and stay ahead on card advantage. There's not necessarily a way to just like win the game on the spot other than like the Wither Chain combo, but this is going to be the primary way that you're using to get ahead on cards. And it incidentally does also drain your opponents out, so that's not nothing either. And yep, that is Babala Saga Night Witch. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Rabbit Tribal for EDH, specifically headlined by Balin the Haymaker. So Balin the Haymaker is a 3-mana Naya commander, red, green, and white. It's a legendary rabbit warrior 4/3, and it says tap 2 untapped tokens you control to add 1 mana of any color, tap 3 untapped tokens you control to draw a card, or tap 4 untapped tokens you control, put 3/+1 counters on Balin, and it gains trample until end of turn. So obviously, the first 2 abilities probably a lot better than this last one, adding mana, drawing cards, better than just putting 3 counters on this guy. Also, you may notice there is nothing specifically about Balin that makes it a rabbit tribal commander other than that it is a rabbit. And that is going to be one of the big downsides of this deck at the moment, which is that there just aren't that many rabbit creatures, period, much less good rabbit cards for EDH. So it was a bit of a stretch putting this deck together, and hopefully we get more rabbit support in the future if you're interested in this deck. And obviously Balin could just be part of a token theme deck rather than specifically rabbit theme, but this is what I decided to go with here. So to begin with, we are obviously going to be the rabbit deck, and similar to any other tribal deck like squirrels, for example, we're going to be based on beating down the opponent. So we've got Beastmaster Ascension. Whenever creature you control attacks, put a quest counter on this, and then as long as there are 7 or more, the creatures get +5/+5. We've got Burrowguard Mentor. It gets power and toughness equal to the number of creatures you control and has trample. Burke, Long Ear of the Law, is a rabbit soldier. 6 mana, 4/4 vigilance. When it enters, put a +1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Whenever a creature you control with a +1 counter on an attack, double the number of +1 counters on it. Caretaker's Talent. We can draw cards based on tokens. We're making tokens. This seems good. Plus, we can level it up to give +2/+2. Then we've got our other big pumps, Cathar's Crusade, Coat of Arms, and then a card that I think is shockingly underrun in EDH, Shared Animosity. 3 mana, red enchantment. Whenever a creature you control attacks, it gets +1/+0 until end of turn for each other attacking creature that shares a creature type with it. For my money, aside from Beastmaster Ascension, this is the best Anthem effect for how cheap it is in all of EDH, although it obviously does require that you are specifically a tribal deck. Then we've got Phineas Ace Archer, 2 mana, 2/2 vigilance reach. Whenever it attacks, you put a +1 counter on each other creature you control. That's a token or rabbit. Then if creatures you control have total power 10 or greater, draw. Jacked Rabbit, it has Ravenous. Whenever it attacks, create a number of 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens equal to its power. Ravenous is attached to the X in its cost, and it basically means it enters with that many +1 counters, and if X is 5 or more, you draw. Regal Bunnicorn, power and toughness are equal to the number of non-land permanents you control. Valley Quest Caller, whenever 1 or more other rabbits and then other types you control enter. Scry 1, and other rabbits and other types get +1/+1. And Warren Warleader, 4 mana, 4/4, Offspring 2, you can copy it as a 1/1 by paying 2 when you cast it. Whenever you attack, choose 1, you create a 1/1 white rabbit that's tapped and attacking, or attacking creatures you control get +1/+1. Then onto our card draw, we've already seen Caretaker's Talent, and there's all the usual suspects like Esper Sentinel, One Ring. We're also going to play some additional ones. Tireless Tracker, obviously our commander cares about tokens, so anything that makes tokens is better than normal. Return of the Wild Speaker can draw cards equal to the greatest non-human power, but also gives non-humans +3/+3, so it can be used as an overrun. Cutzel, Malamute Exemplar, is a 3 mana 3/3. Your opponents can't cast spells during your turn, so it's a Grand Abolisher. And
Whenever one or more creatures you control, each with power greater than its base power, deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. We've got Toski, Harvestrite Host, 3 mana 3/3. Whenever it or another rabbit you control enters, target creature you control gets +1/0 until end of turn. Then draw a card if it's the second time the ability is resolved. Skull Clamp, obviously, given all the tokens we're creating. We've got Scute Swarm and Academy Manufacture. Since we're making a bunch of tokens anyway, let's either make those tokens into more tokens or just start making lots and lots of insects and then later on copies of Scute Swarm to win the game. Concordant Crossroads, this is going to be the way that we're going to overrun our opponents, so we need to make a bunch of creatures. We don't want to have to pass the turn when we do so. We want them to be able to just attack immediately, so Concordant Crossroads, here we go. Got all of our lands. Not too much to see here other than that we are playing an Oak Hollow Village. Green, tap, put a +1 counter on each type, but specifically rabbit you control that entered the battlefield this turn. Some protection, a bunch of ramp, which obviously are not rabbits, except for Claim Jumper. 3 mana 3/3 vigilance. When it enters, if an opponent controls more lands than you, search your library for a plains, put it on the battlefield. Tap, that's a plains, not a basic plains, so you can get dual lands with it. Then if an opponent controls more lands than you, repeat this process once. If you search your library, shuffle. So if an opponent controls more lands than you, you're going to get between 1 and 2 more lands. And Professional Facebreaker as a great way to hit our opponents and generate treasures. Also Tireless Provisioner, landfall, make a food or treasure. Anything that makes tokens, again with our commander, is just better than normal. Smothering Tithe, same thing. Then Season of the Burrow. Choose up to 5 paws. For 1 paw, we make a rabbit. For 2, exile target non-land permanent its controller draws. And for 3 paws, reanimate a permanent 3 or less with an indestructible counter on it. For our removal and bounce, we've added Aura Shards. We also have a Knight of Autumn in case we need to GSZ in a card. And since we're white, we can afford to run this instead of Rex Sage. Then we've got Collector Oof and Null Rod because most of our mana is not Mana Rocks and is in the form of creatures. Some tutors, obviously. Things like Gaia's Cradle are going to be great in this deck with all the tokens that we're creating, and we've got GSC for all of its utility. And then a bunch of cards that didn't fit into any other category or which we're talking about here at the end. So we've got Kadira, Caller of the Small, a 3 mana 3/3 trampler. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, for each token you control, create a 1/1 rabbit token. Ocelot Pride, which obviously just makes tokens itself. Preston the Vanisher is another playable rabbit. Whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it wasn't cast, create a token that's a copy of it, except it's an 0/1 white illusion, and you can pay 1 and a white and sack 5 illusions to exile target non-land permanent. Hop to it to create 3 rabbit tokens, and then we've got Seedborn Muse to untap our stuff, which is obviously great with Balin, so that we can keep tapping tokens to get the abilities off of Balin, presumably drawing cards. And then finally, Halo Fountain, which can make tokens or tap tokens to draw, or eventually, once we get enough creatures, we can untap 15 tapped creatures to win. But as I said before, our choices for playable rabbit cards in EDH are slim pickings, and Balin is not necessarily even a rabbit tribal commander specifically. So there are potentially other ways to build this deck, especially with Balin. Balin could obviously be a token theme commander and not rabbit theme. But with that said, that is going to do it for Balin the Haymaker, specifically Rabbit Tribal in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to EDH, and today we're looking at Belby Corrupted Observer. So Belby is a 2 mana Golgari creature, 2/2. At the beginning of each player's post-combat main phase, that player adds double colorless for each of your opponents who lost life this turn. So the idea here is going to be that we want an early effect that causes all of our opponents to lose at least 1 life so that we can trigger Belby. And then we want cards that cost usually 6 and under colorless, or maybe a bit more than that, but we want to use the triple mana, the triple trigger here to make 6 colorless mana and use that to pay for big bombs a lot earlier than we normally would. So in that regard, we have broken the deck into the various categories. We've got, of course, our lands as usual, tutors, ramp, fast mana, card draw, bombs, which I'm just including as basically anything that's a good payoff for the Belby mana. We've got our enablers, which is anything that enables Belby, and then stacks cards as well as 1 protection spell. So let's go over it. So quickly getting this stuff out of the way, we've of course got all of our ramp cards, all the usual stuff, Arcane Signet, Birds of Paradise, Carpet Flowers, Chromox, Deathrite Shaman, all the Mana Dorks, etc, etc, etc. But in particular, because we can generate 6 colorless mana, it makes more expensive colorless ramp more appealing. So cards like Thran Dynamo and Gilded Lotus are more appealing than they normally would be because we can sort of play them for free off of Belby's trigger. Next, we want to make sure that we get our Belby and the enablers into play as fast as possible. So we do want fast mana in the form of Dark Ritual, Elvish Mystic, or sorry, this should be a ramp card. Dark Ritual, Elvish Spirit Guide, Lotus Petal. So like this. And then we've got, let's look at our enablers and our bombs. So our enablers are going to be typically anything that costs between 1 and 2 mana that we can use to have all of our opponents lose life or get damaged so that we can trigger Belby for the maximum amount of mana. So we've got Cauldron Familiar, 1 mana, trigger, each opponent loses 1, you gain 1. Creeping Bloodsucker, this one's 2 mana on upkeep, deal 1 damage to each opponent, you gain life equal to the damage dealt this way. Hopeless Nightmare, everyone loses 2. Maggot Carrier, ETB, each player loses 1. And then we've got a bunch of creatures that also deal 1 to everybody. So Mardu Shadow Spear, doesn't matter who you attack, everyone loses 1 life. Night Market Lookout, same thing. Okiba Reckoner Raid, Pulse Tracker, Sanctum of Stone Fangs. This one's a bit awkward in that it doesn't trigger except on your pre-combat main phase, so you need to already have this one in play when your turn starts in order to get the trigger, but it does mean that every turn afterwards you have an effect that will keep triggering Belby. We also have Vicious Conquistador and Vicious Rumors. So the ideal curve is to turn 1, play one of these draining effect guys, then turn 2, play Belby, attack, drain everybody, and then trigger Belby on the post-combat main phase. But sometimes we can do different combinations if we have more mana. So if we have 3 mana on turn 2 or turn 1, we can play Belby plus like Cauldron Familiar, for example, trigger it, go to our post-combat main, and get the mana. So then what are we going to want? So primarily we're going to want colorless cards that cost 6 or less so that we can play them exclusively off of Belby's trigger. But we can also potentially play cards that are either more expensive than that with other forms of mana, especially if they're colorless, but sometimes also just big bombs in our colors anyway, as long as they don't cost too many colors that aren't colorless. So some big payoffs, which I'm just including under the bomb section that are worth it, are Archon of Cruelty. We've got Brain Stealer Dragon. This is an 7 mana 6/6 flyer ETB, or rather, at the beginning of end step, exile the top card of each opponent's library. You may play those cards for as long as they remained exiled. If you cast a spell this way, you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast it. And whenever a non-land permanent an opponent owns enters the battlefield under your control, they lose life equal to its mana value. So it's just a big flying creature that triggers on end step and steals a bunch of cards that you can then cast on following turns. Chromatic Orrery is 1 mana off of being able to be played exclusively by Belby, and then it itself adds 5 mana and can maybe draw cards, but it's basically just the higher end of Gilded Lotus type effects. We've got Cityscape Leveler. Coveted Jewel, enters the battlefield, you draw 3 cards, and you tap to add 3 mana of any one color. Although if you get attacked by your opponent and don't block them, they get to steal this. God Pharaoh's Statue is probably the single best payoff in the deck, because it's 6 mana, which means we can play it exactly off of the Belby trigger. And if we play this as early as turn 1 or 2, it will immediately stacks our opponents out of the game since all of their spells cost 2 more. Then we've got the Kozilek Butcher of Truth, and Kozilek the Great Distortion. Last March of the Ents, Portal to Phyrexia. Rise of the Eldrazi. This one's our most expensive spell in that it costs 12 mana, but it's also one of our best payoffs. Uncounterable, destroys a permanent. We draw 4 cards and we take an extra turn. Sandstone Oracle is good for drawing back up the difference between our hand and an opponent's hand, especially if we use a bunch of fast mana early on to get out Belby. Sheoldred Whispering one. Mightstone and Weakstone as a card that can be played exclusively off of Belby's trigger and then either draw us cards or kill something and then sticks around as a mana rock. Throne of Eldraine, similar reason, adds mana for monocolored spells of whatever color we choose or can draw cards. Tooth and Nail, which can be our big bomb tutor card that can also potentially win the game. Ugin the Ineffable, castable straight off of Belby's mana, makes our other colorless spells cheaper, and is removal / a value engine by being able to just generate a token every turn. Big Ugin. Ward of Bones. This is a stacks card, 6 mana. Each opponent who controls more creatures than you can't play creature cards, and the same is true for artifacts, enchantments, and lands. In this deck, because we're getting a bunch of mana off of Belby, we often don't need that much more mana outside of that. So if we just refuse to play additional lands for the most part, we can keep our opponents from playing additional lands. That's the big one in terms of Ward of Bones, although the other modes might be relevant. And then there's also Zendikar Resurgent to double our mana production from our lands and give all of our creatures a glimpse of Nature Rider. So those are the big things we're trying to do with Belby. Enable it by draining or damaging our opponents simultaneously, all of them to make 6 mana, and then using that to either play for free, quote unquote, or at least at a reduced cost, a bunch of these bomb cards to win the game, usually as early as turn 2. On top of that, we've got Necropotence and the One Ring as card advantage engines. Again, it really helps that the One Ring is colorless, so it's castable off of Belby. All of our mana ramp, as I said before. Then we've got our stacks cards. By the way, if you're confused by this, God Pharaoh statue basically just counts as both of these categories. So it's both a bomb payoff for Belby and a stacks card. So it's in both locations. We don't actually have 2 God Pharaoh statues in the list. So we've got the God Pharaoh statue. We've got Karn. Now we don't have Lattice in the deck because I feel like Lattice a lot of the time is just not good when you don't have Karn. But Karn can be very good just on his own for his ability to shut off opposing artifact abilities, like all of the mana ramp in the artifact rocks. Then we've got Sphere of Resistance and Thorn of Amethyst to tax players. Being taxed doesn't hurt us as nearly as much as it does other players because we get so much mana off of Belby. Same deal with Trinisphere and Winter Orb. Then we've got our tutors in Demonic Tutor, Imperial Seal Tainted Pack, and Vampiric Tutor. And that is the basic breakdown of the Belby deck, along with 1 Veil of Summer to protect us from counter spells, or black-based removal that kills Belby. Our lands, pretty straightforward, same thing that you'd usually expect in a Golgari deck, except in this deck, we don't have to run nearly as many lands as we normally would because our big payoff in Belby is so cheap. We also have copies of Gaia's Cradle because we're going to be running a bunch of cheap Mana Rock or Mana Dork creatures anyway. And then Mycosynth Gardens, which can double up as either another Mana Rock like a Soul Ring, or it can be a second stacks piece like another copy of Sphere of Resistance and such. And that is the breakdown of the Belby deck. Play an early enabler, play Belby, use its mana to cast a big bomb, win the game.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Ben Aki Hermit. Ben Aki Hermit is a 4-mana mono-red commander. He's a 1/1 Goblin Shaman, and he says tap. He deals damage to target attacking creature equal to the number of untapped mountains you control. So I'm just going to get this out of the way right off the bat. Ben absolutely sucks. He's just a really bad commander when it comes to power level. However, when it comes to figuring out how to make this ability actually do something, this is quite the challenging puzzle to put together. Well, a couple of things here. Obviously, we need to have an attacking creature, and this is not really worth it if we're just shooting one of our opponent's attackers, so it's got to be one of our attackers that is somehow benefiting from dealing a bunch of damage to it, and that also means we need a bunch of mountains, and we specifically need those mountains to be untapped. So with that said, our primary payoff is going to be these cards, Brash Taunter and Stuffy Doll. So these are indestructible creatures that when we deal damage to them, they deal that much damage to one of our opponents. So the plan is get a whole bunch of mountains, deploy one of these 2 guys, attack with them, and then use Ben to target them and deal a ton of damage based on our mountains. Now, how many mountains can we realistically have in play though? Like, not that many. So it's going to be a matter of multiplying the amount of damage dealt. So we've got cards like Battle Mage's Bracers, Illusionist Bracers, and Rings of Brighthearth as ways of copying Ben's ability so that we can do these again. And then we also have a whole bunch of ways of multiplying the damage. So we've got cards like City on Fire, which triples the damage dealt to our opposing permanents and players, or Gratuitous Violence, which doubles that. Donna Noble, whenever it or a creature it's soul bonded with is dealt damage, Donna deals that much damage to target opponent. We've got a little nice combo here. So Fiend Lash is whenever the equipped creature is dealt damage, it deals damage equal to its power to target player or planeswalker. So this is a way of turning any of our creatures into essentially Brash Taunter or Stuffy Doll. But of course, if we're dealing damage to that creature, it's going to die. So we then need a way to make it indestructible, and that's where Eldrazi Monument comes into play. We also have some additional creatures like Mog Maniac, Screaming Nemesis, and Spiteful Sliver. These are, once again, creatures that have the same sort of Brash Taunter ability, but they do not inherently come with indestructible, which is why we need Eldrazi Monument. And then furthermore, we've got Sulfim and the new Twin Flame Tyrant as more ways of doubling up damage dealt to our opponents. Then down here, we've got Sword of Hearth and Home as a way to go grab more mountains out of our deck. And let me tell you, the ways of going and finding more mountains is pretty limited and pretty inefficient. So anything that we can get, we're going to play. We've got a little bit of card draw. In particular, Virtue of Courage works pretty well with our ability to damage our opponents. So this turns our burn into Impulse Draw. We've got some haste because we potentially want to be able to activate Ben immediately.
And we potentially want to be able to attack with our creatures immediately, like Brash Taunter, for example. It would really suck if we have to play Ben, pass the turn, play Brash Taunter, and pass the turn. We want to be able to activate or attack as soon as possible, so these are ways of doing that. Pretty simplistic land base, with some artifact lands here to turn Mox Opal on, but otherwise mostly just basic mountains. A little bit of protection. Again, more ways of giving indestructible besides just Eldrazi Monument, so we've got Darksteel Plate and Hammer of Nazan. Some ramp, including as many ways as possible of finding mountains. So Bitterhorn, Nissa's Animus, Burnished Heart, Canoptic Wraith, Navigation Orb, Scampering Surveyor, Sword of the Animist, and Wayfarer's Bauble. Now, am I saying any of these cards are good? Well, mostly no. In fact, they're mostly bad. But these are the best we're going to get in terms of grabbing mountains out of our deck and putting them directly onto the battlefield. We've also skewed a lot of our ramp towards being creatures for two reasons. One is to combine with Professional Facebreaker, and another is so that these can be things that we can attach Fiend Lash to or just do other creature-related things so that we can burn our opponents out. We've got Goblin Welder and Goblin Engineer. These are, again, just ways of getting artifacts that we need into play pretty quickly. A little bit of removal in order to interact with opponents and get rid of stacks pieces that might be locking us, like Granite Magistrate, for example. Since we're in mono red, we can afford to run some things that mess with lands, in particular Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon, but From the Ashes and Ruination also work pretty well with our mana base, as does Winter Moon. Now, if you're not personally a fan of stacks, you can easily cut all of these cards and the deck will basically function the same. A little bit of untapping so that we can activate Ben multiple times a turn, and then another card worth highlighting is Silverclad Ferocidon. So this is whenever it's dealt damage, each opponent sacrifices a permanent. Now, notably, it doesn't cause the opponent to sacrifice a number of permanents equal to the damage dealt. It's only per instance of damage. So you don't want to kill Silverclad, you just want to deal one to it, or at least less than its toughness multiple times, which we can do with Ben selectively, since Ben only deals damage equal to the number of untapped mountains we control. So we can just tap the mountains and then deal exactly the amount that we want to deal to Silverclad. And then if we've got ways of untapping Ben, we can activate Ben again to deal more damage to Silverclad to cause more edict effects. And then over here, there are some other creatures that also have an effect when you deal damage to them that I ultimately decided we didn't really need, because mainly just for space. Like, we already had Brash Taunter, Stuffy Doll, and like a few other cards, and so these just weren't ultimately necessary. But for example, if you say wanted to cut the stacks cards, you could easily shove these in here. There's also potentially some Mer Retriever loops that you could do, but I also decided that I didn't really want to do those in this deck, so ultimately wound up cutting those as well. And again, it must be stated that Ben is just ultimately not very good. I would not consider this able to compete with other high power or especially CEDH decks, but if you're looking for something that just has a unique novelty factor to it, you could do worse than Ben Aki Hermit. So with all that being said, that is going to do it for this commander in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Bess Soul Nourisher. So Bess is a 3-mana Selesnya commander. She's a 1/1, and she says, whenever one or more other creatures with base power and toughness 1/1 enter the battlefield under your control, put a +1 counter on her. And whenever she attacks, each other creature you control with base power and toughness 1/1 gets +X until end of turn, where X is the number of +1 counters on Bess. So the clear and obvious goal here is to go wide and put a bunch of 1/1s into play to increase Bess's +1 counters, and then have her attack and give +X to all of the 1/1s. So we're doing Selesnya Beatdown. So to that end, there's obviously some cards that work very well with Bess. First off is probably the #1 card, Adeline. So Adeline, when you attack, will immediately put 3 1/1s into play that are attacking. Those all will trigger Bess. So Bess will get a +1 counter, and then you can stack the triggers so that the attack trigger on Bess resolves second, giving +1 to all of those creatures. We also have Serra Ascendant, which is by its nature a 1/1 at base, but has naturally +5. So Serra Ascendant will also trigger Bess and will be triggered by Bess. Similar to Adeline, we also have Worms Crossing Patrol, a 1/1 with Myriad. And then we have some other beatdown cards here in case we don't have Bess or in case we need something in addition to her. Beastmaster Ascension and Wild Beastmaster. It's also worth noting here that, again, you can stack Beastmaster and Soul Nourisher back to back. So you can pump everything with Bess first and then pump everything with Wild Beastmaster after Wild Beastmaster already got pumped by Bess. Obviously, we're putting a bunch of creatures into play, so we're going to want things like Enduring Innocence and Welcoming Vampire and Toski. We also got Staff of the Storyteller here, which is something else that puts a 1/1 into play.
And Kutzel works particularly well in our deck because it also cares about base power and toughness to draw cards. And then obviously Skull Clamp. Pretty straightforward on the lands here. There's not too much to see other than it's worth pointing out that Dryad Arbor is a fetchable 1/1 that you can go grab to trigger Bess. And we also have Fountain Port here as another land that is capable of making 1/1 tokens. Ocelot Pride here, another 1/1 that makes 1/1s that also pairs well with Bess. Then we've got our protection, so obviously we need to make sure that Bess isn't countered or killed. And it's particularly good if those creatures are 1/1s like Allosaurus Shepherd, Benevolent Bodyguard, and Mother of Runes and Skrelv, Sylvan Safekeeper as well. A bunch of ramp, and this is once again very nice that a lot of our ramp monodorks are 1/1s at base, so all of these will trigger Bess and can be triggered by Bess. Some removal, again, Haywire Might here to trigger. We're also making lots of creatures, so Aura Shards is good. And Aura Mutation, a spell that destroys an enchantment and then makes X 1/1s, where X is the mana value of the enchantment. We got some stacks cards here. Obviously, our main plan is to win with Beatdown, so we're not doing any like crazy combos or anything. So if we can slow down our opponents with rule of law effects and taxes, that's going to allow us to hopefully win. And then a little bit of tutoring. The one very obvious card that I opted not to play was Genesis Chamber, and mainly this is because it itself didn't make any 1/1 creatures on its own, so it's kind of slow, and it also gave our opponents 1/1 creatures, meaning they could potentially block us a little easier, so ultimately opted not to do this. There's also a number of other, obviously, like 2 mana, instants and sorcery spells that just make 2 1/1s that are in green and white that I also opted not to play. I felt like the creatures that we had already were good enough and we didn't need those cards. So when I'm referring to those, I'm talking about cards like Clowning Around, Fists of Ironwood, Join the Dance, Gather the Townsfolk, Raise the Alarm, Servo Exhibition, cards like that. Ultimately, I just felt like those were probably not necessary for the deck and that the creatures we were already running would be good enough. But with all that said, that is going to do it for Best Soul Nourisher in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Bladewing Deathless Tyrant. The Bladewing is a 7 mana Rakdos commander. It's a 6/6 flying haste dragon skeleton. And it says, whenever Bladewing deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker, for each creature card in your graveyard, create a 2/2 black zombie knight creature token with menace. So a number of different hoops to jump through here. First of all, we have a 7 mana commander that we need to not get countered or killed by our opponent. Secondly, we need a lot of creatures in our graveyard so that we're making as many zombies as possible. And third, that alone doesn't actually kill our opponents. We hit them for 6 and we make a bunch of zombies, but we still have to untap with those zombies. So rather than doing that, we should try to make it so that the creation of those zombies in and of itself is enough to kill all of our opponents. So to that end, we are going to play the beatdown cards like Agate Instigator, Molten Gatekeeper, and Porphyros, so that when we create all of these zombies, they automatically deal a ton of damage to all of our opponents. And since we care about having a lot of creatures in our graveyard, we can also run Season of Loss, which among other things, its final mode says each opponent loses X, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. So another way of potentially killing all of our opponents, either instead of or alongside Bladewing. Now, obviously, we're going to need to get a bunch of creatures into our graveyard, and that's not going to be so easy. After Buried Alive puts 3 into the graveyard, how else are we getting more creatures in? So we, of course, will have our cards that will loot, rummage, or otherwise filter creatures into our graveyard like DRC, Faithless Looting, and Artist's Talent. We also are basically playing every single creature with cycling that can cycle for just 1 mana, so all the cards you see here, they're essentially here because they at least cost no more than 1 to cycle, or in the case of Street Wraith, are just straight up free. We've got some card draw, and in particular, we are interested in cards like Ripples of Undeath and Brass's Tunnel Grinder to, put all the cards into our graveyard. Stinging Study also cares about our commander's mana value, so this can draw 7. Mesmeric Orb will also be a card that will just naturally mill us until we hit a bunch of creatures into the graveyard, so that's another go-around. And then outside of that, we've got Mortal Combat as another win condition, so if we've got 20 or more creatures in our graveyard, we can win off of Mortal Combat. Then a whole bunch of fast mana. We're obviously trying to get to our commander quickly, and 7 is quite the steep cost. We also have access to Songs of the Damned to add black for each creature in our graveyard. Pretty straightforward mana base here with the addition of Phyrexian Tower to sacrifice creatures that are in play and get more creatures into the graveyard. We also have some more cyclers here with Oliphant and Troll of Khazad-dûm, and then it's also worth noting that the modal double-faced lands that are also creatures on their front face count towards the creatures in our graveyard, so those are good too. little bit of protection, cards like Duress and Thoughtseize to make sure our opponents don't have counterspells or removal, or to take them if they do. Bunch of ramp, including skewing our ramp cards towards creatures so that when we discard, surveil, or randomly mill over cards, we are more likely to hit creatures than if these were cards like, say, Arcane Signet or Felwar Stone. Ravaz here also taps for 2 mana to cast dragons, so that's going to help us in regards to casting our commander. Also worth noting that Milliken will mill cards, so that's yet another way of potentially getting more creatures into the graveyard. Then another path to victory is, since we are putting so many creatures into our graveyard, mass reanimation spells. So we've got Balthor the Defiled and Living Death as ways of re-getting all of the creatures out of our graveyard onto the field. We also have Dread Return as our one single target reanimation spell here. We're milling and surveilling and rummaging a bunch of creatures into our graveyard anyway. May as well have access to this. We can flash it back from our graveyard in case this also gets rummaged or milled or whatever. And then let's say we want to mass reanimate, we can Dread Return out Balthor or just some other creature that we need. Bunch of removal, and once again we are skewing towards creatures with cards like Fury, Ingot Chewer, and Shriekmaw. Handful of other cards in these other categories. Mainly these things are here like Expedition Map and Urza's Cave to go grab the Cabal Coffers Urborg for a lot of mana for our commander. And then finally some dredge creatures. So Stinkweed Imp and Golgari Thug. Not terribly great to replace your draw step with dredging, but these are ways of putting a significant number of cards into the graveyard, especially in combination with things like Artist Talent to rummage and whatnot, so additional ways of getting more creatures into the graveyard. So again, the main strategy here is going to be get as many creatures in the graveyard as possible, get our commander out, attack, trigger, make a bunch of zombies, hopefully have Agate, Molten Gatekeeper, or Porphyros in play to deal a bunch of damage, or alternatively, win with Mortal Kombat, or alternatively to that, win by mass reanimating our creatures with Balthor or Living Death. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for Bladewing Deathless Tyrant in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Bruna, Light of Alabaster. So Bruna is a 6 mana commander. She's an Azorius, and she's a 5/5 flying vigilance that says, whenever she attacks or blocks, you may attach to it any number of auras on the battlefield, and you may put onto the battlefield attached to it any number of auras that could enchant it from your graveyard or hand. So a number of hoops to jump through here. First, obviously, our commander is quite expensive at 6 mana. Secondly, this is not an ETB trigger. She does have to attack in order to get this going. So we probably want a form of haste on Bruna so that she can get this immediately. Next after that, we're going to want a lot of looting effects in order to turn through cards and put auras into our graveyard. Since it doesn't matter whether the auras are in our hand or in the graveyard, we can get them all back with Bruna. And so the main plan here is basically to Voltron a bunch of auras onto Bruna and try to one-shot opponents with her. So with that said, let's start with our beatdown cards. We've got all the various cards that you would expect, like All That Glitters in Ethereal Armor, Auramancer's Guise, Battle Mastery, Eldrazi Conscription, although it's worth noting here the Annihilator won't trigger the first time since she will already be attacking when this comes into play attached to her. And then Steel of the Godhead, so Bruna is already flying, but that doesn't necessarily mean our opponents won't have any flyers, so this can make her just straight up unblockable, and the lifelink is nice too. Especially since she has Vigilance, so it makes it very hard for opponents to attack us back. Then we've got a bunch of filtering effects, things like Careful Study, Frantic Search, Ledger Shredder, and so on. Some card draw, especially things that wind up discarding because we don't care if the auras are in our graveyard, so cards like Thirst for Knowledge and Thirst for Meaning are pretty good. Some number of counter spells, some fast mana to get Bruna out faster, hopefully. Now, our options for haste in blue and white are pretty limited, so we've got, obviously, Lightning Greaves being the best one, but we also have access to things like Hall the Bandit Lord and Crashing Drawbridge. Straightforward Azorius lands, not too much to see here. Now, Pariah is here to be the Pillow Fort card, so one of the main questions you might say is, let's say we've got Bruna into play and we've got a bunch of auras on her and we attack somebody and like one-shot an opponent, but we still have 2 other opponents. Well, surely it wouldn't be such a big deal if they attack us back. I mean, after all, Bruna is really big, possibly has lifelink due to something like Steel of the Godhead. Isn't that enough to just block our opponents? Well, let's say our opponents have a significant board, a really big board of creatures. Maybe they cast like Craterhoof Behemoth or something. It's not necessarily the case that Bruna being really big with lifelink will even necessarily let us survive. And there's also the problem of, let's say our opponents attack, we block their biggest creature, and then before damage, they do something like, Swords to Plowshares their own guy, right? Now we're not going to gain any life, and so we can potentially die that way. So Pariah just allows us to subvert that and put all of the damage onto Bruna instead, and Bruna should be big enough or have protection that the damage is not going to kill her. Then we've got our protection spells, so Bruna really needs to not get countered or killed, so we've got all the cards that allow us to do that. And in particular, some cards worth highlighting are Shielded by Faith, which gives her indestructible, so she'll survive a bunch of sweepers. Spectre Ward, which gives her pro all colors. This is relevant in combination with Pariah, obviously, to negate all of the damage, but also just makes her immune from removal. And then Vanishing is the card that, while it does cost us double blue in order to activate, we can phase her out, meaning that absolutely nothing can touch her. So let's say our opponent has a sweeper that gets around indestructibility, maybe something like Cyclonic Rift, for example. We can just phase her out, and then nothing touches her. Bunch of ramp spells, obviously. Mantle of the Ancients, which is not only a big pump, but reanimates all of the auras. So Bruna herself does reanimate all of the auras, but this is just another way of doing it. There's also the possibility that Bruna gets killed or countered enough times that she just becomes too expensive, so we can mantle onto some other creature in our deck. Bunch of removal. It's also worth noting here that Treachery is mainly here so that when Bruna attacks, you can reanimate the Treachery on her and then untap 5 of your lands. So that will allow us to have mana open the turn that we play Bruna, and then we can have, counter spells open or just anything else that we need. We do need some sweepers of our own. Some of these won't even affect Bruna if we manage to give her indestructible. And we've got Torpor Orb here because we don't have a single creature in our deck with an ETB trigger other than Witch Enchanter, which is a land. And then a little bit of tutoring. So to restate, the plan is get Bruna out, hopefully with haste, after having filtered through a bunch of auras into our graveyard, attack, Voltron everything onto Bruna, and start one-shotting our opponents. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for Bruna, Light of Alabaster in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at 2 different commanders. We're looking at Baracos Party Leader plus Folk Hero, as well as Nalia Diarnes, because both of them are kind of doing something similar. They're both Orzhov commanders that care about having a full party. So while there will be some differences with these commanders, they'll overlap in a lot of ways as well. So first off, let's start off with Baracos and Folk Hero. So Baracos, Party Leader, is a 4 mana black commander. He's a 2/4, and he says he is not only an orc, but also a cleric, rogue, warrior, and wizard. So if you're not familiar with the party mechanic, this was introduced, not in, but near to the D&D set, specifically Zendikar. And this is a mechanic that cares about you having a creature, at least 4 creatures that satisfy all of the various creature types of cleric, rogue, warrior, and wizard. So although Baracos is all of those types, you still need an additional 3 creatures which satisfy at least one of the 3 other types each. In addition, he says whenever he attacks, defending player loses X life and you create X treasure tokens, where X is the number of creatures in your party. So the number of creatures that you have that's at least one of these types. And then he can choose a background, so this is a variant of the partner mechanic, and the background we've chosen is Folk Hero. Commander creatures you own have, whenever you cast a spell that shares a creature type with this creature, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each. So if we look at the subtype breakdown, unfortunately, there are not a lot of good cards specifically in all of these different types. So the clear winner is Clerics at 10 in the Orzhov colors. We have 5 wizards, 5 rogues, and only 2 warriors. But remember that Baracos himself is all of those types, so we only need 1 creature from 3 of the 4 types to get a full party. You can, of course, also use cards that change their creature type or have changeling, so cards like Roaming Throne, in order to satisfy one of the types. So only 2 warriors, for example, isn't exactly correct because there's other creatures in the deck that have type changing. So with that said, obviously we're looking for kind of a beatdown strategy here, as we are causing our defending player to lose life and we're creating treasure tokens. So first of all, a lot of card draw. Just a lot of card draw. Some of these are party types, some are not. In particular, it's pretty easy to mitigate the ability to have like too many cards in our hand because Baracos makes treasures, so that's a way to just keep turning through more and more cards, which is one of the reasons we have so much card draw. Another reason is just because a lot of the creatures that fall into the various types that we want happen to be card advantage spells. We also have a little bit of fast mana, since the earlier that we can get Baracos out, the faster we can attack and start making treasures, mitigating the downside of these being one-time effects. We've got pretty straightforward Orzhov lands with some notable inclusions of things like Agadim's Awakening, since this can be a way to get creatures back from our graveyard if we get swept. We also have Mutavault as a land that can become every creature type, so this can fill in for one of the creature types if we're missing it. We also have some protection as a way to make it so that Baracos doesn't get countered or killed, although we don't necessarily absolutely need that, so that's why we're not running as many as we normally would. So for example, Skrelv is obviously missing here as the 3rd mom piece because it's not one of our creature types, whereas all 3 of these guys are all clerics. And Flawless Maneuver as another way of just mitigating sweeping.
We also have a bunch of ramp, including some creatures that happen to fall into our types, like Deep Gnome Terramancer, Grim Hireling, and Lotho. Alongside Agadeem's Awakening, we've got Ascend from Avernus as another way of getting all of our creatures back in the event that we are board wiped. We've got some removal. Again, a lot of this in the form of creatures, although unfortunately, most of this is not the creature types for our party, with the exception of Yawgmoth. Then we're in Orzhov, so obviously we're going to be running a bunch of stacks, and especially stacks that punishes non-creature spells because we're mostly a creature deck. So cards like Glow Rider, Vrynwing Mare, and Thalia all tax non-creature spells, and we've got a whole bunch of other stacks effects for other things that we want to do, like Aethersworn Canonist and Phyrexian Censor, or Rule of Law effects, Alms Collector to stop extra card draw, Opposition Agent to shut off searching, as well as even Mind Sensor. And most of these cards have been chosen with the idea in mind that they are party members, although there again are exceptions like Drana and Linvala, for example. And then we got some tutors, in particular, one standout being Coveted Prize. Search your library for a card, put it into your hand, then shuffle. If you have a full party, you may cast the spell with converted mana cost or mana value, 4 or less from your hand without paying for it, and this costs 1 less for each creature card in your party, so it's potentially as low as a single 1 mana demonic tutor, essentially, that can also cheat things into play. So again, we're mainly a beatdown deck that's trying to kill our opponents with a lot of creatures, attacking them over and over, and has a lot of card draw and the ability to make a bunch of mana because of Baracos' treasure tokens, along with other cards like Grim Hireling. Now, moving on from Baracos, we've got Nalia the Arnis. You may look at the top card of your library anytime, and you may cast Cleric, Rogue, Warrior, and Wizard spells from the top of your library. And at the beginning of combat on your turn, if you have a full party, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control, and those creatures gain Death Touch until end of turn. So obviously, a lot of the same cards from Baracos Folk Hero are going to overlap in this deck. The main difference is going to be that Baracos drained opponents, Nalia pumps the creatures, so that part is pretty similar. But the difference is that Baracos makes treasures, Nalia allows you to cast spells off the top. So Nalia is more focused on card advantage, whereas Baracos was more focused on ramp, but they are kind of similar. So with that said, we've got a little bit of some different card choices here, like Jazal, Goldmane, Malakir, Blood Priest, and Mirror Entity as some ways of beating down. As you can see, a lot of the same cards are showing up, although I opted to run Preacher of the Schism in this deck, but not in the other one. We have Lae'zel, Vlaakith's Champion. This is basically a Hardened Scales creature, and she's here obviously because Nalia puts +1 counters on our creatures. We also have Teshar as a way to get stuff back. Land base basically the same. There's the Mutavault. Protection, in this case, opted for a little bit more, did include Skrelv this time along with Selfless Spirit, because this deck is more about putting a bunch of creatures into play because of the +1 counter thing. So it's more susceptible to sweepers. And Baracos is in this deck, since now it's not our commander. But ramp remains mostly the same. We also have a Ketra's Monument here as a way of putting warrior tokens into play, because having a go-wide board matters more with Nalia than it did with Baracos. As you can see, many of the cards are the same. In this case, we get to play Deadly Rollick because our commander is 3 mana instead of 4, so it's more likely that we're going to be able to cast this early. A lot of the same stack stuff. One big addition to this deck, Stick Together. Each player chooses a party from among creatures they controlled and sacks the rest. And a little bit more tutoring. And then we also have Metastatic Evangel. Whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, proliferate. Again, this matters because of the +1 counters, and this happens to be a cleric as well. So with all that said, that is going to do it for our Orzhov party commanders, Nalia and Baracos. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Kadira, Caller of the Small. So Kadira is a 3 mana Selesnya commander. She's a 3/3 with trample, and she says, whenever Kadira deals combat damage to a player, for each token you control, create a 1/1 white rabbit creature token. So obviously the plan here is go wide, put as many tokens into play as possible, attack with Kadira and make more and more tokens, and play cards that wind up making our creatures really big so we can overrun our opponents. It's also worth noting here that she creates a token for each token we have, and the token can be any token. It doesn't just have to be a creature token, so food, clues, blood, etc., all of those tokens count. So first off, we've got our beatdown cards like Adeline, Beastmaster Ascension, Caretaker's Talent, and Skyhunter Strike Force, with Adeline probably being the standout here since she makes a whole bunch of tokens herself. Then we've got our card draw. Obviously, we're making lots and lots of little creatures, so cards like Enduring Innocence and Toski are good in the deck. Token increasing effects like Anointed Procession, Mondrak, and Parallel Lives. Concordant Crossroads being here because sometimes we'll create tokens before combat and we want those to be able to attack immediately. It's also good for Kadira to be able to attack immediately as well.
Pretty straightforward Selesnya mana base, not much to see here. Protection, because obviously we don't want Qadira or anything else that we have to get countered or killed, so as much stuff as we can get that gives protection, hexproof, shroud, uncounterability, etc. It's also worth noting that Qadira is only a 3/3, so it might be difficult to attack our opponent, so anything that pumps her, like Guardian Augmenter, is worthwhile. Then we've got all of our ramp. So Jaheira here to make it so that our tokens can be tapped for mana. And also, of course, all of our mana dorks benefit from cards like Beastmaster Ascension as well. Aura Mutation to blow up enchantments and make 1/1s, and then Aura Shard, since again we're putting a bunch of cards into play, a bunch of creatures into play, this can just blow up a bunch of stuff. Some stacks effects. Our main plan is beatdown, and so we do want to be able to slow our opponents down. And then it's worth noting a number of cards here that just straight up make tokens. So Astrid Peth makes a food when it enters and attacks. So by default, we are going to have at least 2 tokens off of it for the first attack trigger. And then as long as this survives, we're going to keep getting another food token every single time it attacks. Helon's Journey On mode will create X maps where X is 1 plus the number of opponents who control an artifact. So presumably, if at least all of our opponents control an artifact, this is going to make somewhere between 1 and 4 map tokens. Pretty good for only 1 mana. Killer Service creates foods equal to the number of opponents you have, so this is 3 mana for 3 tokens. And then we just have a whole bunch of cards that make somewhere between 2 and 3 tokens. So Raise the Alarm, Clowning Around. You know, these are just here. They're not anything special. They're just here to make tokens so that we have got more and more tokens for Qadira. With some of the best ones probably being Hop to It, since it's 3 for 3, and Distract the Guard, since if we hit our opponent, we can just pay 2 to make 3. But even if we don't have that, 3 for 3 is also fine. There were a lot of other cards that I considered for the deck as well, so lots of different things that made tokens or that benefited from making tokens, or the, Scurry Oak combo, since this also makes tokens as well. Ultimately, I decided I didn't want to go in a combo direction. I felt like the deck was more fun just doing straight up beatdown. And a lot of these other cards either got cut because they were less efficient than what we were doing already, or they just weren't good enough in general, or we just had enough of them. But all of these cards you see here could have potentially been add-ons for this deck as well. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for Qadira in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Captain N. Captain N is a 5 mana Dimir commander, 3/6 horror pirate, and he says horrors you control have menace. Whenever a horror you control deals combat damage to a player, that player mills that many cards. And at the beginning of your end step, choose target artifact or creature card in an opponent's graveyard that was put there from their library this turn, put it onto the battlefield under your control. So obviously, this could either be a horror-themed commander, a mill-themed commander, or both. However, in looking into the various horrors that we have access to, most of them are not really that good, and of the ones that we have, they also don't really fit into a mill plan. So I ultimately decided to build this deck with mostly a mill plan, and mostly not in terms of just like milling our opponents completely out, but just using this for value to get the things back. But with that said, there are still some horrors in the deck for use of these abilities. So just to get them quickly out of the way, so some of our horrors are Aboleth Spawn, which basically copies our opponent's triggers. Consuming Aberration, which whenever we cast a spell, mind funerals our opponents. Grazilax, which is sort of our Timna effect. Grell Philosopher, when it enters and at the beginning of your upkeep, each horror you control gains all activated abilities of target artifact an opponent controls until end of turn, and you may spend blue mana as the mana of any color to activate those abilities. And then cards that just happen to be horrors but are really good, Hullbreaker Horror and Spellskite. With that said, let's move on to the mill section. And again, we're not really looking to completely mill our opponents out, but mainly just to reanimate things for value. So we have Alter the Brood, Consuming Aberration, Fractured Sanity, Imperious Mindbreaker, which is when you soul bond it with another creature, each of them has, whenever this creature attacks, each opponent mills cards equal to its toughness. In this case, Mindbreaker is only 4, and our commander is 6, and that will be the same for any of our other big toughness creatures. And then we've got Ruin Crab, and also very importantly, Psychic Corrosion. Whenever you draw a card, each opponent mills 2. So moving on from there, we've got a whole bunch of different card draw, and a lot of our deck is built around attacking our opponent. So we're going to play not just Grazilax, but also Gix and Enduring Curiosity, which basically do the same thing, along with a whole bunch of other good card draw and the new Rev Tithe Extractor from Foundations. Then we come down here to our combos. So Leyline of Transformation turns all of our creatures into a specific type. In this case, we can just choose horror, and then all of our creatures get the horror subtype, and therefore synergize with our commander. We also have Roaming Throne to double the triggers of all of our horrors, including our commander.
Dronic Resonator to double the trigger on our commander, and then we've got Hullbreaker, Alter the Brood loops. So basically, if we have Hullbreaker plus, like, let's say Sol Ring or Mox Opal or whatever, you know, cheap artifacts that can tap for as much or more mana than it costs to replay them, we can loop those over and over and over with Hullbreaker Horror and generate infinite mana, or just trigger Alter of the Brood over and over to win the game by milling all of our opponents. We then have a whole bunch of counter spells, some fast mana to get Captain N out quickly. Pretty straightforward Dimir mana base, nothing much to see here. A little bit of protection for Captain N. Our strategy doesn't completely rely on having our commander in play, but we do want to try to mitigate it getting countered or killed if possible, so we've got a little bit of that. A bunch of ramp spells, including a shift towards having more creatures, since then we can hypothetically turn these into horrors using Leyline of Transformation, or just use them for other creature-related things. Some removal to interact with opponents. A little bit of stack, specifically Torpor Orb, since basically nothing in our deck has an ETB trigger, we can make this a one-sided effect. And then a little bit of tutoring. But other than that, there isn't really much to say about Captain N. He's mainly a value commander based around milling and reanimating things with a little bit of a horror sub-theme. So with that said, that is going to do it for Captain N in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at an oldie but goodie, Captain Sisay. So Captain Sisay, one of the old school commanders from the olden times of EDH, but still good enough to be a CEDH commander. Captain Sisay is a 4-mana Selesnya 2/2 that says tap, search your library for a legend or legendary card, reveal that card and put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. So it is a tutor toolbox in the command zone. Now obviously being a 4-mana 2/2 is not great, but Sisay is going to allow us to do primarily one of two things. Go and find stacks pieces that we can use to disrupt our opponents, and go and find combo pieces that we can use to win the game. So here's the combo pieces. There's a lot of different permutations of what you can do, but some of the big ones are things like turning your lands into creatures, primarily Gaia's Cradle, and then comboing that with untapping effects so that we can, for example, turn a Gaia's Cradle into a creature and then have a way to untap it so that we can keep tapping the cradle and untapping it to generate infinite mana. We also have things like Living Plane, which is going to be the centerpiece of numerous combos. So turn all lands in play, including your opponent's lands, into 1/1s. This can be combined with Linvala to either make it so that our opponent can't activate any of their lands, or Elesh Norn so that all creatures get -2 or all opposing creatures get -2, thus killing all of our opponent's lands. We have Kogla as a way to bounce a human to our hand, and that's going to mostly be used as a way to bounce Village Bellringer so that we can keep playing this. Again, we want ways to untap stuff, so Village Bellringer is going to be our main out here. And there's just a lot of combos. It's going to be way too numerous to go through here. If you're interested, you can plug all of these cards into Commander Spellbook, and you can see all of the combos and the exact step-by-step breakdown as to how they work. But again, it's mostly based on turning lands into creatures and doing something that involves our opponents basically being stacked out of the game or generating infinite mana. Obviously, any untap effects are also going to be excellent with Sisay, because the more we can untap Sisay, the more we can tap Sisay again and go fetch up more pieces. We have a little bit of card draw in Sylvan Library, Esper Sentinel, and the One Ring. Nissa Resurgent Animist as another means of generating mana and tutoring up elementals. And primarily, this is going to be a way of tutoring up Ashaya, which is yet another combo piece that we can use to win the game. For fast mana, we've got Jeweled Lotus. We also want Sisay to be able to tap the moment that she comes into play, so things like Concordant Crossroads and Thousand Year Elixir as ways of giving haste. Not playing Lightning Greaves in this deck, but you easily could. Pretty straightforward lands. Again, the big notable one is Gaia's Cradle. And it is worth noting, again, that because Sisay can grab legendary cards, that includes lands. So Sisay is going to be able to grab Gaia's Cradle or Nykthos as, big mana generating lands. Take note that a lot of our combo pieces are also legendary, so things like Kamal, Emil, Ashaya, Kogla, Elesh Norn, Linvala, the One Ring. There's lots of different things that you can go grab with Captain Sisay. Another combo worth pointing out is Yavimaya, which turns our other lands into forests, and this is going to be important for things like Quirion Ranger as an example, something that can bounce a forest back to our hand and then we can replay it and use it again. Ashaya similarly has that same ability of turning creatures into forests. Homeward Path. So there's a number of things besides even just Sisay that are going to allow us to go grab lands out of our deck. And this is one way of making sure that we protect Sisay. So if our opponent has a control effect like a Gilded Drake and they steal our Sisay, this is a way of making sure that we can get her back. An absolute ton of protection to make sure that Sisay doesn't get countered or killed. So obviously anti-counterspell measures like Allosaurus Shepherd, Delighted Halfling, Grand Abolisher, Destiny Spinner, Myril, Ranger Captain, Silence, Veil of Summer, and then the hexproof type stuff, Sylvan Safekeeper, Sigarda, Shalai. And again, note, a lot of these happen to be legends as well. Shalai, Sigarda, Myril. It's also worth noting when we can that because the deck has infinite mana combos in it, anything that is an outlet for that is a secondary use of ways to kill our opponent. So things like Destiny Spinner or Allosaurus Shepherd can potentially be used as beatdown plans, Shalai's ability to pump creatures, anything like that potentially has the use of we have infinite mana, we produce a gigantic board of beaters and just kill our opponents by attacking them. Ton of ramp. Again, we're going to want as many ramp as possible, especially in the form of creatures because we're going to be untapping them. Number of removal pieces, mostly in the form of white exile effects. And then we've got our stacks cards, so Mind Sensor, Blind Obedience, Collector Oof. You'll note that most of our ramp is not made up of artifacts, and while of course we do have the obvious ones like Chrome Mox, Vault, Crypt, Diamond, and Soul Ring, the other ramp spells are not artifact based. We are going to be shutting off artifacts in a lot of circumstances, so things like Collect Roof are going to be useful. We also have, of course, Linvala. We've got Thalia to shut off things. We've got Karn. So we're not playing Null Rod or Stony Silence here. We already have Collect Roof and Karn as ways of doing that. The other Elish Norn here as well, shut off ETBs. We have some sweeping effects, Norn, Urza's Ruinous Blast, and Winds of Abandon. Again, Urza's Ruinous Blast is the one sorcery that we can tutor up with Sisay. And then a bunch of tutors, so a ton of our combos are based around creatures or lands. So we've got things like Chord, Aldamri's Call, Finale, Green Sun, Yisan, Crop Rotation, etc. Again, note Finale as a way of dumping mana once we have infinite mana to just overrun our opponents. And then a few other cards. So Yasharn is sort of a stacks piece, but it often isn't. It's also sort of a ramp piece, but it's also 4 mana. So this is like sort of a very conditional stacks piece. That's also legendary that Sisay can tutor up. Endurance is a way, again, hating graveyards or potentially recycling things if we've gone through a lot of cards. We also have untapping effects in Quirion Ranger, Sting the Glinting Dagger, and Thousand Year Elixir as ways to untap Sisay so we can tap her again and go fetch up additional things. Now in the considering section, so there was an absolute ton of things that I considered and ultimately decided not to play either because the effects were redundant, not good enough, or we just needed space in the deck. So as I mentioned before, Lightning Greaves. There's other effects like Toski as a legendary creature that we can fetch up to potentially draw cards. Archivist, Eternal Witness, some additional lands that could have potentially been useful here. Mikokoro is an example of a card that it looks kind of innocuous, and for the most part, this doesn't do much, but it is a way of potentially stopping opposing Thassa's Oracle triggers. So the idea would be our opponents cast Thassa's Oracle with an empty library. We can activate Mikokoro on the stack to force them to draw from their empty library and die. And since it's a legendary land, we can tutor it with Sisay, or we can tutor it into play at instant speed with Crop Rotation. Dosan and Mother of Runes as additional protection effects, other forms of ramp that I ultimately opted not to play, other removal spells that I opted not to play, and tons of extra stacks cards. So again, I mentioned earlier things like Null Rod and Stony Silence. I felt like I didn't need those with Karn and Collect Roof already in the deck. And there's a whole bunch of other ones that I also opted not to play, but you could play. Other untappers, just a lot of different effects that I decided for one reason or another couldn't be in here, but there is a pretty substantial considering section for Sisay, so see to it as you will. Sisay is quite the customizable commander, and there's a lot of things that you could include or exclude as needed. I should also note that Sisay is a pretty popular commander, has been for a long time, and has a number of very in-depth articles written about it, in particular for the context of CEDH. So if you followed the Moxfield link in the description, you can click on Primer here, and we'll take you to this primer written by Choirboy 2020 and Vasher, which I consider to be a pretty good primer on Sisay if you're looking for more detailed and in-depth information. And with that said, that is going to do it for Captain Sisay in EDH.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Celestial Kirin, and oh boy, this one's a doozy. So, Celestial Kirin is a 4-mana white commander. It's a 3/3 with flying, and it says whenever you cast a spirit or arcane spell, destroy all permanents with that spell's mana value. So clearly the goal here is to play spirit and arcane spells and blow stuff up on the field using Celestial Kirin's trigger. But of course, this effect is symmetrical, so how do we make it so that we're not destroying all of our own stuff, or how do we play in such a way that we don't have permanents to destroy? But one way is obviously with Avacyn, just make all of our stuff indestructible, but Avacyn is obviously 8 mana, which is quite the investment. So when we're not doing that, what else are we doing? Well, the main thing is that we're going to try to avoid having any permanents on the battlefield that cost anywhere between 1 and 3. Those are the permanents that we're most inclined to destroy, since those are where all of the Mana Rocks and Mana Dorks appear, and various other cheap permanents that we might want to destroy. So, although we will still play some, like Esper Sentinel for example, we're going to avoid it as much as possible. And of course, we're going to heavily skew our spells towards being spirits and arcane spells in order so that we can trigger Celestial Kirin. So to start us off, we've got Drog Skull Reinforcements, a 4-mana spirit with melee. Other spirits you control have melee, and prevent all non-combat damage that would be dealt to spirits you control. We also have Odric here as a way of giving all of our team all of the keyword abilities that everything else has, which at the minimum will be flying for Celestial Kirin as a way to beat down our opponents. Straight away, it's worth saying that we don't necessarily have any combo finish or anything like that, so we are going to try to win just through beatdown and controlling the board by blowing up all of our opponent's permanents. Otherworldly Journey is a blink spell that also happens to be an arcane spell, and it is worth noting, however, that there is no way to save stuff with something like this. So let's say we know we're going to cast the Otherworldly Journey, and we've got a 2-mana permanent. Well, it doesn't matter whether we cast this first or not, because the Kirin is going to trigger before this resolves, so anything that did cost 2 is getting blown up before it blinks out. Unless we do this ahead of time before we have Kirin. However, that line of reasoning is why we do have Eerie Interlude. We can blink out any number of our creatures, and then return them at the next end step, so if we know that we're going to cast a Spirit or an Arcane spell, and it would blow up one of our permanents, we can blink them out with Eerie Interlude, then cast the Spirit or Arcane spell, and then those permanents will return. We also do have cards like Enduring Innocence, which it doesn't matter if we blow it up the first time because it'll come back, although I guess if we cast 2 3-mana spells back to back, then it will blow up. Bygone Bishop as another just decent enough spirit. Although our main plan is to win through beatdown, we do have a combo, so Heliod plus Walking Ballista. This is mainly here because Heliod is indestructible, so it's a permanent that we can deploy that won't be killed by Kirin. We also have Karmic Guide in case we need to get something back. Our lands are pretty straightforward as well, however it is worth noting that we are running Cascading Cataracts, Darksteel Citadel, and Flagstones of Trocaire. And this is because we do have spirits that cost 0 mana and therefore can blow up all of the lands. So we do want a way to mitigate that so that we can at least hold on to indestructible lands or Flagstones to go fetch up planes out of our deck. Then we've got our various pieces of protection. So these are cards that are going to give primarily indestructible so that our stuff doesn't get killed, but we do have other methods. So Avacyn, as previously mentioned, we've got Blessed Breath, which gives protection from a color so we can save Kirin, but it's also an arcane spell. Boromir, which we can sack to give indestructible, as well as Selfless Spirit. Darksteel Plate, which is itself indestructible. We can attach it to Kirin, and then anything we cast on 4 is not going to kill the Kirin. Or we can move it around to something else that we want to save. Flawless Maneuver, again for indestructible. Galadriel's Dismissal, which we can pay 4 to phase all of our stuff out if we, again, know that we're going to be casting a Spirit or Arcane spell that's going to blow up our own stuff. Or we can just phase out 1 creature if we just need to save 1 thing. Gideon Blackblade, which during our turn is indestructible and it can make something else indestructible. Guardian of Faith phases stuff out, although it is a spirit, so it will not save anything that costs 3. Then in the ramp section, so the main problem is how do we run ramp in our deck when Kirin can blow up all of our Mana Rocks? So first of all, we're going to play things that just flat out don't get around that, like Chrome Mox, Mox Diamond, and Soul Ring. These are all great cards, and we just need to play them anyway. Then we've got cards like Land Tax, which even if we blow it up, it doesn't matter because we already got the planes off of it. Same goes for cards like Gift of Estates, basically does the same thing. Then we've got planes cycling cards, Shepherding Spirits and Eternal Dragon, which we can plane cycle. And it's also worth noting that both of these cards are spirits. We have White Orchid Phantom, which blows up a land and allows the controller to get a basic. So if we've got White Orchid Phantom and one of our lands is, let's say, Cascading Cataracts or Darksteel Citadel, we can point it at our own land, and then that land doesn't die, but we still get a planes. And the same thing is going to go for a lot of our cards. A lot of our cards are going to be grabbing planes out of our deck, so things like Archaeomancer's Map, or Claim Jumper, or Loyal Warhound, or Knight of the White Orchid. Although all of these cards do have, of course, the downside of one of our opponents needs to have more lands than we do. Then we just have straight up Darksteel Ingot and Skyclave Relic, which are indestructible. Wayfarer's Bauble tutors up a land and it's gone by the time we would ever blow it up. And then we've got cards that can get things back from the graveyard. So Savin's Reclamation can technically target a fetch land, and same thing with Brought Back. If we fetch on the same turn we're going to cast this, we can Brought Back on those fetch lands up to 2, and then that can basically be the equivalent of ramping. So quite the hoop to jump through, but a lot of ways of ramping in such a way that we don't have our stuff get blown up when we eventually do trigger Kirin. Then we have our removal spells, a lot of which happen to be arcane or spirit cards. So these are all things which are removal at one point, but later in the game, they can just be ways of triggering Kirin. Especially worth noting is cards like Crib Swap, which as a changeling means that this is a spirit, and Nico Anna, which can come back to our hand so we can reuse it. And then we have cards like Skyclave, which just happen to be a spirit. A little bit of stacks, although again, we can't really run too much stacks because we're going to blow up our own stuff. But we do have access to things like Eidolon, Kataki, and Spirit of the Labyrinth, since these are all spirits. We also have Clean Fall, destroy all enchantments, and it happens to be an arcane spell. And we've got our tutors, in particular Recruiter of the Guard, to go grab random spirits that we need. And then various other cards here that fall into basically spirits that are going to trigger Kieran for whatever reason. So Blinking Spirit at 4 mana, and we can bounce it back to our hand, so it's reusable. And then Ugin's Conjurant alongside Omarthus, which isn't shown here, but Ugin's Conjurant and Omarthus are X spirits, meaning we can cast them for 0 and basically turn them into Armageddon, blowing up all the lands. Rescuer Chingwa also bounces one of a permanent back to our hand, so this is a spirit card that can also hypothetically save something from getting blown up if we cast it in the right order. And then we have our untagged arcane spells. So these are mostly here not because of whatever they do, but just because they're instant speed arcane spells, so it allows us to basically sweep the board at instant speed when we use it with Kieran. However, it is worth noting that Charge Across the Araba and Plow Through Rado are ways of picking up as many planes that we want. So if we know, for example, that we're going to cast an Ugin's Conjurant shortly, and we're going to blow up all the lands, we can, before that happens, cast Plow Through Rado or Charge Across the Araba, return all of our planes to our hand, and then when we do blow all the lands up, we got to retain all of our planes. Shining Shoal is also worth noting in that we can control what the mana value of it is through the X. So it's the only variable spell outside of Ugin's Conjurant and Omarthus that allows us to selectively control what the mana value is that we trigger, and it's the only one at instant speed that's variable. It was also important to have at least one arcane or spirit spell at each mana value, so most of them are at 1, 2, and 3, because that's going to be the majority of the permanents that we want to destroy. But it was important to have at least one at 4, 5, 6, and 7 in order to destroy other big things that our opponents might deploy at some point in the game. So here is all of the arcane spells in the deck, and then here is all of the spirits in the deck. So we have, for example, Karmic Guide at 5, Blinking Spirit at 4, Shepherding Spirits at 6, and Eternal Dragon at 7, so at least one of each. And after that, I felt like 8 was probably more than we needed. Now, aside from that, there were a lot of other cards that I considered, so these were things like Ghostway as yet another way of blinking out all of our cards, and similar to Eerie Interlude. The reason I don't like this one is because whereas Eerie Interlude can select which creatures we're blinking out, this blinks out everything, including Kieran, so it doesn't allow us to trigger the Kieran. Mirror Entity as another spirit, although I ultimately decided we didn't need this. Eldrazi Monument to give all of our creatures indestructible, but I felt like it would probably be too difficult to keep sacking stuff to it every turn, so decided not to use this. Lands that can hypothetically grant indestructible to our commander, but again, they're kind of expensive to use, so decided that these weren't worth it. A lot of additional protection spells, including things that gave indestructible, which I again ultimately decided were just not good enough or didn't need. So for example, Mithril Coat, I decided I wanted Darksteel Plate over this, and I didn't need more than one copy of that card, so ultimately cut that. Here's like Moonlit Strider as a 4 mana spirit. I felt Blinking Spirit was enough at 4 mana, and I didn't need this one as well. There were also some additional ramp cards that I considered that put planes directly onto the battlefield. I cut them because these were the most inefficient out of all of them, so they all cost, somewhere along the lines of like 5 to 6 mana to actually get the planes, or in Bitterhorn's case, you had to attack with the creature, so ultimately didn't go with those. A couple of other spirits that I decided not to go with. Hollow-Wisp was one in particular that I cut because there just weren't any good auras to actually fetch with it. A whole bunch of other spirits that I again decided just didn't need any of these, and we had plenty of cards on these mana values anyway, so none of these cards wound up making it either. And a bunch of arcane spells that also for similar reasons got cut. Tithe as another pseudo ramp spell also didn't make the cut, along with like Birth of Meletus. Now the main question is this deck good? Well, that depends on what you mean. It's certainly not competitive with CEDH, for example. It's clunky, it requires deploying a 4 mana commander and then casting selective arcane and spirit spells that only destroy one particular mana value of cards and not, say, a mana value and everything less than that, so it's kind of awkward to wield. But it is very unique and, dare I say, mean-spirited. So if you're looking for something particularly distinct and has a great novelty factor to it, I would recommend trying out Kieran at least once. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for Celestial Kieran in EDH.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Child of Alara. So this is a pretty unique deck. So first of all, let's just go over what Child of Alara does. It is a 5 different color, 5 mana creature, so Wooburg. It's a 6/6 with trample, and it says, when it dies, you destroy all non-land permanents that can't be regenerated. So when it dies, you sweep the field of all the non-land permanents. So the main strategy of this deck is going to be getting Child of Alara onto the field, having some kind of a sack outlet to get rid of it to trigger its death ability, but then we don't want to have to keep paying the 2 additional mana for the commander tax every time we want to replay Child of Alara. So we need to find ways to reanimate it for free. So we're going to keep doing that. Put Child of Alara into play, sack it, bring it back, blowing up all of our opponent's permanents except lands, and just keep doing that so that our opponents can never establish any sort of a board position, any value-based creatures or ramp cards, so like Mana Rocks, Mana Dorks, Rhystic Studies, various enchantments and artifacts that matter. All of those things will just get blown up. Now, of course, that puts a very tight deck building restriction on us, because since we're going to be blowing the field up over and over, we obviously can't be playing any non-land permanents that we care about, since they're going to die along with everything else. So first off, what are we going to do? So clearly we need ramp, so our ramp has to either be land-based, so cards like Explore or Farseek that just put lands on the battlefield rather than having any sort of Mana Dorks or Mana Rocks, or we can play cards like Darksteel Ingot and Skyclave Relic that are going to be indestructible. And incidentally, that's also going to apply to really any other threat or utility card that we want to keep around. So things like Klothys, which is also indestructible. So Klothys and the other gods, these things can be kept around because they're indestructible. So in Klothys' case, the majority of the time, it's just going to be a ramp spell by exiling lands from the graveyard, but it can also deal damage to our opponents as the game goes on. And then again, the rest of this is just ways of putting lands into play for the most part. Then, of course, we're going to want to have our sack outlets. So we've got all of these things, many of which are just ways of drawing cards. So there's things like Altar's Reap, Corrupted Conviction, Costly Plunder, Deadly Dispute, Fanatical Offering, Village Rites, and Reckoner's Bargain. All of these are ways of sacking our Child of Alara and then drawing 2 cards. Perilous Research also basically does the same thing. Going back to ramp spells, our Primal Growth has Kicker, which involves us sacking a creature. Nasty End will draw us 3 cards because it draws 3 if we sack a legendary creature, which Child of Alara is. And then apart from that, we've also got Bontu the Glorified. So this is basically a sack outlet that we can always have around because it's indestructible, although its ability isn't really that good. We've got Erebos Bleak-Hearted, which is both a sack outlet and a way to draw cards, and removal if we need that for some reason, but Child should blow up everything. And then Mogus, which will slowly whittle away our opponent's life. Then, of course, since we don't want to pay the commander tax, we will need ways of reanimating Child of Alara right out of the graveyard. So we've got Animate Dead, Dance of the Dead, Persist, Reanimate. So like the typical reanimation spells. Some other ones to note are things like Footsteps of the Goryo and Goryo's Vengeance, which can also reanimate Child of Alara and then sack it at end of turn. So it reanimates Child of Alara, but then also causes it to die again. We've got Athreos Shroud Veiled, which is indestructible, and it says at the beginning of your end step, you put a coin counter on another target creature, and whenever a creature with a coin counter on it dies or is put into exile, but dies, return that card to the battlefield under your control. So it is a way to permanently have a way to reanimate Child of Alara, although it is expensive at 6 mana. Also, Loyal Retainers reanimates legendary creatures. Wake the Dead, we don't really care when we're reanimating the Child of Alara, so if we're going to reanimate it in an opponent's combat step, that's fine too. And those are all of our reanimation spells. Now, in addition to that, we also have what I'm calling timed reanimation spells. You might be more familiar with these as the scam enabler spells in the modern scam deck. So these are cards like Feigned Death, Kaya's Ghost Form, Malakir Rebirth, Not Dead After All, Supernatural Stamina, Undying Evil, and Undying Malice, which will reanimate the creature when it dies. So the upside to these over the typical reanimation spells is that they are mostly cheaper, at all of them being 1 mana, but they're also specifically timing based where we have to sacrifice Child in the same turn as we cast these things. And it also means that if we put Child of Alara into the graveyard and we didn't have a way to reanimate it, then these don't reanimate it until we find a regular reanimation spell to put it back onto the battlefield. Now, apart from that, we have a few tutors. Again, things like Diabolic Intent are going to incidentally be better because they sack creatures. We've got some protection in anti-counter spells. Among our various lands, we do need some snow-covered lands in order to tutor up via our land-based ramp. We also want some land-based sack outlets, so things like Phyrexian Tower can just be around. And this is also going to be a useful card to tutor up with crop rotation, as is Cavern of Souls. Additionally, Forbidden Orchard is a way to fix rainbow mana, and we don't care about giving our opponent a 1/1 token because we're going to wrath it away anyway. Then some counter spells, you can suit these to your metagame as needed. And then of course the Thoracle Consult win con, because why not? We're in the colors and we do need a way to eventually win the game anyway. Then among our various card draw, we also have Life's Legacy here to draw more cards, although it is a sorcery, so that is a downside of it over the other sack outlets. And the One Ring is indestructible, so we can play that. And then a little bit of land ramp here via Explore and Growth Spiral, which functions a little bit differently than the tutor out of the library ramp spells. So again, the main strategy is going to be getting out Child of Alara, sacking and reanimating it over and over to continuously wipe the board so that our opponents can never develop any sort of a board position. Also, because opponents are going to commit various permanents to the board, it can just have us go way up on card advantage in terms of getting rid of so many of our opponent's resources. And they can never develop any sort of game plans that require that they have permanents in place. So obviously, apart from just hitting their ramp cards, we can also hit things like Underworld Breach or just any other permanent-based win con. If people have Kiki Jiki wins or anything like that, we can get rid of that. We can get rid of stacks pieces, etc. We're going to do that, continuously wiping the board, and then we can just win by either beating our opponents down with the 6/6 Child of Alara, or we can go for the Thoracle Consult win, or we can just slowly whittle away our opponent's health with Mogus. And yep, that is the Child of Alara deck. Welcome to a guide to every deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Chulane, Teller of Tales. So Chulane is a high value Bant commander that also has a bunch of combos. So what does Chulane do? 5 mana, 2/4 vigilance. Whenever you cast a creature spell, draw a card and put a land, and then you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. So whenever you cast a creature, Growth Spiral, 3 mana tap, return target creature you control to its owner's hand. So obviously, casting creatures draws you a card for free and puts a land from your hand onto the battlefield for free. Rife with combos right from the get-go. So what are we doing? Card draw spells, Esper Sentinel, Mystic Remora, Ristic Study. Nissa is not exactly a card draw spell, but I mean this more in like card advantage terms. You're going to be putting multiple lands into play with Chulane and fetch lands, of course, which will trigger its ability to go find elves and elementals. So it kind of does the same thing. Obviously, Alurin is going to be a combo piece in this deck, as is Earthcraft, Cloudstone Curio. Again, anytime we're casting a creature, we're triggering Chulane, so we want things that can pick creatures back up. Overburden is a stacks/combo piece, 2 mana, blue enchantment. Whenever a player puts a creature card into play, so basically whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield, that player returns a land they control to their owner's hand, which in your case doesn't matter because you get to put lands from your hand onto the battlefield for free with Chulane's trigger. And then we've got our self-bouncers, so Shrieking Drake, 1 mana flyer, ETB, return a creature you control to its owner's hand. White Mane Lion, 2 mana 2/2 flash, ETB, return a creature you control to its owner's hand. There are other cards that basically do the same thing. So you could play any of those creatures in addition to these ones if you wanted more of those, more copies of these effects, but I think 2 is enough. So primarily what we're going to be doing is we're going to be looping creatures either with Cloudstone Curio /Alurin and triggering Chulane over and over and over to draw our entire deck and put all of the lands from our hand into play. That's going to be the main one. Earthcraft also allows us to use our creatures to untap basic lands to generate more mana, including basic lands that we put into play with Chulane. So we can do things like loop Shrieking Drake /White Mane Lion over and over with Cloudstone, or just Alurin. Like Shrieking Drake and White Mane can bounce themselves. So let's say you have Alurin plus Shrieking Drake, right? You cast Shrieking Drake for free. You, with the bounce trigger on the stack, tap it using Earthcraft, untap one of your lands. Then Shrieking Drake's ability resolves. You bounce it back to your hand. The Earthcraft untap one of your lands. You have an infinite mana. So those are going to be some of the combos we do. Then we've, of course, got a bunch of our counter spells, protect our combos, interact with our opponent. Fast mana, Jeweled Lotus. You could play other fast mana, but primarily just Jeweled Lotus. Bunch of lands, pretty stock Bant lands. Forbidden Orchard, doesn't matter. We're going to combo off before the tokens are relevant. Protective spells, we've got Destiny Spinner and Veil of Summer to make our stuff uncounterable. Silence, Grand Abolisher, and Ranger Captain of Eos all basically do essentially the same thing. Ranger Captain of Eos also, in this deck in particular, tutors up Shrieking Drake, which is one of our main combo pieces. So that is another use of Ranger Captain. Then we've got a bunch of ramp. We primarily want our ramp to be in the form of creatures, again, because they trigger Chew Lane and because they go enable our various combos with Cloudstone, Curio, Allurin, etc. So we've got just a bunch of Monodorks and Lotus Cobra and Nissa Resurgent Animist, because these trigger off of the various lands that we're putting into play with Chew Lane. Our removal spells, we do have a fair number of removal, of course the lands, but we also have Gilded Drake, Oko, Skyclave Apparition, Swords to Plowshares, and again, Skyclave and Gilded Drake being creatures is more relevant than it would be normally. Then we've got a bunch of stacks cards, so again, we're mostly playing creature-based ramp, so we don't need to have artifacts activated for the most part. So we've got Collector Oof, Null Rod, and Stony Silence to shut off artifacts. Overburden triggers our opponents, so we don't care about bouncing our own lands because we can put them back into play easily with Chew Lane, but our opponents do. Aven Mind Sensor to stop searching. Deafening Silence to stop Storm. Lavinia shuts off 0 mana cast spells, so things like Lotus Petal, Chrome Mox, etc. Also shuts off our opponent's ability to cast spells with a bunch of fast mana. So for example, if our opponents are going to cast Peer into the Abyss off of fast mana, they probably don't have 7 lands and therefore can't cast it. Drannith Magistrate, of course. Linvala to shut off creature activated abilities, and Mana Breach is a 3 mana enchantment that says whenever any player casts a spell, that player returns a land to their hand. So similar to Overburden, except instead of creatures entering the battlefield, it's casting a spell, which again, doesn't really matter too much for us because every creature spell that we cast allows us to put lands from our hand back into play with Chew Lane's trigger. Cyclonic Rift is our sweeper. Then we've got a bunch of tutors, mostly creature tutors. Chord, Eldamri's Call, Eldritch Evolution, Finale, Invasion of Ikoria, Neoform, Wargate, Worldly Tutor, but also we've got Crop Rotation. Pretty important when we've got Gaia's Cradle and a bunch of small creatures. Enlightened Tutor as well. This fetches up a bunch of our combo cards like Allurin, Earthcraft, etc. And then some other cards that I didn't really tag into any specific category. So Endurance, Ewit, Phantasmal Image, and Noxious Revival. Particularly Endurance has another relevant use in this deck, which is that if we draw too many cards and can't win for some reason, we can shuffle our graveyard back in, or put our graveyard back on the bottom rather, so that we don't deck out. But primarily it's going to be an anti-graveyard hate piece for our opponents. We also can loop Eternal Witness with our Cloudstone Curios or other cards that bounce things, and that is primarily Chew Lane. So we mostly want to get Chew Lane out, and then we either combo with one of our various combo pieces, or we use stacks cards, as seen here, to slow our opponents down and prevent them from doing stuff while accruing more advantage than our opponents are, because Chew Lane is triggering so many times and drawing us so many cards and putting so many lands onto the field. And that is Chew Lane, Teller of Tales. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Circu Dimir Lobotomist, and this is one of the sweetest decks we're going to be covering. So Circu Dimir Lobotomist is a 4-mana Dimir 2/3, and it says, whenever you cast a spell, exile the top card of target player's library. And similarly, whenever you cast a black spell, remove the top card, or exile the top card of target player's library. Your opponents can't play non-land cards with the same name as a card exiled from the game with Circu. So in EDH, which is a 100-card singleton format, that primarily is not going to matter, although it will matter sometimes because there's a lot of overlapping cards. So if you happen to exile, let's say, Rhystic Study off of the top deck of one of your opponents, then none of your other opponents can cast a Rhystic Study. And the same would be true for Dockside or other commonly played spells that are going to show up in all or mostly the same decks from all of your different opponents. Now, just reading Circu here might not exactly tell you what this deck is doing, but primarily, this is basically Lantern control in EDH. So, we've got our top card revealers. This is, of course, Lantern of Insight. Everyone plays with the top revealed. And also, Field of Dreams, the same thing. Everyone plays with the top revealed. So what are we doing here? Well, we want to get one of these two cards in play so that we always know what the top card of our opponent's deck is. And then with Circu out, we can make it so that any instant speed blue or black spell we play will exile the top card of an opponent's deck. So obviously, this is more difficult to do in EDH than Lantern Control is to do in Modern. We only get 1 copy each of Lantern and Field of Dreams instead of 4 copies of Lantern, and we have 3 different opponents to manage, not just 1, which can be difficult if we need to counter the abilities of multiple opponents. Also, there's more card draw spells in EDH, and there's more mass card draw spells in EDH. So, Our work is cut out for us, but this does allow us to essentially play the lantern control game in EDH. So of course, we're going to want a bunch of cheap spells that we can cast at instant speed to combine with Cirque. So we've got Brainstorm, Consider, Opt, Peek, Thought Scour. And these primarily are, we don't really care about cantrips, but we just want instant speed, cheap spells that we can play to trigger Cirque that also replace themselves. And these are the best ones that replace themselves. If you wanted more cantrips that only cost a single mana that are instants, there's plenty more to choose from. These are the best ones. Then we have, of course, our own card draw. So Bolsa's Citadel, Mystic Remora, Ristic Study, The Ring, etc. Frantic Search is in here because it's a, again, instant speed spell that we can play basically for free since it untaps 3 of our lands, which will trigger Cirque. Obviously, we also need to prevent our opponents from drawing extra cards. So we're going to have stacks cards like Narset, more on that later, and Necro. We are playing our own combo pieces. We're in Dimir, so why not play Thoracle and, Demonic Consultation? Why not play Isochron Scepter and Dramatic Reversal? Also, ISO Dramatic Reversal has an additional mode in this deck, which is that not only does it go off with our Mana Rocks for infinite mana, but it also triggers Cirque infinite times to exile every card out of our opponent's library. So this is an instant kill rather than an infinite mana outlet like, let's say, Thrasios or something. It just auto kills our opponent when we have at least 2 mana worth of Mana Rocks. Then we got a bunch of counter spells to make sure that we are protecting Cirque or just countering relevant spells from our opponent. And these double up as ways to trigger Cirque at instant speed. So let's say an opponent casts a spell that we need to counter. We can counter it while also exiling the top card of either their library or another library. We've got some fast mana to get Cirque into play faster. Lightning Greaves because we need to make sure Cirque doesn't die to removal. Pretty typical Dimir lands here. Nothing much to say about this. The only real land of any note is Urza Saga, which can tutor up Lantern of Insight, which is, again, very, very relevant in this deck. We, of course, have ported over the Mill Rocks, and surprisingly, the modern Lantern Control Mill Rocks, Codex Shredder, Gold Collar's Belt, and Pixis of Pandemonium, are the only Mill Rocks that affect opponents' libraries. So these are a way to affect opponents' libraries. Then we need protection. So we do need, again, Lightning Greaves protect Cirque, but Spellskite also protects Cirque. And because we're not really killing opponents very quickly, we want to play Ensnaring Bridge to shut down our opponent's ability to attack us. Cavern so we can get through counterspells. Various Mana Rocks to Mana Rock it out. A bit of removal, Rapid Hybrid, Pongify, Deadly Rawlock. All of these, of course, also double as Cirque triggers. And then, of course, we need stacks cards. So one of the main issues with Lantern is that you oftentimes can't actually prevent your opponents from drawing every card out of their library. And especially with 3 different opponents, it's going to be really hard to manage all 3 libraries. But the benefit is we don't actually need to get rid of every single card they're going to draw. We only need to get rid of the relevant cards that they're going to draw, which means that if we can play stacks pieces that neutralize certain categories of cards, then we don't need to exile every single card and can cut down on the amount of necessary hits. So for anti-search, we've got Ashiok, Dream Render, and Opposition Agent to shut off our abilities, the opponent's ability to tutor. We've got Planar Void and Dothy Voidwalker to stop graveyards from being relevant. We've got Narset and Notion Thief to stop extra card draw, as well as Chains of Mephistopheles. So with any of these cards in play, we can basically is our opponent going to draw a Peer into the Abyss? Doesn't matter, we have a Chains in play. Is our opponent going to draw a Demonic Tutor, Opposition Agent? Doesn't matter, they can draw that, it's irrelevant, right? So the more of these stacks pieces we build up, not only is it harming our opponent's ability to play their game plan, but it's also making it so that we don't have to exile as many cards from the top of their deck. Curse Totem to shut off creature activated abilities. Again, we are not green, we're not playing any Mono Dorks. We don't really have any activated creature abilities that matter. Circue's abilities are all triggered. So we can play this, shuts off all opposing Mono Dorks, all opposing activated creature abilities that are relevant. And then lastly, we have Zur's Weirding. So this is a 4-mana blue enchantment, and it says players play with their hands revealed. And if a player would draw a card, they reveal it instead, and then any player can pay 2 life to prevent them from drawing the card. So basically, you can pay 2 life to prevent a player from drawing any card. So this alone is basically the entire Lantern package rolled into one card. It simultaneously shows you all of your opponent's hands, every single card that they're going to draw, and lets you counter them. The downside is obviously you've got to pay life, and you don't have infinite life, so you will eventually get to a point where you're going to run out. And this also applies to you, which means opponents can disrupt your ability to draw cards. However, this also means that if you get to a point where you can't afford to pay life anymore, you can potentially opt for your opponents to pay life instead to prevent other opponents from drawing relevant combo pieces and whatnot. And this is going to be the card that's going to generate the most politics, although there is the potential for Zer's Weirding to be a huge, basically to just backfire on you. So this is the card that is probably the most cuttable here, but I do think it has a spot in this deck. Then Cyclonic Rift, of course these cards, a bunch of tutors. Trinket Mage is particularly relevant because we always need to find either Lantern or Field of Dreams, and we don't have a clean way of tutoring up an enchantment in Dimir colors, so Lantern's going to be more findable. You could potentially also play like Fabricate or other artifact tutors to go find Lantern, but I think this is enough. And then lastly, two cards that don't neatly fall into any category. So Dress Down is a humility effect, but it's only around for one turn. So it's not exactly a removal spell. It's not exactly a stacks card. It doesn't really fall into any specific category, but it is also nice that it is a pseudo removal spell. Like it stops Dockside, it stops Thoracle, and it is a card that replaces itself, and it's a blue spell, so it triggers Cirque. And then lastly, Unwinding Clock is relevant not only to untap your mana rocks so that you can cast other instant speed stuff, but it also untaps your mill rocks, allowing you to have more control over what your opponents are drawing. So the biggest downsides to this deck are obviously going to be 1, Cirque's 4 mana and it's only a 2/3, which means it dies to most stuff. 2, you really don't have a good way of controlling the board itself. Your primary way to do that is going to be Ensnaring Bridge, and then besides Ensnaring Bridge, you really don't have a good way to prevent yourself from getting attacked to death. It's really hard to manage all 3 opposing libraries at the same time, and because you're playing all of these stacks cards, you're basically going to have a bullseye on your head, and you'll probably, if you ever get into a position where you're trying to control all the players, they're going to be able to gang up on you and try to get out from under your soft lock. But if you ever wanted to play Lantern Control in EDH, this is the way to do it. So that is Cirque Dimir Lobotomist in EDH.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Cody Vociferous Codex. So Cody is a colorless creature, but it has all 5 colors of mana in its activated ability. So it is a 5-color commander, allowing you to play all 5 colors. So this is a 1/4 legendary artifact creature. You can't cast permanent spells, and it has 4 tap, add Wooburg. When you cast your next spell this turn, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile an instant or sorcery with lesser mana value. Until end of turn, you may cast that card without paying its mana cost. Put each other card exiled this way on the bottom of your library in random order. So it generates Wooburg, and then you cascade into an instant or sorcery. So what are we doing with this deck? Well, obviously, if we're doing something like this, we're a combo deck. So to start off, we've got our card draw. Adnaz, Jessica's Will, Mystic Remora, Time Twister, not even bothering with Rhystic Study in this version of the deck. And then we've got our combos. This is all the typical stuff you'd expect. We've got Console Oracle, we've got Underworld Breach with Brain Freeze. So if you've got Underworld Breach, LED Brain Freeze, you can mill yourself and then always get the fodder for escape back with Brain Freeze, and always get the mana back with LED. Keep milling yourself and then eventually just mill out your opponents by Brain Freezing them, or just mill your whole deck and then escape Thassa's Oracle. Mnemonic Betrayal is a Yawgmoth's Will for your opponent's graveyard, which is not necessarily a combo piece, but it depends on what they have. So if they have combo pieces that you need, you can get them back with Mnemonic Betrayal, or you can just generate a bunch of mana and then cast their stuff. Then a whole bunch of counter spells to make sure that Cody gets protected. A bunch of fast mana, like a ridiculously huge amount of fast mana. We are a go quick storm deck essentially, so all the typical ones, the Spirit Guides, Dark Ritual, Jessica's Will, but we've Jeweled Lotus, Lotus Petal, etc. But we've also got Burnt Offering, Culling the Weak, Sacrifice, Cabal Ritual, Tinderwall, Reign of Filth, etc. We've got Claim the Firstborn. This is in here primarily because we can target our own Cody to give it haste, so we can activate it immediately. Whole bunch of rainbow lands. In this case, it's not going to matter exactly which ones we have. So like Forbidden Orchard, giving our opponents tokens doesn't matter because we're just trying to combo off as fast as possible. Phyrexian Tower here can potentially sack either another creature of ours to get mana for Cody faster, or we can sack Cody if we need to play permanents for some reason. We've got our protection spells, Veil, Autumn's Veil, Silence, March of Swirling Mist to protect Cody from removal, Deflecting Swat, all of our ramp. Not too much ramp because we're mostly all in on the fast mana. Then we've got our removal spells, which also includes bounce spells. So of course the red blasts, the land, the channel lands, a bunch of bounce spells, alchemist retrieval, chain of vapor, snapback, void snare, and suspend. We got cyclonic rift. Then we got a bunch of tutors to make sure we can get what we need. BTL, all the typical tutors, gamble, etc. Tainted pact to go with Thoracle, crop rotation, and profane tutor, which is important in this deck because since this is a 0 mana sorcery, it means that if we cast any 1 mana spell with Cody, we can then cascade into profane tutor every single time, which means no matter what we cast at 1 mana with Cody, we get to always go grab demonic tutor immediately, which can make us basically win the game on the spot as long as we can just grab the missing combo piece that we need. And then finally, a bit of more spells that are not exactly categorized any which way. So Monomorphose just gets us another card, Noxus Revival and Emerald Charm primarily just untaps Cody to activate Cody again. So then moving back to the combos, so what we're primarily doing is we're just ramping into Cody as fast as possible and then using his ability to go and get Profane Tutor. And then we're just going to try to assemble one of these other combos, either Console Oracle, Oracle Tainted Pact, or a Breach combo using LED and Brain Freeze, or just some other combination of spells, and potentially Mnemonic Betrayal depending on what our opponents have. Or we're just going to try to get to Adnaz as fast as possible, and then use that to go through the rest of our deck and win. Once we cast Adnaz, we probably just win the game if our opponent didn't interact with us. So that's the main thing. As much ramp and fast mana as possible to either find Cody, Adnaz, or one of our combo pieces. And that is pretty much the Cody deck. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Commander Liara Porter. So Commander Liara Porter is a 5 mana Boros commander. She's a 5/3 and she says when you attack, that's when you attack, not when Commander Liara attacks, when you attack. Spells you cast from exile this turn cost X less to cast, where X is the number of players being attacked. Exile the top X cards of your library. Until end of turn, you may cast spells from among those exiled cards. So basically, as long as you attack, let's say you're in a pod of 4 players, you attack all 3 of your opponents, all of your impulse drawn spells cost 3 less, and she impulse draws 3 spells. So we're basically going to be a Boros Storm deck with extra combat step spells, and we're going to try to churn through various impulse draws to just keep going and going, beating down all of our opponents. So we're going to need a number of things for these. We're going to need various beatdown cards, especially the ability to put multiple creatures into play. We're going to want evasion so that we can attack with multiple creatures without them getting killed. And we're going to want a ton of fast mana and impulse draw effects so we can keep churning through our decks, and then a bunch of extra combat step spells so that we can keep getting the trigger on Commander Liara to make the cards. One, this X less ability is cumulative, so if we get it multiple times, our spells cost even less than what the first trigger did, potentially making cards that are even more expensive than 4, possibly 1 mana, and we get to keep impulse drawing. So we've got our beatdown cards. These are basically all the cards that I could find that would generate a bunch of tokens. So like Adeline immediately puts a bunch of creatures onto the battlefield attacking, Pakal. We've got our Myriad cards in Hammers of Moradin, Genesee Enforcers, and Worms Crossing Patrol. And then Loyal Apprentice, which will put a Thopter token into play every turn. Then we've got our impulse draws. So we've got impulse draws that break down into a number of categories, but it's mainly about how many cards they impulse draw. So some we have to cast the spells before the end of the turn or we lose them forever. Some we can cast the spells until the next turn. So we've got things like Act on Impulse, Embrace the Unknown, Glimpse the Impossible, Reckless Impulse, etc. We also hypothetically want the ability to put cards from our hand back on top of our deck so that we can impulse draw those cards. So we have things like Brainstone and Scroll Rack to switcheroo the cards from our hand to the library. We also have even more impulse draw. So these are the ones that are basically either they only get 2 cards or less, or they get more than 2, but we have to cast them immediately or we lose them, versus getting more than 2 and we can take an entire turn without having to play them. So this is cards like Ignite the Future, Inspired Tinkering, Commune with Lava. These are cards that are very good. We can, Inspired Tinkering can cost as little as 1 mana, even just 2 off of the initial Commander Liara Portier trigger, and then it gets us 3 treasures as well, so it actually goes up on mana. Commune with Lava gets us a whole bunch of cards. At base, this is 2 mana to impulse draw 3. Ignite the Future is like 1 mana to impulse draw 3, and we can flash it back. Season of the Bold is basically 2 mana to impulse draw 4 and make a treasure. Memory Vessel wheels into 7 new cards.
And then importantly, we do need the mana to actually cast all this stuff. So we have cards like Bergie, and then the opposite side of Bergie also exiles, impulse draws the card, so that can work too. We've got Rose Cutthroat Raider, which at end of combat on your turn, if you attack, you create a junk token for each opponent you attacked. And the junk tokens can be activated for free to impulse draw. And then whenever you sack a junk token, you add red. So this is another 3 red and 3 impulse draws per attack. Then we've got our fast mana. So we're not really interested in cards like, Pyretic Ritual. We want a lot of mana. So that's going to be cards like Sticker Goblin and Mana Geyser. Then we've got our extra combat cards. So all of these cards give us extra combat. Some of them require that we cast them in combat, like Great Train Heist and Savage Beating, but that's fine because Liara Portier will exile the cards, so we get to use them in combat as well. That's fine. And then we have our actual combos. So our main deal is just going to be churning through a bajillion cards and using Altar of the Brood to mill out our opponent. We also have the ability to use Eternal Scourge in combination with Mimic Vat. So Eternal Scourge, we can cast from exile. So if we've triggered Liara Portier, that means that Eternal Scourge costs 0. We can exile it using the Mimic Vat. So when it dies, we sack it to Ashnod's Altar, for example, or Breath of Fury. It dies, it goes to exile, we get to cast it for free again. It triggers the Altar of the Brood, we get to go again, and we just get to keep casting Eternal Scourge infinitely to mill all of our opponents, or it just gives us an infinite storm count. Or it's the free creature fodder for Breath of Fury to keep going. Breath of Fury can also keep going via the Thopter tokens that Loyal Apprentice makes or various other creatures. Eternal Scourge also could hypothetically be exiled by Rest in Peace, so that's another card you can have in here. I felt like Mimic Vat was good enough. I also prefer Mimic Vat over Rest in Peace because Mimic Vat will also be free if you happen to impulse draw into this one. And then we also have other ways of preventing our creatures from dying. So obviously we need to attack all of our opponents, but there's no guarantee that our opponents won't be able to just block our attackers and kill them. The Reconnaissance will remove our attackers from combat. We don't have to actually connect with any of our attackers. We just have to have attacked them. Similarly, we have Bedlam. Creatures can't block. We just get to keep attacking all of our opponents. And that means as long as we can keep getting extra combat steps, we can just keep hitting our opponents. And this will continue to beat down our opponents until they die. And then lastly, for the same reason, Dolmen Gate prevents all combat damage that would be dealt to attacking creatures you control. Also in the same vein, Loyal Unicorn. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you control your commander, prevent all damage that would be dealt to creatures you control this turn, and other creatures you control gain vigilance. There's also something to be said for Frontline Medic, which when it and 2 other creatures attack, it gives all of our guys indestructible. That's basically the same thing as preventing the damage to them. So these are all just various ways that we can keep attacking our opponents with all of our creatures without them dying in combat. Then we have our pretty straightforward Boros land base, a little bit less than usual at only 29, but that's fine. Soken's on here to be something that can turn our, that can be a land that just becomes creatures. Also important to note, Sundering Eruption. So this blows up a land and its controller may search their library for a basic land, but importantly, it also has the text of creatures without flying can't block this turn. So this is another way of getting evasion that just can be part of our land base. So it's basically free. And if we ever Liara Portier into it, it's only 1 mana. We also have various other protection spells like Grand Abolisher to make sure that none of our stuff gets interacted with. Then we've got a bunch of ramp, and specifically we want ramp in the form of creatures because we want to be able to attack our opponents. So if it's a creature, it wins out over a non-creature, so that's why we're not playing cards like Arcane Signet and Felwar Stone, and instead we're playing these guys. Professional Facebreaker is also very important. We don't necessarily always have the mana to just keep casting all the stuff that we're impulse drawing into. If we're making treasures, that helps us to do it. Also, if we get enough treasures, we can just start impulse drawing with them using the Professional Facebreaker. Then we've got our removal, and we can play more expensive removal than usual because when we impulse draw into it, it costs only 1. So Stroke of Midnight's only 1, Dismantling Wave's only 1. And then aside from that, there were a lot of other cards that I considered. So I considered a number of these cards as more cards that just put tokens into play. I ultimately rejected them because I thought they were too expensive. Same thing with like Showdown of the Skalds as being another impulse draw card. If you Liara Portier into this, it's only 2 mana. Ultimately, I just cut it for space. Same thing with like Rest in Peace, Mimic Vat was enough. Response Resurgence as another extra combat. The problem with this one is that it doesn't untap our creatures. So yes, we get an extra combat, but none of our creatures actually untap as a result of this. I also decided not to run these fast mana spells to get Liara Portier out faster, mainly because it doesn't really matter if we get Liara Portier out quicker. We still need the mana to actually cast all the spells that we're impulse drawing. And then I ultimately decided not to run any of like the mom effects to protect Portier. I felt like Grand Abolisher and Myral were going to be better for turns where we essentially combo off. There's also cards like Delayed Blast Fireball, which when we cast it off of exile deals 5 to all of our opponents and all of their creatures. Ultimately, this is not a very good card when you don't hit it off of exile, and even when you do, it's not really doing anything that we want. Like, it hypothetically clears the board away, but we had to make an attack before doing that. But all of these cards are potentially very good cards that I would include in the deck. I just cut them mostly for space or being less efficient than other things we were already doing. There was also a number of stacks cards that I ultimately opted not to run, mainly because I felt like this deck was more of just, you know, a straight up combo deck trying to impulse as much as possible. And so I didn't want cards that just kind of didn't do anything when we impulse drew into them. So with all that said, that is going to do it for Commander Liara Portier in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Curie Emergent Intelligence. So this is one of the commanders from the Fallout set. It is a 2-mana blue 1/3 legendary artifact creature robot. And it says, whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw cards equal to its base power, and 1 in a blue, exile another non-token artifact creature you control. It becomes a copy of the exiled creature, except it has whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw cards equal to its base power. So obviously, we're going to want pump, but a very specific pump. And the two kinds of restrictions that we're playing around is, one, how do we get pump spells in mono blue? And secondly, how do we get pump spells that aren't just temporary plus effects or +1 counters, but actually change the power of Curie? Since obviously we want to draw a whole bunch of cards via attacking with it. Also, Curie does not have any ability to fly or otherwise evade blockers inherently, so we're going to need a way to do that as well. So for that, we have a number of different options. We have our permanent-based ones and then our temporary-based ones. So we have cards like Ensoul Artifact, which is probably the best out of all of them. We can just slap this on Curie, and Curie becomes a 5/5, and then every time we hit somebody with Curie, we draw 5 cards. Similarly, Skilled Animator will turn Curie into a 5/5. Blackstaff of Waterdeep will turn it into a 4/4. Unctus's Retrofitter will turn it into a 4/4. And Zoetic Glyph will turn it into a 5/4. We also have some temporary pump spells. Now, the benefit of these is that they usually either cantrip or they just cost less than the permanent-based ones, but obviously they're not permanent, so we have to keep playing more of them, but hypothetically, we should draw into more as we are drawing a lot of cards. So the baseline is cards like Behind the Mask, which turns it into a 4/3, so at base, we're talking about 1 mana equals 4 power, so we've got Behind the Mask. Dreadful as the Storm, which is 5/5, but obviously it costs 3 mana. Gift of Tusks, which is only 3/3. Majestic Metamorphosis, which is 3 mana for 4/4, but it also gives flying and draws a card. Mordenkainen's Polymorph, which is 4/4 for 2 and gives it flying. Phantasmal Form, which is only 3/3, but it gives it flying and draws a card. Relics War, which is another 1 mana for 4/3. Serpentine Ambush, which is 2 mana for a 5/5. Startling Development, which is 2 mana for a 4/4, and it just happens to have cycling if you don't want this card for whatever reason. Suit Up, 3 mana for a 4/5, and it draws a card. Water Wings, which is 4/4 and flying, and importantly, hexproof, so a way to protect Curie. Wings of Velasvel, which is 4/4 and flying. And finally, Zalfiran's Shapecraft, which is 4/3 and draw a card. And then aside from those, we have a bunch of evasion cards. So some of these are cards we already saw, like Wings of Velasvel, but aside from those, we have Air Bladder, which is an aura that gives flying. Aqueous Form, which gives unblockable and attack scry 1. Arcane Flight gives flying. Notable, it also gives +1, but that will not be factored into the card draw. Then we've got Flight, Fly, which is also flying, but we get to venture into the dungeon when we deal damage. And then we have Silver Shroud Costume, which the turn that this enters gives Shroud, and then Forever After is unblockable. So now that we've seen all the ways that we can make Curie bigger and draw a bunch of cards, what are we actually doing with those cards? We do have, obviously, some extra card draw with the usual suspects like Ring, Rhystic Study, and Mystic Remora, but we also have Entity Tracker. We are playing a number of enchantments, more enchantments than we would normally be playing because of all the auras to give evasion to our commander and things like Ensoul Artifact and whatnot. Then our main way to win is going to be Lab Man, so we want an easy enough way that we can just have one card that's going to win the game, and Lab Man is the easiest way. It's not Thassa's Oracle, because hypothetically we could draw in such an amount that maybe we would be left with some cards left in our library, and we also want to be able to just like win instantly. Bunch of counter spells. We need ways of protecting our commander, and that's why we're running things like Force of Negation, because we're drawing so many cards that we can just afford to have this. Lotus Petal, it's important we get our commander out faster, so this is a quick way to do that. Pretty straightforward mono base, mostly mono blue with, a few other cards, because why not? Then a second win condition is Psychic Corrosion, so just in case Lab Man wasn't good enough, we do have this other one. We're going to be drawing a lot of cards, and we could potentially mill out our opponents using this. Then we want a whole bunch of protection, so we want to be able to pump our Curie, draw cards, cast our combo pieces without our opponents interacting with us. And to that end, we're going to have a bunch of cards that grant hexproof or ward or make our stuff uncounterable. In particular, some of these bigger ones like Leer and Teferi. Although, do note that cards like Leer and Teferi have significant downsides. So although these cards do completely protect us during opponents' turns, they also have the problem of, for example, Leer makes every spell uncounterable, period, not just ours. So if an opponent has a combo to go off with, neither us nor any of our other opponents will be able to counter them. Same type of deal with Teferi. Everyone can only play spells at sorcery speed. So if one opponent goes to combo and we don't have anything open, but let's say one of our other opponents has a counterspell open, well, they can't play that counterspell either. And then we have like a whole bunch of, random hexproof instants just to keep Curie alive. Some ramp, although not that much. Again, our commander is only 2 mana, so we don't have to ramp too much, and we want as much of this quick stuff as we can get to get Curie out as quickly as possible. And things like, Mox Amber can protect it afterwards. And then we need a little bit of removal. I have slanted the removal into being enchantments, so like Eaten by Piranhas, Unable to Scream, and Witness Protection, specifically because Entity Tracker draws cards off of enchantments. Then we have some stacks for our mono blue deck, so Harbinger of the Seas, back to basics. We don't have anything that has an ETB trigger, so Torpor Orb and Winter Moon. If you or your playgroup are not a fan of these stack strategies, you can easily cut them and the deck will still function. And then these guys, Phyrexian Dreadnought and Phyrexian Soulgorger. So one of the abilities on Curie is to exile an artifact creature and gain, basically become a copy of that creature, except retain the draw cards ability. So something like Dreadnought can be a card where we go Dreadnought, and then before we have to sacrifice it, immediately exile and copy it, and then our Curie becomes a 12/12. Obviously great. Phyrexian Soulgorger, not as good, costs more, and is not as big. The main issue here being the fact that it costs more, so we have to have a whole bunch of mana available. Although we can hypothetically cast Soulgorger, and then even if we don't have the mana to copy it immediately, when it comes back around to our turn and the cumulative upkeep trigger goes off, we can just sack it, or not sack it, but exile it then to Curie, and then we don't have to sack it because it's already gone. There was also a handful of other cards that I thought about, so mainly Crypto Thrall and Padim to make Curie permanently hexproof. I ultimately decided that we probably didn't need either of these creatures because they're just expensive at 4 mana, but these are some other options that you could look at for playing. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for Curie Emergent Intelligence in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. We're looking at the Foundations commanders, and today it's going to be Sinnet Jelly Drover. So Sinnet is a 4 mana blue creature. It's a 2/2 human wizard, and it says, when Sinnet enters or dies, create a 1/1 blue jellyfish creature token with flying, and creatures you control with flying get +1/+1. This second ability is not the important part. The main thing is entering and dying creates a token, and as a result, there are a lot of combos that we can execute based on this. So the combos are a little complicated, but basically Sinnet is going to generate a token on entering and dying. So if you have a card like Ashnod's Altar, for example, that means you get to generate somewhere between 4 and 6 mana with every loop of Sinnet. You can then combo Sinnet with Nim Deathmantle as a way to get her back. And this will allow you to generate infinite jellyfish tokens. It also means that if you happen to have Altar of the Brood in play, you are generating infinite triggers for this to kill your opponent. It also means that with Ashnod's Altar, you have infinite mana, and you can then use that mana to potentially dump into something infinitely in order to win the game that way. You also have Intruder Alarm, which means that if you have creatures that can tap for mana, when Sinnet enters, and when the token that Sinnet generates enters, you can untap your creatures, which means, again, if you've got a way of infinitely blinking, stacking and recovering, or bouncing and then replaying Sinnet, you can generate infinite mana in that regard. So if you've got something like Nephalia Smuggler in combination with Intruder Alarm, you can go infinite that way. If you've got Hullbreaker Horror, you can use that as a way to loop Sinnet over and over and generate infinite that way. And any of these combos will generate you hypothetically infinite mana, depending on how many mana creatures you have, and infinite tokens. We also have a number of other combos not related exactly to Sinnet, and those mainly involve things like a way to cast spells off the top of your library in combination with Sensei's Divining Top and anything that makes the top free, like Ethereum Sculptor, in order to go through our whole deck until we find Aetherflux Reservoir, cast an infinite number of spells, and Reservoir our opponent. Reservoir can also work with our Sinnet combos if those involve bouncing Sinnet back to our hand and replaying her. And we've got Deadeye plus Peregrine Drake to make infinite mana. Deadeye can then soul bond with Sinnet, blinking Sinnet infinitely to generate infinite jellyfish tokens. Additionally, if you've got infinite bounce and replays, Hullbreaker Horror can then hypothetically bounce all of your opponent's things. And Alter the Brood is fetchable off of Urza's Saga. So there's lots of different permutations on the combos that you can do here, some involving Sinet and some not. But regardless, we're trying to assemble one of these in the deck. We then have a number of ways of drawing cards or filtering through cards. So in particular, Crystal Skull, Isu Spyglass, and Mystic Forge are the play cards off the top of your deck that are going to allow us to combo with Sensei's Divining Top. But we also just have a bunch of other things that draw us cards in other ways. Since we're in mono blue, of course, it's only natural that we have a ton of counter spells, and this is relevant for not just interacting with our opponent, but protecting our combos. Mono Vault to get Sinet out faster. Pretty straightforward lands, with some cards to talk about being things like Academy Ruins and Inventor's Fair. Since some of our combos are related to artifacts, we do want ways of going and finding them, or getting them back if they get killed. A little bit of protection for once Sinet is in play. Now, most of our combos involve either infinitely sacrificing, blinking, or bouncing Sinet back to our hand, so we don't exactly need to give her Shroud, Hexproof, that kind of thing, but sometimes timing windows might require that we have some of this, so a little bit of ways of protecting her once she's in play already. And then, of course, Cavern of Souls, so she's not countered. Bunch of ramp spells, and again, I did talk about how we want a lot of our ramp spells to be creatures so that these combine with things like Intruder Alarm. This is also another reason why Academy Ruins is relevant, because we have Millikin and Deranged Assistant. So if we accidentally mill over something that we need, say Altar of the Brood or Sensei's Divining Top, we do want a way of getting that back, and that's where Academy Ruins comes in. Now, if you mill over Academy Ruins and then you mill over those other cards, well, then I guess you just got really unlucky. Some removal as ways of combining with our opponents. Also, since we have cards that can blink things or bounce things, Gilded Drake and Volatile Storm Drake get better. These also get better as ways of triggering Intruder Alarm once, so that's worth mentioning. Some stacks, we are in mono blue, and therefore all of these cards are much more problems for our opponents than they are for us. And then a whole bunch of more tutors for mainly grabbing artifacts out of our deck to do the artifact-related combos. So with all that said, that is going to do it for Sinet Jelly Drover in EDH. Welcome to a guide to every deck in EDH, and we are looking at Dina Soul Steeper. So Dina Soul Steeper is a Golgari 2-mana commander. It's a 1/3, and it says whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. And it has tap, sack another creature. It gets +X/+0 until end of turn, where X is the sacrificed creature's power. For the most part, we are not interested in the second ability. We are mostly interested in the first ability. So one thing to note is that it's whenever you gain life, regardless of how much life you gain, each opponent loses 1 life. So instead of gaining a whole bunch of life, what you want to do is gain very little life over and over and over. So we're primarily going to be looking for cards that gain us usually just 1 life at a time, but that trigger constantly based on some easy to acquire game state. So obviously there's a lot of things to cover as usual in these types of decks. So before getting to combos and all the synergy cards, well, of course, the typical card draw spells, although in this case we've added Well of Lost Dreams, which is a 4-mana artifact that says whenever you gain life, you may pay X, where X is less than or equal to the amount of life you gained, and if you do, you draw X cards. So every time we gain life, we can pay X and draw X cards, which is going to be good in this deck. A little bit of fast mana to get going, typical Golgari lands. The Forbidden Orchard actually does have a use in this deck, which we'll get to later. Then we've got all the life gain cards, which again, we're going to skip for now. We need a little bit of protection to make sure that we're not getting disrupted during our combos and synergies turns. So we've got Veil of Summer and Dosen the Falling Leaf. Players can only play spells during their own turns. You could add more protection like City of Solitude, but I think this is enough. Of course, we've got a whole bunch of ramp, a little bit of removal, some stacks cards. We're mostly not using artifact-based ramp, so we can afford to run Collect Roof and Null Rod, and then a little bit of other stacks cards over here, including Winter Orb, for the same reasons as Null Rod and Collect Roof. We've just got a lot of Monodorks and a lot of things that fetch up additional lands. And then our tutors, of course, including Crop Rotation, because we're going to use Gaia's Cradle. So we then want the things that gain us life in increments in order to trigger Dina. So we've got Bloodchief Ascension, 1 mana enchantment at the beginning of each end step. If an opponent lost 2 or more life this turn, you may put a quest counter on it, and whenever a card is put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, if Bloodchief Ascension has 3 or more quest counters on it, you may have that player lose 2 life. If you do, you gain 2 life. So this is going to be involved in various combos that we'll get to in a bit. Demon's Horn, whenever a player casts a black spell, you may gain 1. So this, of course, triggers off of you casting any of your own black spells, although you don't actually have that many black spells in the deck. It's mostly green spells, but it also triggers on opponents casting their own black spells. We've got Druid Class. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. It has some additional level up modes, but the first mode is really the one that we care about. Essence Warden. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield, you gain 1. Golem's Heart. Whenever a player casts an artifact, you gain 1. Jodi Offshoot, same deal as Druid class. Landfall, you gain 1. And then Kazandu Nectar Pot, same deal. Whenever land enters under your control, you gain 1. Kraken's Eye is whenever a player casts a blue spell, you gain 1. Now, obviously, you don't have any of your own blue spells, but, you know, this is EDH. There should be at least one blue player in your pod. Then we've got Life Gift. Whenever a land enters the battlefield, period, under any player's control, you gain 1. Power Leech is, this is wordy, and it is based on the old templating. So basically, it's just whenever an opponent activates an artifact, you gain 1. Any artifact activation, so all mana rocks, is you gain 1. Prism Ring, choose a color. Whenever you cast a spell of the chosen color, you gain 1. So you choose a color, and then it's only 1 mana, so it's cheaper than a card like Demon's Horn over here, but it's only your own spells that you cast. It doesn't include all players. Prosperous Innkeeper, this is ETB, make a treasure, and then whenever another creature enters under your control, you gain 1. So instead of Essence Warden triggering on every creature entering, it's only your own creatures, but you do get a treasure token. Retreat to Hagra, landfall, each opponent loses 1 and you gain 1. Roots of Life, you choose islands or swamps as it enters, and then whenever a land of the chosen type an opponent controls becomes tapped, you gain 1. So islands or swamps, whichever one is more prevalent in your pod, whenever an opponent taps one of their islands or swamps, you gain a life. Then, of course, Sheoldred, because it is gaining life off of us drawing cards. We've got Spectrum Sentinel. It is a 1 mana 1/2 with pro multicolor, but the more important part of it is whenever a non-basic land enters the battlefield under an opponent's control, you gain 1. And since most players play mostly non-basic lands nowadays, that is pretty much going to be whenever an opponent plays a land, you gain 1. Thought Leech, whenever an island an opponent controls becomes tapped, you gain 1. So similar to Roots of Life, except it is always islands. You cannot choose swamps, and it's 1 cheaper. And then finally, Worm's Tooth, whenever a player casts a green spell, you gain 1. So the idea is to use all of these various life gain spells in combination with Dina, so that every time you are gaining a life off of all of these small things happening, your opponent is also losing, all of your opponents are also losing a life. And then we've got our combos. So of course, any deck that runs Bolas' Citadel can run Sensei's Divining Top to put it back on top and cast it for a single life. And then you can, of course, have Aetherflux Reservoir to combo with that. And then Aetherflux Reservoir is also going to be good in our massive life gain deck in order to gain more life and trigger Dina and to eventually just get up to 50 and Death Star Laser our opponent. We may sometimes be able to actually get up to the amount of life that we need even outside of Bolas' Citadel. Then we've got the Bloodchief Ascension, which is going to not only trigger on opponents having cards go anywhere, so they lose 2 and we gain 2, but since we gain 2, it triggers Dina, which is basically going to be that whenever an opponent has a card going to the graveyard from anywhere, they lose 3 life in combination with Dina. We've got the Wither Chain combo in Witherbloom Apprentice plus Chain of Smog. We've got Marauding Blight Priest as basically a second copy of Dina. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. So this can either be rather than Dina if your opponent countered or killed it, or in addition to Dina to be draining 2 life per life gain. And then, of course, Exquisite Blood. Whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. So this auto combos with both our Commander and Marauding Blight Priest, so that the moment any player loses a life or we gain a life for any reason, that these both trigger, or Exquisite Blood plus Dina both trigger, chain reacting back and forth to drain our opponent out. And then in order to combo with Essence Warden and Prosperous Innkeeper, we have Ashnod's Altar plus Trudge Garden. So Trudge Garden is a 3 mana green enchantment, and it says whenever you gain life, you may pay 2. If you do, you create a 4/4 green fungus beast creature token with trample. So as long as we have this Ashnod's Altar and then either Prosperous Innkeeper or Essence Warden, what'll happen is that we either gain life for any reason, or we just have a creature enter the battlefield to gain life. That triggers the Trudge Garden. We then sack a creature to Ashnod's Altar to pay for Trudge Garden, and we make a 4/4 token. The 4/4 token entering the battlefield triggers either Essence Warden or Prosperous Innkeeper, whichever one that we have out, gaining us life, triggering the Trudge Garden again. We can then sack the Beast token that we just made in order to produce the 2 mana that we need in order to pay for this trigger again. So using this, we infinitely gain life, and then as long as we have Dina out or Marauding Blight Priest, we then also infinitely drain our opponent out. So it is a 4-card combo. We do need our Commander plus Ashnod's plus either Essence Warden or Innkeeper plus Trudge Garden, but that is another combo that we can do. So the main deal with this deck is it's going to be 2 different strategies. Either we're going to want to assemble one of these combos, or we're just going to want to assemble a bunch of the life gain spells and then slowly attrition away our opponent's life totals as we continuously gain life from multiple of these effects, especially ones that have lots of triggers based on small incremental things happening like Essence Warden, Worm's Tooth, etc., and eventually just drain our opponents out. And Forbidden Orchard in this deck is specifically relevant because a creature entering the battlefield can trigger Essence Warden. And that's really the only reason that Forbidden Orchard is in here. And then, yep, that is Dina Soulsteeper.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Dogmeat Everloyal. Dogmeat is a 3-mana Naya commander, and he says, when Dogmeat enters, mill 5, then return an aura or equipment from your graveyard to your hand, and whenever a creature you control that's enchanted or equipped attacks, create a junk token, which is an artifact that you can tap and sacrifice to impulse draw the top of your deck. So obviously different directions you can take Dogmeat. I opted to go for a Voltron route where we're going to attempt to get as much auras and equipment cards onto Dogmeat as possible and kill our opponents through commander damage. The main obstacle here was getting a sufficient number of auras and equipment into the deck that when you mill 5, you're always going to hit something. So if we take a look at the count, we have 14 equipment and 13 auras for a total of 27 between the two of them. So that adds up to a little less than a third of our deck. So if we come over here and we look at how this maths out, if we've got a 99 card deck, 27 potential hits in the deck, and we're going to see 5 cards, what are the odds that we get at least one of them? They are 80%. So 1 out of 5 times we will brick, but other than that, we will hit a card at least once every 4 out of 5 times. So with that said, we have access to various effects here. So we've got things like All That Glitters, Idolized as ways of pumping Dogmeat. Strong Back is another pretty good one. Equip abilities you activate that target enchanted creature cost 3 less. Aura spells that target the enchanted creature cost 3 less, and it gets +2 for each aura and equipment attached to it. We also have Mantle of the Ancients. Obviously, we're milling cards, and we're only getting 1 aura and equipment back. So if we mill multiple auras and equipment, we want ways of generating them all back from the graveyard onto Dogmeat, so this is a way to do that. And it happens to pump our guys. And then a number of other pretty good cards like Bear Umbra and Breath of Fury as a way to go infinite combat. If we can generate an additional token every single turn to put the Breath of Fury onto, like every combat step, another token appears, Breath of Fury moves to it, we keep taking infinite combats. We've also got things like Gift of Immortality to get Dogmeat back if it gets killed. And then just a number of other auras that happen to do other things like Kenrith Transformation, Song of the Dryads, or Utopian Sprawl and Wild Growth, and Fertile Ground is just extra hits. And then here we've got Strength of the Harvest as one of our lands that also happens to be an aura, so we can get this back as well. And then if we take a look at our equipment, it kind of breaks down similarly. We've got straight up pumping with things like Blackblade Reforged. We've got protection and things like Champion's Helm to give hexproof, Colossus Hammer for more pumping, Conqueror's Flail for protection, Excalibur for pumping, Hexblade Wallbreaker as an equipment that can get extra combat steps, which we're very interested in, etc., etc. With some of the big standouts being things like Robe of the Stars as a way that we can phase out Dogmeat to completely protect it from any sort of sweeping or other ways that would kill it. Now, if we get off of just auras and equipment, we can see the breakdown of cards by the specific category that they're in. So here's all of our beatdown cards. Then we've got our card draw. So some cards to highlight here are Pure Steel Paladin, which when equipment enters, you draw. And then importantly, the Metalcraft ability to equip for free. Armory Paladin, whenever you cast an aura or equipment, exile the top of your library and you may play it until the end of your next turn. SRAM draws off of auras and equipment. Scythis draws off of enchantments. We've got our cheat spells. So these are mostly things that allow us to equip without having to pay equip costs. So these are cards like Ardenn, Codsworth, Forge Anew, Inventory Management, Pure Steel, Sigarda's Aid, and then we've got Stoneforge to go grab equipment that we want. We have our combo cards, so this is a little difficult to explain, but let me break it down. So as previously mentioned, Breath of Fury, which as long as we can keep generating a creature every combat, allows us to take infinite combats. We have Ginny Fae, which if you would create a token, you can create a 2/2 with haste or a 3/1 with vigilance instead. Mana Matrix, pay up to 2 less than required whenever you cast an instant or enchantment. Meticulous Excavation to bounce things back to our hand for 3 mana. Phyrexian Altar to sack stuff, and Semblance Anvil to make a specific card that we imprint with it. All cards of that type cost 2 less. So combo number 1 is we need our commander Dogmeat, we need Gift of Immortality, we need Phyrexian Altar, and we need Mana Matrix. So we have all of these permanents in play with Dogmeat has Gift of Immortality attached to it. So we activate Phyrexian Altar and we sacrifice Dogmeat, which adds a white to our pool. Then Dogmeat dies, which triggers the Gift of Immortality, which returns Dogmeat from the graveyard to the battlefield. When Dogmeat enters, it gets its trigger, which we mill 5 cards, and then we return Gift of Immortality to our hand. Then we get to cast Gift of Immortality for just a single white mana because we've got the white mana from Phyrexian Altar, and Mana Matrix is causing this to cost 2 less. And then we can repeat this step infinitely to get infinite amounts of this. So the result is that we get infinite ETBs, infinite deaths, infinite sacrifice. We mill our entire deck as many times as we want to do this loop. And we have an infinite storm count since we're recasting Gift of Immortality. And obviously, aside from Mana Matrix, we can swap Mana Matrix for Semblance Anvil as long as we have a enchantment imprinted to this. Then the second combo is Dogmeat plus Breath of Fury plus Ginny Fae. So we need Breath of Fury attached to some other creature besides Dogmeat, and we need that creature to be able to hit our opponent. So we attack. Now Dogmeat's second ability triggers, remember, whenever a creature you control that's enchanted or equipped attacks, you create a junk token with Dogmeat. So Ginny Fae then replaces that junk token with a creature. The Breath of Fury triggers. So we sack the creature that it's attached to, and now we attach this to the cat or dog token that we have created, but mainly the cat token, because the cat token will have haste. We need it to have haste. We can then attack with that cat token. The Breath of Fury will trigger again. We keep looping. We get infinite combats. Now, are these combos that good? No. They're kind of clunky. They require a lot of setup and a lot of different moving parts, but these are some things that you can set up. It's also a little awkward that these combos do not involve Dogmeat. So while Dogmeat can get Gift of Immortality and Breath of Fury back, all of the other cards are things that Dogmeat does not get back off of its mill ability. And especially Mana Matrix costing 6 is pretty rough. Moving on from there, we have a pretty straightforward Naya mana base. Not much to see here other than the aforementioned Strength of the Harvest. We have our protection, so obviously we want Dogmeat to not get countered or killed by removal. So we've already seen many of the equipment and auras that help with this, but we also have cards like Destiny Spinner, Cutzel, etc. Whole bunch of ramp. We want to get this stuff going as quickly as possible. We have our removal, which includes Song of the Dryads, Kenrith, and Argenum Armor. A little bit of stacks, not too much, so mainly just High Noon here as a way of rule of lawing the field. And then we've got some tutors to go grab specific auras and equipment if we want to go grab those, so Stoneforge, Kellen, and Enlightened Tutor. Then there were a whole bunch of other cards I considered, so these were various like equipment or auras that I thought might be useful, or other cards that triggered off of enchantments or that protected Dogmeat, some additional ramp spells that I ultimately decided not to play. There's a whole bunch of these. You can take a look at these in the considerations tab if you follow the Moxfield link and decide whether you want to run these cards or not. I ultimately decided that they were either redundant or less efficient than things we were already playing, so opted not to run them, but you can mix and match as needed. And one of the big spots in the deck that I think might need shoring up is the stacks package. Since we're mainly involved in Voltroning Dogmeat, we might want to run some more Rule of Laws like Archon of Emeria, but I'm not sure. But anyways, with all that being said, that is going to do it for Dogmeat in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Duke Older Ravenguard. This is a 6-mana Boros commander. It's a 5/5 human noble soldier with, at the beginning of combat on your turn, another target creature you control gains haste and myriad until end of turn. And if you're not familiar with myriad, that is, whenever it attacks for each opponent other than the defending player, you may create a token that's a copy of that creature that's tapped and attacking that player or a planeswalker they control. Exile the tokens at end of combat. So if you attack one of your opponents with a creature with myriad, you create a token for each other player, and the token is attacking that player. So clearly we're going to want creatures that either have ETB or leaves triggers that we can multiply with Duke Older Ravenguard for the purposes of either accruing advantage or just beating down our opponents really hard. So to that end, we do have some tiny cantripping creatures in the form of things like Spirited Companion, Helpful Hunter, and Charming Scoundrel to rummage or just straight up draw cards or make treasure tokens. Or when we don't have anything else going on, we also have some big beats with Terror of the Peaks. So if you create multiple copies of Terror of the Peaks, they'll all trigger off of each other. And we've got Cathar's Crusade because we're also putting a bunch of tokens into play and therefore getting at least 2 counters on all of our guys. Additionally, since we're going to be playing a lot of creatures, we do have the cards like Enduring Innocence and Welcoming Vampire to trigger off of creatures entering and draw cards. We've also got a little bit of ways of pushing through, so Sword of Fire and Ice, but this is mainly as a way for Stoneforge to be able to find stuff. And as stated, here's the Stoneforge, so we can potentially find up to 3 equipment, so we need at least 3 equipment in our deck for when we go and Myriad the Stoneforge. We've got token multiplying spells with Anointed Procession, although do note that the additional copies of the tokens will still exile at end of turn. They are still bound by the Myriad restriction. And then aside from those, we've got cards like Etsushi, which can either impulse draw or create treasures.
We've got dual caster mage and molten duplication for that combo, and we've got some additional extra combat stuff with port razor to potentially go infinite. We also have Eomer, Marshal of Rohan, with whenever one or more other attacking legendary creatures you control die, untap all creatures you control. And after this phase, there is an additional combat phase. The ability triggers only once each turn, but because you're making legendary token copies of it, the legendary tokens are dying and thus triggering. And finally, Karmic Guide to get stuff back from the graveyard. We've got a little bit of fast mana to try to get Duke Older out faster than having to wait all the way to turn 6 to get him. Also have a bunch of lands, pretty straightforward here. Some protection spells in the effort to make it so that Duke Older doesn't get killed or countered. Bunch of ramp, again, trying to get to Duke Older, along with Professional Facebreaker. And then down here we have Sword of Feast and Famine as yet another piece of equipment. And then we've got a bunch of removal, a lot of it in the form of creatures with ETB triggers. So we've got Dwarger Hedge Mage, which is when it enters, you get to shatter if you control 2 mountains and destroy an enchantment if you control 2 plains. We've got Lorien, Plundering Barbarian, either makes a treasure or shatters. We've got, of course, Skyflame Apparition, and then, as previously mentioned, the Terror of the Peaks to burn stuff along with Fury. We do need some ability to kill permanents that are not based on creatures entering. So, for example, let's say our opponent has like a Torpor Orb or something. Obviously, cards like Lorien wouldn't trigger, so we do need at least one way of killing those things in a way that is not a creature. A little bit of stacks, not too much, in order to keep our opponents in check, mainly the rule of laws off of things like Archon of Emeria. And then we've got some tutors with Imperial Recruiter and Recruiter of the Guard to go fetch up either combo pieces or just other relevant value cards. And then some various other creatures, so some creatures that can give the initiative, and of course when the myriad tokens enter the battlefield, they all additionally trigger the initiative. So we can journey through the initiative dungeon much faster. And we also have Al the Dawnsky so that the legendary tokens can die and trigger this. And then finally, Agris Coast Eternal Soldier, whenever it becomes the target of an ability that targets only it, so the Myriad trigger off of Duke Older, you can pay 1 and a hybrid Boros, and if you do, you copy the ability for each other creature you control that ability could target, and each copy targets a different one of those creatures. So with Agris Coast out, you can pay 2 and Myriad all of your guys instead of only one of them. So again, we do have a little bit of some combo stuff with the Dual Caster Molten Duke combo, along with some things that can generate infinite combat steps. But in general, we're mainly trying to play a value beatdown plan by duplicating our creatures to gain card advantage. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for Duke Older Raven Guard in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Edgar Markov. So Edgar Markov is the baseline Vampire Tribal Commander. This is a 6 mana Mardu creature, although don't pay any attention to that because we've got Eminence. Whenever you cast another vampire spell, if Edgar Markov is in the command zone or on the battlefield, but in the command zone, create a 1/1 black vampire creature token. And then he has a bunch of other abilities which don't matter because we're almost never going to cast Edgar. We're just going to have him in the command zone to get this free vampire token ability. So whenever you cast another vampire spell, make a 1/1 vampire. So right away, this means 2 things. Obviously, we want to be playing a bunch of vampires so that we can get the free tokens. And secondly, because we're making free tokens with our spells, this screams combo potential. So first things first, of course, card draw. What EDH deck would be complete without it? We've got the typical stuff like Citadel, Esper Sentinel, Necropotence. Skull Clamp is extremely good in this deck because we're making a bunch of free 1/1 tokens that we can clamp. Then we also have our vampire draw spells. So Champion of Dusk, ETB, you draw X cards and lose X life, where X is the number of vampires you control. At minimum, this is going to draw you 2 cards since casting it will trigger the Edgar to make another vampire token. And if you've got more vampires after that, you can draw even more cards. Dusk Legion Duelist, whenever 1 or more +1 counters are put on Dusk Legion Duelist, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. We do have ways of putting counters on it. And Welcoming Vampire, whenever 1 or more other creatures with power 2 or less enter the battlefield under your control, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. Do note that this doesn't trigger from casting itself off of Edgar because you get the vampire token on cast before this is actually on the field. And then we have some other black spells that are going to draw us a lot of cards. So Stinging Study, you draw X cards and you lose X life, where X is the mana value of a commander you own on the battlefield or in the command zone. So 6 cards because of Edgar. And then we've got Pact of the Serpent. Choose a creature type. Target player draws X cards and loses X life, where X is the number of creatures they control of the chosen type. So you're always going to choose Vampire. And depending on how many vampires you have, you're going to draw that many cards. It's the black version of Distant Melody, but even cheaper. We've got a lot of combos. We're going to ignore that for right now. counter spells. So we're in Mardu colors, so we don't have too many ways of countering our opponent's spells or protecting stuff, but we do have, of course, the Red Blast, Tybalt's Trickery, and Burnout, which is basically Dispel for blue spells. Dark Ritual, but we don't actually need Jeweled Lotus because we're not actually intending to ever cast Edgar. Then we've got various Mardu lands, not much to see here. Although I guess the one thing to point out is we've got Cabal Coffer's Urborg. Then a bunch of ramp spells. Again, nothing really much to say about this. We've got Patriarch's Bidding. Each player chooses a creature type. Each player returns all creature cards of a type chosen this way from the graveyard to the battlefield. So if you had a bunch of vampires that died for whatever reason, you can bring them all back with Patriarch's Bidding. And then since we're in white, of course, why not play some stacks cards along with black as well? So Deafening Silence to stop Storm, Drannith Magistrate, obviously, Opposition Agent to shut off Searching, and Drana and Linvala to shut off activated abilities of opponent's creatures. We could play more stacks pieces than this, obviously adjust the deck as you want according to your metagame. Then we've got some sweepers, so Fire Covenant is pretty much going to be a staple in every single Rakdos deck. Deal X damage divided any way you choose among any number of target creatures, where X is the amount of life you pay. So you can pay any amount of life and then spread out damage as you want. We've got Olivia's Wrath, 5 mana. Each non-vampire creature gets -X, where X is the number of vampires you control, so an asymmetrical Wrath, depending on how many vampires we have. Ruinous Ultimatum, destroy all non-land permanents your opponents control. Straight up just a one-sided Wrath spell for everything, although it is extremely steep in that it's 7 mana and has a very heavy color requirements. And then a new card from the Doctor Who set, Everything Comes to Dust. It's 10 mana, but don't mind that too much because it also has Convoke. Exile all creatures except those that share a creature type with a creature that convoked this spell, all artifacts and all enchantments. So it exiles all artifacts and enchantments, and then it exiles all of the creatures except the ones that share a type you control that convoked it. So vampire, obviously. And you do have to be wary to some degree of convoking with other things. So obviously if you convoke with some of these non-vampire creatures, it will save other creatures of those types. Similarly, a bunch of vampires are not just going to be vampires, they're going to be other creature types as well, so you do have to take that into account. But overall, pretty good asymmetric sweeper here. Obviously, a bunch of tutors, including Hoarding Broodlord, which is a convoke tutor. Then we've got some cards that just synergize well with what we're doing. So Mondrak and Anointed Procession double up our token generation. So we'll make double tokens every time we cast a vampire. Moonshaker Cavalry, the white Craterhoof Behemoth, we're making a bunch of tokens and creatures anyway. Same deal with Cathar's Crusade. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. So every vampire equals double +1 counters with Edgar. Then we've got Descendant's Fury. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you may sacrifice one of them. If you do, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a creature card that shares a creature type with the sacrificed creature. Put that card onto the battlefield and the rest on the bottom of your library. Obviously, this is going to be pretty easy to use because we're making a bunch of 1/1 vampire tokens anyway that we don't really mind sacrificing. We could also play Shared Animosity or other pump effects, but I think Moonshaker and Cathar's Crusade are enough. And then, of course, we've got all of our vampires. So this is all the vampires in the deck. We could play more vampires than this, but we really want our creatures to be doing one of a few things. Drawing cards, comboing, generating mana, or dealing a ton of damage, and not all vampires do that. So to go through them very quickly, a lot of these vampires are going to just be combo pieces, so I'll skip those for now. But specifically, we've got Captivating Vampire. Other vampires you control get +1, and tap 5 untapped vampires you control, gain control of target creature. It becomes a vampire in addition to its other types. So one thing, first of all, we've got a bunch of vampire tokens because of Edgar, so it's not going to be too difficult to generate the 5 vampires that we need. Secondly, this effect is permanent. It doesn't go away when you lose control of Captivating Vampire. Then we got Cordial Vampire. Whenever Cordial Vampire or another creature dies, put a +1 counter on each vampire you control. So first of all, this isn't just creatures you control, it's all creatures. So if your opponents have creatures that die, you will also get the +1 counters. And we do have ways of sacking our guys, for example, with Skull Clamp. So that's another way to just put a bunch of counters on stuff. Those counters are, of course, going to synergize with Dusk Legion Duelist. This also combos off with Cathar's Crusade. We've got Florian Voldaren Scion. 3/3 for a strike. At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the total amount of life your opponents lost this turn. Exile one of those cards and put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may play the exiled card this turn. So basically, if we deal, let's say, combat damage or use any of these other drain effects that we have, depending on how much we do, we're always going to draw, in quotes, because, well, impulse draw a card. and depending on how much damage we do, we get to dig deeper to find more cards. We never get more than one card at a time, but we do dig deeper. Then there's Indulgent Aristocrat, lifelink, and 2 mana sack a creature, put a +1 counter on each vampire you control. So every vampire token essentially gets a 2 mana rider on it that lets it become a permanent anthem for all of the other vampires. Mirror Entity, which because it's a changeling makes it a vampire, and it's got X until end of turn. Creatures you control have base power and toughness XX, and gain all creature types. So this is essentially a vampire that says however much mana you have, you can pump your entire team by that much. We've got Sanctum Seeker. Whenever a vampire you control attacks, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life, which depending on how many vampires we have attacking, especially with Edgar making tokens, is going to deal a lot of damage very quickly. And then all of the other vampires are combo pieces, so let's move to the combo section. So we've got Ashnod's Altar and Phyrexian Altar, which are, of course, ways to generate a lot of mana, given how many random vampire tokens we're making off of Edgar. But they also do go infinite with certain cards. So for example, if we've got Oathsworn Vampire, this says it enters tapped and you may cast it from your graveyard if you gained life this turn. So if we have any way of gaining life, we can then sack the Oathsworn Vampire. So let's say we've got, we gain life somehow, and then we just have the Oathsworn Vampire, right? And then we've got Phyrexian Altar. Then we can sack the Oathsworn Vampire to Phyrexian Altar and the vampire token that it generated when we cast it originally, generating double black mana. Then we can just cast the Oathsworn Vampire from our graveyard. It'll trigger Edgar to make a token. And this is not infinite mana, but it is infinite ETBs and death triggers, which combos with other things that we've got going on. We can also, if we have Ashnod's Altar, we can use the Ashnods to sack one of the two, either the Oathsworn or the token, and then use the Phyrexian Altar to sack the other one, so that we generate infinite colorless mana as well. We've got Cloudstone Curio, of course, which can pick up vampires and allow us to replay them over and over and over, which depending on other things that we have can potentially give us infinite triggers. Also, because every vampire that we cast generates a vampire token, it means that 1, the token itself can be the trigger that bounces something with Cloudstone Curio, and 2, it means that when we're picking up vampires and then recasting them, we get more vampire tokens. So again, this goes infinite, potentially depending on what we're doing with Phyrexian Altar, Ashnod's Altar, or other combinations of things. We do have the Shared Animosity over here to pump the team. We've got Mana Echoes. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield, you may add an amount of colorless equal to the number of creatures you control that share a type with it. So similar to Phyrexian Altar and Ashnod's Altar, this is another way of generating tons of mana or potentially infinite mana with the vampires that we're casting. Then we've got the old Sanguine Bond, Exquisite Blood combo. So these are 5 mana enchantments. Exquisite Blood says whenever an opponent loses life, you gain that much life. And Sanguine Bond is whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. So as long as you have any way of either gaining life or making an opponent lose life when both of these are in play, they then chain react with each other to kill our opponents dead. And we also have a bunch of vampires that also have draining effects that combo with either Exquisite Blood or Sanguine Bond, depending on how they work. So Cliffhaven Vampire, whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. Blood Artist, whenever a creature dies, target player loses 1, you gain 1. Cruel Celebrant, whenever it or another creature or planeswalker you control dies, each opponent loses 1, you gain 1. Veto, whenever you gain life, target opponent loses that much life. Marauding Blight Priest, whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. So in various combinations, these cards can combo with Sanguine Bond and or Exquisite Blood. Of course, any death trigger related cards like Blood Artist and Cruel Celebrant can go infinite with Oathsworn Vampire, or just anything else that triggers from dying or entering, depending on what you're doing. We've got Mirkwood Bats, which while not a vampire is a bat, so it's thematically on theme, and it says whenever you create or sacrifice a token, each opponent loses 1 life. So yet another way of going infinite. So some of these cards will go infinite and win the game either with just 2 of them, or they might need some catalyst to get them going, like Exquisite Bond or Exquisite Blood plus Sanguine Bond, or they might need a 3rd piece. But however you want to slice it, there's lots and lots and lots of different combo pieces that you can do here in order to win the game. So you can play Edgar in one of 2 ways. One is obviously assembling one of these combos to win the game. The other is just having a straight up value game plan where you just make a bunch of vampires and then kill your opponent with either superior card advantage from the card draw spells, or you can just kill your opponent by generating a superior board to them and then winning via Mirror Entity or Sanctum Seeker or Moonshaker or Cathar's Crusade or Shared Animosity. anything that's going to allow you to just basically overrun the field with huge vampires to win the game. You also have secondary win conditions that are not exactly going to win you the game, but can basically put you in a position to win, such as stealing all of your opponent's creatures with Captivating Vampire, staxing the opponent out with the stacks pieces. You can potentially shut down what they're doing with these cards, killing all of your opponent's stuff with sweepers while leaving your own stuff unmolested. So lots of different ways to do things, although primarily you're usually going to want to assemble one of these combos. And that is Edgar Markov. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Edric, Spymaster of Trest, and this one's going to be pretty straightforward. So Edric is a 3-mana Simic commander. He's a 2/2, and he says whenever a creature deals combat damage to one of your opponents, its controller may draw a card. So while this does allow our opponents to attack each other to draw cards, mostly Edric is going to be more beneficial for us, and we're going to build our deck around having a bunch of cheap creatures with evasion so that we can attack and draw cards. And that is going to be paired up with a bunch of extra turn spells, with the idea being that we will attack our opponents with all of our cheap evaders, draw a bunch of cards. At least one of those will be an extra turn spell. We'll cast that extra turn spell, go to the next turn, attack all of our opponents with all of our creatures, and eventually win through beatdown. So obviously we have a bunch of cheap evasion creatures, usually with some sort of other ability tacked on that makes them somewhat useful. So things like Fairy Seer or Silver Raven as ways of scrying, Mausoleum Wanderer as a tax effect, Spyglass Siren, Siren Storm Tamer for protection, Spectral Sailor, just a bunch of cheap evasion creatures that we can hit our opponents. However, we also, of course, have a bunch of our ramp creatures, Elvish Mystic, Delighted Halfling, etc., which also double up as ways of attacking our opponents to draw more cards. Usually, one of our opponents at the least will not have a blocker, and so we can just attack them and draw cards via our Mana Dorks, which makes them much more useful than they would normally be. Aside from that, once we do have a bunch of creatures, if for some reason that's not sufficient to kill our opponents, we do have a Craterhoof Behemoth that we can use to just end the game quickly. Bunch of card draw. Usual suspects, things like Rhystic Study and Mystic Remora, but whatever cheap creatures we can grab are better than they would normally be, so things like Fairy Mastermind, Polywog Prodigy. We do have cards like Grazilax and Tusky as basically secondary versions of Edric. Like, they're not exactly Edric, but they're kind of the same thing, so if Edric dies and we can't pay the tax, these are just additional ways of having another Edric effect. Skull Clamp, obviously, we have a ton of cheap creatures with 1 toughness, so this is going to be another way that we can draw a bunch of cards. We do have Hullbreaker Horror as a way to potentially generate infinite mana by looping mana rocks, so something like Sol Ring plus Mana Crypt. However, this in itself isn't a way to win the game, but it is a way to stabilize the game. So if we ever get into a point where we are, of course, drawing a bunch of cards with Edric, and then we have a Hullbreaker Horror in play, it's going to be very difficult for our opponents to actually resolve anything to stop us. And the reason that we don't have a typical combo card like, say, Thassa's Oracle here is because we don't really need it. We can just win through beatdown. Bunch of counter spells, pretty straightforward here. And then we've got our extra turn spells. This isn't every extra turn spell, but it's the ones I consider to be the best, which it mostly means the ones that are the cheapest. There really isn't much to say about any of these. It's basically just the best extra turn spells that you can get your hands on. If for whatever reason you don't consider 9 to be enough, you can obviously include more, but there is a balance to be met in terms of potentially drawing extra turn spells, especially in our opening hand when we may not necessarily want them yet. So we don't necessarily want a ton of them. Bit of fast mana, obviously the faster we can get Edric down, the better. Pretty straightforward lands, nothing much to say here other than that Dryad Arbor is technically a creature that we can attack with, and that Gaia's Cradle and to a lesser extent Nykthos are going to be ways of generating a lot of mana based on all of the creatures that we are playing. Various forms of protection, again, usually in the form of creatures if possible, so things like Hope of Ghirapur, Storm Tamer, Allosaurus Shepherd, etc. All of our ramp spells, a little bit of removal, Force of Vigor, Karn's Temporal Sundering, technically a removal spell, Rex Sage. Collector Oof as our 1 stacks piece. It's notable that we have GSZ and Natural Order as ways of tutoring for creatures, so do keep in mind that creatures to tutor for should fall into being green to accommodate these, which is why we're playing for Collector Oof as an example. And Crop Rotation is primarily a way to go grab Gaia's Cradle. And then finally, Druid's Repository. Whenever a creature you control attacks, put a charge counter on Druid's Repository. Remove a charge counter from it to add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool, so it turns our attacks into not just card draw from Edric, but into additional mana from the repository. But with that said, that is going to be Edric, Spymaster of Trest in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at the new commanders from Modern Horizons 3, in this case Eladamri Corvik Doll. Eladamri is a 3-mana green 3/3 elf warrior who has 3 abilities. The first, you may look at the top card of your library anytime. Then you may cast creature spells from the top of your library. And finally, and the most important ability, green tap 2 untapped creatures you control. Reveal the card from your hand or the top card of your library. If you reveal a creature card this way, put it onto the battlefield. Activate only during your turn. So using Eladamri, we're going to try to get him into play as fast as possible using cheap mana ramp, and then cheat out really big bombs that we can use to win the game. So first things first is our ramp cards. So all the usual suspects that you would expect, all the mana elves, cards like Carpet of Flowers, Wild Growth, Utopia Sprawl, obviously Soul Ring and Mana Crypt, everything you would usually expect with the addendum of Gilded Goose, because the big thing we want to do is make sure that we play a turn 1 ramp source, and then try to get Eladamri on turn 2, and then turn 3, activate Eladamri, putting a huge bomb into play. So it doesn't matter if Gilded Goose can't produce mana after the first turn, because it can still stick around as a body that Eladamri can tap. Similar to the mana ramp, we also have some fast mana, particularly Jeweled Lotus, to try to get Eladamri out super fast. Of course, it's not just ramping that we need to do, we also need to provide multiple cheap bodies that Eladamri can tap for, since we need Eladamri plus 2 other creatures. So anytime that we can find an effect on a cheap creature is going to be helpful. Eladamri also allows us to cast creature spells off the top of our deck, so once again, anytime that we would have an ability that we would otherwise want, if the most efficient version is a non-creature spell, consider replacing that with a creature version instead. Some examples are things like Haywire Might, as opposed to a card like Force of Vigor, for example. Finally, after all that, assuming you're successful, that leaves the big bomb creatures that we're going to try to win the game with. So just to go through some of those, and I will admit that this isn't a complete exhaustive list of all of the potential creatures that you could use to win the game. And of course, if you want a creature that you maybe find more fun, it is not necessarily all about winning, you could add that as well. But these are the collection of creatures that I found that I think are the best options for Eladamri cheating into play. So the first one is Apex Altasaur, 9 mana 10/10. When it enters the battlefield, it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control, and it has Enrage. Whenever it's dealt damage, it fights up to 1 target creature you don't control. So basically, when it enters, you're going to fight something, and then assuming that Apex Altasaur is still alive after fighting, which it probably should be since it's a 10/10, it will trigger its Enrage ability, fighting another thing, and you can continue on fighting each of your opponent's creatures. So a couple things about this. Obviously, it depends on how many creatures your opponents have, what their power is, and how many of them you want to kill, but this can potentially act as a plague wind, destroying all of your opponent's creatures. You also don't have to fight all of them if you want the Apex Altasaur to live, because it's up to 1 creature that it fights, so you can keep Apex Altasaur around and fight as many things as you want. Bane of Progress is a 6 mana 2/2 that destroys all artifacts and enchantments when it enters. Our deck is particularly centered around creature ramp, and although we do have some artifact ramp and some other artifacts that we may use and enchantments that we may use, this primarily is going to affect our opponents more than it affects us. Blightsteel Colossus, which while obviously it has some benefits, also has some drawbacks. Indestructible doesn't actually make it immune to removal, since it can get hit by plenty of exile effects, tuck effects, etc. It doesn't have haste, and it doesn't really have any immediate value that it gets on the board. But with that said, it is a card that will one-shot anybody that it attacks. Craterhoof Behemoth does have an immediate ability, although do keep in mind that Eladamri has to tap and also has to tap 2 other creatures, so you're going to be down 3 bodies when you actually go to attack. Galta, which on its own is just a 12/12 trample, which is not especially impressive in the context of EDH, but this does make it so that if you have multiple large threats in your hand, you can cheat Galta out and then cheat all the rest in using Galta's ability. Kogla fights a creature when it enters, and thereafter, if you at least get to attack with it, you can start blowing up artifacts and enchantments. Going further down the list, we have the Eldrazi Titans, Kozilek, Butcher of Truth, and Ulamog the Infinite Gyre, and while neither of these have an Enter the Battlefield ability, they do have a pretty good way of devastating our opponents using their Annihilator 4 abilities. Also, it should be mentioned that this deck has to be able to function without Eladamri, so there may be times when we generate a lot of mana, and then we can just cast Kozilek or Ulamog anyway. Nyxbloom Ancient, which triples our mana production, and although, again, it itself is only a 5/5 trampler, it does make us get way ahead on mana ahead of our opponents, which can then be used on the other big bombs in the deck. Regal Force, which if we cheat out is going to draw us a minimum of 4 cards from Regal Force, Eladamri, and the 2 creatures that Eladamri tapped, assuming they're both green, and if we have more creatures than that, we can draw more cards. Similarly, Sandstone Oracle is a card that can potentially draw us a whole bunch of cards. Terastodon, which can blow up 3 different opposing non-creature permanents, and there's plenty of good ones to blow up, such as Rhystic Study, Mana Rocks, etc. Vorinclex, Voice of Hunger, which increases our mana production while stifling our opponents. And then finally, Void Winnower, which shuts off the ability of our opponents to cast spells with even mana values. Now, of course, even mana values doesn't include odd mana values, so our opponents are not completely hard locked out of the game, but you would be surprised by how devastating this is. To go through the rest of the cards, we have a smattering of card draw outside of the cards we've already covered. The big highlight in particular is Last March of the Ents, which counts as both card draw and an ability to cheat in creatures. We also have something else that cares about the size of our creatures, Greater Good and Disciple of Freyalise. Skull Clamp as well, because we are playing plenty of small creatures that don't matter after we've already activated Eladamri, so we can use this to draw more cards. And of course, the usual suspects like Sylvan Library and the One Ring. In our combo section, we do have Devoted Druid plus Luxior to generate infinite mana. We also have some combos that we can employ using Umbral Mantle and Staff of Domination to generate infinite mana with cards like Priest of Titania or other cards as long as we have enough mana production. And it should be noted that anything that can untap Eladamri can potentially let us untap Eladamri multiple times, which is also going to include Quirion Ranger and Wirewood Symbiote. We preferably want haste, both for Eladamri himself, in the case that we are able to cast and activate him in the same turn, but also some of our creatures like our big old Eldrazi Titans, we want to give haste as well. So we have access to cards like Concordant Crossroads, Hall of the Bandit Lord, Instill Energy, and Lightning Greaves. In our land section, we have the usual suspects that we would expect in a mono green deck, including all of our Bolt lands, Blast Zone, Boseiju, Gaia's Cradle, and Wirewood Lodge being in here in order to untap Eladamri. For protection, it's obviously very important that Eladamri not get countered or killed, so in order to protect him from those things, we've got Allosaurus Shepherd, Cavern of Souls, Defense Grid, Delighted Halfling, Legolas's Quick Reflexes, Greaves, Sylvan Safekeeper, Veil of Summer, and Xantid Swarm. In the removal section, apart from the cards we've already covered, we have access to Archdruid's Charm, which can be a card that does multiple different things. It can get rid of artifacts and enchantments. It could also tutor the creatures that we need to get, because we always want to be able to tutor in a big threat. It can also go grab important lands like Gaia's Cradle and Nykthos. We've got our tutors, aside from Archdruid's Charm, because while we do want big creatures to cheat in with Eladamri, we don't want too many of them, because that can leave us in a situation where we just don't have enough cards to do things like ramp into Eladamri, or if Eladamri gets killed, then our hand can be filled with giant big creatures that we can't do anything with. So we do want ways of tutoring them up. In this case, we've got cards like Summoner's Pact, Survival of the Fittest, and Time of Need to put the cards directly into our hand. Worldly Tutor as well. We also have Natural Order to cheat things into play using a card other than Eladamri. And then finally, a few other cards that I didn't cover. Elvish Warmaster and Nest Invader are cards that produce 2 bodies with which we can use to be the 2 bodies that Eladamri needs to tap. So with all that said, that is going to be Eladamri Corvictol in EDH.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at ETB trigger-related commanders, specifically Elesh Norn, Mother of Machines, and Yarok the Desecrated. So Elesh Norn, 5 mana, 4/7 with Vigilance. If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. And permanents entering the battlefield don't cause abilities of permanents your opponents control to trigger. Meanwhile, Yarok is Death Touch and Lifelink, and if a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So obviously there's some differences. There's different stats, different abilities. Death Touch and Lifelink on Yarok, 3/5. Vigilance and 4/7 on Elesh Norn. Now, in terms of just the abilities, Elesh Norn is better because it has the stacks effect of shutting down opponents' permanents. But in terms of colors, Elesh Norn is very restrictive, being in mono white, whereas Yarok is in bug colors, so you get access not only to more colors, but just better colors and better cards. But you are still going to be doing basically the same type of strategy in both situations, which is that you're going to want a lot of cards that have double triggers, and of course you'll have combos that involve triggering things multiple times. So let's start with Elesh Norn first. So we've got our card draw. Here we're going to be a lot more restricted than what we could get in the bug colors. So we do have Esper Sentinel and Skull Clamp, and then after that we're kind of restricted. We've got the One Ring, Coveted Jewel. This is a 6 mana. Basically, it's a mono rock. ETB, draw 3, tap, add 3 mana of any color. Whenever one or more creatures an opponent controls attack you and aren't blocked, that player draws 3 cards and gains control of Coveted Jewel. Untap it. So presumably with Elesh Norn, you'll draw 6 immediately and then still have the colors, and then you'll have to find a way to make sure that you don't get attacked without being able to block them so that they can't steal the Coveted Jewel from you. We've got Rumor Gatherer, 3 mana, 2/1. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, scry 1. If this is the second time this ability is resolved this turn, draw a card instead. So again, with Elesh Norn out, it triggers twice, so it immediately draws a card. So it basically says, anytime you cast your second creature, you scry and then draw a card. Spirited Companion is just draw a card. Mightstone Weakstone can enter and draw 2 or 4 cards with Elesh Norn. Also, it can then stick around as a pseudo mono rock that only taps for artifacts and abilities. Throne of Eldraine is a mono rock / card draw spell, and then we've got War Room. A little bit of fast mana in Jeweled Lotus and Lotus Petal to get Elesh Norn online faster. Pretty typical lands here with mostly snow-covered plains. The fact that they're plains, that the plains are snow-covered does matter for 1 card in the deck. And then aside from that, it's just pretty stock here. Ancient Den is in here basically just so that you have more artifacts for Mox Opal. Nykthos for white permanents, etc. This is pretty straightforward though. There also is a reason for fetch lands, which we'll get to later. Then we've got protection spells. We want to make sure that our Elesh Norn, 1, doesn't die, and 2, that we have the ability to potentially go off through counter spells and through removal spells. So we've got Giver and Mother of Runes to protect. We've got Ranger Captain and Silence as more protection, and Skrelv as well to add in as another Mother and Giver effect. Bunch of ramp spells. We do need to play a bunch of ramp, and we do need to get to Elesh Norn as fast as possible. So whole bunch of ramp along with the keys, Manifold Key, Sonic Screwdriver, Voltaic Key, which double up as ways to untap bigger mana value cards like Grim Monolith, Mana Vault, and of course they untap the One Ring to draw more cards. Smothering Tithe in this deck because we are limited on what we can play in mono white. Then we're going to have some removal spells. Anything that's a permanent that has an ETB trigger for removal is going to be better than the typical removal spell. So we do still have Swords to Plowshares because it is really good, and Stroke of Midnight. This is basically the new better version of the color shifted Beast Within. Then aside from that, we've got Cavalier of Dawn, ETB, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent, and its controller creates a 3/3 golem. Grasp of Fate, ETB, for each opponent exile up to 1 target non-land permanent that player controls until Grasp leaves the battlefield, which if you have an Elesh Norn means you get to exile 2 permanents per opponent. Journey to Nowhere, Leonin Relic Order, On Thin Ice, this is the reason for the snow-covered plains in the deck, Skyclave Apparition, and Solitude. And then of course Mightstone Weakstone can also double as removal if you need it. Then of course we're in white, so we're going to want our stacks pieces. So we've got our Rule of Law effects, Archon of Emeria, Deafening Silence, Aether Sworn Canonist, Phyrexian Censor. There are other Rule of Law effects like, Rule of Law that we could play, but this feels like enough. Dranith Magistrate, of course, Aven Mind Sensor to shut off searching, Rip for, rip stuff. We don't need our graveyard in this deck anyway. Then for sweepers, we've got Elesh Norn Grand Cenobite just as a big value card. Also Portal to Phyrexia. Portal also gets the double triggers off of the commander. Then a little bit of tutoring in Enlightened Tutor, Ranger, Captain, Recruiter, and Urza's Saga. And then Asera Ascendant is just a good beater. Just 1 mana for a 6/6 lifelink flyer is pretty good. Then over here, we've got our combo pieces, of course. Felidar Guardian, Helm of Obedience, Panharmonicon, and Rip. So Helm plus Rip is a combo right there. If you have Rip in play, Helm of Obedience can mill an opponent to death with 1 activation. Does kind of suck that it doesn't hit all opponents, but you can hit them 1 at a time, or just take out the player who's about to combo, for example. Then Felidar Guardian and Panharmonicon are also going to be cards that are basically combo pieces where you can blink stuff around, get multiple things. You get even more triggers with Panharmonicon, with Elesh Norn. And then we've got our ETB trigger cards. So this is basically all the cards in the deck that have ETB triggers of some kind, of some variety. So apart from the ones that we've already gone through, there's Abdel Adrian. So if you're not familiar with the World Gorger Dragon loop, this is kind of the same type of card as World Gorger Dragon. When it enters the battlefield, you exile any number of other non-land permanents you control until it leaves the battlefield, and you create a 1/1 white soldier creature token for each permanent exiled this way. So if you have a Felidar Guardian, you can have the Felidar Guardian come in and blink the Abdel, and then the Abdel can come in and trigger, and you can blink these back and forth. There are ways of blinking this back and forth in a way that can get you a whole bunch of soldiers, or just float mana from your mana rocks in between getting the trigger on Abdel. You have Eldrazi Displacer also as a way to just blink creatures around and get their triggers more and more. We've got Conjurer's Closet and Teleportation Circle as ways of triggering on the end step to get more triggers out of the things that we're blinking. Eerie Interlude and Ghostway as ways of blinking our entire board to get more triggers. There's Lazelle's Acrobatics. This is a 4-mana instant. Exile all non-token creatures you control and then roll a d20. So basically another copy of Eerie Interlude and Ghostway. And then you get additional abilities. So 1 through 9 is return those cards to the battlefield at the beginning of the next end step. And 10 through 20 is return them, but then exile them again and then return them again. So half the time it's just a 4-mana version of Eerie Interlude and Ghostway. And then the other half of the time it's a double Eerie Interlude or Ghostway. We've got Moonshaker Cavalry as our big endgame Craterhoof Behemoth type card, which can even be doubled up with Norn, of course. Amiria Shepherd is landfall. As long as the land is a plains, you can get to put a permanent back onto the battlefield. Otherwise, you just, or rather a non-land permanent back on the battlefield from the graveyard. Otherwise, it just goes to hand. But of course, we have mostly plains, and this is the primary reason for the fetch lands because it gets to double trigger the Amiria Shepherd. Of course, on Thin Ice, we've been through a bunch of these cards already. Preston the Vanisher, 4-mana, 2/5. Whenever another non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, if it wasn't cast, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it's an 0/1 white illusion. And most of the time, we don't care that it's a tiny creature because we usually just care about the ETB triggers on all of these things. And of course, with Norn out, it gets double triggers. It also has 2-mana, sack 5 illusions, exile target non-land permanent. You're probably not going to do that very often, but it is worth noting. Then Resto Angel, of course, is another one. So one of the things here is that when you have Resto Angel and Felidar Guardian, you can blink these back and forth, popping them back and forth over and over and over. And notably with Abdel, that's how you get Abdel to go infinite. So if you've got Felidar plus Resto plus Abdel, it means that you can, let's say you have Abdel and Resto Angel in play, right? You go Felidar Guardian, you blink Resto plus Abdel. Abdel comes in, blinks everything, and then the Resto blinks the Abdel. You just flicker these back and forth over and over. You make infinite soldiers, you make infinite mana off your mana rocks, etc. We've got Semester's End. This is yet another version of the Ghostway, Eerie Interlude, Lazelle's Acrobatics cards. Exile any number of target creatures and or planeswalkers you control at the beginning of the next end step. Return each of them to battlefield under owner's control. Each of them enters with an additional +1 counter and an additional loyalty counter. So just another way to blink all of our stuff for value. And then one Wall of Omens here we've left out earlier. Basically just another copy of Spirited Companion. So mostly what you're going to be doing with Elesh Norn is you're going to try to ramp into it as fast as possible, since most of the cards in the deck have ETB trigger related stuff. There's 29 cards in the decks with ETB triggers. You want to get that value out of the Norn as quickly as you can, and then you can eventually find a combo to put together, either Helm Rip or something that involves looping ETB triggers and exiling stuff with like Felidar, with Resto Angel, etc. And not just with Abdel, Felidar and Resto Angel can also go infinite with other things. So because you have both of these, and then also Norn in play, they get double triggers, meaning let's say you have Felidar plus Resto plus something else that has an ETB trigger. Let's just say Spirited Companion. So you go Felidar enters the battlefield, double trigger, you blink Spirited Companion, Resto Angel. Spirited Companion comes back, draw a card. Resto Angel comes back, double trigger, blink Felidar, blink Spirited Companion, draw your whole deck. So this applies to every single ETB card in the deck, as long as it's a creature, presumably. Although with Felidar, it can also blink any permanent, so anything that can happen. So like, if you've got that loop, Mightstone, Weakstone is kill everything under your opponent's controls and draw your whole deck. Anything that's a draw spell or a draw trigger is draw your whole deck. Anything that's removal, like Cavalier, is destroy everything of your opponents. And that is primarily what you're going to be doing with Elesh Norn. Now, moving on to Yarok, of course, we've got a similar thing where we want to ramp into Yarok as fast as possible and play lots of cards that have ETB triggers. But of course, since we're in bug colors now, we've got access to more cards and we've got access to better cards and better combos. So in the card draw, we get access to a bunch of things that we wouldn't be able to do in Elesh Norn. So Citadel, Necro, Mystic Remora, Rhystic Study, etc. We get counter spells because we're in blue. We get better fast mana because we've got access to Dark Ritual, Elvish Spirit Guide. Our lands are, of course, going to be more diverse for bug colors. We've got different kinds of protection. We're not running the Givers of Runes and the Mother of Runes, etc. This time we just got Veil of Summer. We have access to better ramp because we can play Monodorks and Carpet of Flowers. A little bit of reanimation, specifically the enchantment version, since we get double triggers on these. Kenrith's Transformation is a good removal spell because it triggers twice, so we get to draw 2 cards when we play it. Orcish Bowmasters. This one's not too relevant since it's mainly in here to stop draws, but it is relevant that we get double triggers off of it. Then, of course, Rift and Portal of Phyrexia.
And then all the cards that have triggers and combo cards, which we'll get to in a bit. We, of course, get a bunch of tutors, which, and again, in this deck is going to be relevant, whereas in Elishnorn, we only really have access to like Enlightened Tutor and that's it. Here we get access to a lot more tutors. And then so here's the ETB trigger cards. So the Animate Dead spells. We've got, of course, Cloud of Fairies, Peregrine Drake, Palinchron to untap our lands. Deadeye Navigator as a combo piece. Displacer Kitten as a combo piece. Cloudstone Curio as a combo piece. E-Witness. We've got our clones in Flesh Duplicate and Phantasmal Image. Nissa Resurgent Animist gets more triggers from landfall, which means anytime we play a land, we always get the second trigger to go find another elf or elemental. Risen Reef, of course, fantastic in this deck. Yarok himself is also a elemental, and you get double triggers off of all elementals entering. Shrieking Drake, which ETBs, returns a creature to hand, so you get double triggers off of this, meaning you can bounce itself and something else. Same thing with Venser Shaper Savant, and same thing with Zephyr Sentinel. And then, of course, Panharmonicon to add more triggers. So these are all of our trigger cards, and specifically with the combos. So if you have Deadeye Navigator plus anything that untaps our lands, we get to generate infinite mana, because we can only spend 2 mana to blink the creature, and then we untap more than 2 lands with any of these cards. Palinchron itself is a combo alone, because as long as you have enough mana to where you can generate at least 12 plus Yarok, you get to win the game. So if you have 6 lands or more, Palinchron, you will have to have ways of generating mana in some way, but anyways, Palinchron ETB trigger, you untap your lands, then with the second trigger on the stack, you float all of the mana, then you untap your lands again, then you bounce Palinchron back to your hand, you recast Palinchron, go infinite there. We've also got Shrieking Drake with them, is the same deal. Like, let's say you have Shrieking Drake plus Cloud of Fairies. If you've got Yarok in play, Shrieking Drake ETB trigger, you bounce Cloud, you bounce Shrieking Drake back to your hand, then you just replay Cloud of Fairies, double trigger, you get 4 mana off the Cloud of Fairies, replay Shrieking Drake, you generate infinite mana that way. Of course, we've got Oracle and Consult, because why not? Displacer Kitten is a card that's going to blink any of our non-land permanents, which is also a way to go infinite depending on what we have. Or it can just be a value card when you're casting non-creature spells to blink either our ETB creatures or just like our mana rocks so that we can add mana again with them. Venser can function in the same way. Let's say we've got Peregrine Drake plus Venser plus Yarok, right? So the Peregrine Drake generates 10 mana per ETB because of Yarok. So it costs 5, Venser costs 4, so we're netting 1 each time. So we go Venser, it ETBs, it bounces itself, it bounces Peregrine Drake, we make infinite mana that way. And then after that, we can use Venser to ETB, bounce itself, and then just bounce one of our opponent's permanents. Then Venser just comes in over and over and over, bounces our opponent's entire boards back to their hand, and then we win the game essentially that way. Cloudstone Curio also does a similar type of thing as Deadeye or Shrieking Drake, where one creature can come in and bounce another creature and bounce, and then that creature can come back, bounce the other creature, etc. We don't even need Yarok in play for Cloudstone Curio to be a combo piece in that regard. And then Saw in Half and Ghostly Flicker will allow us to copy creatures or blink creatures, either way, with one of these cards to make more and more triggers. Not necessarily an outright combo unless we also add Archaeomancer or some similar effect to the deck, although you easily could. But these can also just be really solid value cards. And now I said you didn't need to add Archaeomancer, but that's actually not the case because you can just add in Eternal Witness. So Eternal Witness will do the same thing where, let's say you've got Ghostly Flicker plus Ewit or Saw in Half plus Ewit, right? So you like Saw in Half your Ewit, you get triggers off of the Ewit. The token copies of Ewit bring back Saw in Half, you do it again. So this doesn't generate the infinite mana that you need, but if you already have infinite mana, then you can just use Ghostly Flicker / Saw in Half to cycle the Eternal Witness over and over and over, generating infinite triggers, which will give you either infinite Ewits / every other creature you have in play, or just any other trigger that you have. There's also another combo with Nissa plus Dryad Arbor, where if you've got Deadeye Navigator, let's say, and you've got Nissa, so Nissa adds a mana whenever a land enters the battlefield. So since Dryad Arbor is a land and a creature, if you soul bond it with Deadeye Navigator, and then you have a Yarok in play, then you can blink your Dryad Arbor with the Deadeye Navigator, and it will trigger Nissa to generate 2 mana. Now, of course, this is essentially break even, but it does generate infinite ETB triggers if that's relevant for any reason. And there's other combos not pictured here that you could add into the deck. Obviously, there's tons and tons of cards with ETB triggers that draw, bounce, add mana, etc.
So you could add any of those into the deck if you wanted to. This is just the main combos that you're going to be doing here. So that is Yarok. Again, kind of doing the same thing as Elishnorn, where we're wanting to double up on the ETB triggers, but since we're in different colors, obviously, we have a different configuration of what we can do. So that is Yarok and Elishnorn. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Elminster. So Elminster is one of those Planeswalker commanders. He's a 5 mana with 5 loyalty, Azorius. Whenever you scry, the next instant or sorcery spell you cast this turn costs X less, where X is the number of cards looked at while scrying this way. And he has +2, draw a card, then scry 2. So you always have the ability to make your next instant or sorcery cost 2 less. And -3, exile the top card of your library and create a number of 1/1 blue fairy dragon creature tokens with flying equal to that card's mana value. So 2 different things going on here. One is that we can reduce the cost of our spells by scrying, although it's not every single spell afterwards, it's only the next spell. We have a commander that can draw and scry cards, so keeping the board clear is pretty important. So we're going to want either pillow fort effects like Ghostly Prison or just sweepers in general. And then finally, if we can get a very expensive spell onto the top of our deck, we can exile that spell and make a bunch of 1/1 flyers. So with that said, if we take a look at some of the higher mana values, we have just some really expensive spells like Enter the Infinite and Stormherd, Expropriate, Mnemonic Deluge. So we can take these cards and we can either just cast them by having scryed either with our commander or with other scry spells and making these cards cheaper, or we can get them onto the top of our deck with tutors like Mystical Tutor, for example, and then just exile them and make a whole bunch of 1/1s with flying and then win that way. We also have an alternative as Approach of the Second Sun, which we can make this cheaper, cast it, put it back in our deck, and then cast Approach of the Second Sun once we get it. We're also, again, playing a bunch of scrying and drawing cards, so within 1 turn cycle, we should be able to find and cast Approach again. So aside from that, we've got a bunch of cantrip filtering stuff, so basically every single thing that I could find that scryed and also drew a card, so Deliberate, Scour All Possibilities, Omen of the Sea, Opt, Serum Visions, Preordain, and then anything that put cards from our hand back on top. So let's say we drew Enter the Infinite or Stormherd or one of these other big spells, and we either don't have the mana to cast it or we just want to put it back on top so that we can exile the top and make a bunch of tokens. We need cards like Brainstorm and Jace. Put those cards back on top. Oath of Jace is also a card that is draw 3, ditch 2, which normally wouldn't be that good, but it's just a free scry when we have Elminster in play. Then we've got just straight up card draw, which includes all the normal stuff, including Skull Clamp for, we're making 1/1s, and then we've got Case of the Ransacked Lab and Archmage Emeritus since we're playing a bunch of spells. Also have access to Hullbreaker Horror as a way to potentially loop a bunch of stuff, or just as a big payoff. Displacer Kitten, similarly, we can use this to blink Elminster and then keep using his abilities. So let's say, we've drawn a card and scryed 2, or we've minused and made a bunch of fairy tokens. We can cast something, Displacer Kitten triggers, we blink Elminster, he comes back into play, we can use him again. Bunch of counter spells, a little bit of fast mana. The quicker we can get Elminster out, the better. Straightforward lands, not much to see here. So then there is Ghostly Prison and Propaganda, and I've included these specifically to talk about why they're actually not good, and it's because they say creatures can't attack you unless their controller pays 2 for each creature attacking you. It does not include planeswalkers. So even after you play these, your opponents are perfectly able to attack Elminster without having to pay the 2. So you do not want these here. You want something else here. So rather than those, a card like Sphere of Safety, which does include planeswalkers among the unable to be attacked part. Now, it is a little awkward that Sphere of Safety is 5 mana and directly competes on the curve with our commander, but this is more kind of the card that you would want. We also have a little bit of protection, although far fewer cards kill planeswalkers than other types of things, so it's mostly fine. We got a bunch of ramp, obviously, to get to our commander. Bunch of removal as well. Obviously, we need to be able to kill things. And if they can scry as well, like Fading Hope, all the better. A little bit of stacks. We don't have any creatures with abilities, so Cursed Totem. We don't have any creatures with ETB triggers, so Torpor Orb, and then some other planeswalkers as well that stacks our opponents. And then importantly, we also need sweepers to keep the board clear. So we want it to be that Elminster cannot be attacked, but we also have an ability that puts a bunch of 1/1 tokens in play. Therefore, we want our sweepers to not hit all of our 1/1s. So we've got cards like Dusk Dawn, hits only the creatures that have power 3 or more. Same thing with Battle of Bywater. Same thing with Restricted Office. And then Supreme Verdict just straight up kills everything, but what can you do? We only have access to so many sweepers, and sometimes we just need a good sweeper that can't be countered. There's also Expel the Interlopers, where you can choose the number, although this one's 5 mana, so a little less good, but
another option. And then obviously tutors, including as many tutors as we can get that just put stuff on top of the deck, but not the ones that cost like 3 or something. So just the 1 mana ones. And so to reiterate, we're mainly trying to do a sort of control card advantage game and eventually win via either just making a bajillion 1/1s that can fly and killing our opponents that way, or casting Approach of the Second Sun and winning the game off of that. So with all that said, that is going to do it for Elminster in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Elsha of the Infinite. So Elsha of the Infinite is a Jeskai commander, and it's got a number of abilities, but the main 2 ones to note are you may look at the top card of your library anytime, and you may cast non-creature spells from the top of your library. If you cast a spell this way, you may cast it as though it had flash. So obviously this is going to lend itself either to generating value by casting a bunch of non-creature spells off the top, or doing combos that involve this ability as well. So first of all, we've got our card draw spells, of course, all the typical stuff, Mystic Remora, Ristic Study, some Wheels, One Ring, Gix Probe, etc. We'll skip the combos for right now. We've got a bunch of counter spells. We've got some fast mana to power out Elsha faster. We've got pretty standard Jeskai lands, although we're running very few lands at only 26. We've got a little bit of protection in Swat, Silence, and Teferi. Whole bunch of ramp spells. It is also worth noting that any spells that cost low amounts, like 0 or 1, are much better than normal since we can cast these off the top for relatively cheap. Smothering Tithe also goes well with our Wheels. We've got Savin's Reclamation to potentially get some permanents back from the graveyard if necessary. Bunch of removal, which also includes bounce spells. So we've got the bounce spells in Alchemist's Retrieval, Chain of Vapor, and Snap, along with Otawara. Then a bit of removal, Pyroblast, March of Otherworldly Light, Gut Shot. Thunderclap is a bolt that you can cast for free if you're willing to sack a mountain. Of course, Teferi is a good protection spell / bounce spell, and it is, again, always worth noting that it does shut off the ability of your opponents to interact during other opponents' turns. So if an opponent has a combo and you don't have an answer for it, but one of your other opponents does, they can't answer it because Teferi shuts that down. A little bit of stacks in Counterbalance and Narset to shut off opposing draws. Cyclonic Rift as a sweeper, and Rolling Earthquake. Deal X damage to each creature without horsemanship in each player. This will kill Elsha, but you do need just more sweepers, and this is one of them. Bunch of tutors, including Intuition to make Intuition piles, and Transmute Artifact for artifacts. And then a bunch of other things that didn't neatly fall into any specific category. So we've got some top deck stuff in regards to Experimental Synthesizer, Bauble, Urza's Bauble, and Tormod's Crypt. DRC can somewhat filter some of the cards off the top of our deck. Since we do care about the top card of our deck a lot, this is relevant. Brainstorm also puts stuff back on top of our deck if we need to do that. Imposter Mech is a 2 mana 3/1 vehicle. You may have it enter as a copy of a creature an opponent controls, except it's a vehicle artifact with crew 3 and it loses all other card types. So it's basically a clone that only clones your opponent's creatures. We're not playing that many creatures ourselves anyway, so this is going to be relevant for things like copying opponents' Dockside Extortionists, etc. And then Ancestral Knowledge. This is 2 mana, cumulative upkeep 1. When it enters the battlefield, you look at the top 10 of your library, and then you remove any of them, or exile any of them, and put the rest back on top in any order. So, and then if it leaves play, you shuffle your library. So primarily, this is just going to be essentially a way to dig 10 deep on top of our deck and put whatever we need back on top and get rid of all the chaff. And then we've got our combos. So obviously, Underworld Breach. This is the same CEDH combo that's in all the decks that run this. So Underworld Breach plus LED plus Brain Freeze, mill your opponent infinite amounts of times. Notably, we're not running Thoracle in this build. So Breach, LED, Brain Freeze, mill yourself enough so that you have enough fodder. LED recoups the mana, then mill out the opponent. You can also use Wheel of Fortune in this combo instead of Brain Freeze. So you go Breach, LED plus Wheel. The Wheel draws and discards 7 cards every time, so you always have 6 cards to escape LED and Wheel again. Although this does have the big downside that you're giving your opponents access to new cards, so they could potentially find ways of interacting with you if they didn't have one already. And then you've got a big one here is Sensei's Divining Top. So Sensei's Divining Top obviously draws a card and then it puts itself back on top of your deck. So if you have Elsha, you get to cast it off the top of your deck. So this means that for every 1 mana, you get to draw a card, or if you have a way of either reducing the cost of Sensei's Top or making mana when you have it, then you get to go infinite. So Helm of Awakening, all spells cost 1 less to cast. This does include your opponent's spells. With top, it means that the top costs 0, meaning you can tap it, draw a card, put it on top. Then Elsha lets you cast it off the top for 0. Then you do it again. This allows you to draw your entire deck. Similarly, Birgi will do the same thing. You generate a red mana every single time you cast Sensei's top, so you always have a mana to cast it again. So top plus Helm or Birgi, draw your whole deck. There are other cards that reduce the cost to cast things like Ethereum Sculptor, Cloud Key. So if you wanted additional copies of stuff like that, you could play them in order to have more combos. And then Displacer Kitten is good for one, just most of your cards in your deck are non-creature spells to begin with, so you can blink things like blink the One Ring to draw more cards, or just blink Mana Rocks to tap them again for more mana. But it also goes infinite with Teferi and anything that costs 0. So if you have Teferi and anything that costs 0, like LED, Mox Opal, whatever, you go cast your 0 mana artifact. Displacer Kitten triggers, you blink Teferi. Teferi is now reset and has 4 loyalty. The 0 mana artifact enters the battlefield. You then use Teferi's -3 ability to pick up the 0 mana artifact, which puts it back in your hand and you draw a card. Then you recast the 0 mana artifact. It triggers Displacer Kitten. You blink the Teferi, etc. This goes infinite. You draw your whole deck. So the end goal is always going to be to assemble the LED Breach Brain Freeze combo, or just any way of getting Brain Freeze to kill all of your opponents with Breach. You can Breach back Brain Freeze in other ways without LED, but it's a lot harder. And you'll always get there with either just finding the combo naturally, tutoring for it, drawing into it, or using one of your other combos like top plus Helm to draw into it. And that is basically Elsha. You're pretty all in on this combo. Just always get to the point where you can get to the Breach combo, or get to some other combo that finds the Breach combo. Use your various counter spells to protect this and set up. Use your various other card draw spells and tutors to set this all up. But yeah, that is pretty much Elsha of the Infinite. So Falco Spara is a Bant commander from Streets of New Capenna, and this is a 4 mana 3/3 flying trample, and it says it enters the battlefield with a shield counter on it. That's basically just means it has a one-time protection from removal. You may look at the top card of your library anytime, and you may cast spells from the top of your library by removing a counter from a creature you control in addition to paying their other costs. So, as long as we have a counter on any creature, we can remove it to cast spells off the top. So this is going to enable us to either be value-oriented or combo-oriented by having cards that continuously get +1 counters or just any other counters, so that we can keep casting spells off the top potentially infinitely. So right away, we've got our card draw spells: Esper Sentinel, Remora, Ristic Study, Sylvan Library. We've got the Reality Chip, and then Vega the Watcher is a creature that says whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, draw a card. So if we're casting spells off the top with Falco Spara, they're also drawing us cards with Vega. We'll again skip the combos for now. We'll get back to that later. Got some counter spells, including notably Glen Elendra Archmage. This is going to be relevant for combos, but as you can see, it is sack, counter target non-creature spell with persist, so it comes back with a -1 counter. So even outside of any combos, you can use this as a way to get negates, and then you can remove the -1 counter on it to cast the top card of your library, thus resetting Glen Elendra. Then you can use it again. So it's a pseudo infinite negate. We've got some fast mana. We also have Concordant Crossroads, because haste matters for some things, which we'll get to later. A bunch of Bant mana, including some notable standouts like Dryad Arbor, Gaia's Cradle, and Urza's Saga. A little bit of protection: Veil of Summer, Grand Abolisher, Cavern of Souls. We gotta get Falco past counters and removal. Whole bunch of ramp spells, including Ethereum Sculptor. This is going to also be relevant later. Wall of Roots is particularly good as a ramp spell in this deck because it puts counters on itself, which we can then remove using Falco's ability to cast spells from the top for free. Same thing with Devoted Druid. And Devoted Druid, of course, is part of its own combos. Then we got a little bit of removal in Swords to Plowshare, some stacks pieces, asymmetric stacks pieces in Aven Mindcensor, Drannith Magistrate, and Rip, because we don't care about our own graveyard. We, of course, want to manipulate the top card of our deck because we're casting spells from the top, so we've got Future Sight. This is just another way to cast spells off the top in case we don't have Falco for some reason. Scroll Rack, which can change the position of cards from our hand onto the top of our library. So 1 mana tap, choose any number of cards in your hand and exile them. Put an equal amount of cards from the top of your library into your hand, and then put the exiled cards on top in any order. Sensei's Top puts itself on the top and is going to be part of combos. And then we've got Thought Lash, 4 mana enchantment. Cumulative upkeep is exile the top card of your library, and it has 0, exile the top card of your library to prevent the next 1 damage that would be dealt to you. So the preventing damage part doesn't matter. The big thing here is that we can exile the top card of our library for free. So this allows us to exile any number of cards however we want to exile into exactly the card that we need on top, and then we can cast that card with Falco. A bunch of tutors, obviously, to tutor up the various combos that we're going to do, including a bunch of creature tutors, because a bunch of our combos involve creatures. And then we're doing a little bit of Hardened Scales action here with Hardened Scales and Conclave Mentor to get additional +1 counters on things. These are not strictly necessary for any of our combos, but if we don't have the combo, but we do have a card that gets +1 counters, this allows us to potentially cast multiple things off the top. So, what have we got as far as our combos go? Well, we've got Forgotten Ancient and Monogorger Hydra, which are creatures that say whenever a player casts a spell, you put a +1 counter on it. So we can then remove the +1 counter from it using Falco to cast the top spell of our library, which then puts a +1 counter back on Forgotten Ancient or Monogorger Hydra, of course. So this means that we always have a +1 counter to remove in order to cast the top spell. We also have abilities to potentially go infinite with these guys. So if we can generate infinite mana using any combination of things, then we can always continue to cast the top card of our deck. We've got Sensei's Divining Top plus Ethereum Sculptor. So Ethereum Sculptor reduces the cost of top to 0, meaning if we've got Falco in play and anything that has a +1 counter or any other counter on it, like a Monogorger Hydra or Forgotten Ancient, we can activate top, put it on top, then cast it for free, because the Ethereum Sculptor reduces it to 0, and then again, as long as we have anything that has a counter on it, we use the counter to remove it to cast the top. That draws our whole deck. If we have a huge storm count, for example, with the top, we have Aetherflux Reservoir to just cast any spell, gain a ton of life, and then Death Star Laser our opponents to death. We've got Ashnod's Altar. This is a way to generate more mana off of creatures if we need them to, and it's a way to, for example, we can use this to sack Glenalendra Archmage, so that we always have the ability to sack this to get the persist counter. Same deal with Lesser Masticore. This is, as an additional cost to cast a spell, discard a card, 4 mana, deal 1 damage to target creature, and persist. So primarily the thing we're going to want here is just the persist ability. That's the only part we care about. So Lesser Masticore and Glenalendra Archmage are both creatures that we can sacrifice to get the counter, and then we remove the counter. Since we're playing Devoted Druid, we may as well play combos that go infinite with it. So that includes Luxior and Vizier of Remedies. Of course, even if we don't have either of these, if we just have ways to cast stuff with Spara, we can remove the counters off of Devoted Druid using Falco Spara anyway. Phyrexian Altar, same deal as Ashnod's Altar. Do the same thing with our persist creatures. Swift Reconfiguration also goes infinite with Devoted Druid. And then some other things to note here. Yoshimaru, Ever Faithful. Whenever another legendary permanent enters the battlefield under your control, you put a +1/+1 counter on Yoshimaru. So this is a similar effect to Monogorger Hydra and Forgotten Ancient, because whenever a legendary permanent enters the field, we get to trigger this again. So notably, it is a lot more restrictive than Monogorger Hydra and Forgotten Ancient, but you will note that Sensei's Divining Top plus this, there are legendary permanents that we can get over and over and over using Yoshimaru, depending on what we have. It is kind of weird that Sensei's Divining Top is not a legendary artifact, but whatever. Sisterhood of Karn, another card from the Doctor Who set, no relation to Karn the Great Creator Planeswalker, enters the battlefield with a +1 counter on it, and it says whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, double the number of +1 counters on Sisterhood of Karn. So if we have either Hardened Scales or Conclave Mentor to get a counter on this to begin with, or we just cast any spell to double the counters on it to 2, then that means every other spell that we cast off of the top of our library is going to put another +1 counter on this, at least 1 +1 counter, meaning again, it can act as another copy of Forgotten Ancient or Monogorger Hydra, although it's a little more limited in that you do need to find a way to put the second counter on it to begin with. Since if you remove the first counter from it, since you're doubling the counters, you then cannot remove any more counters. Again, more Doctor Who set cards. The 13th Doctor. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, put a +1 counter on target creature. So similar to Sisterhood of Karn, but we don't need to have a way to put another counter on it to begin with. And it also says at the beginning of your end step, untap each creature you control the counter on it. That's not really too relevant. The main relevance is the first ability. And then finally, with any of these infinite combos, casting spells infinitely, it does mean that we can make Forgotten Ancient and Monogorger Hydra infinite, especially if we've got Hardened Scales and Conclave Mentor to get more +1 counters than we're removing from them with every spell cast.
Same deal with Sisterhood of Karn and 13th Doctor. So these potentially can just become gigantic creatures that can one-shot an opponent. Forgotten Ancient also moves its counters around on upkeep. So for example, if we put infinite counters on Forgotten Ancient, or just a whole bunch of them, because it's triggering off of every spell cast from any player, we can then move those counters around to a whole bunch of creatures and potentially just overrun our opponent in that way. And one more thing, like Ethereum Sculptor, Devoted Druid also just goes infinite with Sensei's Top, because you can just tap it for green, then you cast the top off the top with Spara and remove a counter from Devoted Druid, and then untap Devoted Druid and do it again over and over and over. There are, again, also missing cards from these combos, like we could play Cloud Key or Helm of Awakening as other copies of Ethereum Sculptor, but I don't think you need multiple copies of the same effect. There's almost always going to be multiple copies of the same kind of thing that you could be doing with any of these cards, but for now, this is just like the main combo pieces in the deck. And that pretty much wraps up Falco Spara Pact Weaver. So again, you're mostly looking to either get a bunch of card advantage with Falco and anything that's getting counters on it, usually +1 counters, and then trying to assemble some kind of combo. So in that regard, it's kind of similar to Elshav the Infinite, since it's another card that is manipulating and then casting stuff off the top, but it is in different colors and works a little bit differently, so it has different combos. But basically, yeah, that is Falco Spara. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we're looking at Empress Galina. So what is Empress Galina? She's a 5 mana 1/3, and she has blue tap, gain control of target legendary permanent. So right away, this is not going to be the most competitive of commanders. She's a 5 mana creature that doesn't do anything when she enters the battlefield and has to tap to activate herself. But this is a powerful effect. It of course can steal your opponent's commanders, and it can steal various other legendary permanents as well. So some standout cards are things like Gaia's Cradle or like the One Ring. You can steal any of that. So Empress Galina does have her benefits. So of course, anything that's going to give Galina haste or untap her can be used in combination with the ability to gain control of multiple legendary permanents a turn. And the main card that's going to combo with Galina is Leyline of Singularity, a permanent that says all non-land permanents are legendary. So by making all non-land permanents legendary, that means that Galina can steal anything. It also does have some fringe side benefits. So for example, like treasure tokens from Dockside become legendary, and then you only get to keep one of them. So a little bit of side benefits there, but it's primarily used in combination with Galina's ability to just be able to steal anything. So of course we want our combo pieces. So obviously Dramatic Scepter to go infinite with Mana Rocks, or just keep untapping Galina to steal stuff. In particular, if you've got Leyline of Singularity plus this and 3 Mana Rocks that produce at least 4 mana, 2 of which is blue, you can steal everything on the board. We're also going to want effects like Freed from the Real, Pemon's Aura, Apheto Alchemist, Ireth, Kelpie Guide, Vizier of Tumbling Sands, and Staff of Domination to untap stuff, which of course includes Galina. And then things that copy the effect like Illusionist Bracers, Rings of Bright Hearth. Any of those get to untap or copy Galina's ability so that you get to use it more than once. But these effects can also go infinite with other things. So if you've got like Mana Rocks, lands, other types of permanents that you can untap stuff with, you can potentially go infinite there as well. So a big piece here is going to be Gilded Lotus. So Gilded Lotus's ability to produce triple blue is going to allow us to put Freed from the Real or Pemon's Aura onto any untap effect. So things like, let's say we've got an Apheto Alchemist, right? And then we've got Freed from the Real. So we have Freed from the Real, the Apheto Alchemist, and then we have a Gilded Lotus in play. The Gilded Lotus produces triple blue. The Apheto Alchemist taps, untaps the Gilded Lotus, then you activate the Freed from the Real to untap Apheto Alchemist. You're down 1 blue, but you have 2 floating, so you net 2 mana with every iteration, so you generate infinite blue mana that way. So that's going to work with Gilded Lotus, plus any effect that can untap creatures, so like Freed from the Real and Pemon's Aura, and then any untapper that can untap Gilded Lotus, so Apheto Alchemist, Kelpie Guide, Ireth, Vizier of Tumbling Sands. And there's a whole host of various combos that involve tapping and untapping stuff that I'm not going to go deep in, but basically there's lots and lots and lots of combinations of these cards that allow you to generate infinite mana or just get infinite untap tap effects with anything that has a tap ability. Then we've got other combos like Deadeye Navigator plus Peregrine Drake to make infinite mana that way. If we have infinite mana, we can draw our whole deck with Staff of Domination. We've got infinite colorless mana via Basalt Monolith and Power Artifact, or Basalt Monolith plus Rings of Bright Hearth, and so on.
Then we've got cards that just straight up draw outside of any of these combos. So Consecrated Sphinx, Remora, Ristic Study, and then Narset here, which is more of a stacks piece to prevent our opponents from drawing cards. And of course the One Ring, which benefits greatly from all of these various untap effects. You of course have all of our various counter spells to protect our commander and the various combos that we're trying to do, as well as just disrupt our opponents in general. Mana drain, better in this deck than normal because we've got a big expensive 5 mana commander that has triple, or that has 3 colorless mana right here that we can potentially pay for using mana drain, or just other big payoffs like Consecrated Sphinx, Deadeye Navigator, etc. A little bit of fast mana, some haste via Greaves and Thousand Year Elixir, so that we can tap with Galina immediately if we happen to have an additional 2 blue floating around. And of course, Lightning Greaves will just protect her in general. Various blue lands, including of course Manamo to untap stuff. Some more protection in Kira. Then of course we're going to want to have a bunch of ramp, including keys like Manifold Key and Voltaic Key to untap stuff, specifically really good with cards like Mana Vault, Basalt Monolith, and Grim Monolith. Patriarch's Seal also works as a way to untap legendary creatures, so Galina, while also being a Mana Rock. And then, of course, Sapphire Medallion to reduce the cost of blue spells. We've got a bunch of various types of removal, so like Blast Zone, Chain of Vapor, Eaten by Piranhas as a flash way to take out a creature, specifically a commander, so that it doesn't come back. We've also got Gilded Drake as well. Submerge, Dress Down, just a whole bunch of different like bounce and removal spells of various kinds. Some additional cards here. Obviously, we want tutors, including artifact tutors, because a bunch of our combos involve artifacts. Wandering Archaic here is a miscellaneous value spell to copy opposing spells. And then we've got various untap effects that I brought up earlier. So Phaedo Alchemist, Ireth, Kelpie Guide, Maid-Rite Stone, Sting the Glinting Dagger, which triggers on combat to untap a creature, the equipped creature, Thousand Year Elixir, and Vizier. So all various untap effects that can be used in combination with various combos or Galina and whatnot to just go off further. But yeah, that's pretty much going to be Empress Galina. So Empress Galina can steal opposing commanders, or just have various other combos using all of these other things. Now, of course, one thing to keep in mind with Empress Galina is that because she's in the command zone, of course, your opponents will know that you have a way to steal their commanders or their guys, cradles, or rings or whatnot. So they will play around that and probably have answers and protection for it. So you do have to keep that in mind when running Galina and accordingly try to counter how they're countering you. But yep, that is pretty much going to be Empress Galina.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Ariat of the Charmed Apple. So Ariat is a 3-mana Orzhov commander. She's a 2/4. Each creature that's enchanted by an aura you control can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. And at the beginning of your end step, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of auras you control. So mainly, we're going for a stacks strategy. We're going to look to disrupt our opponents from being able to do anything like cast multiple spells a turn or activate their creatures or whatever. We're going to load Ariat or just other creatures up with auras, and then we're going to lean on this life draining ability to burn out all of our opponents. So with that said, we do have other cards like Campbell that add to that burn strategy, but let's just take a look at all of our auras. So we've got some cantrip auras, and these are here mainly just because they're auras that cantrip. So they count towards Ariat's number of auras on the field while cantripping, thus replacing themselves. So Delic Gift, Chosen by Heliod, Feather of Flight, Lithoform Blight, Rune of Mortality, Rune of Sustenance, and Scourge Mark. And in particular, it's important for our auras to enchant non-creatures as much as possible, which is why cards like Lithoform and the runes are available, because we can enchant things like lands, let's say. And then these auras are less susceptible to being killed by players casting sweepers, or players casting removal spells, or players just getting into combat with each other and attacking and blocking. Because one of the problems with Ariat is that, let's say you load up your opponent's creatures with auras. Well, they can still just attack each other, even though they can't attack you, and can politic each other into just trading with their creatures so that those auras are not around anymore. Or even if they don't politic with each other, they can just attack each other, and then the defending player is incentivized to block and kill that creature anyway. So as many times as we can get auras that go on something else that's not a creature, the better. Which is also why something like Trespasser's Curse is in here. Even though Trespasser's Curse is not really that good of an aura, it's just another way that we can get an aura onto the field that's not enchanting a creature. Then we have a bunch of card draw, some of which also applies to our auras. In fact, most of which applies to our auras. So Core Spirit Dancer, Mesa Enchantress, Pearl Ear, SRAM, these are all cards that trigger off of auras. Sage's Reverie, another card that triggers off of auras.
Lord Skitter's Blessing creates a Wicked Roll token, and that Wicked Roll token is an enchantment aura, so that counts. And then at the beginning of your end step, if you control an enchanted creature, you lose 1 and draw 1. Also, Underworld Connections is basically the aura version of Phyrexian Arena, although a little less useful since you do have to tap the land that it's enchanted to. Then we have Delny. Since Ariet is a 2-power creature, this will double the Ariet life-draining trigger. We're going to have a bunch of lands, 35, more than the normal around 30 that I play in decks, because we do want to be able to play more since we're not going to have too much ramp in this stacks deck, since a lot of it gets countered by our various stacks pieces, which we will get to. This also means that I'm playing a lot of pretty suboptimal lands that I normally wouldn't run, things like Fetid Heath, for example. Filter lands are normally terrible, but we don't have too many options. Once we get past, 30, 31 lands, we do have to stretch and start playing some other stuff. Also, Sarah's Sanctum, Gaia's Cradle for enchantments, since we are playing a whole bunch of enchantments. We have Sheltered by Ghosts as a removal spell that also doubles as a permanent, and it's a little bit of a protection since it will give Ward 2 to Ariet. Then we have our Protection. So these are basically cards that protect Ariet. So like Giver of Runes, Mother of Runes, Grand Abolisher, make sure the Ariet doesn't get killed by removal, doesn't get countered. And Dog Umbra is a 2-fold card. It's either a pacifism effect if we put it on an opposing creature, or if we put it on our own creature, such as Ariet, we get Totem Armor. Guard Mage's Rescue is also a way of temporarily getting hexproof, but then it sticks around as an aura, so it counts towards that total aura count. We have a little bit of fast mana from Chrome and Mox Diamond. We have Transcendent Envoy to make our aura spells cheaper, and we have Replenish. So let's say that our opponents do sweep the board and blow up all the enchantments. Well, this is a way to just quickly get them all back later in the game. And then importantly, our enormous suite of pacifism and pacifism adjacent effects. So cards like Bonds of Faith, Chains of Custody, Cooped Up, there's a lot of them. They basically do some variation of your opponent's creature can't attack, the enchanted creature can't activate its abilities, or sometimes in the case of something like Chains of Custody, just straight up exile, or Darksteel Mutation and Reprobation, strip all the abilities off of things, which is important on enemy commanders. Basically, as many sort of like pacifism and similar effects as we can get. We want to be able to deploy auras, and we don't want to just load them all up onto Ariet to make her a Voltron commander. We can put these on opposing creatures, and it's especially important for the creature to not be able to attack. So again, as previously mentioned, we don't want our opponents to be able to attack each other and, block and trade in combat. So not being able to attack, huge part of these auras. Then we've got all of our various stacks cards. So these are cards like Archon of Emeria to Rule of Law our opponents so they can't cast multiple spells, Drawn in Linvala to shut off activated abilities, Hushbringer and Doorkeeper Thrall to shut off ETB triggers, Stony Silence to shut off artifacts being activated. Just as much of this stuff as we can slow our opponents down with. Or if you're not personally a fan of stacks, or your playgroup isn't a fan of stacks, there's really no way of getting around this. You could cut all of these cards, but then the deck would be significantly worse. Your plan is to very slowly drain life out of your opponents over the course of many turns, and if you're not running these stacks effects, then your opponents are just going to bury you in card advantage, or just kill Ariet, or sweep the board, or do any number of other things that these stacks cards are keeping in check. A little bit of tutoring, and then some other auras that didn't neatly fit into the previous category. So Spellbook Vendor is at the beginning of combat, you can pay 1, and when you do create a Sorcerer Roll token attached to a creature, the Sorcerer Roll token itself is not really important. The important part is that you can keep putting aura tokens onto creatures. And then we've got Contaminated Ground and Evil Presence, which are auras that enchant lands and turn them into swamps. And importantly, not swamps in addition to whatever else they're doing, but just swamps, period. So these are ways that you can turn an opponent's, say, Gaia's Cradle or Nykthos or other important land into just a plain old swamp. But normally this wouldn't be good enough. They're really here just because they also happen to be auras that enchant something that isn't a creature. But with all that said, that is going to do it for Ariet of the Charmed Apple in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Aerith Tormented Prophet. So Aerith is a 3-mana Izzet commander, and she's a 2/4 that says if you would draw a card, exile the top 2 cards of your library instead. You may play those cards this turn. So all of our card draw is replaced with Impulse Draw for 1 more than the card we would have drawn. So this means a couple of things. Obviously, anything that we had that would normally draw a card is now effectively doubled since we get 2 cards per draw. However, those cards are only impulse drawn, so we don't get to retain them, which means we do need to be able to play them immediately, which means those cards either need to be cheap or we need fast mana to add a bunch of mana to our pool so that we can keep churning through stuff. It also means that any cards that would normally have a downside, so for example, you draw a certain amount of cards, but then you have to discard a certain amount of cards. Well, the discarding part doesn't matter because we are impulse drawing the cards anyway, so being empty-handed is irrelevant a lot of the time.
So with that said, we have a lot of cantrips, an absolutely ton of cantrips, and basically whatever we could find that would be a 1 mana spell that draws a card is pretty much going into the deck, especially if it's red, because our fast mana is going to add red to our pool more often than we can add other colors. Therefore, if it's red, it was more valuable than being blue. But with that said, there are also a pretty good amount of cards to point out that don't just draw 1 card. So obviously there's some that draw 2, like Might of the Meek and Highway Robbery. And then we've also got our cards like Brainstorm. This card becomes 1 mana, draw 6 when we've got Aerith in play. Similarly, Cephalid Coliseum, we don't care if we have to discard because it's just sack the Cephalid Coliseum, draw 6. Similarly, cards like Control of the Court and Goblin Lore, which are draw 4, then ditch 3 at random. These become 2 mana, draw 8. Gix Probe becomes 0 mana, draw 2. So we just get to leverage a lot of card advantage out of these. Then we've got our additional card draw here, so something like Breakthrough, which normally we would just cycle all the cards in our hand. Here, this basically is 1 mana, draw 8. And Wheels in particular, so things like Wheel of Fortune, Winds of Change, and Time Twister, all of these cards become, draw 14, and then discarding of our hand didn't matter at all. Some other cards to point out are Surge of Brilliance, draw a card for each spell you've cast this turn from anywhere other than your hand. We are going to be impulse drawing a lot, obviously. And File of Galadriel, which among other things says if you would draw a card while you have no cards in hand, draw 2 cards instead. So when we do get empty-handed, this is basically another version of our commander. And when we have our commander in play, oh boy, we get to draw a lot. So then we've got the fast mana, of course. We're going to be impulse drawing a bajillion cards, so we need a ton of fast mana in order to take advantage of all of those cards. So as you can see here, most of this generates red mana. The only exceptions are Lotus Petal and Stormkiln Artist, but everything else only generates red, which is why we want our card draw to skew heavily red. So how are we actually winning the game? Well, we can either do the Underworld Breach LED Brain Freeze loop to mill out all of our opponents, or if we have enough ways of storming through our impulse draws, we can use Unstable Amulet as a way to just keep triggering and dealing damage to all of our opponents. Now, we do need to deal, hypothetically, up to 40, but it is actually possible to do that in this deck, and the Unstable Amulet itself is good enough as just a card that allows us to impulse draw at least once. Some other cards worth mentioning, Memory Worm is extremely good in this deck. Whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, this deals 2 damage to target player. That player discards a card, then draws a card, put a +1/+1 counter on Memory Worm. So, like Unstable Amulet, this can be a card that burns opponents, but more importantly, this is a card that allows us to just keep rummaging when we're doing storm turns, and in particular, we don't have to discard the card to draw a card. So as long as we've got the life to pay, we can keep drawing more off of this for free every time we cast something from exile. So every single Rite of Flame, Seething Song, etc. becomes another 2 cards that we get. We also have Sensei's Divining Top and Helm of Awakening as further cards to continue to cast things for cheap, especially Helm of Awakening, reducing the cost of all of our spells, and Top filtering through things. Top in particular is good as a card that we can play, we can then activate it, putting it back on top, and then our next impulse draw will be the top plus another card. So basically, once we get top plus Helm of Awakening, this is free, or anything else that would get a mana off of the Sensei's Top, like Burgi or whatever. So we draw, but instead of drawing, we of course impulse draw. This goes back to the top of our deck, and this is one of the impulse draws, and then we impulse draw the other card, so this also just goes through our whole deck. We of course have a suite of counter spells in order to protect Aerith, although it is notable that none of these cards really do anything during our storm turn, so obviously these cards cannot be played proactively. Then we have 30 lands, pretty straightforward here, the only standouts being Cephalid Coliseum and Pinnacle Monk. Some protection that is not in the form of counter spells as a way to keep Aerith alive or not get countered. A little bit of ramp, although we don't actually need that much in our deck because all of our fast mana compensates for this. And it's worth noting that anything that costs 0, like Chrome Mox, Mox Diamond, and Mox Amber, get to be played for free off of our impulse draws. Some removal, obviously our deck completely dies to Rule of Law effects, so we do need ways of getting rid of those things. And then as mentioned before, our wheels. Now, aside from all of that, there was a lot, and I mean a lot, of additional card draw and cantrips that we could have raid. And in particular, I'm not even running Rhystic Study or the One Ring in this deck because we just have so much draw power at a cheaper rate than these cards. I also opted not to play any of the cost reduction for instance and sorcery spells, so cards like Baral and Ral. I felt like our spells were mostly pretty cheap, and we also have Helm of Awakening to reduce costs, as well as just a ton of fast mana. And I didn't feel like all these extra ramp spells were necessary either. So anyways, with all that being said, that is going to do it for Aerith, Tormented Prophet, and EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Evelyn the Covetous. So Evelyn the Covetous is a Grixis commander. It is 5 mana in various combinations of black hybrid mana, and is a 2/5 with flash that says whenever it or another vampire enters the battlefield under your control, exile the top card of each player's library with a collection counter on it, and once each turn you may play a card from exile with a collection counter on it if it was exiled by an ability you controlled, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast it. So we're not going to be interested in the vampire synergies of Evelyn. We are primarily using it for its own ETB trigger by itself entering the battlefield. So what are we doing with this deck? Well, we are a Grixis value/combo deck. So what exactly are we doing here? Well, under the various categories of cards, let's look at them first. So we've got our card draw in Ad Naz, Bolus the Citadel, Careful Study, Looting, Frantic Search, Mystic Remora, Necropotence, Peer into the Abyss, Rhystic Study, and Wheel of Fortune. And the cards that put cards in our graveyard is going to be relevant because we have combos that involve reanimating stuff from our graveyard. We've also got all of our fast mana, which we're going to need to get Evelyn or other combos online as fast as possible. So Burnt Offering, sack a creature, and then add a combination of red or black equal to its cost. Culling the Weak, sack a creature to add 4. Sacrifice, sack a creature to add X black, where X is the mana value. And then other fast mana in Rite of Flame, Lotus Petal, LED, Jeweled Lotus, Dark Ritual, and Cabal Ritual. And then all of our ramp, which is various flavors of Mana Rocks alongside Dockside Extortionist. We've got our counter spells, which includes various blue counter spells, as well as Deflecting Swat and the Red Blast. Cyclonic Rift is a sweeper. We've got all of our various tutors, and we're going to want to tutor a lot because we're a combo deck. So Beseech the Mirror, Demonic Tutor, Entomb, Gamble, Imperial Seal, Mystical Tutor, Spellseeker, Tainted Pact, Unmarked Grave, Vampiric Tutor, and Wishclaw Talisman. Then we've got our reanimation effects, which are going to be relevant for what I'll show you in a moment, but it is Animate Dead, Dance of the Dead, Necromancy, and Victimize. And then finally, that leaves us with our combos. So how do the combos work? So there's various combos in the deck. Some of them are pretty normal for CEDH. So for example, Thassa's Oracle can combine with Demonic Consultation or Tainted Pact to exile our entire deck and then cast Oracle. Or Dockside Extortionist can potentially go infinite with Baron Master Wizard. Baron Master Wizard is a 3 mana 1/1 that says 2 mana, sack a permanent, return target creature to its owner's hand. So we can use the treasures that Dockside makes to sack the treasures and mounts the Dockside to our hand. So it requires that our opponents have a certain amount of artifacts and enchantments. We need 2 mana to cast the Dockside. We need 2 mana to activate Baron. And we need 1 extra treasure to sacrifice 2 Baron. And then that alone would be neutral, so we need 1 extra card that's an artifact or enchantment on the field so that we can net mana for each iteration. So in order for Baron Master Wizard and Dockside Extortionist to go infinite, we need our opponents collectively to control a total of 6 artifacts or enchantments, which they won't always have, but which they will have often enough that this can combo. Then, of course, we've got our Underworld Breach combos. Underworld Breach can combine with various cards to go infinite. So primarily this is going to be using Lion's Eye Diamond as the fuel for the cards in our graveyard. So we've got Underworld Breach, Lion's Eye Diamond, and then we either need Wheel of Fortune or Brain Freeze. So if we've got Wheel of Fortune, we can pop the LED for triple red. We use that to escape Wheel of Fortune from the graveyard, which causes us to draw and discard a whole bunch of cards. And since we're drawing and discarding 7 cards at a time, that will always give us the necessary fodder in the graveyard to escape both Wheel of Fortune and Lion's Eye Diamond while having 1 card left over. So we can do that and then escape basically our entire deck using Wheel of Fortune, as long as the amount of cards in our library is at least equal to or greater than 7 cards. Once we get down to 6 and lower, we can't cast Wheel of Fortune anymore because we'll die. But that should be enough to churn through most of our deck and then eventually just find Oracle and win the game, and then escape Oracle back from the graveyard. Or we can use Brain Freeze. Now we can Brain Freeze ourselves to generate the mana, or to generate the escape fodder for Brain Freeze and Lion's Eye Diamond. So we Brain Freeze ourselves, storming off and milling over our entire deck. And then at that point we can just cast Oracle to win the game since we've milled our whole deck. Or we can Brain Freeze out our opponents to mill their entire deck and then just pass the turn and let them deck themselves. And those are the usual Underworld Breach combos. Then in addition to that, we have our World Gorger Dragon loops. So
World Gorger Dragon is a 6 mana 7/7 flying trample. None of that's relevant. The only relevant part is its other two abilities. When it enters the battlefield, you exile all other permanents you control, and when it leaves the battlefield, you return the exiled cards to the battlefield under their owner's control. So, if you have a World Gorger Dragon in your graveyard, and one of our enchantment-based reanimation effects, such as Necromancy, Dance of the Dead, or Animate Dead, we can, for example, let's say Animate Dead is the card. We Animate Dead the World Gorger Dragon. The World Gorger Dragon enters the battlefield and triggers. It exiles all of the other permanents except for itself, including the Animate Dead that is reanimating it. Since Animate Dead leaves the battlefield, it triggers and causes us to sack World Gorger Dragon. World Gorger Dragon then dies, and the death trigger returns all of the exiled cards, including Animate Dead, which can then reanimate World Gorger Dragon. So we can loop this over and over and over. And since all of our permanents are entering the battlefield untapped, it means we can keep floating the mana off of our lands and whatever mana rocks that we have to generate infinite mana off of this. We can then use the infinite mana that we're generating to cast Evelyn the Covetous from our command zone. Well, when Evelyn enters, it triggers, and it exiles the top card of our opponent's libraries. Then, because this is a permanent on the field, the World Gorger Dragon combo is going to also exile and re-enter Evelyn over and over and over, until eventually our opponents have exiled all the cards out of their libraries, and then we can just pass the turn and kill them. Now, there's two big downsides to the World Gorger Dragon loop. The first one is that our opponents can interrupt this loop. So they can kill the World Gorger Dragon with its leaves trigger on the stack, or with its... Yeah, so when this enters, it will have the exile all of our other permanents trigger. Now, if at that point our opponents kill it, so they like Swords to Plowshares or whatever with it on the stack, it'll then die, and the leaves trigger will go off. The leaves trigger will resolve, but since we haven't exiled any of our permanents yet, nothing will happen. Then we'll exile all of our permanents, and now the World Gorger Dragon is gone and we never get them back. So it's risky, so you gotta make sure that you have protection for this, or that you're reasonably certain that none of your opponents have any sort of instant speed removal that's gonna interact with this. The second issue with it is that if you don't have a second creature in your graveyard, then the Animate Dead or Dance of the Dead or Necromancy World Gorger loop will just keep going off infinitely over and over and over, because it will keep reanimating the World Gorger Dragon. And this ends up in a mandatory loop where it keeps exiling and re-entering over and over and over, drawing the game. So you must have another creature that you can choose for Animate Dead or Dance of the Dead or Necromancy, so that the loop isn't mandatory and you can actually stop the loop in order to win the game. But thankfully, Evelyn the Covetous has Flash, so we can always cast Evelyn, allow it to go to our graveyard, and then not put it back in the command zone to make this the other creature that we get. So even if there's no other creature in any graveyard, we can use Evelyn to be the second card. Then on top of that, we also have Isochron Scepter and Dramatic Reversal. This is the old Dramatic Scepter combo. Dramatic Reversal, untap all 9-line permanents you control. Isochron Scepter, imprint an instant with value 2 or less, and then pay 2 and tap it to copy the exiled card and cast it without paying its cost. So if you have Dramatic Reversal and Isochron Scepter, you imprint Dramatic Reversal, and then as long as you have non-land permanents that can add mana, such as Mana Rocks, and you have at least 3 mana worth of Mana Rocks, you activate the Isochron Scepter, casting Dramatic Reversal. It untaps the Scepter itself along with your Mana Rocks, which results in you having even with neutral or more mana than you need in order to keep activating the Isochron Scepter, so you generate infinite mana that way. And that can allow you to cast Evelyn or potentially just other cards to win the game. Now, on top of that, we also have Displacer Kitten. Displacer Kitten can be used to exile other spells that we need. So, for example, if we have Displacer Kitten and Evelyn plus other spells, we can use Displacer Kitten to blink Evelyn the Covetous, or we can use it to blink our Mana Rocks. So, like if we're casting certain spells, we can blink our Mana Rocks like Mox Opal, Sol Ring, etc., and keep generating more mana depending on whatever it is that we're casting. Doesn't actually go infinite, but does generate a ton of value, although it will go infinite in certain combinations of cards like Dockside and whatnot. And those are our main combos. Now, some other things to note. Bolas' Citadel allows us to cast spells off the top of our library without paying for them, and by paying life equal to their mana value. This is very good with Sensei's Divining Top, because we can always put top back on top of our deck using its own ability, and then the top itself is only 1 mana, or rather 1 life in order to cast with the Bolas' Citadel. So we can always just keep putting the top back on top, drawing a card off the top, and then casting the top for 1 life. It's technically not infinite, but it does allow us to pay 1 life per card. And of course, if any card on top costs less than 1, such as our 0 mana rocks, we can cast those for free as well. On top of that, like in the Arami deck that we discussed at another point, we can use Scholar of Ages plus a reanimation spell plus a sacrifice ritual in order to generate infinite mana. So if we have Scholar of Ages, which gets back 2 instants or sorceries, plus a card like Sacrifice, Culling the Weak, or Burnt Offering, we can use Victimize as the second spell. So we get Scholar of Ages into play. We get back, let's say, Sacrifice and Victimize. Then we go Sacrifice, Scholar of Ages, generating a bunch of mana, Victimize another creature, whatever creature that is, and then we get back the Scholar and the other creature that we sacrificed, putting both of them back into play. Scholar triggers, puts both of these back in our hand, and we can loop that over and over. Because Evelyn the Covetous is our commander again, we can always have Evelyn the Covetous as our second creature, and then by reanimating that plus the Scholar with the Victimize, we exile our opponent's libraries and win the game that way. Some versions of the Bolas' Citadel top combo will also play Aetherflux Reservoir as a way to gain life when you're casting spells, which is actually infinite with Bolas' Citadel. This version does not play that because we have enough other combos, but you could slot that in if you wanted to. And that is the basic breakdown of what the deck is trying to do. There are probably some other combos that I didn't go over, but those are the main ones that matter. Of course, there's all sorts of little synergies, like Necropotence can use to pay 1 life to get the top card of our library to be different when we have Bolas' Citadel. You can, of course, use fetch lands to change the top. You can use any other draw spell to change the top, etc., etc., etc. Lands are pretty straightforward. It's all the various Grixis lands you would expect in a deck like this, and then utility lands that you'd also expect, like Otawara, Mystic Sanctuary, etc. And that is the breakdown of Evelyn the Covetous.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. We're looking at the Foundations commanders, and today it's going to be Evereth, Viceroy of Plunder. So Evereth is a Rakdos commander due to the hybrid mana in its ability, and it's a 3 mana 2/2 vampire soldier with flying that says sacrifice another creature or artifact, put a +1 counter on Evereth. If the sacrifice permanent was a treasure, it gains lifelink, activate only as a sorcery, and when Evereth dies, you may pay 1 and a hybrid Rakdos mana. When you do, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. So what's important about Evereth is that while there have been commanders before that are able to sacrifice things and are basically sack outlets in the command zone, cards like Bartolome, for example, Evereth is the first one that is both a sack outlet and also its own kill condition due to this mutual fling effect. So to that end, we're going to be playing a number of sacrifice-based combos and other cards that benefit from sacrificing in an effort to either win with one of those combos or simply have an infinite sack outlet to make Evereth huge, then sack Evereth to some other sacrifice effect and infinitely fling all of our opponents. Although it is important to note that Evereth is not capable of sacrificing herself, so even if you do that, you do need another sack outlet in order to get rid of Evereth. So to that end, here are the combos, and I won't bore you with going over every single one of them, but a lot of them involve either having a creature that can come back over and over and over, and then the mana to offset how many times it can come back, or some such other thing. So in particular, we have Putrid Goblin and Wing Rattle Scarecrow as creatures with Persist, and then we have ways of negating their -1 counters. So those are cards like Thran Vigil, First Day of Class, and Gev Scaled Scorch. These are all cards where if you have a sack outlet and then one of these 2 persist creatures and then one of these 3 cards that negate the -1 counter, you can infinitely sacrifice the persist creature over and over and over. Similarly, we have creatures that come back from the graveyard, so we have Reassembling Skeleton and Tenacious Dead. We also have Gravecrawler, which requires that we have a zombie in play. So with any of those cards, if we have some combination of Ashnod's Altar, Phyrexian Altar, Pawn of Ulamog, Sifter of Skulls, and Pitiless Plunderer, if we have some combination of those cards that allows us to either generate equal or more mana than it costs to get any of these cards back, we can sack them over and over, redeploy them, and go infinite that way. We also have certain sack outlets that can themselves be the kill condition. So Altar of Dementia, for example. If this is your sack outlet, you can just mill out all of your opponents. We have Blood Artist for when we have a sack outlet, but no way to actually kill our opponents. So this is a way that we can just trigger this over and over and over. Carrion Feeder as another sack outlet, and because it's a zombie, it meets the condition for Gravecrawler to come back. And then finally, the Ozolith is here just as a way to where if we put a bunch of counters on Evereth, but then she winds up dying, we can at least store those counters on the Ozolith and get them back later. So with all that said, any of these combos can either work on their own or can work in combination with our commander. In particular, if we've got one of these combos but no sack outlet, we can then just cast our commander as the sack outlet.
We also have a whole bunch of card draw, especially card draw that is based on creatures dying. So Grimhor specs Midnight Reaper and to a lesser extent Morbid Opportunist as ways of drawing cards based on our sacking. And we can potentially just draw a bunch of cards off of these regardless of whether we actually have an infinite combo or not. We've got some fast mana because again, we want to get our commander and combo going as quickly as possible. Pretty straightforward on the lands, not too much to see here, although we are including Phyrexian Tower as another way to sack creatures. Protection to make sure that our commander doesn't get countered or killed. Bunch of ramp. Goblin Engineer being here mainly as a way to just go dump Phyrexian Altar or Altar of Dementia into our graveyard and then get it back. Some removal spells, because again, we do need to interact with our opponent to some extent. A little bit of stacks. It's obviously awkward to run Blood Moon effects in a dual color deck, but we do have a lot of fetch lands and 2 swamps, so we can potentially get around this by simply making sure to fetch our swamps out ahead of time. We also have Grave Pact. Since we're going to be sacking creatures a lot anyway, we may as well run this as a way to effectively remove opponent's creatures, and sometimes we can sacrifice things so many times that this is essentially Plague Wind. Then a bunch of tutors, because of course we also want this, in particular things like Entomb and Unmarked Grave, because we can put certain combo pieces into the graveyard like Gravecrawler and Reassembling Skeleton and go off that way. And with all that said, that is going to be Evereth, Viceroy of Plunder for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Ezio Auditore di Firenze. And now that my Italian viewers have stopped cringing, we can talk about what Ezio does. So Ezio is a 2-mana black commander. It's a 3/2 with Menace. And it says assassin spells you cast have free running black, meaning you can cast the spell for its free running cost if you dealt combat damage to a player this turn with an assassin or commander. So if we hit with Ezio or we hit with some other cheap assassin creature, we can cast assassin spells for just 2 black mana. And then whenever Ezio deals combat damage to a player, you may pay Wooburg. If that player has 10 or less life, when you do, that player loses the game. So the main ability that we're concerned with here is the middle one, the free running one. So I initially tried to build this deck with a lot of assassins, but the problem is that there just actually aren't that many good assassins to cheat in. So we have access to all 5 colors, which means we can play all of the type changing cards. So heading on down to those, we have access to Maskwood Nexus, Leyline of Transformation, and Arcane Adaptation. So this turns all of our creatures, including the ones that aren't on the battlefield, into whatever type we choose. We can, of course, choose Assassin, and then that means that all of our creatures have free running black. We could have also run additional type changers here, like Conspiracy, but Conspiracy is 5 mana. I felt like 3 of these was enough, and these are all more efficient than 5 mana, obviously. What are we doing with that? Well, our gigantic Eldrazi creatures. Once we turn all of our creatures into assassins, these all become assassins. We can cast these for just 2 black mana. And additionally, we are casting them. We're not just putting them onto the battlefield, so we will get all of their cast triggers. Now, with that said, we won't always have Maskwood, Leyline, or Arcane Adaptation in place, so we do have Vein Ripper here as one of the very few assassins that's actually worth playing off of Ezio. Not great, but decent enough. Moving on, we've got our card draw. This includes Roshan, Hidden Magister as another actually good assassin. Other creatures you control are assassins in addition to their other types. So this is the black creature version of all of our type changers. We're also interested in hitting our opponents, so Timna and Grazilax here will draw some more cards. Hunting Grounds as an additional way of cheating in big stuff. So let's say we don't have access to Ezio, like he got countered or killed or whatever. This is another way of just cheating in big things, albeit this does not get their cast triggers, but good enough. Handful of counter spells. Changeling Outcast is pretty important. So while Ezio does have Menace, and it's likely that we're going to be able to hit somebody, that won't always be the case. Changeling Outcast is just an unblockable assassin, so this is a way that we can trigger the free running. We also have Dark Rituals, just a way to get Ezio out faster. Pretty straightforward mana base, obviously very expensive, 5 colors, and we're running all these revised dual lands, so if you're looking at this price and cringing, well, I just say proxy the cards, but if you're not willing to do that, you can replace all of these with shock lands. Also importantly, I wouldn't normally include Urborg in a 5-color deck, but we do need access to double black for the free running, so that's why Urborg is here. And that's also why the only dual lands that we're running that aren't the revised duels are Undergrowth Stadium and Overgrown Tomb, because they're half black, half green for our mana dorks and the free running payment. Then we've got our protection, ways of making it so that our stuff doesn't get countered or killed. Bunch of ramp spells, bunch of removal. We do need to be able to interact with our opponents or kill opposing Granith Magistrates that are preventing us from casting Ezio, or just clear the way so that Ezio can attack through our blockers. A little bit of stacks here. Adranith and Opposition Agent are really good.
And then tutors, in particular survival of the fittest, in order to go grab a big Eldrazi creature if we're missing it. And then if you come down here to the considerations tab, this is a lot of the other things that I thought about playing, including some of the bigger assassin creatures that I ultimately wound up not running because I didn't feel they were that good. The best of these is probably Ezio Blade of Vengeance, but none of them are really that great. So this is why I switched to the cast big Eldrazi creatures plan instead of assassins. So with all that being said, that is going to do it for Ezio Auditore di Firenze in EDH.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we're looking at Feather the Redeemed. So Feather is a fairly unique Boros commander. It's a 3-mana 3/4 flying, and it says whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature you control, so that's targets a creature you control, any creature, doesn't have to be Feather, exile that card instead of putting it into your graveyard as it resolves. If you do, return it to your hand at the beginning of the next end step. So obviously we want to combine Feather with various cheap cards that target creatures so that we can get them back over and over and over again. So we have various cards that will slot into various categories. So one of them is of course the cheap cantrips. So we have cards like Bandage, Crimson Wisps, Defiant Strike, Expedite, Fists of Flame, Niveus Wisps, and Shelter. For the most part, it doesn't really matter what these cards do, like giving our creature haste or +1/+0 doesn't matter. The main thing here is that they are 1-mana spells that draw a card. So they essentially say that with Feather out, they get to draw a card, and then on the end step, we get them back. So we get to keep just casting them over and over and over. And do note that this is at the beginning of the next end step. It's not just your end step. So if you do have additional mana lying around during opponent's turns, you can keep casting these instant speed cantrips on your creatures to continuously draw cards. We of course also have a DRC here just because it's so good with all of these various cheap spells that we're going to be casting over and over in order to allow us to filter into exactly what we want. Then apart from those cantrippers, we also have protection because we do need to make sure that Feather doesn't get killed since our entire strategy revolves around Feather. So we have cards that grant various combinations of either hexproof or protection from a color. So cards like Blacksmith Skill, Blessed Breath, God's Willing, Stave Off, Shelter, etc. Now, some ones to highlight specifically. We are also playing the cards like Mother of Runes, Giver of Runes, and Skrelv because we may not always have mana open the turn we play Feather. We have Swiftfoot Boots because we don't want to have to always continuously hold up mana, so this can just attach to Feather, giving it hexproof, and then we always have it protected for the rest of the game. We also have cards like Silence and Grand Abolisher to make sure that our opponent can't mess with us on the turn that we get Feather out or when we're starting to chain cards together. We do have a Sphere of Safety just to make sure that our opponents can't kill us because we're not that good at playing defense and we don't kill our opponents that quickly either. Some other cards to note that are pretty unique are things like Courageous Resolve. This is up to 1 target creature you control gains protection from each of your opponents until end of turn, draw a card. And then if you have 5 or less life, you can't lose life this turn, and you can't lose the game this turn, and your opponents can't win the game this turn. So if you ever do get to the point where you're at 5 or less life, you can continuously cast Courageous Resolve, meaning that your opponents can never win as long as you have the mana up to keep casting this. So even if they have a Thoracle win or something like that, you can just use Courageous Resolve to make sure that you don't lose, and then you get it back because it is a targeted spell. Similarly, we've also got Galadriel's Dismissal. Target creature phases out, and if you kicked it for an additional 3 mana, each creature target player controls phases out. This is mainly so that Feather can survive sweepers, which it couldn't otherwise survive with any of its other protection spells. And then some other pieces of protection like Ricochet Traps, Urge of Salvation, Cavern of Souls to get through counters. Do have some ramp, of course, to make sure we can get stuff out. Mox Amber also particularly relevant because it means that the turn we play Feather, we at least have 1 extra mana open to protect it or do something else. We've got some cards as removal, but this also includes cards that work with Feather, so things like Reckless Rage. Deal 4 damage to target creature you don't control and 2 damage to target creature you do control. So this can be a 4 damage, 1 mana instant that you can cast repeatedly. Same thing with Fall of the Hammer. 2 mana, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to another target creature. And Explosive Entry is a sorcery for 2 mana that says destroy up to 1 artifact, put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. You got a little bit of stacks with Blood Moon, Magus of the Moon, Drowneth Magistrate, and Grip. Unwinding Clock, which combines with all of our various mana rocks to untap them during opponent's turn, so we have mana to cast our instant speed spells on our opponent's turns over and over and over, particularly good with the cantripping spells. And then some other cards that are sort of equivalent to Feather, or they do something similar. These are just other creatures that are good with our spells. So Bill Potts is 4 mana 2/4 whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets only Bill Potts, or activate an ability that targets only Bill Potts, copy that spell or ability. You may choose new targets for the copy. This ability triggers only once each turn. And Zada Hedron Grinder, which is whenever you cast an instant or sorcery that targets only Zada, copy the spell for each other creature you control that spell could target, and each copy targets a different one of those creatures. So these are just ways of increasing the amount of cards that you're drawing with the various cantrip targeted spells. And again, since Feather doesn't care which creature you target, you can just target Bill or Zada to get the additional effects out of them. Some fast mana, including cards that work better with Feather. So we've got things like Burgi and Urabrask. These are particularly good with the red spells, so that we can keep casting the red spells multiple times without having to use up too much mana if we have multiple of them. Same thing with Runaway Steamkin. This can essentially bank our red spells into more red mana later. Stormkiln Artist makes a treasure whenever we cast an instant or sorcery. And then Sudden Breakthrough is target creature gets +2/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn and create a treasure token. So for 2 mana, we can create a treasure token, and then we get it back using Feather's ability. So this allows us to build up more treasure tokens. And then we do have the Dual Caster Mage Twin Flame combo in order to just combo out later in the game. Then in addition to all that, we've got various beatdown cards. So since we're going to be casting instants or sorceries over and over and over, since we keep getting them back with Feather, we can also win the game instead of with a just straight up combo by just flooding the board with tokens or continuously dealing damage. So Gutter Snipe and Fire Inscription will trigger whenever we cast an instant or sorcery to deal 2 damage to each of our opponents. Aria of Flame does similar, Aria of Flame has a similar effect. And then we have Young Pyromancer and Monastery Mentor to create tokens whenever we cast one of those spells. A Crone Crusader will make a 1/1 whenever we target a Crone Crusader. And then lastly, Phalanx Leader is whenever we target it, we put a +1 counter on every one of our creatures. So again, the main thing that we want to do is use Feather to loop targeted spells, primarily cantrips, and then eventually win the game either by just dealing tons of damage with these cards, filling up a board with these cards, or just finding the Dual Caster Twin Flame combo. And that is Feather the Redeemed. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Flubs the Fool. Now, Flubs the Fool is a Teamer commander for 3 mana. He is a 0/5, and it says you may play an additional land on each of your turns. And whenever you play a land or cast a spell, draw a card if you have no cards in hand. However, otherwise, discard a card. So obviously this leads to a very interesting deck building restriction, which is that we want to be empty-handed so that we can continue to draw cards via flubs, and we never want to not be empty-handed because then we'll discard instead of drawing. As a result, we're going to play an absolute gargantuan amount of free spells or spells that otherwise replace themselves in an attempt to storm off with flubs and eventually win the game. So how are we going to do that? Now, one of the problems with flubs in regards to attempting this is that we can't just run a bunch of cantrips, because then we'll be left with a card in hand plus the card that we draw off of flubs, meaning the next card that we play will discard. So imagine we cast a spell like Ponder and we're empty-handed. Flubs will trigger with Ponder on the stack, we'll draw a card, then the Ponder will resolve, we'll get another card in our hand. Now we have 2 cards in our hand, and the moment we either play a land or cast another spell, that means the remaining card in our hand is going to get discarded. So we have to make sure that we're always empty-handed and that every card that we're getting is only drawing a card off of flubs, and it's never going beyond that. However, we also have to make sure that we don't brick or get into a position where we can't really do anything. So as a result, strangely enough, for flubs' sake, we're going to be more interesting in filtering through cards than we are going to be in drawing cards. So with that said, we've got a bunch of cantrips and filtering cards here. So we have things like Careful Study and Faithless Looting, because again, this means that we get to cast Careful Study, flubs will trigger, we draw a card, then the Careful Study resolves, we draw 2, and then of the 3 cards that are currently in our hand, we choose 2 of them to discard, keeping only the best card out of the 3, and then we can cast that card or play it as a land to trigger flubs again. Faithless Looting does the same thing. And then we've got a lot of self-cycling things, so things like Chromatic Sphere and Chromatic Star, Lodestone Bauble, Monomorphose, Mishra's Bauble, Urza's Bauble, and Noxious Revival. Do also note that in the event that we are casting a card like Monomorphos, where we are going to draw a card afterwards, we can potentially cast something at instant speed with the spell on the stack so that we can trigger flubs before we actually draw it, as long as the one card left is an instant. Obviously, we're also going to be filtering through a lot of cards, so things like Noxious Revival that can select a specific card out of our graveyard to put back on top of our deck is going to be helpful. In the straight up draw cards category, we are playing Mystic Remora as a way to just set up in the early game, but we don't, however, want to play Rhystic Study. Shocking. A EDH deck in blue that doesn't want to play Rhystic Study. We also have Burgi, because one of the things we're going to want to do is, of course, storm through our deck, so we want to be able to get more mana via the cards that we're casting, or on Burgi's backside, of course, we can discard the cards in our hand to impulse draw, and that's going to be helpful in always making sure that we're empty-handed. For our combo pieces, our primary out is going to be Underworld Breach combo with LED and Brain Freeze. This is particularly useful since it means that we can cast Underworld Breach even if we don't have the combo set up yet, and continue to cast spells off of the flub trigger until we eventually find what we need. Whereas, let's say if we were going to play Thassa's Oracle or Grape Shot, we don't know when in our deck we're going to draw those cards, and if we are always only one card in hand and we just have to cast the Thoracle or cast the Grape Shot, then we wouldn't be able to win with those cards. We're also running Containment Construct. Whenever you discard a card, you may exile that card from your graveyard. If you do, you may play that card this turn. So again, this means that if we are forced into a position where we have to discard, we can at least impulse draw those discarded cards, and so we're not out of them. We're of course going to want a bunch of fast mana so that we can keep churning through cards. Anything like Lotus Petal, Rite of Flame are basically just free draws. The only ones here that don't really work that way are Elvish Spirit Guide and Simian Spirit Guide because we don't actually cast them. However, since our job is to get flubs down as fast as possible and cast other spells as fast as possible, they are still worth playing. Now the land count. The land count is a bit awkward because we want a low land count since we don't want to be stuck drawing lands and thus potentially not being able to play the land that we draw, thus stopping the storm chain. But on the other hand, we still do need to play enough lands that we can consistently cast flubs and all the rest of our spells. So I've settled on 29 as the current land count. However, this may be grossly over or under the amount that you actually need to play in this deck. And so I encourage testing, and I will revise this if this turns out to be too many or too few lands. Obviously, a deck like Flubs is also stopped by any sort of storm hate like Rule of Law effects, so cards like Otawara and Boseiju are particularly important here. For protection, we do want to be able to protect Flubs, so Delighted Halfling, Veil of Summer, and of course Cavern of Souls are going to fit under that. We've got a bunch of ramp, and again, it's going to be important that our spells cost 0 as much as possible, so Crow Mox, Everflowing Chalice, Mox Opal, Mox Amber, etc. Basically, anything that costs 0 is potentially an inclusion in the deck because it can just trigger flubs for free. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that we want to play every single card that costs 0, so I've settled on the ones that I think are the most viable in terms of what they can actually do when we're not just casting them to draw cards off of flubs. So for example, Astral Cornucopia, it's probably not going to be cast for 3, but we do have that option. Similarly, something like Engineered Explosives can just be cast for 0 if we want a free draw off of flubs, but it does have other uses like clearing away stacks pieces. And then the rest of the cards here are just 0 mana cards that are used to trigger flubs. Most of these are not very good, however, I will point out some of the uses of some of them. So Tormod's Crypt obviously may occasionally come in handy in order to get rid of an opposing graveyard. Gusta's Scepter is also strangely enough useful in this deck. It has an activated ability that lets you exile a card from your hand face down. So this is a way of getting that extra card out of your hand if you need to be hellbent. Herbal Poultice, I really doubt that you're going to have 3 extra mana lying around with this to potentially save flubs from a removal spell that you can regenerate off of, but there is that option. And outside of that, these are almost like 99% of the time going to be useless, but of the 0 mana spells that you can cast, I felt like these were the best ones, in quotes, for this purpose. There's also the creatures, most of which are 0s. The creatures have slightly more use if you're playing something like Springleaf Drum, for example, but in general, these are also going to mostly be useless cards. Stonecoil Serpent also will just die instantly, along with anything else like it that comes in with 0 counters. But again, if you just need a 0 mana card to cast to trigger flubs, these will all do you fine. Aerith, if you would draw a card, exile the top 2 cards of your library instead, you may play those cards this turn, is another way of making sure that we stay hellbent while being able to continue to accrue resources to cast into flubs. And then lastly, Summer Bloom. Again, we do want ways of being able to play additional lands, so cards like Summer Bloom are going to be very important so that we don't flood on lands and then get bricked mid-combo. This is also why ramp spells like Exploration are more valuable here than they normally are. Now, aside from all that, there's a ton of cards that I considered playing but ultimately chose not to. So Moonsnare Prototype as an addition to Springleaf Drum, I ultimately decided this was just not that good, especially because it costs colored mana and doesn't produce colored mana, so it's much worse. A bunch of other 0 mana cards that similarly don't really do anything, but these do less than what the other ones do. So while the other cards may not be useful 99.99% of the time, they at least hypothetically have some kind of use, whereas Make Flubs have 3 more toughness is basically always useless. There's also the cards like Walking Ballista, Cryptic Trilobite, Endless One, Hangerback Walker that we're basically never going to cast for any substantial amount of mana. Maybe Walking Ballista is an exception to that, I'm not sure. There's also like all the kobolds and whatnot. Ultimately decided that the non-artifact creatures like Amarthus, Rogrek, etc. were less useful than the artifact ones, specifically because the artifact ones are counted towards Mox Opal. However, there are other considerations like Rogrek, for example, counts towards Mox Amber, so maybe you could fiddle around with these numbers. Conspiracy Theorist is basically the red version of Containment Construct. I felt like the one Containment Construct was enough, but if you feel like you need an additional copy of that effect, this is something that you could use. So with all that said, that is going to be Flubs the Fool Storm for EDH.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Finn the Fangbearer. Finn the Fangbearer is a 2-mana green commander. He's a 1/3 with Death Touch, and he says whenever a creature you control with Death Touch deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. So obviously this is going to be a beatdown deck using Death Touch creatures, although it should be noted that the player only ever gets 2 poison counters no matter how big the creature is. So it's more about having lots of creatures with Death Touch than it is creatures that are big with Death Touch. So with that said, we've got some overrunning cards because while the size of the creatures doesn't actually matter, it does matter in terms of our creatures not just dying in combat. So we have Beastmaster, Craterhoof, and Triumph of the Hordes. This is basically a second way of getting Infect. We've got a number of pieces of card draw, including Keen Sense and Sixth Sense as pretty good ways of just slapping a card draw onto Finn or any other Death Touch creature. We also have cards like Occam Adversary as a potentially 2-mana 2/3 with Death Touch. And then we have Orin Frostfang and Toski because, again, we're going to go wide, so we want to draw cards off of this. Haste is also important. We don't want our Death Touchers just sitting around waiting, so Haste is good. Pretty straightforward lands, with some standouts being Inkmoth Nexus as an infect creature that we can always just activate and start poisoning people, and Karn's Bastion as a way to proliferate the poison counters that are on our opponents. Also, a lot of our Death Touch creatures are going to be 1/1, so Pendlehaven is a way to make them not necessarily die in combat as easily. Then we have some Death Touching equipment, Basilisk Collar, so we can attach this to anything that didn't already have Death Touch as a way to just get Death Touch. There's also Viridian Longbow, so since our creatures are going to have Death Touch, including our commander, we can equip this to them, and then this just turns them into tap, destroy target creature instead of just deal 1. Same thing with any fight spells. Fight spells, while we have Death Touch, are pretty good. A little bit of protection for Finn. Obviously, this deck heavily relies on Finn being on the battlefield, otherwise our Death Touchers don't inherently poison our opponents. Bunch of ramp spells, again, get Finn and get other stuff out as quickly as possible, including this Death Touch ramp creature. We have Skullwinder over Eternal Witness, again, because Death Touch. A bunch of removal, including some poison-related and proliferate-related things. So Carnivorous Canopy proliferates among destroying things. Canker Bloom can also proliferate and destroy things. Infectious Bite poisons all of our opponents and fights. Smell of Fear is also a fight spell that proliferates. We also have some stacks. We're in mono green and running a bunch of monodorks, so Collector Oof and Null Rod don't affect us as badly. We also have barely any, if any, ETB triggers for Torpor Orb. We also want to slow down our opponents because our main plan is beating them down with our Death Touchers to inflict poison. So cards like Trinisphere, Winter Moon, and Winter Orb to slow down opponents. We have a bunch of tutors, including things like Natural Order for Craterhoof. Bow of Nylea, which turns all of our attackers into Death Touchers. So all of our monodorks, for example, now have Death Touch, which means Finn gives them poison. And then a whole bunch of otherwise untagged creatures. These are basically anything that has Death Touch or does poison or proliferates. So we've got cheapo Death Touchers, a bunch of 1-mana Death Touchers like Ankle Biter, Fang of Shigeki, Gnarlwood Dryad, Mirkwood Spider, Moss Viper, Narnam Renegade, Sedge Scorpion, Tadru Blightblade, and Wasteland Viper, but we also have Evolution Sage to proliferate. We do want a way to keep proliferating our opponents. Bloated Contaminator, which is toxic and proliferates, and Venerated Rot Priest, which turns any targeted spells to generating poison. And it itself is just 1 mana with toxic. There is also some additional proliferating cards, Thirsting Roots, and Unnatural Restoration. So to reiterate, the main plan is to beat down with Fin and Death Touchers in order to inflict poison, potentially win by pumping your team with some big spells or Triumph of the Hordes, or win via proliferating the poison counters that you're already dealing to opponents. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for Finn the Fangbearer in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at General Ferrus Rokerrick. So General Ferrus Rokerrick is a 3-mana Boros commander. He's a 3/1 with hexproof from monocolored, and whenever you cast a multicolored spell, so a Boros spell in this case, create a 4/4 red and white golem artifact creature token. So this is obviously going to be a beatdown deck where we're looking to cast as many multicolor spells as we can to keep triggering Ferrus and making these 4/4s, which should take over the board and be able to just beat our opponents down. So with that said, that means we're going to be stretching to play a lot of multicolor cards. So anything that's already good, and then anything that would maybe not be so good on its own, but when you tag a 4/4 token onto it becomes good. So going through some of our cards, we have our beatdown spells like Animar Call, which generates tokens, Arbaz Mirror, which is basically impact tremors for historic permanents, although it does not count the golem tokens, unfortunately. Aurelia the Law Above, which is just a beater that can draw cards or burn stuff. Aurelia the War Leader for extra combat steps. Blade Historian, double strike everything. Duke Older Raven Guard to multiply our attackers. Legion's Initiative, which gives +1 on power to red creatures and +1 on toughness to white creatures, which means our golems become 5/5s. Nayali, Sun's Vanguard, which is attacking tokens you control have double strike, real good with General Ferrus over here. And whenever 1 or more tokens you control attack a player, exile the top of your library, and during any turn you attacked with a token, you may play it. And War Leader's Call, which is our multicolor impact tremors that is also an Anthem. We have Nahiri's Resolve to blink out creatures for value and artifacts as well, and then return them for, ETB triggers and whatnot. Thrilling Discovery to filter through cards. Commander Liara Portier, which is whenever you attack, spells you cast from exile this turn cost X less, where X is the number of players being attacked, and you exile the top X of your library, which you can cast. So basically, you get to impulse draw. Let's say you're in a pot of 4 players, you attack all 3 of your opponents, you impulse draw 3 cards, and all of those cards cost 3 less. Also got Showdown of the Scalds, more impulse drawing over here. Token doubling with Anointed Procession and Mondrak to multiply our golems. We also have Jolly Balloon Man for ETB related stuff. Some red counter magic. We also have, besides Aurelia, some additional extra turn stuff in Response Resurgence and Waves of Aggression. Alabu, which gives our artifact creatures haste, so our golems can immediately attack. And whenever 1 or more artifact creatures you control attack, Alabu deals X to any target, and you scry X, where X is the number of tapped artifacts you control. Then we have some Boros lands here, nothing much to see, pretty straightforward. Although it is worth noting that while Urza's Saga goes into most decks, the fact that the Karnstructs benefit from all the golems that we're creating is even better. And we've got some protection. Obviously, we want to make sure that General Ferrus doesn't get killed or countered, although General Ferrus does inherently have hexproof from monocolored, which means he's immune to most removal spells, although not all. So there are some notable exceptions, like Abrupt Decay and Assassin's Trophy, for example, so we do still need some ways of protecting him. Then we got a bunch of ramp. Got to get General Ferrus out as fast as possible. Then our removal. So we're stretching to play some removal that we normally wouldn't, but they're multicolor spells, so some genuinely good ones are things like Rip Apart and Wear Tear, and then we're also running Dwarger Hedge Mage, Justice Strike, Lightning Helix, Oleron's Searing Light, which is basically an Edict, and Flage. Then, since we are doing the beatdown route and we're in white, we can play all of the stacks cards. So while we can't run, Stony Silence because we've got a bunch of artifact ramp, we can run other stuff like Rule of Laws and Nilin and whatnot. So these are all great at slowing down our opponents and allowing us to just take over the game with 4/4 golems, and then a little bit of tutoring. Another card that I could have included in the deck is Bayek of Siwa, which also is another card that gives our historic creatures double strike. Ultimately opted not to run this, just needed the space, and I felt like we had enough beatdown already, but you could easily include this card in the deck too. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for General Ferrus Rokerrick in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Gerson Starn Kellermorph. This is a 3-mana Izzet commander, and it has Ward 2, and it says, whenever another source you control deals exactly 1 damage to a permanent or player,
it deals 2 damage to that permanent or player. So it's not 2 damage instead of 1, it's 2 damage on top of the 1. So obviously, we're going to want a ton of cards that deal exactly 1 damage to our opponents or their permanents. And therefore, this leads to a bunch of burn. So we have burn in a number of different categories. We have cards like Agate Instigator and Impact Tremors that will trigger and deal 1 whenever a creature enters. We have cards that trigger off of casting non-creatures or specifically instants and sorcery. So these are cards like Coruscation Mage and Electrostatic Field. We have cards that just straight up deal 1 damage to everybody during their upkeep. So Copper Tablet deals 1 damage to every player during their upkeep. Roiling Vortex does the same. We've got Razorkin Needlehead, which damages our opponents during their draw step or whenever they draw a card. Hellrider, which causes 1 damage per attacker. Unstable Amulet, which deals 1 damage to opponents when we cast spells from anywhere other than our hand, and we'll get to what this does further down the list. And then we've got Scalding Viper, which is basically a one-sided Eidolon of the Great Revel, but it only does 1 damage, and it also doubles as a bounce spell. And then finally, we've got Young Pyromancer and Third Path Iconoclast. This deck is going to be playing a lot of spells that are going to trigger these guys. The 1/1s can also deal exactly 1 damage to an opponent, and the tokens trigger Agate and Impact Tremors. Now, the big thing here is obviously that Gerson Starn also increases the amount of damage that gets dealt to us. So things like Copper Amulet and Roiling Vortex that are symmetrical, Gerson also increases the damage to us. So the idea is that most of the cards will be asymmetrical and that they will only damage our opponents or our opponents' permanents. And that when we do have instances of these cards that deal damage to us, well, it doesn't matter because overall, the amount of burn that's being applied to the players is asymmetrical. Our opponents are taking more burn than we're taking. So moving on, we have a bunch of cantripping or impulse drawing cards. So we've got cards like Ataxian Probe, Embrace the Unknown, Reckless Impulse, and Ren's Resolve. We're going to be playing a lot of cheap spells and a lot of cards that are going to get us mana when we cast those cheap spells as a way to keep churning through our deck and triggering all of these things and making sure that Gerson Starn deals a lot of damage to our opponents. We've got our card draw. So this is the cards that either straight up draw more cards or they impulse draw for more than like 2 at a time. So whereas a card like Reckless Impulse only gets us 2 impulse draws, something like Ignite the Future or Inspired Tinkering get us 3 impulse draws. And we also have access to Jessica as well. Although Light Up the Stage doesn't exactly fall into that category either. So this may be more of like a cantrip. Then we've got a little bit of a combo here with Goblin Sharpshooter. So basically Gerson Starn makes it so that Goblin Sharpshooter does 3 damage to every creature that it targets. And therefore, most creatures are probably going to die based on this. So we can machine gun down all of our opponent's creatures with this card. We also have Tetsuku Umezawa Fugitive. So we're making a bunch of 1/1 tokens off of Third Path and Young Pyro. Therefore, we want those tokens to be unblockable. And so Tetsuko is going to help us do that. We're going to have a bunch of fast mana. We obviously want to keep impulse drawing into more impulse draw, and we can't do that without getting a bunch of fast mana, so here it is. We've got our cards like Burgi, Runaway Steamkin, Stormkiln, and Urabrask that trigger off of spells, and we've got straight up just fast mana like Sticker Goblin and Seething Song and Jessica's Will. We're going to run a ton of lands, way more than normal at 38, whereas I normally only play around 30 because we want to consistently hit land drops and because our ramp is not going to be as much in the deck. Since we want to just mainly keep churning through cards, and if we're impulse drawing into random mana rocks, that's not really that great. Some highlights here are things like Shivan Gorge, which is a land that can deal 1 damage to opponents. This is just another way to maybe get that final damage through, or if we just have nothing better to do. Sokenzan can create 1/1 tokens, which if they get through are also going to be multiplied to 3 damage instead of just 1. We've got some protection. We don't want our Gerson Starn to die or to get countered, so here's some cards that can help us prevent that. Then very, very little ramp. We already have our fast mana taken care of a lot, and this just basically is the next best bunch of ramp in Izzet colors. And then we've got a bunch of removal that gets heavily multiplied by our commander. So cards like Blazing Volley, End the Festivities, and Tectonic Hazard that would normally only deal 1 damage to each opponent or each opponent's creature now deal 3 as a result of Gerson. Finally, some stacks pieces. The fact that we don't have to rely on a lot of mana rocks means that we can play some stacks. So we've got Energy Flux, basically double a Kataki, and Null Rod, and then Aura Flux similarly is Energy Flux but for enchantments instead of artifacts. So while we don't have any specific combo that actually just kills opponents on the spot, we don't have Thoracle, we don't have Dual Caster Mage, the plan is that we will eventually just burn out all opponents given enough time. And so with all that said, that does it for Gerson Starn Kellermorph in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Gishath Sun's Avatar. So right off the bat, I'm going to say that this is not a CEDH deck. but I just think that it is still a powerful deck. So to go over what it's doing, Gishath Sun's Avatar is an 8 mana, 7/6 trample vigilance haste dinosaur. And it says whenever it deals combat damage to a player, reveal that many cards from the top of your library, put any number of dinosaur creature cards from among them onto the battlefield, and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Now, unfortunately, there are no dinosaurs that we can acquire using this combo, or using this ability to actually combo off. Not exactly, there is one, but it's not good. I'll get to that later. So the main thing we're going to want to do with this is we want to ramp as fast as possible so we can play our 8 mana commander. And then we want to have a fairly decent amount of bomb dinosaurs that we can get off of it for free and put directly onto the battlefield. So first of all, let's just go over what we're doing. So let's go over the big dinosaurs, right? So these are the best ones. These are, of course, not all of the dinosaurs that you could play, but these are the best ones that you can cheat in. So we've got Apex Altosaur, which is a 10/10. It fights a creature when it enters, and whenever it's dealt damage, it fights another creature, so it alone can potentially plague wind your opponent's board depending on how much power their creatures have in total, but otherwise, it basically just fights everything. Although you don't have to fight, it is up to 1 creature, so you can stop. We've got Atali Primal Conqueror, 7/7 with Trample. When it enters, each player exiles the top from their library until they exile a non-land card, and you can cast any number of them without paying for them. It also transforms into another really big creature on the back. 11/11 Trample Indestructible. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, they get that many poison counters, so it's basically a one-shot kill, although it does cost 9 mana to transform it. We've got the other Atali, the original one. Whenever it attacks, exile the top card of each player's library, and you can cast them without paying for them, and it's a 6/6. There's Galta and Maverin, which is a 12/12 Trampler, and whenever you attack, choose one. You create a tapped and attacking XX creature with Trample, where X is the greatest power among other attacking creatures you control, which, if we have a Gishath in play, means that it's at least a 7/7. And the other one is you create X 1/1s with lifelink that are not attacking, where X is the number of other attackers. We've got the original Galta, which is a 12/12 Trampler. We've got the new Galta from the Lost Caverns of Ixalan, which is a 12/12 Trampler that, when it enters, you put any number of creature cards from your hand onto the battlefield. So if you've got any of these other big dinosaurs in your hand, this Galta will just cheat them all in. Goring Ceratops is a 3/3 with double strike, and when it attacks, your other creatures gain double strike. Kogla and Yadaro is a 7/7 that when it enters, you choose one. It gains trample and haste until end of turn, or it fights target creature you don't control. That's probably the mode you're going to pick most of the time. You can also pay 4 mana and discard it to destroy up to 1 target artifact or enchantment. Shuffle this card back into your library, back into your library, and then draw a card. There's Regal Behemoth, 6 mana 5/5 Trampler, and you become the Monarch when it enters. And then while you're the Monarch, it doubles the mana production of all of your lands. The Tarask, which is a 10/10. And when it attacks, it fights target creature defending player controls. It also has Ward 10 and Haste if you cast it, but you're probably not casting it most of the time. But still, a 10/10 that fights something when it attacks is still pretty good. Then we've got the Cyclers. Titanoth Rex is an 11/11 Trample that you can cycle. And when you cycle it, you put a trample counter on a creature. And Yadaro is an 8/8 with Trample and Haste that you can cycle. The ability is irrelevant because it depends on having multiple copies of Yadaro, which is of course not relevant in EDH, but it's still an 8/8 Trampler with Haste that you can cycle. Zakama, it is unfortunate that its trigger relies again on casting it, but it's still, regardless of that, a 9/9 Vigilance Reach Trample that can bolt things or naturalize things or just gain life. And then lastly, Zatalpa, which is a 4/8 Flying Double Strike Vigilance Trample Indestructible. So this is not the totality of big dinosaurs you can play, but it is probably the best of them and the best ones to cheat in with Gishath. Now, of course, we can't just only play giant dinosaurs because that would fill up our deck with too many cards that are uncastable. So you have to find the right balance between the number of big bomb dinosaurs so that you have a decent shot of hitting multiple of them off of Gishath's trigger, but not too many that you're left with a bunch of junk in your hand that you can't use. Then we've got the combo Forerunner of the Empire and Polyraptor. So Polyraptor is an 8 mana dinosaur, and it says whenever Polyraptor is dealt damage, you create a token that's a copy of Polyraptor. And Forerunner of the Empire, when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a dinosaur card, reveal it, and put it on top. And whenever a dinosaur enters the battlefield under your control, you may have Forerunner of the Empire deal 1 damage to each creature. Now, this is a combo because if you have Forerunner in play, first of all, playing Forerunner can tutor Polyraptor to the top of your deck, which can then be cheated in with Gishath. But regardless, once Polyraptor hits the field, it triggers Forerunner, it deals 1 damage to the Polyraptor. The Polyraptor creates a token copy of itself, which then triggers the Forerunner, which deals 1 damage to the token, which copies Polyraptor, etc, etc, etc. You make infinite Polyraptors, and it's a May trigger, which means you don't have to keep doing it, so it's not a mandatory loop. Now, there is a dinosaur combo that also does this, and that card is Marauding Raptor. So Marauding Raptor is a dinosaur, and it says whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, Marauding Raptor deals 2 damage to it. If a dinosaur is dealt damage this way, Marauding Raptor gets +2/+0 until end of turn. So technically, this is a way that you could execute the combo you only using dinosaurs. The problem is that unlike Forerunner of the Empire, Marauding Raptor's trigger is mandatory, meaning that if you don't have a way to either kill Marauding Raptor or the Polyraptor token at instant speed, this will keep going off forever, creating an unbreakable mandatory loop and draw the game, which is why Forerunner of the Empire is the preferred card here. Next, there's just all the other stuff in the deck that makes it run. So we've got Deflecting Swat and the Red Blasts. We've got Jessica's Will, Jeweled Lotus, Orcish Lumberjack, and Tinderwall as our fast mana. We've got Allosaurus Shepherd to protect our green spells, including Gishath from counter spells, or just make all of our elves really big later on. Veil of Summer for the same reason. Then we've got all of our various mana ramp, and we want a lot of it because we want to get to 8 mana for Gishath as fast as possible. So this causes all of these elves, so like we want all of our Mana Dork elves, we want our Carpet of Flowers, we want all of our Mana Rocks, including the bigger Mana Rocks like Basalt Monolith, Grim Monolith, etc., Ragavan, Soul Ring, Thran Dynamo, 3 visits, as much ramp as we can get so that we can get to Gishath or our other big bomb payoffs as soon as possible. We also have our tutors. We've got an Enlightened Tutor, and we've got Congregation at Dawn. This searches for 3 creatures and puts them on top, so we can search for 3 dinosaurs, put those on top, and then Gishath them all into play, or just find other combo cards like we can find our Forerunner of the Empire. You might be wondering why Worldly Tutor isn't in here. And Worldly Tutor I have experimented a lot with in creature decks, and even in the decks where where you have creature combos, Worldly Tutor just never winds up being as good as you'd think it would be. There's usually not a creature that you can find that's like a mana or value engine in the same way that artifacts and enchantments are. And if you tutor a creature that is a combo card, it's usually pretty obvious right from the start that that's what you're doing. So strangely enough, Worldly Tutor oftentimes just winds up not actually being good, although again, you could always include it in the deck if you wanted to. We've also got Throne of Eldraine, which is 1 part Mana Rock, 1 part card draw. And now, since we're playing white, but we're not actually playing any combos. Now, we are kind of playing combos in Forerunner Polyraptor, but even that doesn't win on the spot. So we do need to slow our opponents down. So we've got a bunch of rule of law effects. So Archon of Emeria, Deafening Silence, Aethersworn Canonist, and Phyrexian Censor all prevent our opponents from casting multiple spells each turn. That's not such a big problem for us because we're usually only interested in either playing 1 giant Gishath or 1 giant other big spell, but it slows down all of our opponents who are looking to play cheap cantrips, combos that involve casting multiple spells, etc. And then finally, we've got our card draw, which also includes a bunch of big payoffs for running all of these expensive dinosaurs. So, for example, we've got Esper Sentinel, we've got Garruk Primal Hunter, which -3 draws cards equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. Gishath already has 7, and we have some creatures that have even bigger power than Gishath. We've got Greater Good for the same reason. Jessica's Will can help us get the mana that we need to cast Gishath faster, or just help us find more cards. Last March of the Ent, similarly. I think Recycle is a criminally underplayed EDH card. 6 mana enchantment, you skip your draw step and your max hand size is only 2 cards, but whenever you play a card, including a land, you draw a card. Return to the Wild Speaker, we can draw cards equal to the greatest power among non-humans. Rishkar's Expertise, draw cards equal to the greatest power. Soul's Majesty, cards equal to the power of the creature. Great Henge draws a card whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield and puts a +1 counter on it, and you can pay 2, or you can tap it to make 2 green and 2 life. So that is the breakdown of the Gishath deck. And then there's one other card down here, Selvalla's Stampede. This doesn't really neatly break into anything, but it's a card that helps us cheat creatures into play, either creatures from our deck or creatures from our hand. Now, obviously, you don't know exactly what this is going to do every time, especially because your opponents are voting for it. But given that we have 14 to 15 pretty big bomb creatures in our hand, it's pretty reasonable to get the ones out of our hand onto the battlefield for free. And then putting creatures from our deck into free, we also have a pretty good shot of hitting one of these big bomb dinosaurs. Although, of course, we also have a very good shot at hitting random rampy Monodorks, but that's fine as well. And then the mana base, pretty straightforward. Again, it's a fairly stock Naya mana base with all the usuals. Cavern of Souls to make our dinosaur uncounterable. Ancient Tomb to go off faster. Gaia's Cradle, pretty stock in green decks when you have a bunch of mana dorks. And that is the breakdown of the Gishath deck. So one last thing for Forerunner of the Empire. It deals 1 damage to every creature when the dinosaur enters the battlefield, which includes itself. So you can't actually technically go infinite with it, but it does allow you to create a fairly sizable amount of Polyraptors. So the first trigger will trigger the Polyraptor and make a token. Then the second trigger will trigger both Polyraptors and make a total of 4 Polyraptors. And at that point, you can stop triggering Forerunner. Otherwise, it'll kill itself. Although if you have multiple Polyraptors, you can continue the next turn. So putting 4 5/5s into play is pretty good. And then after that, if you are willing to wait a turn, which you'd have to wait for anyway because they can't attack immediately regardless, every trigger on dinosaurs entering will then trigger all of the Polyraptors that are in play to make exponentially more Polyraptors. So technically, yes, it does not go infinite, but it does generate a ton of value. And you can also use Forerunner just as a way to find other big dinosaurs for Gishath, not just Polyraptor. But regardless, that is the breakdown of the Gishath Sons Avatar deck.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Ghost Shintai of Life's Origin, or the Shrine Tribal deck. So Ghost Shintai of Life's Origin is a 4 mana green creature, but it has Wooburg in its cost, so we can play all 5 colors. It's a 3/4 shrine creature, and it says, Wooburg tap, return target enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and whenever it or another non-token shrine enters the battlefield under your control, create a 1/1 colorless shrine enchantment creature token. Now, if you're at all familiar with shrines, you know they are enchantments that have some sort of trigger or ability that is exponentially multiplied by however many shrines you have. But with that said, even though there are some good shrines, we're not just going to play every single shrine. A lot of them do suck. In fact, the majority of them suck, so we're only playing the good ones. So to get all the shrines out of the way right off the bat, we have Ghost Shintai of Hidden Cruelty, which is pay 1 on end step, destroy a creature with toughness X or less, where X is the number of shrines you control. Shared Purpose is pay 1 to create a 1/1 spirit token for each shrine. Ardenn of Infinite Rage automatically triggers on our upkeep to deal damage to a creature or player equal to the number of shrines. Ardenn of Life's Web is upkeep, make 1/1s per shrine. Ardenn of Night's Reach, an opponent discards for each shrine. Ardenn of Seeing Winds, we draw for each shrine. Sanctum of Calm Waters is pre-combat main. You draw X, where X is the shrines, and if you do, discard a card. So you can draw as many cards as you have shrines, and you only ever discard 1. Sanctum of Fruitful Harvest is a ramp spell that ramps you for as many times as you have shrines. And then Sanctum of Stone Fangs drains opponents' life totals per shrine. And then finally, Sanctum of All is a Wooburg shrine, and it says at the beginning of your upkeep, you may search your library and or graveyard for a shrine card and put it onto the battlefield. If you do search your library this way, shuffle. And if an ability of another shrine you control triggers while you control 6 or more shrines, you double the trigger. There's also Roaming Throne over here, which while technically not a shrine, we can make it a shrine, and then it will double the triggered abilities of creatures that are shrines. Aside from that, we do have a few combos that combo with the fact that Ghost Shintai can recur enchantments from our graveyard. So the combos are explained up here, but mainly they are our commander plus second chance, or our commander plus intruder alarm plus something that can sacrifice an enchantment like Oratog and Faith Healer, plus Bloom Tender, Fabor Elder, or Gigantha, anything that can generate Wooburg, basically. So, to explain that, second chance is an enchantment that says during your upkeep, if you have 5 or less life, you sack it and you take an extra turn. So if you do have 5 or less life, you take an extra turn, then you can use Ghost Shintai to return this to the battlefield. You take infinite turns. And the next one is a combo involving Intruder Alarm. Then we need either Faith Healer or Oratog, a card that can sack an enchantment. And then we need either Bloom Tender or Fabor Elder, and have all 5 colors in play so that these can tap for Wooburg, or Gigantha. And Gigantha we are actually able to run as a companion because none of the cards in our deck actually stop the color pip restriction on Gigantha. So we finally found it, a commander deck that can run one of the companions. So to explain, we basically have one of these cards that has a Wooburg adding ability. We then have sacking an enchantment. So we sack the enchantment, Ghost Shintai, assuming that enchantment is a creature, Ghost Shintai can be activated. So we pay, we make 5 Wooburg mana, we activate Ghost Shintai, we return the enchantment creature to the battlefield, triggers Intruder Alarm, untaps one of these guys. We can then sack that card, tap for Wooburg again, and it allows us to infinitely have untaps with Intruder Alarm. So if we have anything that triggers on an enchantment,
entering, dying, being sacrificed, whatever, we generate an infinite combo. If we have any other creatures that generate mana, then we get infinite mana off of the intruder alarm. We also have here Squirrel Nest, which we can use to enchant a land, and this is going to be an infinite combo with Earthcraft if we have that. Or if not, we just have it as another enchantment that we can use. Also, if we can turn the enchanted land into a creature, we can then use the Squirrel Nest in combination with the Intruder Alarm combo. And we have Weaver of Harmony to double triggered or activated abilities of enchantments. And it similarly will go infinite with Intruder Alarm if we just keep untapping it and have the extra green to pay each time. Then for the rest of the deck, so aside from all these shrine and enchantment combos, we've just got general other stuff that works very well. So Ledger Shredder, Skull Clamp and Sylvan Library, and Esper Sentinel and the One Ring, and Mystic Armor and Rhystic Study. We have a few counter spells. We've got a little bit of fast mana, hypothetically to get Ghost Shintai into play faster, or Rhythm of the Wild. Bunch of lands. This is going to be a very expensive mana base with all of the revised duels and the fetches to go grab them, but you could tone down how expensive this is by not playing revised duels and instead playing shock lands. There's also the fact that we're playing straight up rainbow stuff like Forbidden Orchard, that we don't care that we're making a 1/1 on our opponent's side of the board because we're a combo deck and we're just going to do that anyway, so the 1/1 isn't that important. We obviously want a bunch of ways of protecting our combo, making it so that our opponent can't counter us, can't remove our spells. So we have cards like City of Solitude and Teferi so that we can't get messed with on our turn, Sterling Grove and Greater Oromancy to protect all of our enchantments, and so on. Bunch of ramp. We do need to ramp. Bunch of removal spells. And then some tutors. And I can't stress this enough, it is so nice that we've finally found a deck that we can put Jegantha in as a companion. But with all that said, that is going to do it for Ghost Shintai of Life's Origin in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at God Eternal Oketra. Yes, this is a spicy one. So, God Eternal Oketra is a 5-mana 3/6 with double strike, legendary zombie god. Whenever you cast a creature spell, create a 4/4 black zombie warrior creature token with vigilance. Now that's the mainly important part. I'll read the rest just for the sake of it. When God Eternal Oketra dies or is put into exile from the battlefield, you may put it into its owner's library, third from the top. That doesn't really matter. Again, the main thing we care about here is cast creature equals make a 4/4. So our primary mission is, as a white deck, we're going to stax our opponents out of the game and then win via beatdown by casting either a lot of creatures in a row or, more importantly, creatures that can bounce themselves and then be replayed to continue to make more and more 4/4s. So let's get looking at what is in the deck. So white card draw, obviously the One Ring and Skull Clamp, but then cards like Esper Sentinel, Archivist of Ogma, Trouble in Pairs. We've got cards which I am calling combo in this deck. Specifically, they combo in the sense of making more tokens with God Eternal Oketra. So there are things that just straight up increase the token production, so things like Anointed Procession and Mondrak. Defiler of Faith reduces the cost of white permanents by a single white and replaces those with a life payment. And in addition to that, also generates tokens. We have Oketra's Monument as a way to, again, generate more tokens and reduce the cost of casting white creatures. And then we've got the bouncing effects. So the most obvious ones are White Mane Lion and Core Skyfisher. Core Skyfisher can bounce anything, and White Mane Lion can bounce a creature. So this includes, of course, themselves. So for 2 mana, you can generate a 4/4 by triggering Oketra, and then the White Mane or Core Skyfisher can bounce itself and be replayed again for another 2 mana as many times as you can in order to continue to generate more and more 4/4 tokens. Then we have more expensive versions of these effects in Emancipation Angel and Stonecloaker. We also have Meticulous Excavation as a way to pay 3 mana to return any permanent to the owner's hand. So for between 2 and 3 mana, depending on which card we have, we can cast and replay these creatures. Now, of course, the combo potential starts when we have cards via Cloudstone Curio, Phyrexian Altar, and combinations of the things that make extra tokens. So if we have something that reduces the cost of casting these, so for example, if we can make White Mane Lion or Core Skyfisher only 1 mana, then that means we only need 1 mana per 4/4. And since we're generating a token every time via Oketra, if we have Phyrexian Altar, we can sacrifice that token to generate a white mana. Then, if we have anything that increases the amount of tokens that we are creating, so things like Defiler of Faith, Oketra's Monument, Anointed Procession, or Mondrak, then we are actually netting mana and or creature tokens every time we do this loop, allowing us to generate infinite mana and infinite tokens. So as an example, let's say we have God Eternal Oketra, Anointed Procession, White Mane Lion, and Oketra's Monument. We cast White Mane Lion for 1 mana. It triggers Monument and Oketra. The Anointed Procession doubles them. We have 4 tokens. And then if we have Phyrexian Altar, we can sack up to 4 of those tokens to generate 4 mana. We only need 1 to recast the White Mane Lion, so we will wind up getting infinite white and infinite tokens. Now, obviously, this is a lot of cards to assemble. Oketra's combos are usually going to be at least 4 cards, so it's a lot. The upside, though, is that all of these cards are still good even when we don't have the entire combo assembled, and we're mostly looking to play a slower stacks game anyway, so it's not like we have to race to get all of this assembled in the first place. In terms of bouncing, Cloudstone Curio can also obviously do kind of the same thing. So if we have 1 mana creatures, not Esper Sentinel unfortunately, because it is an artifact, but we have 1 mana creatures that aren't artifacts, we can potentially bounce them back and forth to keep generating tokens for only 1 mana at a time. Our 1 of Counterspell and Reprieve. Again, we are white, so we're mostly going to be relying on stacks. Our lands are incredibly straightforward. We have Ancient Tomb, City of Traders, Cavern, Gemstone, Urza Saga, War Room, and Witch Enchanter, and then a whole bunch of planes, because we're going to want to take advantage of stacks effects that care about us having basic lands so that we don't get punished while we can stacks our opponents out. Bunch of protection, so we've got a whole bunch of things that give protection, hexproof, indestructible, whatever, to Oketra, or that allow us to cast Oketra or whatever else that we're doing through counterspells, things like Cavern of Souls, Silence, etc. Bunch of ramp, because obviously Oketra is 5 mana, along with most of our other combo pieces and important cards, which also tend to be expensive, so we're just playing as much good ramp as we can get. A little bit of removal. We obviously need to be able to take out problematic permanents and other things on our opponent's side of the board. And then finally, the stacks suite. So we've got our Rule of Law effects in Archon of Emeria, Deafening Silence, Aethersworn Canonist, Phyrexian Censor. We've got our Land Hate, Armageddon, Kori, Winter Moon, which is one of the big reasons that we want all planes, Winter Orb, Ravages of War, Static Orb. Again, we don't really care if we can't untap too much stuff as long as we can create tokens via Oketra and win the beatdown war, especially since those tokens have vigilance. Other effects, Leonin Arbiter, Linvala, Dranith Magistrate, Mind Sensor, Rip for the graveyard. Just whatever stacks we can get that's going to slow our opponents down and allow us to win the board war. And then the tiniest little amount of tutoring. So again, the plan is to either get Oketra as fast as possible and then put a bunch of tokens into play and beat down our opponent, or control the game with stacks effects and slowly build up a board with Oketra and then win that way. And we have potential combo plans depending on which of these we assemble, and can potentially be in a position to generate infinite mana and or beaters. And with that said, that is going to be God Eternal Oketra for EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we are going over Godo Bandit Warlord. Now this is a CEDH deck, and Godo is probably one of the best, if not the best, mono-red commanders you can play. So what is Godo doing? So this entire deck is built around Godo and combos with him. So Godo is a 6 mana 3/3. When he enters the battlefield, you may search your library for an equipment card, put it onto the battlefield, and then shuffle. And whenever Godo attacks for the first time each turn, untap it, and all samurai you control. After this phase, there's an additional combat phase. So this card combos with Helm of the Host. So Helm of the Host is an equipment. 4 mana, at the beginning of combat on your turn, create a token that's a copy of equipped creature, except the token isn't legendary. And if the equipped creature is legendary, and the token has haste and it equips for 5. So if you equip Helm of the Host to Godo Bandit Warlord, you go to combat, you make a copy of Godo. The copy has haste and doesn't die because it's not legendary. You attack with that Godo. The Godo triggers, giving you an additional combat step and untapping it. Then you go to the second combat, Helm of the Host triggers again, you make another copy of Godo Bandit Warlord, you attack with your Godos. The new Godo Bandit Warlord triggers. Since the new token is attacking for the first time each turn, it untaps your Godos, it gives you an additional combat. This keeps triggering back and forth over and over and over, creating infinite Godo tokens, allowing you to kill your opponent. You also don't even need to be able to attack unencumbered into your opponent, because even if the token that you attack with dies, the Helm of the Host is still on Godo, and you'll still make a new token and attack again. So unless your opponent has like an indestructible creature or something, you can keep attacking into them over and over and over, stacking up the damage until they die. And even if somehow your opponent has an entire board full of blockers that can block Godo without ever dying to damage, you can just attack one of your other opponents to create a sufficient number of Godo tokens, and then attack them with the massive amount of Godo tokens later. So the main deal is you cast Godo, you tutor up Helm of the Host, but while it does put the equipment onto the battlefield, it does not attach the equipment for free, meaning you need either enough mana so that you can cast Godo and equip Helm of the Host in the same turn, or you need a way to equip the Helm cheaper than paying its full equip cost. And to that end, there are a number of cards in the deck that will do that. So the main thing this deck is trying to do is ramp as hard and fast as possible to get to Godo as quickly as possible so that you can tutor Helm of the Host and then find a way to get Helm of the Host onto Godo for as cheap as possible. So the first one is Hammer of Nazan. This is a 4 mana equipment, and it says whenever it or another equipment enters the battlefield under your control, you may attach that equipment to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2/0 and has indestructible. So it's basically a Sigarda's Aid in mono red. So you need to either trigger Godo twice or find a way to get the trigger twice or find a way to get Hammer first. So to that end, there are cards that will either become copies of Godo or create copies of Godo. So Cursed Mirror is a 3 mana red artifact that produces a red, or as it enters the battlefield, you may have it become a copy of any creature on the battlefield until end of turn, except it has haste. So if you have a Godo and you have a Cursed Mirror, you can cast the Cursed Mirror, it can become a copy of Godo. So the first Godo can find Hammer of Nazan, and then the second Godo can find Helm of the Host. So first Godo finds Hammer, the Hammer equips to Godo, and then the second Godo, whether it be a copy or whatever, finds Helm of the Host, and since Hammer is already on the field, it triggers the Hammer to automatically attach Helm to Godo. And to that end, there's multiple cards that do this. So Cursed Mirror, Flame Shadow Conjuring can be on the field, and you can pay a red to make a copy of Godo when it enters. Heat Shimmer will make a copy of Godo. Jaxis can make a copy of Godo. Molten Echoes can make a copy of Godo. And Twin Flame can make a copy of Godo. You can also use Strionic Resonator to double the trigger, or you can use Panharmonicon to double the trigger. Any which way, you want any combination of these effects such that you'll get 2 Godo triggers so that you can tutor the Hammer, then tutor the Helm, and win the game. You also have cards that cheat on the equip cost. Brass Squire taps to attach an equipment you control to a creature you control, as does Magnetic Theft, attach target equipment to target creature. So these are ways of cheating on the equip cost of Helm. So additionally to all that, what else are we doing? Well, we're playing an absolute gargantuan amount of fast mana and ramp spells. So all the various mana rocks you would expect to be in the deck, along with some bigger ones like Throne of Eldraine, Thran Dynamo, Ruby Medallion, Palladium Myrrh, Monovault, Grim Monolith, Dockside, of course, in the red deck, Coalition Relic. Doesn't matter as long as they add more mana to your pool. And then fast mana, Desperate Ritual, Generator Servant, Gloin, Dwarf Emissary, which creates a treasure whenever you cast a historic spell, which is Artifacts, Legends, and Sagas. So in this deck, mostly artifacts. Burgi also will generate a red whenever you cast any spell. So it can either pseudo reduce the cost of spells or even go mana positive if you're playing stuff for free or playing rituals. You've got Goldhound, which sacks itself to make a mana. Jessica's Will makes mana and sometimes can just get you cards. Jeweled Lotus, Petal, Mana Geyser generates a bunch of red. Professional Facebreaker it itself or in combination with other creatures can attack opponents to create more treasure tokens. You've got Pyretic Ritual, you've got Reckless Barbarian, which sacks itself to generate double red. Rite of Flame, Seething Song, Simian Spirit Guide, Skirk Prospector, Strike It Rich. Treasonous Ogre, which can on its own win you the game because it can generate a ton of mana. Pay 3 life to add a red. The Dethrone part's not relevant. So this alone can be activated to create 18 mana, assuming that you start at a full life total. You got Vessel of Volatility, and then lastly, of course, Blank Goblin to generate minimum 4 mana or 5 mana. All of that in an effect to either cast Godo and then pass the turn and come back and equip the Helm, or cast the Godo and then immediately equip the Helm, or copy it to get Hammer plus Helm into play. Then you've also got the Ring, because we are playing keys. Manifold Key and Voltaic Key pair very well with the mana rocks that produce multiple mana, such as Vault, Grim Monolith, Basalt Monolith, any of those type of things. And then, of course, can just untap the Ring to draw you even more cards. We've got a Wheel of Fortune, because in this deck, you're going to be producing a bunch of mana very fast, but spending a lot of resources to do it. So in that regard, you may be able to cast a bunch of fast mana really quick and then cast Wheel of Fortune to restock. And then you've got your protective effect. So your Red Blasts, your Deflecting Swat, you've got Ricochet Trap over here, which can basically act as a 1 mana deflecting swat sometimes. We've got Defense Grid, which protects us from opponents countering us during our turn by making their counter spells more expensive, making their removal spells more expensive, etc. Then we got some welders. So engineer can tutor any equipment into our graveyard. It doesn't have to specifically be an equipment that it itself can weld back. So if we're missing, let's say, hammer or helm, and we have a way to get it out of our graveyard besides engineer, then we can just tutor those directly into the graveyard, or we can just tutor fast mana into the graveyard like Jeweled Lotus or whatever. We've got Price of Glory. Whenever a player taps a land for mana during another player's turn, destroy that land. So while this doesn't prevent our opponents from casting counter spells or removal spells against our Godo, it does severely punish them for doing so, and it makes them less able to then interact with us on following turns. We've got, of course, Goblin Welder itself, which can weld anything back. And then we've got our stacks cards, which are here to prevent our opponents from interacting with us as much. So Blood Moon and Magus of the Moon to help shut off mana production. Trinisphere, again, to help shut off other things of theirs. It does harm our ability to cast rituals, but presumably we'll cast these in the right order. And then, of course, Godpharaoh Statue. And Godpharaoh Statue is one of the things that we can also ramp into aside from Godo. So if we just have like an early Godpharaoh Statue, that can be worth ramping into by itself aside from Godo. And then the lands, pretty straightforward, mostly mono red lands. The only things that stand out are we've got Ancient Tomb and City of Traders because we just want to ramp as fast as possible. Cavern of Souls, of course, because Godo has to get through counter spells. We've got Command Beacon. Sack it, put your commander into your hand from the command zone. So if our Godo has eaten a counter spell or a removal spell, so oftentimes you're making so much mana that you can often just cast Godo again, even if it gets dealt with the first time. But if our opponents deal with it multiple times and Godo winds up costing 10 or 12 mana, we might want a way to just put it directly into our hand to get it for cheaper. So Command Beacon does that. Then we've got other double mana lands like Dwarven Ruins and Sandstone Needle and Temple of the False God. War Room can draw us a card if we run out of resources. We've got Mycosynth Gardens to copy whatever we need, like various mana rocks or maybe Ruby Medallion, for example. And then finally, Ominous Cemetery. This is a land introduced in, I believe, the Doctor Who set. Yeah, this is a new Doctor Who set land, and it is 5 mana tap, exile it, target creature's owner shuffles it into their library. So our opponents might have a creature that we have to deal with for whatever reason. Like maybe it's some kind of stacks creature that prevents Godo from winning the game somehow. Or maybe our opponent has like a collector oof in play that's shutting down all of our mana production from these various mana rocks, and we need to get rid of it. So the Ominous Cemetery can do that. This used to be Mouth of Ronom, which is a land that deals 4 damage if you sack it and you need to play a bunch of snow mana in order to activate it. But Ominous Cemetery is basically the same thing, except it can deal with anything, not just snow, and is not limited to 4 toughness and lower creatures. You could hypothetically also play Mouth of Ronom on top of the Ominous Cemetery if you wanted to, but 1 is perhaps enough. There's some other lands that might be worth including in the deck, like Blast Zone for the same reason, but this is the basic land breakdown of the deck, and that is Godo. So again, just to recap, Godo, and then find a way to either copy it so that you can get Hammer plus Helm onto it, or enough mana to just equip the Helm normally, or a way to cheat the equip like Brass Squire or Magnetic Theft. And that is the Godo deck.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Goro Goro and Satoru. This is a Grixis commander, a 3 mana 3/4. Says whenever 1 or more creatures you control that entered the battlefield this turn deal combat damage to a player, create a 5/5 red dragon spirit creature token with flying, and 1 in a red, creatures you control gain haste until. So obviously, how are we going to make these dragons? We need a creature that has entered to hit our opponents, which the most obvious way of doing is with haste, but we can also do it with ninjutsu. So to that end, we are going to play haste and ninja creatures, and we're going to attempt to win through generating a whole bunch of big flying dragon tokens, or by taking infinite combat steps. Since the more combats we can take, we can keep triggering our creatures that entered to keep making more 5/5 dragons. We've got Loyal Apprentice, which generates haste Thopters. We also have Moon Circuit Hacker as a looting/cantripping ninja. We've got a bunch of card draw related things here. Obviously, we're attacking our opponents, so cards like Gix and Grazlax are going to be pretty nice. But we've also got our ninjas like Ingenious Infiltrator and Ninja the Deep Hours and Yuriko. Then we've got our combo, so Breath of Fury. If we can keep generating an additional creature in every combat step, we can keep moving the Breath of Fury around. The main way we're going to do that is Loyal Apprentice, but if we can give the dragon tokens haste, that's another way to do it. So
multiple ways of doing that to get infinite combats. We also just have Thoracle in here, which, yeah, it's boring, but, you know, it's one of the easiest and most efficient ways of winning. If you're not a fan of this because it's tried, you know, it's stale, it's done, just cut these. That can function without it. And then we've got some copy effects. So Mockingbird is just like a cheap evasion creature. And remember, we're going to need cheap evasion creatures for our ninjas. That can also be a clone. And then Corporeal Projection, target creature you control gains Myriad until end of turn. So this is another way of hypothetically comboing with Breath of Fury because you can keep attacking with the same creature while moving the Breath of Fury around to tokens. Then we got a bunch of counter spells, including Mausoleum Wanderer, because again, cheap evasion creatures. More evasion with Phoenix Chick, and then other things that give haste like Ashling's Prerogative and Mass Hysteria. And in particular, if we Ashling's Prerogative name even, then all of our dragon tokens get haste. So then if we take extra combat steps with those, we can keep making more and more. Pretty straightforward Grixis mana base, not much to see here, with maybe the one exception being Soken'Zon, since this is a land that turns into haste creatures. A little bit of protection for Gorogoro. Some ramp, and especially including things that trigger off of hitting our opponents like Grim Hireling, Professional Facebreaker, and the new Rev. Some removal. Winter Orb. Since one of the things we can do is win just off of our 5/5 dragons, if we can mitigate the ability of players to play spells, we can use the Winter Orb to beat down all of our opponents with our dragon tokens, and it's potentially possible to even play more than that. Like we could have Arcane Laboratory in here as a Rule of Law effect or some others, but I mainly just decided to pick Winter Orb with some tutoring. And then we've got our various ninja creatures. So these are mainly here to be the cheapest and or best ninjas that we can get. So it doesn't really matter what they do as long as we can ninja them for pretty cheap. And the Thousand Face Shadow is not cheap to ninja. It itself is just a 1/1 flyer for 1. So that is pretty good too. And then Bitter Blossom as another way of just having fodder to ninja stuff onto. Now, I also considered a lot of other cards that could have potentially been useful, like Ledger Shredder is also a pretty cheap creature with evasion, although it's not great to bounce this after it's already gotten a bunch of +1 counters by ninjaing it. Baleful Strix is also good to ninja because it's a cantrip creature that you can ninja back to your hand. And so there's like a whole bunch of other cards that I considered having in the deck, but ultimately decided not to go with, either for, you know, just I needed to cut something for space and these were the worst cards in the deck, or we just didn't need more of that kind of effect. But anyways, that is going to do it for Gorogoro and Satoru in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at two different commanders. The first is Grand Warlord Radha, and the second is Taysak Judith's Hellhound. Now these commanders are pretty similar, so it's mainly a difference of whether you want easy mode with Grand Warlord Radha or hard mode with Taysak. So let's start with Grand Warlord Radha. This is a 4 mana, 3/4 with haste, and it says whenever one or more creatures you control attack, you add that much mana in any combination of red and green. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. So clearly, we want to go wide and have a lot of creatures attacking so that we can generate a ton of mana, and then we want some big payoffs for that mana. So we've got a bunch of beatdown. We're going to be having a lot of creatures anyway, so we can play cards like Beastmaster Ascension, Crater Hoof, Pack Attack, Mercadia's Downfall, and Martin Stromgald, as well as cards that generate tokens, so Loyal Apprentice, Krenko, Tin Street Kingpin, and Hanwar Garrison. We've got some card draw. Obviously, we're hitting our opponent, so Toski's going to be pretty good, and Skull Clamp since we're making tokens. Then we have here our main combo pieces, so Aggravated Assault and Hellkite Charger. So as long as we have, in the case of Aggravated Assault, at least 5 creatures that can attack and not get blocked every combat, we will generate 5 mana, which we can then spend on Aggravated Assault to untap all of our creatures and attack again, and therefore take infinite combats. In the case of Hellkite Charger, we need 7 because its ability costs 7. But either way, either one of these with a sufficient number of creatures that are not blocked can allow us to go infinite in combat. Then because we need to be able to go to combat, we do have some ways of protecting our creatures from getting killed. So Bedlam gives evasion. Nothing can block. Therefore, we can always attack our opponents without any of our creatures dying in combat. We also have some additional extra combat cards. So Great Train Heist and Savage Beating. Mainly these ones because we can cast them during combat when we make the mana, and in the case of Savage Beating, we can potentially get double strike on all of our guys, and in the case of Great Train Heist, we can pump and give first strike to our dudes or make treasure tokens. Then we've got some pretty straightforward lands here in the Gruul mana base, with Soken'Zon being another way of generating tokens that can attack. We've got our protection. We don't want Grand Lord Radha to get killed or countered. And it's also important to note things like Rhythm of the Wild to give haste. Also, Dolmen Gate prevents all damage that is dealt to our attackers, so this works similarly to how Bedlam works in that we can attack without any of our creatures dying in combat. Anything with flying like Xantid Swarm is also at a benefit because then this doesn't get blocked either.
Then we've got all of our ramp with particular attention paid to having more creatures, although we're in green, so we would already play a bunch of monodorks anyway, but we're going to play even more than normal if possible, since all of these can attack and generate mana in combat as well. Similarly, Professional Facebreaker, pretty good in this regard. We also have Trail Tracker Scout, which is whenever you expend 8, meaning you have spent your 8th total mana, you get to return a permanent from your graveyard to your hand. We're obviously generating a lot of mana, so this is just a mana dork that can have an additional recursive ability on it. We have Artifact Mutation, which blows up an artifact, and then we get X11s, where that is the artifact's mana value. So removal that gives us token creatures, along with all the rest of these cards. Then we just got cards that generate additional tokens. So things like Goblin Instigator, Mog War Marshal, Seer Slicer Goblin, Dragon Fodder, Kranko's Command, etc. Just, you know, we want to flood the board with tokens. This is a cheap enough way of doing it. All of these cards can eventually translate into getting a bunch of mana. So all of these are here. So yeah, this is mainly what we're doing. So we're either just beating down our opponents with some big pumps like Beastmaster Ascension and whatnot, or we're generating a ton of mana and then trying to go infinite in combat with Aggravated Assault or Hellkite Charger. Now moving on to Taysak, this is hard mode for a number of reasons. So this is also a 4 mana commander that also has 3 power. It is Unleash, meaning you may have it enter with a +1 counter, and if you do, it can't block. Other dogs you control have Unleash as well, although we're not doing dog tribal related stuff. Creatures you control with counters on them have haste, and whenever Taysak attacks, add red for each attacking creature. So obviously we're in mono red now, so we have less access to cards, especially mono dorks. And more importantly, the mana that we generate is only in the attack step. It does not persist through combat, meaning if we want to spend it, we have to spend it in combat. So immediately that means, for example, that Aggravated Assault is not usable because Aggravated Assault can only be activated as a sorcery. So that is not a game plan that we can do. And just anything else that we were going to cast post-combat with all this extra mana, none of that is possible. So anything that we're going to use this mana on has to either be an instant or has to have an activated ability that we can spend it on. So with that said, we're doing more beatdown than usual. We've got cards like Berserker's Onslaught and Eldrazi Monument. Since we don't have access to Craterhoof and Beastmaster Ascension, more cards that add tokens, so things like Kari Zev, but we still have many of the same cards around like Martin Stromgald, Downfall, Pack Attack, etc. Goro Goro becomes a way that we can spend this mana in combat, so we can spend the 5 to create a Dragon Spirit token. Ancient Stone Idol costs less for each attacker, and it has Flash, so this is another thing to spend all of our mana on. Also Porphyros for our creatures entering, but we can also just spend the mana on activating Porphyros to pump our team. Then we've got things like Commune with Lava, since we can use this at instant speed to spend all the mana on this to impulse draw all these cards. We do still combo with Hellkite Charger, since this is not restricted in the same way that Aggravated Assault is. Still have Bedlam, still have the instant speed combat tricks. Our land base is obviously much more straightforward, seeing as we're mono red. We still have stuff like Dolmen Gate Bedlam in order to attack through, still have some protection spells, although obviously not as many. We do want, again, our ramp spells to be creatures so we can attack with them, but our options are worse, seeing that we're in mono red, but we do still have some. Professional Facebreaker still here. We have our removal, which includes some creatures, because again, if we can get our removal to be creatures, that's helpful, since we want our creatures to be able to attack and trigger Taysak for more mana. Then we're in mono red, so we do have access to stacks like Blood Moon and Winter Moon and whatnot. Also, Decree of Annihilation can be cycled at instant speed to blow up all the lands, so this is another method of spending our mana during combat. And then various untagged creatures in the same way that we had before, so making lots of tokens, but with a particular shout out to Dragonkin Berserker, in which we can pay 5 to create a dragon in the same way that we do with Goro Goro. But whichever commander you decide to go with, that is basically the breakdown for Grand Warlord Rada and Taysak in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Greasefang. Yes, indeed, Greasefang has made his way from Pioneer to EDH. So if you're not familiar with Greasefang, this is a 3-mana Orzhov commander. He's a 4/3, and he says at the beginning of combat on your turn, return target vehicle card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Return it to its owner's hand at the beginning of your next end step. So obviously, the big thing that Greasefang does in Pioneer is that you find a way to get Parhelion into your graveyard. You then reanimate it. It has crew 4, which means Greasefang can crew it. Then you attack with Parhelion, and it creates 2 4/4 flying vigilance attackers that persist, which in Pioneer means you're dealing 13 damage and leaving behind some pretty big flyers, which is great in 1v1. Not as great in a 4-player commander pod where you need to deal 120 damage. But nevertheless, we are going to select the best vehicles that we can immediately bring back and crew with Greasefang. So same basic strategy, loot these into our graveyard and then get these cards back. So we have, of course, Parhelion as mentioned. We also have Cyber Ship, 6 mana, 8/8 flyer. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, mill 2 cards of that player's library onto the battlefield face down under your control. We've got Cyber Ship. This is an 8/8 flyer with whenever it deals combat damage to a player, put the top 2 cards of their library onto the battlefield face down under your control as 2/2s. So Parhelion-esque, another big flying vehicle that makes creatures. We have Foreboding Steamboat. This is when it enters, each player chooses 2 non-token, non-vehicle creatures they control, exile them until Foreboding Steamboat leaves the battlefield. So basically you pseudo Edict or O-ring 2 creatures on every side of the board. And when it attacks, you can put a card exiled with it into its owner's graveyard to make a clue token. We've got Knight Paladin, which is a 6/6 trampler, and when it enters, it deals 4 to each opponent. Reaver Titan, which is protection from mana value 3 or less. It's a 10/10, and it says whenever it attacks, it deals 5 to each opponent. The Pridewind Steel Flagship, a 6/6 flyer. Whenever another non-token artifact enters under your control, you create a 2/2 human knight with this creature gets +2 as long as an artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn. Thunderhawk Gunship, 6/6 flyer. When it enters, create 2 2/2s with vigilance, and whenever it attacks, your attackers gain flying. And then finally, Peace Walker Colossus, which is here to be another way of animating our vehicles in case Greasefang isn't around or we just don't have other creatures to crew them. Now, all told, looking at this vehicle selection, there are really not a lot of great options. So just making some big creatures hit our opponents and making some tokens is not going to cut it. We do need to slow our opponents down, and that's why Greasefang is necessarily going to be a stacks beatdown deck. But moving on, we have some blinking and flickering effects in Far Traveler and Teleportation Circle. These are mainly here so that if we want, we can keep the vehicles in play instead of bouncing them to their hand. Remember, Greasefang returns the vehicle to the owner's hand at the beginning of the end step. So if we want the vehicle to persist on the battlefield, we can use these to blink them, and then they'll stick around. We also need ways of looting, so we've got Collector's Vault and Network Terminal as some ways of drawing and discarding cards because we need their vehicles to be in the graveyard. We do have just some straight up card draw, and we also have ways of sacking artifacts. So since Greasefang reanimates the vehicles anyway, we can sack them with Chronomancer or Tarian's Journal, and then we just get them back next turn regardless. Pretty straightforward Orzhov lands with some additional abilities to sack stuff, because again, we want to be able to have the option of sacking our vehicles to reanimate them again next turn. So Phyrexia's Core, Phyrexian Tower, and also Mech Hanger here as a way of animating our vehicles. We've got some protection for Greasefang so it doesn't die or get countered. Got a whole bunch of ramp spells. We need to get Greasefang out as quickly as possible. Some additional removal. And then we've got our stacks cards. So a lot of this is going to be based on getting a big vehicle like up our Parhelion into play and making some tokens, and then just blowing up everybody's lands. So we will have the biggest board with our huge vehicles and whatever tokens they generate, and our opponents will not be able to do anything. We will not be able to do anything either, but it doesn't matter because our creatures are bigger than theirs. And then other things like Deafening Silence and anti-ETB triggers with Doorkeeper Thrall, Trinisphere, etc. Then we've also got some tutors, including things like Entomb and Unmarked Grave. These are ways of just going and finding some big vehicles and immediately putting them into the graveyard. And then on top of that, Underworld Cookbook is here because we wanted a way that Urza's Saga could go fetch an artifact that allows us to ditch some of these big vehicles from our hand, and Dark Deal as another way of just wheeling, putting all of the cards from our hand, including our big vehicles, into the graveyard. And while there were other vehicles that do exist in the Orzhov colors, none of them were really that good, so these were the ones that represented the best options. But anyways, with all that being said, that is going to do it for Greasefang in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Gregor Shrewd Magistrate. So Gregor is a 3 mana Azorius commander. He's a 1/3 with Skulk. This creature can't be blocked by creatures with greater power. And whenever Gregor deals combat damage to a player, draw cards equal to its power. So clearly, we want to be able to pump Gregor and get his power as high as possible so that we can draw as many cards as possible. But there's a few complications in this. So first of all, when you think of pump, you probably think of green and red and not Azorius. And it's true that pumping the power is not going to be as easy to do in our Azorius colors. But with that said, we don't need to pump them by too much. We just need to pump them by enough that it's worth
the investment. And similarly, this skulk ability very quickly becomes obsolete once we start pumping Gregor, so we're also going to need evasion to make sure that Gregor can attack and actually hit our opponents. So with that said, let's start with the beatdown. Now clearly we want to draw a bunch of cards off of Gregor, and that naturally leans towards a more Voltron strategy, so that is one of the things we're going to be doing. So we've got our pump like All That Glitters, Ethereal Armor, and Idolized as ways of pumping Gregor a whole bunch. Hero's Blade as another pretty good way. It's also nice that we can play this the turn before we play Gregor, then next turn play Gregor and it automatically attaches to him. And then we have Duelist's Heritage, Flaming Fist, and Battle Mastery, which are all auras that grant double strike, which not only will increase the amount of damage that Gregor does, but it also means that we get 2 separate instances of the Gregor trigger. So it's effectively like just doubling his power, really. And we're going to draw a whole bunch of cards. Also, Nerd Rage, ETB, draw 2, and then you have no maximum hand size, and whenever it attacks, if you have 10 or more cards in hand, it gets +10/+10. So obviously we're going to be drawing a bunch of cards. We would like to have no maximum hand size. We would also like to get the +10 off of this. It's also notable that hypothetically, if you had one of the double striking effects, you might be able to hit an opponent and then draw enough cards to get to 10 cards and then get the +10 on the second hit. Then we come down here for evasion. So this is mainly as cheap as possible to get flying or some other unblockable ability. So we've got cards like Arcane Flight, Distortion Strike, Feather of Flight, Griff's Boon, Jump Scare. These are basically all just various ways of either pumping Gregor a lot or just cantripping, but either way, it's various modes of giving Gregor evasion and pumping him to some extent. Some are permanent, like Steel of the Godhead. Others are temporary, but give at least something like, +2 on Jump Scare, +2 on Wing It, +2 on Arrestor's Zeal. Distortion Strike will rebound and happen multiple times. Or then we can have cards like Feather, Flight, and Arcane Flight, and Steel, which are only +1, but they're at least permanent effects. And Water Wings gives Hexproof, so it also doubles as a protective card. So aside from that, we have some regular old card draw as well, a bunch of counter spells, and in particular, the pitch spells are not really that much of an issue when we're going to be drawing a bunch of cards anyway. We've got a whole bunch of lands, and we are at more lands than I usually include, specifically because we're not going to be as reliant on our ramp spells. This is basically all just pretty straightforward stuff. Nothing much to see here, with the exception of Sarah's Sanctum as a way of getting a bunch of mana, since we do run a number of auras and other enchantments in our deck. We're also stretching the mana base to include a lot of lands that I probably wouldn't include normally, so things like Nimbus Maze or Tarnished Citadel, because we just need more lands than normal and as many duels as we can get. Then we're going to have a whole bunch of protection. We need to make sure that Gregor doesn't get countered or killed, and therefore we're going to play as much hexproofing and protection from colors and ward and indestructible and can't be countered as possible. And it's especially helpful if the card doubles as a pump spell or an evasion spell. So things like Blacksmith Skill or Crumb and Get It, which not only protect Gregor, but also pump Gregor. Things like Sheltered by Ghost, which removes something, pumps Gregor, gives lifelink, and gives ward. And then, the moms, Giver, Mom, Spellskite, Skrelv, Pippin, those kinds of cards. And again, Misdirection, not so bad if we have to pitch a card because we're drawing a bunch of cards anyway. Also, a lot of our pumping of Gregor involves auras and things like that will go away if our opponents cast sweepers or removals, so we do want ways of protecting from that, which is where things like Indestructible or just straight up phasing come in handy. Then we also have cards that just straight up pump. So yes, we don't have things like Giant Growth and whatnot in Azorius, but we do have Behind the Mask, which makes the base power and toughness 4/3 for Gregor, or Relic's Roar, which does the same thing. We have a little bit of ramp, but we're mostly concerned with just curving. Turn 1, whatever. Turn 2, whatever. Turn 3, Gregor. Hopefully with some protection built up over those first 2 turns. So we don't need that many ramp spells. We also have some removal, a little bit of stacks. We basically have no ETB triggers, so Doorkeeper and Hushbringer are fine. And then, a little bit of adjacent cards, Psych Rift, Unlightened Tutor, things you would normally play. And you may notice out of all of this that we don't actually have any sort of big kill condition. There's no Thassa's Oracle, there's no Giant Eldrazi creature, and that's because we mainly plan on winning just by making Gregor really, really big and shotting our opponents to death by a big Gregor. So that's where all of these really, really big pumps are going to come into play. All That Glitters, our Ethereal Armors, our double striking cards. But with all that said, that is going to do it for Gregor, Shrewd Magistrate in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are looking at Garuda, Doom of Depths. So Garuda is of course traditionally known for being a companion, although in this deck we are using it as a commander and not a companion. So Garuda is a 6 mana hybrid blue and black creature. It's a 6/6, but that doesn't matter at all because its ability is the only thing we care about. And that says, when Garuda enters the battlefield, each player puts the top 4 cards of their library into their graveyard, so everyone mills 4. You then put a creature card with an even converted mana cost, so an even mana value from among those cards onto the battlefield under your control. So ETB, everyone mills 4, and then you reanimate an even mana value creature from among the cards you milled. Not anything, just among the cards you milled, which can be your cards or your opponent's cards. So this deck is primarily going to revolve around one of two things. The first thing is a combo that specifically involves Mortuary. So Mortuary is a 4 mana black enchantment, and it says whenever any creature dies, so whenever any of your creatures dies, you can put that creature back on top of your library. So if you have a sack outlet, you can put, and Mortuary, you can put Garuda into play, and then with the trigger on the stack, you can sack Garuda, then Mortuary will trigger and put Garuda back on top of your deck. Then the Garuda ability will resolve. It'll mill Garuda and another 3 cards off the top of your library and 4 from each opponent. And then because Garuda is among the cards that you just milled, you can then put Garuda back into play, triggering it again, and then again hold priority and sack it again. So Garuda plus Mortuary plus any sack outlet will allow you to infinitely mill out all of your opponent's cards, and then you can just pass the turn and they lose the game. Or you can just mill your whole deck until you find Thoracle, but that only works if Thoracle is in the last 4 cards or if you have some other way of reanimating it, because you don't know when you're going to hit it. And then apart from that specific combo with Mortuary, you also have Garuda plus clones. So anytime that you mill an even mana value clone into your graveyard, you can reanimate it, and then that clone can copy Garuda, and then either the clone or Garuda can die to the legend rule, but it'll still trigger, going another 4 cards deep, and then potentially hitting another clone and hitting Garuda, and then, triggering the Garuda ability again, etc., etc., etc. Now, the problem is that these 19 clones here are, as of the recording of this video, the only legal clones in EDH that have an even mana value. So there's a few others that have an odd mana value, but they obviously don't work with Garuda's ability. So apart from those, it's just these 19 cards. And the odds of hitting any 4 or any one of these cards out of the top 4 cards of your deck is really not very good. I believe it's only about 57% to hit any one of them, which means you're very likely to brick, if not the first time, then at least by the second or third time. So relying on the ability to keep chaining clones together is just not realistic. Now, there are a little bit more of effects besides just the clones. So you also have cards like Thassa Deep Dwelling. Thassa Deep Dwelling says at the beginning of your end step, exile up to 1 other target creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under your control. So if you hit Thassa Deep Dwelling instead of one of the clones, you can go to your end step, use Thassa to blink Garuda, and then trigger it again and potentially keep going. But that is very, very minor. That's only basically the 20th clone essentially. So again, the odds are pretty against you. You can add a little bit to that. So you've got cards like Nightmare Shepherd that says whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you may exile it. If you do, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it's a 1/1, and it's a nightmare in addition to its other type. So if you already have this on the battlefield when you first get the Garuda trigger going, that means every time that you have one of these clones die to the legend rule, you can then reanimate it with Nightmare Shepherd, which will bring it back as a copy of Garuda again to trigger once again. So you get basically double the Garuda triggers with every clone that you hit. And it's not just Nightmare Shepherd that does that. There's also, of course, Panharmonicon and Roaming Throne, which both double the triggers. So you can get double triggers off of Garuda. And once you're hitting 8 cards at a time rather than 4 cards at a time, then your odds go up a lot. But that still requires that you have another 3-card combo. So you need Garuda plus one of, well, it's technically 2 cards, sort of. It's Garuda plus Panharmonicon, Roaming Throne, or Nightmare Shepherd, and then try to chain all of these clones together. Now, another way to build the deck would be, instead of doing this clone thing, just play random valuable even mana value creatures, things like Consecrated Sphinx, Jin-Gitaxias, Villas, Broker of Blood, Razaketh, stuff like that. So you could build it that way, but this way is the clone combo version. Now, apart from all that, oh, and also Mikaeus the Unhallowed is Undying, so it's kind of the same thing as the Nightmare Shepherd, so it basically does the same thing. And we also have Virtue of Knowledge for more trigger doubling. We also have Displacer Kitten, which means that if we do blank on one of the mills from Garuda, any spell that we cast, any non-creature spell that we cast, can use the Displacer Kitten trigger to blink Garuda and get the trigger again. So that is a way of restarting the chain if we brick. And then, of course, we obviously have Thassal's Oracle plus Demonic Consultation because we're in the colors, so why not? Apart from that, we have a little bit of card draw, some counter spells, more than usual because we do need to make sure that Garuda gets through. Since the whole deck revolves around Garuda, we do need to make sure that we can get it past our opponent's counter spells. Some fast mana as well, because the faster we can get Garuda out, the better. Pretty stock standard lands, some ramp, and then some tutors, including Dimir Houseguard as a sack outlet for Garuda. You could play a different sack outlet like Viscera Seer or Ashnod's Altar or something. I like Dimir Houseguard specifically because it is a even mana value creature, so we can hit it off of Garuda. We can also transmute it into Panharmonicon or something if we don't want specifically the sack outlet effect. And additionally, among our ramp spells, we are running Heartless Summoning because we don't care about the stats of any of our creatures since we're just strictly trying to combo with Garuda, which means that if you are playing any 1 toughness creatures, that is a non-bow, so ideally you want to get around that if possible. And Dimir Houseguard is the first sack outlet of an even mana value that has a toughness high enough that it survives Heartless Summoning. But maybe testing will show that Dimir Houseguard isn't the best one and you should just be playing Ashnod's Altar or Viscera Seer or some other sack outlet. But anyways, that is the Garuda deck. So once again, just to reiterate, you are trying to get Garuda down as fast as possible and combo it with either Mortuary plus a sack outlet, or just try to chain clones together using anything that causes creatures to come back with an Undying type effect or doubling up on the triggers in order to chain the clones together more easily off of the top 8 cards until you mill out all of your opponents, and then you just pass the turn and allow players to draw from an empty library to lose the game. Or alternatively, you can win with the Oracle Consult combo. And that is Garuda.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Halar the Fire Fletcher. So this commander is going to be a few hoops to jump through. It's a 3-mana Gruul commander of 3/3 with trample, and it says whenever you cast a spell, if the spell was kicked, put a +1 counter on Halar, then Halar deals damage equal to the number of +1 counters on it to each opponent. So obviously we need a bunch of things with kicker. And specifically, the damage that it deals is based on the counters on it, not its power. So just regular pump is not going to work. We do need specifically +1 counters. So with that being said, let's go over the non-kicker stuff first. So we do have ways of putting counters on this. So Bristly Bill and Forgotten Ancient probably being some of the best ones, as well as Hardened Scales as just a cheap way of increasing the number of counters that this gets. And then we've got Sulfim as a way to increase the amount of damage that Halar deals to opponents. Also, since our plan revolves around making Halar bigger, we do have access to cards like Garruk and Return of the Wild Speaker to draw cards based on the power of a creature. Then we've got our combo cards. So the main combos here are Phyrexian Devourer, which allows us to exile the top card of our deck to put a +1 counter on the Devourer. And then we've got Slickberry Wogbonder, which is when it enters, you put a hexproof counter on a creature and then move any number of counters from among creatures you control onto that creature. So with these two and Halar in play, we basically exile as many cards as we want. Then Slippery Bogbonder moves all the +1 counters from Devourer onto Halar. And then the next time we cast a kicker spell, Halar triggers and we kill everybody. We also have Devoted Druid and Luxior here for infinite green, and the Ozolith as a way to maintain counters on things in case Halar gets killed. We have our pretty straightforward Gruul mana base with nothing much to see. We've got our protection. Obviously, this deck is very important that Halar not get countered or killed, especially because we're going to have to devote so many resources into putting a bunch of +1 counters on Halar. Some particular cards to note are Snakeskin Veil, which is a protection spell that puts a counter on Halar, and Rhythm of the Wild, which is also an untapped counter spell that will put a counter on Halar. Then we've got pump effects that also mostly involve counters. So we've got Evolutionary Escalation. This is, I think, a hidden gem among EDH cards. A 2-mana enchantment that says at the beginning of your upkeep, put 3 counters on target creature you control and 3 counters on an opponent's creature. Fangs of Colonia puts a counter on a creature and then doubles the counters on that creature. Then we've got a whole bunch of ramp, bunch of removal spells, and some tutors. We also have here Thundering Mightmare, which basically turns it whenever it's soul bonded into Mana Gorger Hydra, so this is another way of +1 countering our dude. So with that said, let's talk the kicker spells. So some of these are kicker cards that we would have played anyway, or that were just good enough regardless. So something like Everflowing Chalice is a perfectly fine ramp spell that also just happens to have multi-kicker on it. But most of the cards are going to fall into the category of we're playing them because they have kicker. So in a lot of cases, it's just going to be whatever was the cheapest card with kicker. So there's very few that cost 2 or less, and then there's a whole bunch of them that cost 3 or less. We've got things like Emblazoned Golem. This is just here to be something that we can kick for a total of 3 mana. Everflowing Chalice. Flame Tongue Yearling as a removal spell. Goblin Bushwhacker can pump the team, but it's mainly just here to be 2 mana total to kick. Grow from the Ashes as a ramp spell that later in the game can be a kicker card. Inscription of Abundance as another kicker card that also happens to put +1 counters on a creature, so that's pretty important there. Draga Warcaller, mass pump spell, beat down our opponents, but it also has kicker, and it's 3 mana total as long as we only kick it once. Overload, which is destroy target artifact if its mana value is 2 or less, but if we kick it, we can destroy the artifact if its value is 5 or less, so just a somewhat mediocre but still okay removal spell that later in the game has kicker. Primal Growth, same kind of deal as Grow from the Ashes, another ramp spell that we can kick. Reclaim the Wastes as another way of just finding a land, but then later we can kick it. Savage Offensive, a beatdown type spell, but it's again mainly just here to be 3 mana for kicker. Scorching Lava deals 2 to a creature or player, but if we kick it, the creature can't be regenerated and it goes to exile instead of dying, so just kind of a mediocre removal spell, but we can kick it. Skitter of Lizards, Yavimaya Iconoclast, and Sprouting Goblin are basically all just kind of cheap kicker creatures, nothing much to see here. Stuff like Skyclave Relic, Vastwood Surge. You know, it's not likely that we're going to pay 6 for the Skyclave Relic or, 8 for the Vastwood Surge, but at least these are, decent enough ramp cards that later in the game we can kick them. Finds of Vastwood is a protection spell for Halar that also can just be kicked. Sowing Micah Spawn, another decent card that has kicker attached to it. And then finally, probably the most interesting one, Wicker Picker from Unfinity. Creature spells you cast have Sticker Kicker 1. You may pay an additional 1 as you cast a creature spell, and if you do, you get a ticket, and then you may put a sticker on the creature. So importantly, you put a sticker on the creature spell that you kicked, not on any creature. So you can't sticker, Halar, for example, but you sticker the creature that you get. So what exactly can you do with this? Well, first of all, just on the basis of this card alone, even if the stickers did absolutely nothing, it just means every single creature in your deck now has kicker. So moving on to the sticker sheet, this is probably going to be a reminder for anybody because I assume most players are not familiar with how stickers work. Essentially, your sticker sheet is you have 10 total. They must all be unique. And at the beginning of the game, you're going to choose 3 of these sticker sheets from among the 10 at random, and those are the sticker sheets you have access to. So your stickers are, you have your 3 name stickers and your 3 art stickers. Now, these effectively don't do anything. These are just stickers that you can put on stuff, and these are just for the sticker. So you're basically never going to run out of these because every single sticker sheet has 3 names, 3 arts, 2 abilities, and 2 PTs. So you've got 10 per, so 30 total per game. You're not going to run out. Then secondly, you've got the PT stickers. You can slap these on the creature and it changes their power and toughness. But then more importantly, we have the ability stickers. So these are the ones here that have these numbers on them that you've got to pay for the tickets. So remember, we get 1 ticket per sticker kicker. So we don't get anything until we get at least 2 of these sticker kickers. And I chose these stickers based on them having some sort of ability that was relevant at the 2 ticket ability. So the most relevant one is Notorious Sliver War, because the 2 ticket ability here is 5 creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. So for example, if you've got like Devoted Druid Luxior to generate infinite mana, and you sticker kicker a creature, you can now pay this 5 infinitely, and all of your creatures get infinite power and toughness. Now, aside from that, that's obviously the best one, but this is random. We can't choose which sticker sheet we have at the beginning of the game. So the other ones are, for example, sacrifice this permanent to draw 2 cards. That's decent enough. Exile this permanent. You may cast a non-land card from your graveyard this turn. I assume in general that we're probably not getting higher than the 2 ability, so I'm mostly not caring about these like 3 and 4s. Whenever this creature attacks, untap a permanent. At least that can, untap a land or something. Similar to the 5 ability, this is 2. This creature gets +2/0 until end of turn, so infinite mana, and unfortunately only applies to the single creature that this is stickered onto, but at least it's something. Creature becomes a looter, tap, draw, discard. Whenever this creature attacks, create a treasure. tap for 2 mana, spend this only to cast creature spells, and finally tap, add 1 mana of any color. And there was a lot of other sticker sheets, but these are the ones I felt were the best ones according to whatever ability they had at the 2-ticket slot. Then obviously there were a bunch of other cards that we could have played as well. So additional kicker cards, for example. So I rejected a lot of these cards based on them being too expensive or just not doing anything. So in the case of Colossal Growth, for example, I already had enough cards that were 3 mana with the kicker. And remember that these pumps don't actually affect Howlar because the burn is based on the +1 counters. Comet Storm is also just too expensive. Strength of the Jujuru initially seems like the kind of card that would be perfect in this deck because it's a kicker card that also puts +1 counters on stuff. So we can put +1 counters on Howlar, but it's just really expensive and ultimately just usually not worth it. Although this is the one that I would consider the most if I were to try to swap this into the deck and test it again. But at least in my initial goldfishing of the deck, this card seemed pretty mediocre. Then a bunch of lands had to get cut. So some of our kicker cards involve going and fetching basics. So I needed more basics than normal. So I had to cut some duels from somewhere. So all of these lands wound up getting cut from the deck. All the, pump related kicker cards wound up getting cut, and just like a whole bunch of other cards. We had to just make space for stuff. There was a lot of kicker creatures, which were just also not as efficient as other kicker cards we could play. Basically, every single one of these kicker cards just suck, and they cost way more than other kicker cards we could play. So these all wound up getting cut as well. But that is going to do it. So that does it for Howlar the Fire Fletcher in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Hazizan Tamar. Yes, one of the OG Legends commanders, really long time ago. So Hazizan is a 7 mana Naya creature. He's a 2/4, and he says, when he enters the battlefield, you create X 1/1 Sand Warrior creature tokens that are red, green, and white at the beginning of your next upkeep, where X is the number of lands you control at that time. And when he leaves the battlefield, you exile all the Sand Warriors. So, a couple of things here. The creature tokens are delayed, so the turn that Hazizan enters the battlefield, you don't actually get the tokens yet, meaning that if we have Hazizan leave at this point, so we sack it or whatever, this leaves the battlefield trigger will go off, and then next turn on the upkeep will then make the Sand Warrior token. So that is a way of getting around him exiling the Sand Warriors. It's also worth noting that this is just a lot of tokens to get based on our land count, and that they are also all colors instead of just maybe only one color. It's also the number of lands at that time, so if you somehow have more lands on your next turn, like somehow you played like an instant speed ramp spell that put a land into play, you will get more, but that's unlikely. The main thing here is we just want as much ramp that puts additional lands onto the battlefield as possible, and then we are going to use these tokens in a beatdown strategy. So we have Avenger of Zendikar, which also generates a ton of tokens. It's basically another Hazizan Tamar in the main. We've got some big pumps, Beastmaster Ascension, Cathar's Crusade. Remember, if this is on the battlefield when this goes off, assuming we have got like 6 to 7 lands, our creatures are going to get real big. Craterhoof Behemoth. We've got Divine Visitation to turn all of those tokens into 4/4 flyers. Jetmir, which gives various different pumps and abilities based on however many creatures we have. And it is very possible that with Jetmir plus Hazizan trigger, we can have up to 9 creatures to get all of the abilities. Moonshaker Cavalry, the white Craterhoof. Shared Animosity, so all the creatures get pumped for each creature that shares a type with it. Obviously, these are all Sand Warriors. And Porphyros as a way to, when all of these hit the board, boom, that's a ton of damage to our opponents. And there's obviously other beatdown spells that we could have played here, like Coat of Arms could have been in this deck as well. Ultimately, I had to put the cutoff somewhere. I felt like this was enough beatdown cards and that these represented the best of them. We've got a little bit of card draw with special attention paid to Toski and Skullclamp, which obviously work very well with our commander. Then we've got these cards, and while they are labeled as combo, these are more synergy cards. These are basically cards that double up the number of tokens that we get in essence. So Anointed Procession, Mondrak, and Parallel Lives obviously do this. Also, Panharmonicon doubles the trigger on Hazizan, as does Roaming Throne, as does Annie Joins Up, which is also a removal spell. And then finally, OJ Attack, which triples the number of tokens that we create. We also have Goblin Bombardment here, which is useful for a number of reasons. It can sacrifice Hazizan immediately so that he leaves without getting rid of all of the tokens that are going to be generated next turn. And it also means that all of those tokens become additional burn damage. We've got pretty straightforward lands, and we want more lands than normal since we want to land ramp as much as possible. So we've got 37 lands. Some attention should be paid to things like Gaia's Cradle. We've got High Market here as just a land that can sack Hazizan. Bunch of basic lands, which are snow for reasons that will become apparent later. But we have a lot of cards that are going to be ramp spells that fetch lands, especially basic lands, so we do need to fill up more of our land slots with basics that we can fetch. We then have some protection spells, so these are ways of making Hazizin mostly uncounterable. We don't really care if Hazizin gets killed, because our plan is to just kill Hazizin off ourselves anyway. So this is mainly just preventing Hazizin from getting countered, although there are exceptions to that, like Steely Resolve. We won't always have a way to sacrifice Hazizin immediately, so we do want additional ways of just making it so that Hazizin doesn't get killed by removal spells. Then we've got a bunch of ramp, especially ramp that orients towards putting additional lands onto the battlefield, so cards like Exploration, Rampant Growth, etc. Then we've got our removal spells. Obviously, Aura Shards is an absolute beating when we put all of the tokens onto the battlefield. Also, it should be noted, Into the North is the reason that we want Snowlands, because this tutors Snowlands. Our ramp is mostly not artifact based, so Collector Oof can shut off opponents' artifacts without shutting off ours for the most part, although there are obviously exceptions like Skull Clamp. Elish Norn, another trigger doubler for our guy. Then we've got some sweepers. We don't actually have that many creatures that are low, and then we can cast all of these ahead of time, then put all the tokens onto the battlefield. A little bit of tutoring, and especially Evolutionary Leap, which can transform our random 1/1 tokens into bigger things later on in the game that matter more. So obviously Evolutionary Leap might accidentally hit something like Amonadork, but it can also hit some bigger stuff like Craterhoof. And so with that said, that is going to do it for Hazizin Tamar in EDH.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we are playing Hidetsugu and Kairi. So this was originally a deck submitted for the Viewer Brew Review video, and I liked it enough that I decided to take a swing at making the deck into a better, more optimized version of that deck. So first, let's go over what is this deck doing. So Hidetsugu and Kairi is a 5-mana Dimir commander. It's a 5/4 with flying, and it says enter the battlefield, draw 3 cards, then put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. So it brainstorms. And then the most important part, the second ability, when it dies, exile the top card of your library. Target opponent loses life equal to its mana value. If it's an instant or sorcery card, you may cast it without paying its mana cost. So the idea here is that we want to find a big bomb instant or sorcery that normally costs a lot of mana, and use Hidetsugu or another effect to put it back on top, then sack the Hidetsugu and Kairi to cast the spell for free and potentially just win the game off of that one spell, or at least get a ton of value out of it. So what are the big spells that we're going to play? So I've grouped them here under payoffs. So the payoffs are Aminatu's Augury. This is an 8-mana sorcery. You exile the top 8 cards of your library. You may put a land from among them onto the battlefield, and then until end of turn, for each non-land card type, so instant, sorcery, enchantment, artifact, etc., you may cast a spell of that type from among the exiled cards without paying its mana cost. So this card is obviously pretty variable. You may not hit anything worthwhile off the top 8, or maybe even if you do, it's not worth the setup that you had to go through to get it, but it does let you potentially cast up to 4 or 5 spells for free. Next is Blatant Thievery, which steals a permanent from each opponent. Then we've got Enter the Infinite, which just straight up draws us our entire deck, except for 1 card that we put back, which if we do that, we should probably just win the game at that point. And then there's Expropriate, everyone's favorite card. Starting with you, each player votes, and then for each vote, you either take an extra turn or gain control of one of their permanents. So it's like Blatant Thievery with a Time Walk stapled to it. Depending on how the votes go, you'll either steal multiple permanents, get multiple turns, or some combination of the two. But usually, once you cast Expropriate, you just straight up win the game. Then there's the new card, Rise of the Eldrazi, from the Eldrazi Commander deck. It's a 12-mana spell. It cannot be countered. You destroy a permanent, you draw 4 cards, and you take an extra turn. And then Time Stretch, you take 2 extra turns. So these are the best of the big mana spells, the best ones probably being Expropriate and Enter the Infinite. And you are trying to put one of these on top of your deck, so you either want to tutor them to the top or just get them into your hand and then use Hidetsugu and Kairi's ETB Brainstorm ability to put them on top. So then, of course, Hidetsugu and Kairi has to die in order to trigger, so you do need ways to kill it. And to that end, we have sacrifice-based rituals like Culling the Weak and Sacrifice. We've got High Market and Phyrexian Tower in our lands. And then we have other pure sacrifice effects. So these are broken down to in the enabler cards. This is Claws of Gix, 1 mana to sack a permanent. Corrupted Conviction and Village Rites are sack a creature to draw 2. Similarly, we've got Nasty End. Sack a creature to draw 2, but if the sacrifice creature was legendary, you draw 3. We've got Viscera Seer as just another way to sack creatures. And then another way we can sack creatures is by cloning Hidetsugu and Kairi. So since Hidetsugu and Kairi is legendary, we can clone it and then have the clone or Kairi die. and then use that to trigger it. So we've got Dance of Many. This basically just makes a token copy of a card for 2 mana. Flesh Duplicate, which is essentially just a 2 mana clone. Phantasmal Image, another 2 mana clone. And then the best one, since all of these cards require that you play them afterwards, so you'd have to have Hidetsugu and Kairi in play and then cast these clone effects, but we've got Renegade Doppelganger. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you may have Renegade Doppelganger become a copy of that creature until end of turn. So if you already have Renegade Doppelganger in play, you cast Hidetsugu and Kairi, and then it will immediately Legend Rule. Now, because it immediately Legend Rules, the death trigger will go off before the Brainstorm ability on Hidetsugu and Kairi, so you do have to already have the spell on top, but otherwise, it's the most mana efficient way of doing the effect since you can just already have this in play. Next, we're just going to have a bunch of the usual cards that we need to do. So of course we do need to ramp up to this as usual. So we've got all of our various mana rocks to ramp. We've got our fast mana to get Hidetsugu and Kairi out faster. Cabal Ritual, Dark Ritual, Jeweled Lotus, Lotus Petal, Rain of Filth, which allows us to sack lands to produce black mana. We've got our counter spells, Swan Song, Pact Negation, Force of Wolf, Flusterstorm, Fierce to Guardianship, Offer You Can't Refuse. We've got our card draw effects, Black Market Connections, Bolas' Citadel, Lorien Revealed, Mystic Remora, Necropotence, Peer into the Abyss, Rhystic Study. We've got Protection in Malevolent Hermit, which can either be used as a non-creature only mana leak, or on its backside, makes our non-creature spells uncounterable. Cyclonic Rift. And we've got our tutors, Demonic, Imperial Seal, Limb Duels Vault, which is particularly good in this deck because it allows us to put the card on top. Mystical Tutor, Imperial Seal, and Vampiric Tutor allow you to all put the cards on, and Personal Tutor all allow you to put cards on top. And then we've got Spellseeker and Tainted Pact as more tutors. And then we've got our combo. So of course, we're running Dimir. You may as well run the Thassa's Oracle combo. So we've got Oracle plus Demonic Consultation plus Tainted Pact. We've also got Sensei's Divining Top to help fix the top card of the deck. But Sensei's Divining Top also works extremely well with Bolas' Citadel because Bolas' Citadel lets us cast stuff off the top by paying the mana value. And Sensei's Top is only a 1 mana value card, so you can always draw a card and put it back on top and then cast it with the Bolas' Citadel, which then leads us to our other combo, which is Aetherflux Reservoir. With Aetherflux Reservoir, Bolas' Citadel, and Top, you can just keep casting the top off the top over and over, gaining more life than you're paying in order to cast it, generating infinite life. Well, not infinite because you will eventually draw your whole deck, but enough, tons of life. And then you can just Death Star Laser all of your opponents with the Aetherflux Reservoir. Aetherflux Reservoir can also just be really good with Bolas' Citadel, even if you don't have the Sensei's Divining Top in the first place. We've also got Nim Death Mantle, which can be attached to Hidetsugu and Kairi in order to bring it back. It is expensive in that you have to pay 4 to equip it and 4 mana to bring it back equipped to the creature that's dying. So this is only really good if you either have a way to make a combo off of the Nim Death Mantle, or if you plan to take multiple turns sacking Hidetsugu and Kairi, which you might. But it also works with our other combos of Mnemonic Wall / Scholar of Ages. So Scholar of Ages, like in previous decks that I've shown, can combo with a reanimation effect plus a sacrifice effect. So if you've got Nim Death Mantle and then Mnemonic Wall or Scholar of Ages plus one of your sacrifice cards like Sacrifice or Culling the Weak, you can keep getting them back over and over and over. So in the case of Sacrifice, it will generate 5 mana with Mnemonic Wall or 7 mana with Scholar of Ages, which is enough to pay for Nim Death Mantle plus have more mana left over. So that generates infinite mana if you have those 3 cards, Scholar of Ages / Mnemonic Wall plus Death Mantle plus Sacrifice. Or if you only have Culling the Weak, you can use it in combination with specifically Scholar of Ages, because Scholar of Ages can get back another card. So if you get back any other piece of fast mana, like Dark Ritual, for example, you can then make infinite mana that way. And that is basically the breakdown of the deck. So you're trying to use this as a value or combo piece to get big spells off the top of the deck, sacrifice it to one of the sacrifice effects, and then win off of that big spell. But it also has secondary combos like Oracle, Scholar, Mnemonic Wall loops, or Reservoir plus Citadel. And that is Hidetsugu and Kairi, the land base, pretty stock Dimir lands, again with a few exceptions like High Market and Phyrexian Tower in order to have more ways to sacrifice Hidetsugu and Kairi, but otherwise pretty straightforward Dimir mana base. So that is the Hidetsugu and Kairi deck.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH, and today we are looking at Hinata Dawn Crown. So Hinata is a 4 mana Jeskai commander. It's a 4/4 flying trample, and it says spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each target, and spells your opponent cast cost 1 more to cast for each target. So that bottom ability right there basically just means that Hinata has Ward 1. But more importantly, the main ability that we are going to be building around is this middle one. Spells you cast cost 1 less to cast for each target. What this means is that spells that say that you can target any number of targets or that perhaps have X in their cost can be reduced in cost by 1 for every target, meaning that we can turn spells that would otherwise have huge mana costs into much cheaper spells that give us way more value than what we're paying for them. So with that said, let's go over some of the big players. Sublime Epiphany is a 6 mana spell that has a modal ability to choose between countering target spell, countering target activated or triggered ability, so Stifle, bouncing a non-land permanent, creating a token that's a copy of another creature, or drawing a card, meaning it has 5 modes and every mode targets. So if you choose 4 to 5 modes on the spell, you only have to pay 2 mana for it when Hinata's in play. There is Magma Opus, which is deal 4 damage divided as you choose among any number of targets, tap 2 target permanents, create a 4/4, and draw 2 cards. So if we choose the maximum number of targets with this, it only costs 2 mana. So that's 2 mana for 4 damage divided as we choose, tapping 2 things, creating a 4/4, and drawing 2 cards. A pretty good deal there. There is Paradoxical Outcome, which bounces any number of non-land, non-token permanents back to the owner's hand and draw a card for each one. So for only a single blue mana, we can bounce every single permanent that we have, probably aside from Hinata, if we want to draw that many cards. It's notable that all of our 2 mana counter and removal spells are also reduced in cost. So spells like Delay and Negate are now only 1 mana. March of Swirling Mists is a protection spell for Hinata because it is imperative that we make sure that Hinata survives. And March of Swirling Mists is a way of doing that for only a single blue. And similarly, this card also sometimes doubles as a way to remove problematic creatures from our opponent's side of the board, usually stacks creatures. And this is a way that, again, we don't have to pay for the X cost. So this is a way to say, for example, protect Hinata and phase out all of our opponent's creatures. Similarly, Apostle's Blessing is now going to be reduced by 1, meaning we can pay just 2 life and no mana to protect Hinata. And then there is all the fun times with removal. So Aether Gale, bounce 6 non-land permanents for only 2 mana. Blatant Thievery, steal 3 permanents for only 4 mana. Byforce, pay a single red mana to blow up all of our opponent's artifacts. Curse of the Swine, for only 2 blue mana, exile all of our opponent's creatures and replace them with 2/2s. Distorting Wake, for just 3 blue mana, bounce all of our opponent's non-land permanents. Get Lost is reduced to only a single white mana. Heliod's Intervention, for only 2 white mana, we can blow up all of our opponent's artifacts and enchantments. We can also gain a significant amount of life depending on how many things we're targeting. Meteor Blast, for just 3 red mana, we can deal 4 damage to all of our opposing creatures and opponents. Red Sun's Twilight, for just 2 red mana, we can blow up all of our opponent's artifacts. And if that number is 5 or more, we get to create copies of them with haste that get exiled at the end step. Shatter Skull Smashing is a land that then doubles as a way of basically wrathing our opponent's board, depending on how many creatures they have, for only 2 red mana. Stroke of Midnight is also reduced to only being 2 mana. And finally, Unexplained Absence, which says for each player, exile up to 1 target non-land permanent that player controls. And for each permanent exiled this way, its controller cloaks the top card, so it becomes a face-down 2/2 morph creature with Ward 2. So for a single white mana, we can exile the best permanent on each of the opposing sides of the board. So as you can see, there is some very high value things that we can do with Hinata. There's also some additional cards that didn't neatly fit into what is mostly removal on that section. So that is Aurelia's Fury. Deal X damage divided as you choose among any number of target creatures and or players, and tap each creature dealt damage this way, and players dealt damage this way can't cast non-creature spells this turn. So at minimum, this is basically 2 mana non-creature silence for all of our opponents. And then for however many creatures there are in play, we can potentially burn them all out or tap them all down. Decoy Gambit says for each opponent, choose up to 1 target creature that player controls, then bounce it unless they have you draw a card. So this basically just says for a single blue mana, your opponents get a choice. For each of their creatures, they bounce the creature back to their hand or you draw a card. Either way, you're perfectly fine paying a single blue mana to unsummon / draw a card for every opposing creature in play. And then finally, Reality Spasm, tap X target permanents or untap X target permanents. So for just 2 blue mana, you can either make this sort of a silence, target all of your opponent's lands, and then they will float mana, then you just change phases, and now you've essentially cast silence, outside of a few notable exceptions like Force of Will. Or pay just 2 blue mana to untap all of our lands, otherwise known as giving this the best turnabout impression that we've ever seen. Now you may be saying, okay, I get it, Hinata generates a bunch of value with these spells, that's cool and all, but how are we actually winning the game? Well, shockingly, this is going to be one of the few commanders that doesn't actually require an infinite combo to win. We are primarily going to win by swarming the board or creating huge creatures for our opponents to deal with. So first is going to be cards like Monastery Mentor, Third Path Iconoclast, and Young Pyromancer. We obviously get a benefit of generating tokens whenever we're casting many of these non-creature spells, but importantly, by creating a bunch of these creatures, it also means that for certain X spells that we play, or any number of target spells that we play, we can then add all of the token fodder that we are creating to the list of those cards. So if we have cards that benefit from more creatures being in play, we can use the fodder creatures that we generate to benefit them. We also have creatures that go tall, so things like Shark, Typhoon, and Dika will create creatures that are as big as whatever we're casting, which in the case of many of these X spells, or things like Magma Opus, are going to get really big. So when you cast, let's say, a Biforce for 11 and blow up all of our opponent's artifacts and then create an 11/11 creature, we can use this to beat down our opponents pretty quickly. Obviously, we're playing a bunch of non-creature spells, so things like Archmage Emeritus and Whirlwind of Thought are going to be pretty good. Chrome Host Seed Shark is going to be another card that sort of falls into the same line as Mentor, Pyromancer, etc. But we don't initially have the tokens start as creatures, they only start as non-creatures. Although this does increase the benefit of artifact targeting spells in some instances. Feather is going to be really helpful, so when we have cards like Aurelia's Fury that we can use to target Feather, we can get those cards back and use them again. And then there's Zaphi Thunder Conductor. So this is a card that is a 4 mana 1/4, and it says whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, scry 1. If the value is 5+, you create a 4/4, and if the spell is 10+ mana, you deal 10 to a random opponent. So this is yet another way that we can use to burn out our opponents. Then there's a whole bunch of just random other cards in the deck that are in here basically just to be good value cards in the deck. So things like Mystic Remora, Heuristic Study, the One Ring, Counterspell Suite. Again, it's important that Hinata survives. Jeweled Lotus and Lightning Greaves. Bunch of lands, nothing really to see here other than the aforementioned Shatter Skull Smashing. Bunch of Mana Rocks. The only thing out of the ordinary here is that Liquid Metal Coating can turn other permanents into artifacts, which is relevant given that we have a number of spells that can blow up artifacts. Some removal encounters that didn't neatly fall into the Hinata synergy thing, so things like the Red Blasts, for example. A little stacks in Cursed Totem. We don't have anything really that cares about having creature activated abilities, so this can slot right in there. And then Psych Rift as a sweeper and a little bit of tutoring, including Spellseeker being particularly good when it can tutor up a number of our X spells like Biforce or Curse of the Swine. It's also notable that there were many cards that I opted not to play, which you could play in Hinata. There's tons of X spells, things like Comet Swarm and whatnot, that I decided were ultimately probably not good enough for the deck, but you could obviously decide to play them. And the other route is there's obviously a ton of spells, specifically instants and sorceries that target that cost 2 mana that can get reduced to only 1 mana. So that's things like Snap, Lofty Denial, Bovine Intervention, Mists of Lorien. These are all spells that could easily go into the deck that I ultimately decided not to play. So to recap, you're primarily going to use Hinata to reduce the cost of various spells, especially big multi-target spells like the X spells that we saw earlier, to generate tons of value, blow up our opponent's permanents, and then generate tons of either go wide tokens or big tokens to ultimately beat our opponents to death. And yep, that is going to be Hinata Dawn Crown for EDH. Welcome to a guide to every deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Hirobi Death's Wail. So Hirobi is a 4 mana commander. It's a 4/4 with flying, and it says whenever a creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, destroy that creature. So anything that targets, the creature is dead. So if you're familiar with the illusion creatures like Phantasmal Image, basically every creature is a Phantasmal Image. Now, obviously, this effect is symmetrical, and it also applies to all of your creatures, including Hirobi, so that is something that we will have to navigate around. But the main thing is that targeted spells are instant death. So things like Orcish Bowmasters, for example, this instantly kills anything that you target with it. And we've got some card draw in our mono black deck, a little bit of combo here, so the easy combo is obviously Bolus of Citadel plus Top plus Reservoir to be able to draw over and over and then eventually Reservoir everybody. But we've got some other combos here with Thornbite Staff, Revel in Riches, and Spine of Ishsaw. So Revel in Riches, whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you make a treasure, and then on your upkeep, if you control 10 or more treasures, you win the game. This either can win the game, or it's just killing our opponent's creatures gives us treasures, which is good anyway. Thornbite Staff gives the enchanted creature the ability to tap and deal 1 to any target, and whenever a creature dies, untap this creature. So we don't have access to Goblin Sharpshooter since we're in mono black. This is basically a build your own Goblin Sharpshooter. Any creature that we put this on can kill something, you know, target kills it because of Hirobi, then the creature untaps, then we target kill something. This basically just becomes 4 mana, kill all of your opponent's creatures. We got some fast mana to get Hirobi out faster. Mono black land base, including any land that I could find that could target a creature. So Shizo, the Black Gate, Power of the Magistrate, and the original Urborg can all target creatures with their abilities. Therefore, all of these lands can become kill spells with Hirobi. So then we've got Protection. So we don't want Hirobi to get countered or killed. But however, I do need to mention that Lightning Greaves and Swiftfoot Boots here are not viable. So Hirobi includes abilities, and of course it includes itself. So if you do try to attach Lightning Greaves or Swiftfoot Boots to Hirobi, Hirobi will just die. So these do not function as protection spells, so you will need to replace these with something else. Whereas cards like Duress, Inquisition, and Thoughtseize can be used to take cards out of your opponent's hand, get rid of counter spells, get rid of removal spells, etc. Imp's Mischief similarly does not work. So the idea here would be you get to swerve the target. Now this does work if you're swerving a counter spell, but it does not work if you're swerving a targeted removal spell, because Hirobi will already trigger and die whether or not you swerve the target. Bunch of ramp, obviously, to get Hirobi out as quickly as we can. Also worth noting, Scuttlemutt over here is a ramp spell that is able to target, so also works well with Hirobi. Some removal. We also need ways of getting rid of things that we normally wouldn't be able to get rid of in mono black. So Feed the Swarm and Withering Torment can get rid of enchantments. And then for anything else, we've got Spinovish Saw and Cityscape Leveler. Since we're going to be killing a bunch of creatures, it behooves us to exile them with Dothy and then potentially cast them on our side of the board. And then we've got a bunch of tutors. And then a whole bunch of cards down here that were not specifically in any category. And these are basically just all the cheapest cards that I could find that either targeted like everything or targeted creatures over and over and over. So Bloodthirsty Blade can actually equip to opposing creatures for only 1 mana. So this is basically for every 1 mana you have, kill an opposing creature. Cauldron of Souls, choose any number of creatures and those creatures each gain persist until end of turn. So you can target all of your opponent's creatures and kill them all, or give your own creatures. Distorting Lens, target permanent becomes a color, doesn't matter, we're just using this to kill stuff. Helm of Chatsuk, same deal. Jade Monolith is more expensive at 4 mana, but it does have a 1 mana ability to target stuff. Liquimetal Coating, another way of just targeting things. And it should be mentioned as well up here in the ramp cards that Liquimetal Torque is another way of doing that as well. Netherborn Altar. So one of the problems with our commander is that, like, you know, the deck really relies on it. And if it gets killed, which is very easy, our opponents just have to target it with literally anything, it's going to die. So it's going to become increasingly difficult to cast Hirobi. So Netherborn Altar is a way of getting around that. Tap, put a soul counter on it, put your commander in your hand from the command zone, then lose 3 for each soul counter on this. Squeeze Toy, again, doesn't matter what it does, just targets stuff. Tower of Corail also doesn't matter, target stuff. And then we've got things like Hex Parasite. Remove up to X counters from target permanent. For each counter removed this way, it gets +1/0. So the thing to note here is that you can choose 0 for X. You don't actually have to have any counters to remove from the permanent, and then you can pay the Phyrexian mana here. So this is basically just 0, or 2 life rather, target and kill something. And it's fetchable off of Urza Saga, along with a few other artifacts here like Squeeze Toy and Helm of Chatsuk. There's Inversion Behemoth. At the beginning of combat on your turn, switch the power and toughness of each of any number of target creatures until end of turn. So just combat, kill all of your opponent's creatures. Hervek, because whenever you commit a crime, you get to recur a black spell. Easy enough thing to do with Hirobi. We've got lots of stuff that targets anyway. Ogre Slumlord, whenever another non-token creature dies, you can make a rat, and then your rats have Death Touch. Sangromancer, whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, you gain 3. Very important. We have a lot of things that cost us life, like Hex Parasite, for example, so it's important we be able to gain it back. Shadow Alley Denizen, whenever another black creature enters under your control, target creature gains Intimidate until end of turn. Termination Facilitator, taps to put a bounty counter on a creature, so that kills that. Petsamok, you can reveal it from your hand to put a prey counter on a creature, so again, every black mana that you have can just kill stuff. And Thrall Parasite is another cheap way, just tap, pay 2 life. You may notice the hybrid white-black here. This is okay. If the mana symbol appears in the reminder text, it does not count towards the color identity, so it's fine to have this in the deck. And then this just has Extort, so sometimes that'll come in handy too. Then a couple other cards, Retribution of the Ancients, black, remove X+1 counters from among creatures you control. Target creature gets -X until end of turn. So again, this is black, target something, it dies. Touch of Darkness, this is a lot of text to read. It's basically just black, target any number of creatures. Meat Hook Massacre also really helps when we're killing all of our opponent's creatures. And then the big card here is Unwinding Clock. So the main thing is that we don't want to, one, cast Hirobi and then just have to pass the turn without doing anything. So this allows us to untap all of our mana rocks and cast stuff on opponent's turn. And two, this allows us to keep untapping our mana rocks and doing things during opponent's turns. And this really helps with a lot of the artifacts that target things, so we can just keep targeting stuff on opposing turns as well. So that means even if our opponents are able to cast a creature, it doesn't matter because we can just immediately kill it. There's also in the cards under consideration, Unspeakable Symbol, pay 3, put a +1 counter on target creature. I ultimately decided not to go with this because I felt like the 3 life payment was just too much, but this is another card that you could consider playing. And so with all that said, that is going to do it for Hirobi Death's Wail in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Hilda of the Icy Crown. So Hilda is a 4-mana Azorius commander. She's a 3/4, and she says whenever you tap an untapped creature an opponent controls, you can pay 1, and when you do, you either make a 4/4, put a +1 counter on each creature you control, or scry 2 and then draw a card. So any of these abilities are pretty good. The most obviously good one is scry 2 then draw. Then it's probably make a 4/4 and then after that +1 counters, but it really depends on where you are. So if you're earlier on in the game and you don't really have a board yet, you're probably just going to be scrying and drawing cards. If you've got enough cards, you're probably going to be making tokens, and then once you have enough creatures, you'll probably just start pumping everything. So with that said, obviously, we're going to need a lot of ramp because we have a 4-mana commander and we got to keep paying this 1 every time. It's very unfortunate that this isn't just free, that we do have to pay the 1. And we're going to need forced tap effect. So with that said, we do have some forced tap effects. We have things like Mind Over Matter, Opposition, and Retreat to Coral Helm. We also have Intruder Alarm because there's no guarantee that our opponent's creatures won't just already be tapped. So we want ways of untapping them. Therefore, Intruder Alarm works pretty well. So as long as we can just play 1 creature or even just get the creature token off of Hilda, we can keep untapping the creatures. Like, we don't want to run out of tap creatures. We don't want our opponents to just be able to activate tap abilities or attack to completely mitigate Hilda's ability. So that's where Intruder Alarm comes in. And then, of course, it also just works really well with a lot of untapping stuff on our side of the board. And then we've got various other force taps. So Hilda's Crown of Winter, as the name suggests, works well with Hilda. 1 tap target creature. The ability costs 1 less to activate during your turn, so it's free. And you can pay 3 and sack it. Draw a card for each tapped creature your opponents control. And then down here, in a lot of other just various uncategorized manners, we've got a bunch of tapping effects. So there's a lot of ways to force taps in blue and white, but I ultimately decided to go with the cheaper ones in general. So Aeson Bureaucrats is tap target creature with power no greater than 2. Port Street Denizen taps something whenever a white creature enters. Divinant Trapper, whenever you cast a historic spell, tap something. Errant Doomsayers is basically just also Aeson Bureaucrat. Corn Line Slinger is tap target creature with power 3 or less. Niblis of the Urn, whenever it attacks, you may tap a creature. And Sunstrike Legionnaire, it doesn't untap normally, but whenever a creature enters, you can untap it and then tap target creature with mana value 3 or less. I mainly opted for the tap effects that didn't cost any mana. So there's a lot of tappers where you have to pay like 1 or you have to pay a white mana to use them. I ultimately opted for all the ones that didn't cost anything. Although to be fair, Port Street Denizen and Divinant Trapper do require that you actually cast something, so you kind of do need to cast, to pay mana for them, but not in the same way as like an ability that required activated mana. We also have Betrayal, an enchant an opponent's creature, and if the enchanted creature becomes tapped, draw a card. And then probably the biggest thing that works with our commander, Verity Circle. Whenever a creature an opponent control becomes tapped, if it isn't being declared as an attacker, you may draw a card. Also over here in the considerings, I had a bunch of other tap spells that I thought about having in the deck, but ultimately opted not to use for various reasons. So things like, Minister of Impediments, Lumen Grid Sentinel, like all of these could have hypothetically wound up in the deck, but I ultimately decided not to use them. It should also be noted that over here in removal, we have access to Curse of Chains and Narcolepsy, which are cards that tap the creature on upkeep. So these are other ways of just triggering a tap every single turn. And finally, there's Hammers of Moradin, a myriad creature that when it attacks, for each opponent, tap up to 1 target creature that player controls. So the rest of the deck, we do have some just regular old card draw.
some regular old counter spells. Poppelgeist as another tapper that we do need Delirium to keep using it, but it's at least tapped the first time, and then once we get Delirium, we can keep tapping stuff. And as far as our tappers, this is the absolute cheapest one we have access to at only 1 mana. Pretty straightforward on the lands here. Nothing too much to see. A lot of protection. We want to make sure that Hilda doesn't get countered or killed, so that's what all of these cards are for. Bunch of ramp, as previously mentioned. We need a lot of mana for our 4 mana commander that we have to keep paying 1 for. Also, it's important to note that for every one of these ramp spells that's a creature, all of them get to untap when Intruder Alarm is in play. So every creature that we play untaps all of these guys, and then we can keep using this mana. The rest of our removal, not just Narcolepsy and Cursive Chains, also pretty straightforward here. Again, anything that's a creature will trigger Intruder Alarm. And then it's also worth noting for something like Opposition that we can use our creatures to tap opposing anything, not just creatures. So we could, for example, tap down our opponent's lands. But that is pretty much going to do it. Just control the board, eventually make enough 4/4s and +1 counters to overrun the opponent, or just draw cards and scry if you need the card advantage. And that is going to do it for Hilda of the Icy Crown in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Emodi, Celebrant of Bounty, and specifically this is Cascade in EDH. So Emodi is a 5 mana Simic commander. He's a 3/1 with Cascade, and he says spells you cast with mana value 6 or more have Cascade. So importantly, if we sort by mana value, you'll notice we've got a lot at 5, 6, 7, etc. But the only card that we have at 2 is Up the Beanstalk. And that's because what we're going to do is we're going to make it so that when we cast our commander, we always cascade into Up the Beanstalk. And then every other card that we wind up playing in the deck, so anything that's 6 and up is going to have Cascade due to Emodi, but even all the cards that are 5 mana, now all of those cards become cantrips due to Up the Beanstalk. So the obvious question here and the big restriction is how in the world do we actually play a deck where we can't play anything that costs 4 or less? Like how do we have ramp spells, for example, if we can't play any Mono Rocks or Dorks or anything? Like how do we get to Emodi on time, etc.? Well, there's a lot of clever ways around this, and it has to do with a lot of cards that have cycling, channel, adventure spells stapled to them. There's a lot of ways around it, so let's get to it. So first of all, we do have our big payoffs like Ulamog, Void Winnower, and Craterhoof. Then we've got some evoke creatures, Mole Drifter and Null Drifter. These are cards we can play earlier with their evoke, or we can just cast them later and then they get to cascade. Well, Null Drifter gets to cascade. Mole Drifter will just be a normal card. Young Blue Dragon is scry and draw on its adventure side. And then Overlord of the Flood Pits, we can impend for 3, and it is more filtering through cards. Then we've got our actual card draw. So this is things like AC, Kymil to make Emodi uncounterable and all of our other cards uncounterable. Consecrated Sphinx, Karuga, since, hey, all of our permanents cost 3 or more, except for lands and Up the Beanstalk, but everything else does. Last March of the Ents, Borean Revealed, Nezahal, Tatyova, Throne of Eldraine. Then we've got our cheat spells. So Dream Halls is probably the big one here. Instead of paying for things, we can discard a card that's the same cost. So basically everything is one of the evoke elementals. Geode Golem, this is a way to get the commander out of our command zone for free. So in case Emodi gets killed, we can just get it back. Galta, Last March, Omniscience, one with the multiverse, and Selvalla's Stampede. Again, all of our stuff is quite expensive. We've got Kodama here as a way to recycle permanents, and Sakashima's Protege as another just cascade spell. So we do want to include as many cascade spells as we can get as long as they're still good so that we can do cascade chains. And we've got Mirror Shell Crab, which we can channel for 3 to counter stuff. Same thing here, Sapphire Dragon, Adventure, negate for 3. We've got Temporal Mastery that we can Miracle. This is here mostly basically just as an explorer, right? If we Miracle this, we get to take an extra turn. So we effectively drew a card and played an extra land. That's mainly what this is for. Obviously, we're going to need a lot of lands. We're always going to need to hit our land drops in order to get up to the 5, 6, 7 that we need to get to. And also, some lands are actually ramp spells in a sense. So Blighted Woodland, we can pay 4 and sack it to go get 2 basics. Castle Garenbrig can tap for 6 if we use it to pay for a creature. Horizon of Progress has an ability that lets you put a land from the hand onto the battlefield. Mage Ring Network allows you to put storage counters on it and then get more mana for a one-shot out of it than you would have another land. Myriad Landscape, similar to Blighted Woodland, allows us to go fetch 2 basics. Talon Gates of Madara allows us to put itself from our hand onto the battlefield. So if this is our land number, let's say 4, we have, a 4th land, and then we just have this in our hand, we can just put this directly onto the battlefield. Turn Timber Symbiosis is half a land, half a cheat spell. We have a bunch of big cards in our deck anyway, so this is a way that we can do that later. And we also have cards like Disciple of Freyalise as another MDFC.
Obviously, a bunch of basic forests and 2 basic islands because we're going to be doing a lot of basic fetching. Then we've got Thrix the Sudden Storm. Spells you cast with mana value 5 or greater, cost 1 less, and can't be countered. Obviously, the amount of cards that we can play that actually protects Emoti is not very high since we have to do this mana value 5+ restriction. Then we've got our ramp spell. So this is where things get real creative. So Avatar of Growth, this spell costs 1 less to cast for each opponent you have, so it's actually only 3 mana if you're in a pot of 4. When it enters, each player searches their library for 2 basics and puts them onto the battlefield. Beanstalk Giant, adventure spell, ramps us. Beanstalk Worm, pseudo explore effect on the adventure side. Cradle Clear Cutter has prototype that we can use to make this a mana dork. Groundyard Lurker, we can cycle it for 3 and it will make an Eldrazi spawn. Gilded Lotus, then we've got Greater Tanuki, which channels to go get a land. Jadzi, which for the most part we don't care about this front face, we care about the backside, which is Journey to the Oracle. You may put any number of lands from your hand onto the battlefield. Then if you control 8 or more lands, you may discard a card to return this. So this is basically kind of like a Cultivator Colossus effect. Moldering Gym and Weight Room, another 3 mana go get a land. Overlord of the Hauntwoods, 3 mana Impend to make a land token. Chefet Monitor, which we can cycle for 4 to go get a basic or desert. Spring to Mind, the spring part is ramp. Then Throne of Eldraine, as previously mentioned, along with Thrix. Ugin, just here mainly as a big threat. And then Verdant Mastery, we can pay it for 4 instead of 6. Search your library for 4 basics, reveal them, put 1 onto the battlefield tapped and under an opponent's control if the 4 was paid, and put 2 onto the battlefield tapped under your control and the rest into your hand, then shuffle. Then we've got our removal spells, which include some big things like Cityscape Leveler and Karn and Terrastodon, but it includes some lower end stuff like Sword Coast Serpent, which has an adventure that bounces things, and Valuna's Gatekeeper, which has an adventure that bounces things, and Stormkeld Vanguard, which has an adventure that's naturalized, and Submerge, which is 5 mana but costs 0 to actually play it. Then we got our sweepers, so Bane of Progress, Coastal Breach, which is 4 mana when we're in a pot of 4 and bounces all the non-lands to the hand. Season of Weaving is also 6 mana and we can bounce all the non-lands to the hand and then draw 2 cards or copy something hypothetically. Ugin, Portal to Phyrexia, and then some other various creatures like Cultivator Colossus, Nyx Bloom, and then some Cascaders in Sweetgum Recluse, Annoyed Altasaur, and Apex Devastator. And then amongst our considerations, I ultimately decided to cut Terrain Generator. So this is technically a land that can be a ramp spell, but I decided that although we do have a fair number of basics, we weren't always guaranteed to have a basic in our hand. So this could just be a land that doesn't do anything and is also colorless. Although this is the one that I'm most undecided on. I could see putting this back in the main deck. Similarly with like Temple of the False God, I just don't like that it doesn't tap for any mana when you don't have its restriction online. It is sometimes relevant to be able to use this earlier in the game, and then a lot of this stuff just had to get cut because we needed to make room for all the basic lands. But yes, a highly unique deck. Now, there's one other chain that I haven't mentioned, which is that technically you could run Shardless Agent in the deck as well, and that would mean that when you cascade, you could potentially hit Shardless Agent, and then the Shardless Agent would cascade into Up the Beanstalk. Now, getting a random 2/2 isn't like that important, but it is an additional add. So why are we not just running Shardless Agent? And the reason is because what if instead of hitting Shardless, we just hit Up the Beanstalk, and then Shardless Agent, we just draw that card later in the game? Now we have a Shardless Agent that is a 3 mana 2/2 that doesn't cascade into anything, so it's just a dead card. So decided that the downside of potentially getting it later, just like having it in our hand, was worse than Emoti. Although Shardless has the upside of that if we have it in our hand earlier in the game, we can just cascade into Up the Beanstalk with it, but ultimately decided not to do it. Although I don't think it's that big of a difference either way. You could decide to run it if you wanted to. So with all that said, the main way that we actually win the game is obviously with all of our, big threats that we're going to beat down our opponents with, and we have a lot of them. There is no actual combo in here. There's no infinite loops. It's just generate a ton of value off of all the cascading and card drawing that we're going to do off of Up the Beanstalk, and then eventually win with some big old beaters. And with all that said, that is going to do it for Emoti the Cascade deck in EDH.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at the new commanders of Modern Horizons 3, in this case, Imskr Iron Eater. So Imskr is a black and red commander. He's a 5/5 legendary demon that costs 8 total, but that cost is about to be reduced by affinity for artifacts. So assuming that we have 6 or more artifacts, Imskr can cost as low as only 2 mana, a single black and red source. Then for the most important ability, Imskr has, when it enters the battlefield, you draw X cards and you lose X life, where X is half the number of artifacts you control rounded down. So again, if you've got 6 artifacts, that means we're paying 2 mana for a 5/5 that enters and draws 3 and loses 3. Additionally, Imsker also has 3 in a red, sacrifice an artifact. It deals damage equal to the sacrificed artifact's mana value to any target. So primarily, the big thing we're looking at here is that we have card advantage in the command zone and for potentially a very cheap price, meaning anything that we deploy in terms of cheap artifacts, especially those that generate tokens or that cost 0 or that replace themselves, are going to be good things to use with Imsker because it doesn't really matter if we deploy a bunch of resources really quickly and burn our hand out, since we can recover those cards using Imsker's ETB trigger. So with that said, we have a few cheapo artifacts that are going to help enable Imsker coming out quickly. We've got cards like Blood Fountain, Junk Jet, which produces a junk token, the Baubles, and Sanguine Statuette, which also produces a blood token. Next up, we have our card draw, the always popular Bolas' Citadel, along with some other good choices like Necropotence and the One Ring. This being an artifact deck, obviously Mystic Forge is going to be a lot better. Monumental Corruption, 5 mana for a sorcery, target player draws X and loses X, where X is the number of artifacts you control. And then finally, Tarian's Journal, which is both an artifact and a way to sacrifice artifacts to produce cards, which is useful when we have all of these junk artifacts lying around. Cards like Sanguine Statuette and Junk Jet, which would otherwise not be too great after we've already deployed our Imsker. So obviously, we can draw a whole bunch of cards, but how are we actually winning the game? We have our combos down here, so we have Aetherflux Reservoir and Sensei's Divining Top, which combine with Bolas' Citadel to gain infinite life and then burn all of our opponents out. We also have the always popular Dualcaster Mage plus Bolton Duplication. This deck is very heavy on artifacts and very light on actual threats that can kill our opponent, so the combo route is the most logical route to take. But if you're personally not a fan of combos, you can obviously replace these win conditions with some big artifact or creature threat if you'd like. The Red Blasts and Burnout to try to protect Imsker. It's obviously important that Imsker actually get cast and resolve so that we can get the cards off of its trigger. And some fast mana to that end as well, Dark Ritual and Jeweled Lotus. It's worth noting that a card like Jeweled Lotus, as an example, essentially produces 4 mana for Imsker, because while it's in play, it reduces the cost of Imsker by 1, and then you can sack it during the casting of Imsker, so it effectively adds 4. Lightning Greaves, a usual smattering of Rakdos lands for the deck, with the notable additions being artifact lands like Darksteel Citadel, Great Furnace, and Vault of Whispers, and Treasure Vault to reduce the cost of Imsker, as well as a Phyrexian Tower. This will come up later. We also have Sanctum of Eternity, 2 tap, return target commander you own from the battlefield to your hand, activate only during your turn. So obviously, we would preferably like to be able to trigger Imsker multiple times, and one way to do that is bounce it back to our hand and then just replay it. We've got a little bit more protection in Defense Grid, Deflecting Swat, and Ricochet Trap to make sure that we get through counters and removal. Then we've got our ramp cards, which is the usual suspects like Mox Diamond, Soul Ring, and then all the best 2-mana rocks like the Talisman, Signets, and so on. Then we come to the Reanimation Suite. So there is Animate Dead, Dance of the Dead, and Reanimate. And the main reasons these are here is because outside of a few cards like Sanctum of Eternity that I mentioned earlier, it's a problem if we have to get rid of Imsker. Obviously, if it goes back to the command zone, while it still does have affinity, that means we have to add 2 more mana or artifacts every time we want to recast Imsker. Preferably what we'd like is to be able to kill Imsker or put it back in our hand and then get it back onto the field without having to pay that extra tax. So the reanimation spells are a way to do that, which is where cards like Phyrexian Tower come up as ways to sack Imsker and then just put it back into play and draw more cards. We also have Goblin Welder in the deck because we are a deck filled with artifacts, and this is a good way to abuse them. Some removal spells, obviously the Red Blasts as mentioned, but we've got things like Wild Magic Surge, Deadly Rollick, and Abrade. Then we've got the stacks pieces. So these are going to be cards like Cursed Totem, because the deck is running very, very few creatures. It's mainly just Imsker, a bunch of artifacts, and then a handful of creatures like Dothy, Orcish Bowmasters, and Shieldred that we've got here. Oppo Agent, Winter Orb, Grafdigger's Cage, which obviously conflicts with the reanimation spells. However, we have plenty of ways of sacking artifacts, so we can just get rid of this if we need to. It's in here primarily because it's 1 mana, so we can fetch it off Urza's Saga. And then finally, Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale. If you're not a millionaire or your group or personal code of conduct doesn't endorse proxies, you can obviously cut this. It's not terribly important for the deck. We got a little bit of sweeping in Fire Covenant and Toxic Deluge. The usual assortment of tutors in Vamp, Tainted Pact Seal, and Demonic Tutor. And then finally, Shadow Spear. So this deck is going to be very life hungry. Imsker's ability obviously drains your life, and then we've got a bunch of other life draining effects like Bolas' Citadel, like Fire Covenant, like Toxic Deluge. So we're going to be going down on life a lot. This is just a relatively easy way to gain life back. We can fetch it off of Urza's Saga. The deck even potentially needs more life-gaining effects than this, but this is what we have right now. And so with all that said, that is going to be Imskr Iron Eater in EDH.
Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at a pretty unique commander, a Name Death Aspect. So a Name Death Aspect is a 6-mana black creature. It's a 4/4, and it says when it enters the battlefield, you may search your library for any number of spirit cards and put them into your graveyard. If you do, shuffle your library. So the main thing we're doing here is we're going to fill our deck full of mono black spirits, and then when a name enters, we're going to dump all of those spirits into the graveyard, which is going to put approximately 20 creatures into the graveyard, and then we're going to use that as a way to win the game through various cards that care about that sort of thing. So firstly, let's get this out of the way. There's a lot of spirits, and a lot of them are kind of bad. So some are good, some are part of combos, but a lot of them are bad, and they basically are just here because we needed to fill up 20 slots for spirits. So once a name hits the board and we put all the spirits into the graveyard, there's a couple of ways that we can attempt to win. One is Season of Loss. Each opponent loses X, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. Now, obviously, that's only a life loss of 20, or probably a little less, because we might have drawn some spirits before then. So sub 20 life loss per opponent. Still does a lot, but doesn't actually win the game. But this is one way to progress towards killing opponents. Another way is if we have Sir Conrad on the battlefield prior to casting a name. This will trigger for every single creature hitting the graveyard and deal, again, the same amount of damage as Season of Loss would. If you have both of these back to back, you can kill your opponents, but otherwise you're going to need to find another way to do the finishing damage. Another way is through mass reanimation, so with either Living Death, Patriarch's Bidding, Balthor the Defiled, or All Hallows Eve, you'll be able to reanimate all of those spirits that you just put into the graveyard, as well as any other black creatures you had in your deck, back onto the battlefield, and then you can use that to win the game. We also have Conspiracy and Maskwood Nexus in the deck. With either of these cards, we can name Spirit as the type, and then all of the creatures in our deck will be spirits, at which point we can bin literally every single creature in our deck through a Name Death Aspect, and then when we go to reanimate those cards, then we will be able to just straight up combo kill our opponents. We also have Mortal Combat at the beginning of your upkeep. If 20 or more creatures in your graveyard, you win the game, so that is another outlet to winning the game. And Tombstone Stairwell does a little bit of a complicated thing here. It has a cumulative upkeep cost, and it says during each upkeep, that's each upkeep, it's not just yours, it's every upkeep, each player puts into play a Tomb Spawn token for each creature card in their graveyard. So basically, every upkeep, everyone is going to create a number of 2/2 creatures equal to the creatures in their graveyard. So obviously, you have way more creatures than your opponents, and so you're going to create a ton more creatures than they will. This is also triggering per upkeep. Keep that in mind. And then if Tombstone Stairwell leaves the battlefield, you get rid of all the tokens. So as long as you have this plus a name, you get, 20 or so creatures into your graveyard, and then you'll pay the cumulative upkeep cost, and then you should probably be able to just attack your opponents to death after that. Another option you have is with these two spirits, Hirobi and Kuro Pit Lord. So Hirobi is whenever a creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, you destroy that creature. And then Kuro Pit Lord has an ability that says pay 1 life, target creature gets -1/-1 until end of turn. So if you reanimate both of these creatures, you then have the ability to machine gun down all of your opponent's creatures. So that will kill all of them. And then if you've got anything that triggers as a result of your opponent's creatures dying, you can combine that with these two guys to combo off in that regard as well. So for example, if you have Conrad on the battlefield, that will allow you to kill all of their guys, and then their opponent will lose life per creature that you killed. Now, as far as discussing the creatures that we are going to be reanimating, so these are all the spirits in the deck, and we notably need to talk about a few of them. Aside from just Hirobi and Kuro Pit Lord, we're also going to be reanimating Kakusho, Junji, and Howling Banshee. And remember, since you have Hirobi and Kuro Pit Lord out, you can just kill your Kakusho and your Junji. So this represents 3 life loss from the Howling Banshee, 2 life loss from Junji, and 5 life loss from Kokusho. Remember also that Junji reanimates a creature, although that creature has to be a non-dragon. So you can reanimate Howling Banshee. So when you put all of those together, that is 5, 7, 10, and then another 3 when this gets reanimated. So that's 13 in total, just from your spirits re-entering the battlefield. So again, not enough to actually kill any of your opponents, but it can be either the final amount of life that you need to deal to your opponents, or just cumulative with other life-draining effects that you have. So putting that aside, we also have Grey Merchant of Asphodel, which if you do have Maskwood Nexus or Conspiracy Naming Spirit, Grey Merchant is going to be one of the cards that you reanimate, at which point Grey Merchant alone is just going to kill all of your opponents in all likelihood. And even if somehow that's not going to be the case, Junji can reanimate Grey Merchant, so that's just a kill there. We've got Scroll Rack because we technically don't want any of the spirits in our deck to be in our hand, and with 20 of them, it's highly likely we'll draw some at some point. So this is a way to put spirits back from our hand into our deck. We also have a few of these other spirits. They have some utility even if they're not very good, like this one Scries. This one is you can draw a card or Edict. This one lets you surveil and draw a card. Graveborn Muse can draw equal to your zombie count, and it just happens to be a spirit as well. You also have some spirits that can come back from the graveyard, like Bloodghast and Nether Trader, so this is additional cards that we can use, and their uses will be more pronounced as we get further down in the list. We'll be talking about that as well. Bunch of fast mana. We do want to get a named death aspect out as quickly as possible. Especially relevant is that once a named death aspect is on the field, we don't actually care about it anymore, so we can easily sack it to Culling the Weak or Sacrifice for a bunch of mana. Also, we've got Songs of the Damned. This is going to generate approximately 20 black as well. So if we've got, let's say, one extra mana lying around after a name, we don't necessarily have to play a name and pass the turn. We can go a name and then maybe play Sacrifice or Songs of the Damned, and then cast our follow-up, mass reanimation spells or whatever in order to win the game. We have our mana base here with some special notes given to cards like Crypt of Agadeem, which taps for black for each black creature in our graveyard. We also have, of course, Cabal Coffer's Urborg. Boseiju, very important for if we cast a mass reanimation spell that is an instant or sorcery, that it's uncounterable. A little bit of protection here from things like Duress and Thoughtseize to try to get our combos through. Bunch of ramp, obviously, including Cryptghast. Then removal spells, Chupacabra Echo being one of the spirits that can be removal, as well as Harvester of Misery and Keening Banshee. We've got Midnight Banshee, which if this sticks around can start negativing our opponent's creatures in a sort of delayed Elesh Norn kind of way. And then we've got a bunch of tutors. Obviously, we need to find specific things like specific combo pieces or mass reanimation spells, things like that. And then finally, we've got Spectral Snatcher here just as a swamp cycler that can, go grab a swamp. It easily goes into the graveyard. And then Nether Shadow, which is another thing that comes back from the graveyard. So in the considerations tab, there were additional spirits that we could have played. I ultimately decided that 20 was enough, and so I just cut any of the spirits that weren't as good as other spirits we already had. Dreadhound is a non-spirit. It has a ability similar to or Conrad, but I decided I didn't need more of that, so Dreadhound is gone. It's also awkward that it costs 6 where our commander costs 6, so it's awkward on the curve there. Some additional fast mana that I also decided we didn't need. And then there was additional mass reanimation spells. I felt like the ones we had were enough. I'm a little dubious that All Hallows Eve is good because it has this delay on it that requires that we cast it at a specific time, so perhaps it would be better to swap All Hallows Eve out for one of these ones, or specifically Twilight's Call, but we can go back and forth on that. There's some other stuff like Kagamaru, some additional spirits. Ultimately just wind up not really playing any of these. And Heartless Summoning was a consideration for getting a name out faster, but there were a fair number of creatures that this would just wind up killing on our side, so ultimately decided it wasn't worth it. Now, as far as the creatures that come back, Bloodghast, Nether Trader, and Nether Shadow. So they have a few uses. One is that they are always fodder for sacrificing, so we can always sack them to Phyrexian Tower or Culling the Weak, things like that. Another thing is that if we had any other sacrifice-related effects, we can use them. So I didn't wind up playing them in this deck, but you could run cards like Contamination as a stacks piece to turn all lands into swamps, which would then require that you had a creature every turn to sacrifice. They're also good with Skull Clamp. You can just keep clamping them to draw cards. So there's a number of little synergies that they work with that wound up making them get the cut. But anyways, with all that said, that is going to do it for a name death aspect in EDH. Welcome to A Guide to Every Deck in EDH. Today we're looking at Isshin 2 Heavens as 1. So this is going to be one of our more casual, fun commanders. It is Isshin 2 Heavens as 1. It's a 3-mana Mardu commander. It's a 3/4, and it says if a creature attacking causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time. So obviously we want a bunch of cards that have attack triggers or that trigger when you attack. So this could double up on those triggers in order to maybe not so much go infinite as to just get a bunch of value. So let's go through the attack trigger cards.
We've got Adeline, which whenever you attack for each opponent, you create a 1/1 token that is tapped and attacking them, which if you've got Ishin in play means that you generate 6 tokens that are 2 attacking each player. We've got Audacious Thief. Whenever it attacks, you draw a card and lose a life, so you'll draw 2, lose 2. Aurelia, the War Leader. When it attacks for the first time each turn, you untap all creatures you control, and after this phase, there is an additional combat phase, so this will give you 2 combat phases. Breaches, Eager Pillager. This is from the as yet unreleased Lost Caverns of Ixalan. And when you attack, you choose from multiple abilities, the most important of which are typically going to be either creating a treasure, so creating 2 treasures, or exiling the top card of your library, and you may play it this turn. So with Ishin, exiling the top 2. Then we've got a bunch of draining / damaging effects. So Brutal Horde Chief, whenever a creature you control attacks, defending player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So that'll be doubled up. So every attacking creature will drain 2 life. Similarly, Hell Rider, whenever a creature you control attacks, Hell Rider deals 1 damage to defending player. Similar effect. And then Mishra, claimed by Gix, whenever you attack, each opponent loses X life and you gain X, where X is the number of attacking creatures, so this will get doubled up. We've got Captain Lannery Storm, which makes a treasure when you attack. Commissar Severina Rain, which is whenever it attacks, each opponent loses X, where X is the number of other attacking creatures. You can also pay 2 and sacrifice another creature to gain 2 life and draw a card, which can be relevant given how many tokens you're going to be making in this deck. Hammers of Moradin has Myriad, which means you make a token copy of it that's attacking each other player that you're not already attacking with it. So this will double up and create double tokens. And whenever it attacks for each opponent, tap up to 1 target creature that player controls, so you can tap down 2 creatures the player controls. Hanwar Garrison makes 2 1/1 attackers. We also are playing Hanwar Battlements to meld them. So if you do meld them, they'll meld into the backside, which is a 7/4 that makes 3/2 tokens. Then we've got Hero of Bladehold, which makes 2 1/1s and has Battle Cry. So if you have Ishin in play, Hero of Bladehold will create 4 tokens, and you'll double Battle Cry, giving +2/0 to every creature. So right away, just off of Ishin plus Hero of Bladehold, you put, let's see, that is 12 power into play just off the tokens. There's Cranko Tin Street Kingpin, which when it attacks, you put a +1 counter on it and then create a number of 1/1s. Notably, the 1/1s are not attacking, equal to its power. So this will double up. So you'll put a +1 counter on it and make 2 tokens, and then you'll put another +1 counter on it and make 3 tokens. Mardu Ascendancy, whenever a non-token creature you control attacks, you make a 1/1 attacking goblin, and you can sack it to give creatures you control +0/+3 until end of turn. So every attack makes 2 tokens with Ishin. Myrel, Shield of Argiv, is 4 mana 3/4, and it is a Grand Abolisher. So during your turn, your opponents can't cast spells or activate abilities of artifacts, creatures, or enchantments. So this will help you protect what you're doing so your opponents can't interact with you. But also, it does make tokens. Whenever it attacks, create X 1/1s, where X is the number of soldiers you control. It itself is a soldier already, so you always make at least 1 and at least 2 with Ishin in play. And then with other soldiers, you will make additional tokens, and of course, if you get to have multiple attacks with this, you'll make even more soldiers. Then there's Martin Stromgald. This is one of our best attack triggers. When it attacks, all other attacking creatures get +X, where X is the number of other attacking creatures. So however many creatures you have that are attacking, you get +X -1, because Stromgald doesn't count itself. Or rather, it itself doesn't get pumped, but everything else does, which will then double up with Ishin. And then similarly, we've got Rosnacht, Heir of Rogoth, and Signal Pest, which are basically just here to have Battle Cry, so they double Battle Cry. And then another really good card is Sky Hunter Strike Force. This is a 3 mana flying melee, and as long as you control your commander, other creatures you control have melee. So melee is the creature gets +1 for each opponent you're attacking. So you have a 4-player commander pod, you're attacking 3 opponents, every one of your creatures gets +3, or with Ishin in play, +6. And those are the big attack trigger cards for Ishin to double up. You then have other things in your card draw. Since your deck is mostly built around attacking with creatures, you want effects that are good with that. So we've got for card draw, Timna, of course, Mindblade Render, and then we're playing a bunch of cheap creatures anyway, so play Skull Clamp, especially since we're making tokens. We've got Esper Sentinel, Bolus Citadel, and Ad Nauseam. Ad Nauseam is maybe dubious given the mana value of the deck, but we do need ways of drawing cards. We've got Aggravated Assault to get extra combat steps, Deadly Rollick and Swords as removal. We've got our tutors, Demonic, Enlightened, Imperial Seal, Vampiric Tutor, Tainted Pact. We've got our Fast Mana, Jeweled Lotus, Lotus Petal, Simian Spirit Guide. We're not so good at interacting with our opponent and therefore have to rely on stacks effects to prevent them from killing us too fast off of combos and whatnot. So we've got our Archon of Emeria, Deafening Silence, and Phyrexian Censor as our Rule of Law effects, and then Dranith Magistrate to screw up opponents being able to cast their commanders. We've got Sarah Ascendant. This is just here to be a big beater. We are based around combat after all. Then we've got all of our ramp, so various Mana Rocks, Ragavan, and Dockside Extortionist. Fire Covenant as basically a sweeper because we can just pay a bunch of life to kill everything. And then we've got SWAT and the Red Blasts to protect from our opponent. And then finally, we've got combo cards. So this is a little convoluted, but we have to assemble 2 different cards plus Ishin in order to go off with this. So first, there's the energy cards. So we've got Aether Geode Miner is when it attacks, you can create double energy, and you can pay 2 energy to exile it and return it to the battlefield. That second part is not relevant. The part that's relevant is that when it attacks, you produce 2 energy. So you produce 4 energy when you have Ishin in play. And then you've got Lightning Runner. It's a 2/2 with double strike and haste, and whenever it attacks, you get double energy. And then you may pay, and if it's a little hard to read, that's 8 energy. So you can pay 8 energy. If you pay the energy, you untap all creatures you control, and after this phase, there's an additional combat phase. So if you've got Ishin, Aether Geode Miner, and Lightning Runner, the Aether Geode Miner and Lightning Runner triggers are doubled up, which means that you get 8 energy per attack, and then you can spend that 8 energy to get an additional combat step. This obviously leads to infinite combat steps, and you should be able to win that way. There's also Aether Torch Renegade, which is ETB, you get 4 energy, and then you can pay energy for other reasons. This part here is not too relevant, but what is relevant is that you can use the energy that you get off of Aether Torch Renegade to do various things with these guys, and if you have the potential to bounce Renegade with other effects, you can create more energy, or copy it, which I'm going to get to. You then have Delina Wild Mage. So Delina Wild Mage is a 4 mana 3/2. When it attacks, you choose target creature you control and you roll a d20. You create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of that creature, except it's not legendary and it has exile this creature at end of combat. And if you roll between 15 and 20, you create one of those tokens and you roll again. So you always at least create a token copy. So if you have Aether Torch Renegade plus Delina plus Lightning Runner plus Ishin, it means that Delina attacks, you create a copy of Aether Torch Renegade, and then because Ishin doubles the trigger on Delina, you make another copy of Aether Torch Renegade. That produces 8 energy when they hit the field. The Lightning Runner also produces energy, and then you use the energy to get additional combat steps. You then have Combat Celebrant. This is another combo card, so 3 mana 4/1. If it hasn't been exerted, you may exert it as it attacks, and when you do, you untap all other attacking creatures you control, and after this phase, there is an additional combat phase. So if you've got Delina, well, first of all, Combat Celebrant alone gives you 2 combat steps with Ishin in play, so that alone is already very good. Secondly, Delina can copy the Combat Celebrant, and while you can't exert the token copies immediately, the Combat Celebrant will untap those copies if you stack the triggers in the correct order. So you make the token copies of Combat Celebrant, then you untap all your creatures and you go to your second combat phase, and now even though you can't exert this Combat Celebrant, you can exert the token copy of Combat Celebrant, which will of course give you infinite combat steps with this combo. And then lastly, you've got Baracos Party Leader. It counts as every creature in the party, and when it attacks, defending player loses X life and you create X treasures, where X is the number of creatures in your party. So it is at least 1 creature in your party. And then if you have other creatures in your party, which various other cards in your deck may or may not be part of that party, but some of them are. Some of them are warriors, clerics, etc. You'll make additional treasure tokens, and then you can use these treasure tokens to pay for things. It's especially good, again, if you're getting multiple triggers. So like Ishin alone is going to make this always produce at least 2 treasures or more if you've got more things in the party. And you can use those treasures on various effects in your deck as needed. And then finally, we've got Breath of Fury. This is enchantment creature you control. Whenever enchanted creature deals combat damage to a player, you sacrifice it and attach Breath of Fury to a creature you control. If you do, untap all creatures you control, and after this phase, there is an additional combat phase. So as long as you can produce at least 1 additional attacker per combat, you can keep moving the Breath of Fury onto a new creature and keep taking extra combat steps. So anything that makes an additional token, anything that copies stuff, etc., will create an additional creature that you can attach Breath of Fury to, and then you'll take infinite combat steps using that. Then, of course, you got Dockside Extortionist, which combos with anything that's copying it to make tons of treasures. And then so with the things that you have, so Dockside, Baracos, or anything that's generating mana, you can use that in combination with Aggravated Assault to also continue to take extra combat steps. So for example, if you have Baracos and you've got 3 party members, so you've got it plus another 2 party members, then you can combo that with Aggravated Assault to keep making 6 treasures per combat. You use 5 of them to activate Aggravated Assault and go off to combat again. Or if you've got Dockside Extortionist plus, let's say, like Galina or some other effect, you can make potentially 6 treasures off of that. If your opponents have just 3 artifacts or enchantments between them, then the Galina plus Dockside will make copies of Dockside, which then creates 6 treasures, which then can pay for Aggravated Assault. So lots of combat-related stuff going on here, but the other thing is that apart from just these combos, you can just win off of combat. You can just win off of creating tokens or pumping your team a whole bunch or draining the opponent off of Hellrider or Brutal Horde Chief, etc. So you don't have to combo. And that is Ishin 2 Heavens as 1.